Jiang Yumei continued to lie on the bed, stiff and still. The hard bedboard made her bones ache, and the dirty, black thin blanket had a musty smell that made her want to. The room was very dark, with cracked mud walls all around. On the right wall, there was a small window with torn paper that showed no color. The furnishings were simple and old, except for her wooden bed and a broken-legged old table in the middle, with a stone underneath. Next to it were 2 wooden stools. To the left of the door, there was a broken cabinet with a door that could fall at any moment. On top of the cabinet was a dustpan filled with small sewing tools. The most valuable item was a large, intact wooden chest in the corner, locked with a key. Probably, the family's valuables were inside, but Jiang Yumei didn't hold much hope, not knowing if there was any silver inside. Looking at these old things, she sighed again. Poverty was tough. Suddenly, the door opened. A little boy carried a large bowl with a missing piece into the room. This was the original owner's son, Niena, whose full name was Lin Nien. Although he was 5 years old, he looked small and thin, only about 3 or 4. Mother, you should eat this sweet potato and wild vegetable porridge first. Maybe Grandma will bring us some food today, he said in a clear, childish voice. He placed the bowl on the table, then came over to touch Jiang Yumei's forehead and his own, acting serious. I don't think I have a fever anymore. Doctor, he said, as long as I don't have a fever, it's okay. The little boy looked mature beyond his years. His patched short coat was so dirty, it was hard to tell its original color. His small face was dark and covered with snot, and his hair was messy and hanging down. Only his bright eyes shone like stars on a summer night. Jiang Yumei, feeling embarrassed, let the boy take care of her all day and night. Now, she still lay blankly on the bed, unsure of what to do. Nien'er looked at his mother silently, his eyes fixed on her. Tears welled up in his eyes again. Though he was only 5, he was still a child. He pouted and said, Mother, don't be sad. Dad is gone, but you still have me. When I grow up, I'll be like Sanjuzi's dad and open a blacksmith shop in Qinghetown. When I make enough silver, we won't be hungry. I'll build a big tiled house for you to live in and buy silver earrings for you. I saw Sanjuzi's mother wearing earrings that sparkled in the sunlight. They're so pretty. Nien'er dreamed of a bright future, drawing pictures of a better life for Jiang Yumei. Her nose tightened, and tears flowed down her face. She felt both the pain of her past and the warmth of her son's love. Her mind was full of thoughts, and her lips moved a few times, but she didn't speak. Nien'er reached out to wipe her mother's tears. Mom, don't cry. Look, I can now light a fire, cook porridge, sweep the yard, pick wild vegetables, and gather wild fruits. I can support our family. When Grandpa comes, I will ask him to teach me how to work in the fields. Once I learn to manage the land, we won't have to rent out our 5 acres of fertile land anymore. Then, you won't have to work so hard. Jiang Yumei's tears flowed like broken pearls, unstoppable. She couldn't speak, only nodded repeatedly. She was touched, but her crying wasn't so fierce, probably because her mind still lingered in her body. Nien'er hurriedly helped wipe her mother's tears. All right, Mom, don't cry anymore. Rest well. I have many things to do today. There's no firewood at home, so I need to go up the mountain to gather some and pick more wild vegetables. Once the porridge cools, you can drink it. Eating well helps you recover faster. After comforting her, she patted Jiang Yumei's hand and then turned to leave. Before closing the door, she made sure to shut it properly, then smiled at Jiang Yumei. Her dirty little face made her teeth look even whiter, showing a bit of childish mischief and cleverness. What a caring little girl. It seems having a son like that wouldn't be so bad. Sigh. Since waking up yesterday and discovering that a car accident brought her to this poor ancient rural village, she has wished she could die again right now. Could there really be karma? Was it because she did so many bad things in her past life that heaven sent her to this godforsaken place? In her past life, she was also born in the countryside. When she was just over a year old, her parents went out to work and both died in a car accident. She was raised by her grandparents. From a young age, She watched her grandparents argue and fight with her uncles and aunts over her education and a better life, even going to the government and courts. She saw her grandfather working in the fields with a crippled leg and her grandmother working tirelessly in the city selling vegetables. As a child, she thought mostly about money, 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 money. Her grandmother said her first words were money, money. Yes, she wanted to earn a lot of money so her grandparents and herself wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. When she went to college, she looked for ways to earn money, tutoring, serving tables, working at a counter, handing out flyers on the street, and so on. She didn't want to go back to her hometown, even during winter and summer vacations. Unfortunately, when she was in her second year, a mudslide occurred in her hometown. Their house, built on the hillside, was buried by mud, and both her grandparents passed away. She was holding a woolen sweater and pants for her grandparents that she hadn't yet sent, feeling heartbroken. Over time, as she became wealthier and moved multiple times, almost everything changed, except for this postal bag containing the sweater and pants, which she kept until her death. She often blamed herself, thinking that if she had earned more money earlier to buy her grandparents a new house, they might not have faced misfortune. After graduation, she stayed in the big city, where she went to college. She worked very hard, almost obsessively saving and earning money. Her few friends joked that she was a rare, stubborn iron hen and suggested she see a psychologist. To work hard, she had no time for dating or traveling. Her only hobby was reading online novels, mostly during bathroom breaks or before sleeping. Most of her classmates and colleagues had their own families. Many had become mothers. But she remained single. One day, she attended a colleague's wedding. In the bathroom, she overheard some female subordinates talking harshly about her. Have you noticed Jiang Yumei? No matter how carefully she dresses, she can't hide her age. Her muscles are sagging, especially around the mouth. Look at her. Outside the door, there was a burst of mocking laughter. Jiang Yumei couldn't see, but she could imagine the exaggerated way the gossiping women were imitating her. Yeah, I saw that too. Her wrinkles around the eyes are more obvious now. TSK, TSK, a beauty fading away. Humph. Always thinking about climbing higher. Doing so many bad things is exhausting. No wonder she looks old. She has no husband, no kids, and no time to spend money. Why does she earn so much? Do you think she's ever been with a man? Could she really be a lonely old spinster? Definitely a spinster. Which man would want her? I overheard Chu Mingya's friends talking about her. They said that if she spends more than half an hour with that stubborn old woman, her male hormones stop secreting. She'd eat less, and even her husband's affection would disappear. Though it sounds harsh, it's probably true. Ha ha hee hee. These were her subordinates trying to flatter her openly. Jiang Yumei suppressed her fiery anger, pushed open the door, and coldly looked at the women who were stunned. Uncivilized aunties, next time you gossip, find a more private place, she said, then left gracefully and elegantly. She was crying loudly in a small car where no one could see, tears flowing non-stop. She pressed the gas pedal, thinking about how to deal with those annoying women and that man Chu Mingyu, who always smiled at her with his eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and then she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself here. She was lying on a bed, watching Little Bun busy running around, boiling medicine, cooking porridge, and coaxing her to take medicine and drink water. At night, he lay beside her, patting her back and humming something, probably a lullaby the original owner used to sing to him. But he would never know that the mother who sang to him would never come back. Jiang Yumei did not keep the original owner's memories. Through Little Bun's subtle hints, she learned that the original owner was also named Jiang Yumei, 20 years old. She was eaten by a pack of wolves while hunting, and Little Bun was her unborn child. Their livelihood depended on renting out 5 acres of land, and sometimes her mother would secretly bring some food. It was surprising that such a poor family had 5 acres of land. After asking carefully, she found out that the land was bought with the reward money from a bear that the original owner's husband had hunted. The bear had caused damage to the neighbors' fields and eaten crops. The reward was paid by Lord Li and landlord Zhao, who also sold the bear. But the man was bitten by a snake while hunting and was eaten by a pack of wolves, leaving only a few bones. The original owner was deeply traumatized and mentally slow, constantly calling out her husband's name and saying silly things like, "Dalong will come back soon. I want to cook for him," often being bullied by some unruly boys in the village. A few days ago, Guzi chased her with stones, causing her to fall into the river. After being rescued, she caught a cold and slept for 2 days. When she woke up, she had become Jiang Yumei from modern times. It was a tragic and bloody history. Jiang Yumei lay down again for a while, thinking that going back was hopeless. If she tried to die again, and by some chance ended up in the man's body, it would be even worse. She was not a fan of boys' love stories or anything like that. Although her situation as a widow was sad, it was better than living with an ancient man. The man who had died was strong and brave, able to kill a bear. If he had been violent, he might have hurt her. Most importantly, he left her a good son. In her previous life, she often thought that if she couldn't find a suitable man, she would adopt a child from an orphanage. Now, she finally had a ready-made, affordable son, related by blood, obedient, and smart. He could do so many chores at such a young age. Thinking of that dirty little bun, Jiang Yumei's face softened. Although this family is a bit poor, having such a caring son is wonderful. He not only cooks for her but also warms her bed, which is much better than the cold, empty house she had in her previous life. What's there to fear about being poor? With a clever mind and hard-working hands, escaping poverty, becoming rich, and living a comfortable life are all easy goals. After thinking it through, Jiang Yumei got up. She stood up too quickly and felt dizzy, almost falling back onto the bed. It seems her body is too weak. In the future, she needs to eat better and exercise more. She looked down at her clothes. The ones she wore to sleep are probably called a middle shirt in ancient times. It's likely white or yellow, with patches and mends. She sniffed the sleeve and detected a musty smell. She then held the collar close to her nose and smelled again. Still a musty odor. Maybe her body is sensing something because Jiang Yumei suddenly felt itchy all over. Even her head itched. She scratched her hair, which was tangled like dry grass. She wondered how long the original owner hadn't bathed. There was a gray dress on the bedpost, probably her clothes. They were still dirty and patched, so she decided to put them on first. She pushed open the door. The bright daylight was so strong it hurt her eyes. She blinked a few times to adjust before stepping over the threshold into the yard. Looking around, the word that came to mind was poor. There were 3 simple mud and straw houses, 1 main hall, 1 bedroom where she had been sleeping, and a storage room. To the left, there was a small, low-grass hut, which was probably the kitchen. The yard was quite large, surrounded by a low earthen wall about as high as a person. The front yard was small, with a willow tree on the right. The ground was bare, with a dozen or so large and small dirt pits standing out. The backyard was much bigger but overgrown with weeds. Jiang Yumei guessed that the original plan was to turn it into a vegetable garden, but the house was big and the smaller parts were too tiny. There wasn't even a single sprout of vegetables. The backyard wall was close to the foot of the mountain. She wondered who had the idea to build it so small but with a high, sturdy wall, probably for safety, to keep wild animals out. Jiang Yumei went to the kitchen. It was clean. There was no grease or dirt on the stove, only some dust. She looked around and found only 4 small red sweet potatoes. Oh heavens, don't let her starve before she finds a way to earn money. If that happens, she would be the unluckiest girl to travel through time. Maisie, Maisie. As she shouted, a woman entered. She was probably in her 30s or early 40s. Though time had left marks on her face, her youthful beauty was still visible. She carried a basket on her back, her clothes patched but still clean. Seeing Jiang Yumei standing in front of the kitchen, she was startled and shouted loudly, "Oh, why are you up? Cold wind isn't good for you. You, my girl, are already a mother, yet you're still so careless. Go back inside and lie down." This was probably the original owner's mother, but Jiang Yumei wasn't sure and didn't dare to call out loudly. She stammered, "Oh, I'm feeling better now. My body itches. I want to take a bath." The woman touched Jiang Yumei's forehead. "Oh, you're no longer feverish. Thank heavens you've finally pulled through." She ignored Jiang Yumei's wish to bathe, put down her basket, and took out a bowl with some pickled cucumbers. Then she took a cloth bag and poured cornmeal into a tub, saying while doing so, "My past life was full of mistakes, but I worked hard in this life to repay you all. The younger ones are already enjoying the blessings of descendants, but I only had you a bunch of debt collectors. Shanzi is clever and obedient, but naturally weak. A gust of wind can knock him down. He spends most of the year in bed. Z is even more pitiful. He just turned 15 last month and is about to join the army. Imagine, so many strong men in the family, yet they want him to go. Dear heavens, he's still just a kid. It feels like they think I'll live forever, trying to make me angry to death." She sat on a small stool by the stove and wiped tears. This was the biological mother of the original owner, Li Shi. Hearing her tearful complaints, Jiang Yumei learned a lot. Li Shi saw Jiang Yumei staring blankly and silent, and she grew even angrier. She reached out and pinched Jiang Yumei's thigh. You little fool. You used to be such a clever girl. Many young men wanted to marry you, but you chose to marry that crazy homeless man. Looks don't matter, but you don't even know your own name. If you're just going to be foolish, so be it. Your life is short enough. You married less than a year before you died, leaving your orphaned children behind. Look at what kind of life you're living." She pinched Jiang Yumei several more times. Jiang Yumei felt so much pain that tears came to her eyes, but she didn't dare to cry out or run away. She secretly hoped Li Shi would keep pinching and scolding her so she could learn more about her family. Li Shi saw her daughter didn't even cry from the pain and became even more furious. She suddenly poured out all her anger and frustration like spilling beans. From Li's rambling and some things Xiao Baozi said last night, Jiang Yumei learned some details about the original owner. Jiang Yumei was born into a large family living together for 4 generations. Her grandfather was the only scholar in Shihe village, so villagers respectfully called him Jiang Dadi. Her grandmother was Mrs. Wei, and they had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Grandpa Jiang became a scholar at 16 but never improved his status afterward. However, he always cared about his children's education and held high hopes for them, which can be seen from the names he gave his children. The eldest son was named Jiang Dashua, the second Jiang Dafu, the daughter Jiang Da since it was a girl, it was not called Jiang Dawu, and the third son Jiang Dach. Although their hopes were good, reality was harsh. None of the 3 sons passed the scholar exam. The eldest and second sons studied privately for a few years but lost interest. Grandpa Jiang tried to motivate them with a few bamboo sticks but failed. They decided to return to farming and become farmers. The third son studied for over 10 years. His private teacher told him not to waste more money on schooling because he lacked talent. So he also returned home. Luckily, after a few more years of study, he was noticed by a restaurant owner in town and became a bookkeeper, then married the owner's daughter and moved to Qingshui town with his wife and children. The eldest grandson of the main house, Jiang Yushu, was not talented in studies. He studied for over 10 years, but never passed the scholar exam. At 22 years ago, he lost interest and went back home. Although Jiang Yushu was not good at studying, he was lively and not proud like a scholar. After returning, he opened a general store in the village, helped people write letters and wrote couplets during festivals, earning more than farming. The second grandson of the second house, Jiang Yushan, was Jiang Yomei's twin brother. He was weak but gifted, clever, eager to learn, and passed the scholar exam at 15 and the provincial exam at 18. Grandpa Jiang was so excited he cried and burned incense to pray to his ancestors. He believed that a government official would come from the Jiang family, and after his death, he would be proud to meet his ancestors. This was the first provincial scholar in Shihe village's history. The villagers were overjoyed, spreading the news excitedly, making the celebration more lively than the new year. For many years, Dongha village had been overshadowed by Shiha village, but now they finally felt proud. About 10 years ago, Dongha village produced a scholar who later became a ninth-rank official in a neighboring county and eventually a county magistrate. Since then, Dongha village villagers believed their village's luck was better than Shiha villages. They thought it was impossible not to produce talented people, and even the young men from Dongha village found wives more easily than those from Shiha village. Young Jiang Yushan, from Shiha village, became a successful scholar at a young age. He was born into a humble family, and even the county magistrate praised his bright future. Many believed he would pass the imperial exam, maybe even become a jinshi, and go to the capital to meet the emperor. That would be a great honor. Originally, Lord Jiang planned to spend his own money on a banquet, but the village head took charge. He said, "This isn't just Jiang family's pride, it's Shiha village's pride. The village should pay for the celebration." So, the villagers contributed money, food, and effort, and held a 3-day feast. Firecrackers sounded loudly for a long time to celebrate. However, Jiang Yushan exhausted himself preparing for the exam. He pushed himself hard and finally fell ill. He has been bedridden for 2 years now. This is Lord Jiang's greatest sorrow. He was sick for many months, and his health has greatly declined. Jiang Yushan's third grandson, Jiang Yuyu, is not as clever as his second brother, but he studies very hard. He works tirelessly, like hanging from a beam or stabbing a needle through bone. This spring, he passed the basic scholar exam. The teacher said diligence can make up for lack of talent. He might pass the scholar exam or even become a successful candidate in the future. Lord Jiang still allows him to study privately. The third family's fourth grandson, Jiang Yulu, and fifth grandson, Jiang Yuqin, are still young, 12 and 9 years old. They also study privately. The teacher's comments are that their talent is average. They can, at best, become basic scholars. Lord Jiang hopes they will follow their father's path and become accountants or shopkeepers, even surpassing their father. The Jiang family has 5 daughters. The eldest, Jiang Yutao, Jiang Yuli, and Jiang Yuzhao, are already married. The second daughter, Jiang Yumei, is also married. The third daughter, Jiang Yuxing, is still young, only 7 years old. The family has not yet divided. The third branch lives in town, but they still send money home every month. Lord Jiang is a good manager. The family isn't wealthy, but everyone works hard and stays honest. Life is peaceful. 6 years ago, a big scandal happened that brought shame to the Jiang family. The original owner saved a badly injured man in the wild forest of Shishan and married him. Lord Jiang was furious and expelled his granddaughter from the family, saying he would never acknowledge her again. Since then, Jiang Yumei has not returned home. The man Jiang Yumei saved lost his memory after being injured. He only remembers his surname as Lin. People call him Lin De Lang. Lin De Lang is very handsome and tall, and he is skilled at hunting. 5 years ago, while hunting, he encountered a dozen wolves. To save the people with him, he led the wolves away. When others came to find him, only a shoe, a large bloodstain, and some bones were left behind. Since Lin Dalong's accident, Jiang Yomei's grandparents have let go of their past resentment. However, they still haven't allowed Jiang Yumei to return to Jiang's family, though they turn a blind eye as her parents, Jiang Dafu and Li Shi, secretly bring food and do chores for her and her son. Thinking about the original owner, she was truly pitiful, overcoming many obstacles to marry a man with mental issues. Less than a year later, she became a widow. There is a saying from the past, those who are pitiful often have reasons to be hated. Although the original owner was unlucky, as a mother, she was strong. For her son, she should have pulled herself together instead of wasting days lost in the past, neglecting her young son. Never mind, the deceased is gone. I will take her place and take care of her son, Jiang Yumei thought. Since she has taken over her body, she must do something in her stead. Seeing Li Shi crying so sadly, Jiang Yumei felt deep sympathy. After all, none of her 3 children brought peace. One was sickly, another a widow and a mental patient, and the only normal one was sent to die. Whoever had her family would be troubled. During the Dakong dynasty, there were constant conflicts with the northern barbarian nation, the Great Liao. Every harvest failure, they would invade Dakong's borders to steal grain, then quickly retreat, causing much trouble for the people in the north. The current emperor is wise and wants to completely deal with them, aiming to push the Liao beyond Jinlian Mountain so they no longer bother Dakong's people. To fight a big war, they need to recruit soldiers. A few days ago, a meeting was held, and each household was required to send a man aged 15 to 40 to join the army. If someone didn't want to go, they could pay 20 taels of silver. If this had happened decades ago in the Jiang family, they could have paid that amount easily, as the Jiang family once owned over 100 acres of land. But old Jiang was not good at farming, and since he was supporting his son and grandson to study, most of the land was sold, leaving only about 30 acres. Grandmother Wei declared that anyone who dared to touch that land would have to go over her dead body first. Old Jiang also knew they couldn't sell more land, or the family wouldn't have enough to live on. Without money, they had to send someone to fight. There were 5 men of the right age in the Jiang family: Jiang Dafu, Jiang Dach, Jiang Yushu, Jiang Yushan, and Jiang Yuyu. But Jiang Yushan was a scholar, and scholars were exempt from military service, so only 4 remained. Choosing who should go was really a headache for old Jiang. He used a process of elimination, carefully narrowing down the options. The second son, Jiang Dafu, is almost 40 years old. He is excluded. The third son, Jiang Dachao, has 3 young children, so he is also excluded. Jiang is still young and a scholar. Perhaps he can become a successful candidate or a successful official in the future. The hope of the Jiang family depends on him, so he is excluded as well. The best candidate is the eldest grandson, Jiang Yushu. When the old man announced his decision, the eldest daughter-in-law, Xiao Wei, couldn't accept it. She cried loudly, threw herself on the ground, and rolled around. "Just tie me with a rope and strangle me. I don't want to live." I've never seen such biased parents. Your hearts are so skewed. You're planning to leave the eldest family without descendants. So far, Jiang only has 1 daughter, no sons. Now you want him to go die? How can you be so cruel? He's your eldest grandson. My life is so hard. I married a dull man, had a fool, and all I do is work hard for this family, earning money, caring for the sick, raising scholars, even supporting those little brats who run away with wild men. Don't you see? I often steal food from the house for them. That's my husband's and my son's hard-earned money. Boo-hoo. Old Master Jiang was so angry, he pointed at Xiao Wei and told his eldest son to divorce this fierce woman. Usually obedient and honest, Jiang Dashue stood there like a wooden statue, not trying to stop his unruly wife or his angry father. Perhaps he also disapproved of letting his only son join the army. "You don't need to divorce me, big brother. I'll go die right now. My children can't even survive, so what's the point of me living? If our family all dies, no one will bother you anymore." Xiao Wei cried and ran out of the yard. She really jumped into the river, but was saved by someone who followed her. Jiang Dafu told his father to let her go. He couldn't let the eldest son's family be left without descendants. The family was in chaos, and Jiang Yu secretly went to the local official to sign up. He confidently said, "I'm already this old. How can I let my father go to the army? Besides, I'm a scholar. The officials will surely let me be a clerk or something, not send me to the front lines. Maybe I can even make a name for myself." Old Master Jiang didn't want his promising grandson to join the army. He agreed to spend some money and sell a few acres of land. Xiao Wei was furious again, crying and wailing, "Why should I pay money for my son to go, but not for others? My son is just supposed to go and die. All that money was earned by my husband and son. It's like water rushing down from the mountain." In the end, Jiang Yu decided to go himself, even threatening to run away if he wasn't allowed. Old Master Jiang fell ill from anger, lying in bed groaning and constantly shouting to divorce that fierce woman. Jiang University didn't say anything about divorcing his wife. Xiao Wei is also a niece of the Wei family. Although the Wei family was angry at Xiao Wei for disobeying the old man, they wouldn't really divorce her. "Your eldest aunt is stingy and selfish. Ever since I married into the Jiang family, I've been patient with her and didn't argue back. But in the end, she insulted our whole family. We've become just people who eat and do nothing, relying on them to support us. Shanzi doesn't do much at home, but he passed the imperial exam, so how much less tax did our family pay? And he gives his monthly rice ration to the family.
Why doesn't she count that?
Before you married that short-lived man, how many chores did you do at home? Your father and I worked very hard, and even when you had a son, you always rushed to do chores during holidays. How can she say such heartless things? She forced Yitzi to join the army, and he's only just turned 15. That wicked woman. Why doesn't she just die? And your third uncle, who is in his prime and has 2 sons, why doesn't the in-laws let him go? It's all favoritism towards the younger son. Li's crying and shouting grew louder, expressing her endless bitterness. Seeing her mother so sad, Jiang Yume also felt very upset. She hurried to comfort her mother. Maybe Yitzi is right. Few soldiers are scholars, and maybe not many can read. Yitzi might really become a clerk or a personal guard, so he wouldn't have to face danger up front. You can rest assured. Yes, your grandfather and eldest uncle also said so. But we fear the worst, just in case, Li said, then seemed to notice Jiang Yume's change. She looked up with tears in her blurry eyes. What did you just say, Maisie? Say it again. Jiang Yume smiled and repeated herself. Li looked at her daughter's refreshed face, as if she had returned to a few years ago. Maisie, are you better now? Are you awake? Yes, I've thought it through. My husband has been dead for a few years. I shouldn't dwell on the past anymore. Jiang Yume thought now was a good time to declare she was cured and normal again. First, she could comfort Li, and second, she wanted to live a normal life. She didn't want to carry the label of a fool. So she continued clearly, I should also think about the living. Nyener is still so young. It was my fault before, letting him suffer so much. And you and Dad, you're still worried about us. It's all my fault as a daughter. She looked at Li with guilt, blinking her tears, which really started to flow. You should have thought like that a long time ago. Mrs. Li smiled happily, her previously worried face now showing a genuine smile. That short-lived man has passed away, but at least he left you a good son. Such a well-behaved child, so pitiful, doing so much at such a young age. It's good you've understood now. You should focus on living a good life. Mrs. Li sniffed and wiped her face. Mother also understands now. Once your brother leaves, I will ask your father to divide the family. I don't want to share meals with Xiao Wei anymore. Never mind, let's not talk about these things. Now that you're feeling better, I'm relieved. Are you hungry? I'll make some corn porridge for you. Nyener will like it when he comes back. She took a ladle to fetch water. Oh, the jar is empty. Well, your father fetched the water a few days ago. I'll go fetch some first. Mother, I'll go fetch water, Jiang Yume said. She was born in the countryside and knew how to carry a shoulder pole. No, you stay. Your body is still weak. Wait until you're stronger. Mrs. Li carried the shoulder pole to fetch water, making 3 trips to fill the jar. Afterward, she started cooking. Jiang Yume helped light the fire, though she didn't know how to use a flint. Mrs. Li thought she might have forgotten many things because of her illness, so she showed her how to light and tend the fire. When the corn porridge was ready, Mrs. Li covered the pot. I added a couple of handfuls of cornmeal to make it thicker and more filling. Wait until Nyener comes back to eat together. I'm going back now. There's still a big family waiting for me to cook for them. Your father and I haven't been able to get through these days. We also need to prepare some things for your brother. With that, she left quickly. Once the yard was quiet again, Jiang Yume realized she had not only a son but also parents, grandparents, and 2 older brothers. It seemed her parents were quite good. She hadn't expected that in her past life. She was all alone, but now she had so many relatives. That was wonderful. Although her grandparents still didn't want to see her, calling them grandpa and grandma made her feel warm. She decided to be a good daughter to them this life, to make up for her regrets from the past. She also thought about her uncle and aunt, whose presence made her stomach hurt just hearing their names. She wondered if they were as cold and unkind as her relatives in her previous life. She took a deep breath, for her son, and for her family who had been kind to her this life. Jiang Yumei clenched her fist, giving herself courage. She then took the rice pot off the stove and placed the big pot nearby, pouring half a pot of water to boil. She looked through the broken wardrobe in the bedroom and found a set of clean clothes. After washing and changing, she finally felt comfortable. Thinking again, she put the 4 small red sweet potatoes into the dying fire. No matter how thick the corn porridge was, it was still thin and wouldn't fill her up. Feeling full gives you strength. With strength, you can work and earn money. Isn't that right? At noon, when Yenner carried a bundle of firewood on his back and a small basket filled with wild vegetables, he pushed open the door. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth opened wide enough to hold an egg. He struggled to speak clearly. Mother, what are you doing? Could he be imagining things? The yard was now tidy and clean. His mother, bending over, was busy working. Jiang Yumei, who was filling a hole in the yard, straightened up and gave Nienu a big smile. My son is back. I filled in these holes so they look better, and you won't trip and fall when you run around later, she said, setting down her shovel. She reached out to take the firewood from Yenner's back and took his small, empty hand, leading him into the yard. You've worked hard, sit and rest a bit. I'll go get some water for you to wash your hands. Gently, Jiang Yumei helped wash Yenner's small, delicate hands. His hands were tiny, no bigger than chicken claws, with a layer of hard calluses on the palms. It took a while to wash off the dirt and soot. She felt a deep ache in her heart and couldn't help but shed tears. Even she was puzzled. In her previous life, she was emotionally tough and rarely shed tears. But now, this little bundle always made her feel inexplicably sad, and her tears flowed like cheap mountain stream water. Easy to come, easy to go. Was this the original owner's sentimental personality blending with her own? Since opening the yard door, Yenner had been in a daze. He had never seen his mother so refreshed and happy, nor had she ever gently washed his hands like this. The sudden happiness made him feel uneasy. He nervously enjoyed the rare service, and when he saw his mother crying, he quickly helped wipe her tears. Mother, don't cry anymore. It's all my fault. I'm so big now, and I still let you wash my hands. Jiang Yumei smiled through her tears. Mother is happy to help Yenner wash his hands. From now on, I'll do it every day. Good son, I won't let you suffer like this anymore. After washing Yenner's face, Jiang Yumei was surprised to find how beautiful her little boy was. His skin was as white as jade, with thick eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, a straight nose, thin lips with defined edges, and a deep, three-dimensional face shape. She had never seen such a handsome boy in both her lives. Yenner looked nothing like her. Although her current self was also quite good-looking, she had looked at herself in a basin of water during her bath. Small face, small eyes, small nose, small mouth. Together, they formed a delicate, petite appearance. The girl looks like her, but the boy doesn't look much like her. Maybe he resembles his late father. Jiang Yumei was curious about the unfamiliar man for the first time. Seeing her handsome son, she could imagine how charming he would be in 10 years. It turns out my son is still a little handsome guy. She proudly held his face and kissed him hard. Mom, you're making my son feel embarrassed, Yenner said, blushing from the close contact. Silly boy, if I kiss you more in the future, you won't feel shy, she said. Poor little kid, he lacked love. She needed to build a better relationship with him. Yenner felt happy and shy, not knowing what to say. He stood there, confused, watching his mother pour water, set the table, and serve food. When the food was ready, his soul seemed to return. Yenner, feeling so happy he could hardly breathe, looked at the food on the table and gasped. Mom, you baked all 4 sweet potatoes? And the corn pudding is so thick. He pounded his chest in pain and shook his head. If you want to eat baked sweet potatoes, just 2 are enough. Don't make the pudding so thick, just sprinkle some corn flour. If you think it's too thin, I can add some wild vegetables when I come back. Oh, we've used up 2 days' worth of food just for this meal. What are we eating tonight? Tomorrow? Such waste, it's really wasteful. This stingy kid was even more frugal than her in her past life. No, he was more like a miserly old man. At least he never made himself hungry. Men being stingy is disliked in any era. Jiang Yumei didn't want her son to be disliked in the future. She knew she had to find a way to correct his stinginess. Son, tonight we'll eat corn cakes. Before she finished speaking, Nienner lost his temper again.
What?
Eat corn cakes? Then we won't need to eat rice for half a month. What's wrong with Mom? Her illness was cured, but she was so bad at managing daily life. Eating cakes? Nienner stomped his foot and pounded his chest. It seemed the little kid was hungry and scared. Jiang Yumei boldly said, "Don't worry, son. I promise that soon you'll have rice every day. One day, we'll even have eggs and meat. I will work hard, earn money, make sure you're full and warm, and send you to school to get a good job."
Nienner looked at her uncertainly.
Although he didn't speak, his eyes seemed to say, you're lying, I don't believe you." Jiang Yumei helplessly watched her clearly suspicious little kid, repeatedly promising that she would go out to earn money in the afternoon. If she couldn't earn enough, they would have plain soup with wild vegetables and corn porridge for dinner, and only then would Nienner agree to eat. Seeing Nienner with a face like he was constipated while eating, Jiang Yumei thought that children who lack a sense of security sometimes also deserve a little scolding. Jiang Yumei ate her 2 roasted sweet potatoes and a big bowl of corn porridge. She rubbed her stomach and finally felt full, gaining some strength. But Nienner only ate half a roasted sweet potato and half a bowl of porridge before saying he was full. No matter how Jiang Yumei persuaded him, he refused to eat more. "Mom, the remaining half bowl of porridge is enough if we add some wild vegetables and cook it into a thin soup tonight. That 1.5 sweet potatoes can be used to make porridge with some wild vegetables tomorrow morning," he said. Jiang Yumei was speechless and helpless. How could a 5-year-old child resist the most basic need of being full? What kind of life experience could make such a young child do that? The original owner really isn't fit to be a mother. Fortunately, heaven was kind to her, allowing her to become Nienner's mother, Jiang Yumei thought proudly. The first thing a mother should do is make sure her child is fed and warm, then worry about other things. Jiang Yumei decided to go outside in the afternoon to familiarize herself with the environment and find some food. In ancient stories, whether by small river in the woods or on the mountain, food is everywhere. It would be best if she could find some edible treasures that the ignorant ancient people didn't recognize, so she could fill her stomach and earn some silver. After dinner, Jiang Yumei washed the dishes, boiled a large pot of water, and ignored Nienner's strong protests and sad eyes. She forcibly stripped him and threw him into a broken wooden basin for a bath. In her past life, Jiang Yumei had never married, not even had a boyfriend.
Seeing the little boy made her blush.
But then she thought she shouldn't be so lewd. He was only 5 years old, and her son. He shouldn't be categorized with men or other adults. After giving him a bath, she let the clean, fragrant Nienner go to bed. She took their dirty clothes and the torn quilt, grabbed some ashes from outside, and went to wash them, while also observing the terrain. About 100 meters to the right of her house, there was a stream flowing from the mountains behind. The little boy called it Bishui Stream. Li's water carriers used to fetch water from this stream. Before reaching the stream, she could hear the gentle sound of flowing water, and Jiang Yumei felt unexpectedly happy. Jiang Yumei walked around the edge of the yard and discovered that the water resources here were very rich. Small streams and shallow shoals could be seen everywhere, and not far away was a water pond. The ground was covered with small stones and dirt clumps, but the grass was still lush, with a few unknown wildflowers standing proudly. The land was slightly higher here, gradually sloping down and spreading wider. Looking far to the north, there was a large plain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The mountains formed a big U shape, enclosing the plain. Jiang Yumei's home was at the innermost part to the south, about 500 or 600 meters from the nearest 2 courtyards. Her backyard was close to the foot of the mountain, about 200 or 300 meters away. The shallow stream was very clear, with some large dark brown stones exposed on the surface, flat and smooth. Walking over the stones to cross the stream didn't even require getting the shoes wet. Jiang Yumei crossed the shallow water to reach the green stream. The water was bright green and rushing quickly, winding toward the village. The shallow part of the stream was very clear, with small and large pebbles visible at the bottom. Occasionally, tiny fish, about finger-sized, swam past. These fish would be good for making soup, and thinking about the fresh aroma of fish soup made Jiang Yumei drool. She quickly washed her clothes and quilt, then returned home only to find there were no clotheslines in the yard. After searching the house thoroughly, she couldn't find anything suitable to hang clothes on. She had to move the table and chairs outside and drape the clothes and sheets over them. She also found a bamboo basket in the storage room. Although it was more tightly woven than a fish trap, it still had some gaps and could barely be used. She returned to the stream, placed the basket between two big stones, and started chasing small fish into it. After a while, she excitedly lifted the basket, only to find a broken bamboo at the bottom. The rushing water had created a small hole, and the fish escaped through it. She worked hard all day, but couldn't catch even a tiny fish the size of her finger. "Are you kidding me?" Jiang Yumei almost cried. After feeling frustrated for a while, she suddenly became energetic again. She was like a little cockroach that couldn't be killed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved such results in her past life. Small fish could escape, but big fish wouldn't. She looked into the deeper part of the stream from the rocks that were exposed above the water in the shallow area. The water sparkled, lush and vibrant, and occasionally a big fish would glide across the surface. Jiang Yumei guessed that the fish here must be very fat and delicious. Although the original owner had an accident in this stream, she could swim, so even if she fell in, she wouldn't drown. She was determined to get food at all costs. She squatted on a rock near the water's surface, which was the closest to the deep part. Luckily, there was a large half-human-sized stone nearby. She held onto the big stone with one hand and kept a basket in the other, waiting patiently for fish to come. When fish appeared, she used the basket to catch them. The fish here were very clever. She had tried several times, but they kept escaping. Jiang Yumei changed her angle, found the pattern, and quickly and accurately struck. She finally caught a big carp weighing about 3 jin. Excited, Jiang Yumei took the fish home. Little Baozi woke up and saw Jiang Yumei's wet skirt and the fish in the basket. His eyes turned red. "Mom, you went to Bai Shui Creek to catch fish? Do you know that the creek is deep and fast? It could drown someone. Last time, when you fell in, Uncle Zhao, who was passing by, saved you." After speaking, little Baozi pulled on Jiang Yumei's clothes and started crying loudly. Between sobs, he said, "Mom, you can't have another accident. You don't know how scared I was a few days ago. I was so afraid that you would go looking for Dad and never come back. I work so hard every day just so you can live happily." Jiang Yumei's eyes also turned red. Her son's crying felt like sharp needles stabbing her heart. "Don't worry, son. I promise I won't go there to catch fish anymore," she said, pulling him into her arms, wiping his tears, and softly comforting him. "Mom doesn't want to leave you either. You're such a good, capable, and beautiful boy. I want to live a long life, waiting for you to grow up and make me proud." After her repeated promises, little Baozi stopped crying. Jiang Yumei still didn't want to give up on fishing as a source of income. She tentatively asked, "Are there any other shallow spots in these streams where there are fish?" Seeing that her mother was still not convinced, little Baozi felt helpless. He sighed and said, "There are some, but they only have small fish. The biggest are just this big." He spread his small paws and held them apart. "Catching these small fish takes effort, but there's not much meat on them. It's not worth it." Jiang Yumei had to temporarily set aside this idea. She would think about it later. She believed she could find a perfect plan. Living near the forest, and water was very pleasant. Although the afternoon sun was strong, it didn't feel hot. Jiang Yumei cleaned the inside and outside of the house, then sat in the yard. She took out some tough grass she had pulled from the road and braided a few long ropes. Her son was playing with dried herbs and dried gold and silver flowers he had collected. Jiang Yumei was surprised about these items. She wondered where they had come from because she had searched the house thoroughly today and hadn't seen these two things. Nienna proudly kept a secret, saying, "Valuable things should be kept safe. I've been saving this for a month, and it's a shame someone took it." Thinking of the locked box, Jiang Yumei asked where the key was. The little boy smiled slyly and led Jiang Yumei to the kitchen, where he pulled out a key from an empty, junk-filled barrel. Jiang Yumei felt a little excited. The key was hidden so well. The contents of the box must be very interesting. She opened the box, which was large, but only contained a bottom layer. The little boy bent over and reached inside, almost falling headfirst because the box was so deep. He first took out a set of clothes and handed them to Jiang Yumei. The clothes were torn and barely recognizable, but they looked like silk. "This is Dad's clothes," the boy said sadly. "Grandma said Dad fell into the Wildflower Creek on Shieling Mountain while wearing this, and Mother saved him." Jiang Yumei patted his head gently and comforted him. "Son, even though Dad is no longer here, you still have your mother. We will rely on each other and live well." The boy nodded and turned around, sticking out his little bottom again as he pulled out a piece of fine, spring-colored silk and a peach-red silk cloth. These were good fabrics. Jiang Yumei happily opened them, but saw many holes of different sizes. "Oh my goodness, how did this happen?" The boy shook his head regretfully, saying, "Mother used to hold these close every day, saying Dad bought them for you. She didn't want anyone to take them, but somehow mice chewed them up." Jiang Yumei's heart ached painfully. The fabric was ruined and could only be kept for patches. The boy then took out a small bundle wrapped in white cloth. Inside were dozens of copper coins. "Mother, this is all our money. We had 156 coins, but you spent 115 on your illness, so now we have 41 left." There was some savings in the family, even if small. It was better than nothing. Jiang Yumei thought about what she could do with this money as startup capital. The boy seemed to notice Jiang Yumei's calculating look and became very alert. "Mother, you can't think about using this money. It's for emergencies." "All right, I won't touch it." "I won't." Only after Jiang Yumei received the guarantee from her son did she feel relieved. She put away her wallet, pouted her little bottom, and placed it into the box. When she stood up, she was holding a piece of red cloth. She opened the cloth to reveal a jade pendant. "This is also from Dad," she said loudly, thinking of something. "Mother can't have any ideas about it, and don't think about pawning it or anything. It's always upsetting when someone touches on something sensitive. Little kids shouldn't be so direct." Jiang Yumei rolled her eyes and stubbornly said, "You brat, which I saw me having any ideas about it." She quickly snatched the jade pendant. It was oval-shaped, with a clear green color, smooth and warm to the touch. One side had a prominent tiger head pattern, and the other side had the character Lin. She didn't know much about jade, but she knew this was a rare and beautiful piece. Such a good jade shouldn't be pawned. She quickly smiled and said, "Son, this is the keepsake your father left for you. No matter how forgetful I am, I won't it. We should keep it safe and treat it as our family treasure, to pass down to your children and grandchildren." The little boy nodded happily, "Mother's right." But such a precious item was being coveted by others, and they currently had no ability to protect it. "It's just that hiding this treasure here isn't safe. We should find a more secret place." Jiang Yumei looked around, searching for a spot that could serve as a hidden safe. "Mother, the safest place in our house is this box. Lock it up, hide the key somewhere just now, no one can find it. Plus, we can see it when we sleep, so we feel at ease." This was a classic case of not knowing the obvious. The clever little boy was actually quite naive and amusing when pretending to be confused. "Son, thieves don't need a key. They can just pry open the lock." "Oh, right." The boy shrugged his shoulders, then suddenly straightened up, his eyes brightening. "I know where to hide it. Even the mice outside won't find it." He turned around, crawled under the bed, and said, "Mother, there are some holes under the bed. Just bury the jade pendant in one of them." Jiang Yumei looked down and saw 3 holes about 10 centimeters in diameter under the bed. "Did mice dig these holes?" "I don't remember, Mother. Sometimes late at night, there's movement outside our yard. I don't know if it's wild animals or that little rascal Air Guzzi. I was so scared I hid under the bed. I couldn't sleep, so I dug those holes. The little boy spoke calmly, but the sadness behind his words was obvious. Jiang Yumei was moved and shed a tear of sympathy. Guzi, I remember this debt. One day, I will make you regret it so much that you'll be crawling on the ground looking for your teeth. This is indeed a good place to hide treasures. It would be best to have a small box or something to put the jade pendant in before burying it. I don't have a small box, but I do have a small jar, said little Baozi, crawling out of the kitchen with a small jar in hand. Jiang Yumei wrapped the jade pendant and placed it inside. Little Baozi then crawled under the bed, buried the jar in a dirt pit, and patted the top hard. He also covered the other 2 pits, checked that everything looked normal, and then came out. After inspecting their belongings, he continued asking, Son, what about the rent we collected? Did we spend it all? The rent is collected twice a year. The tenants give us money after they harvest rice and rapeseed. We buy coarse rice and cornmeal to save money. Though the past years were hard, we managed to get through until rent time. But this year you got sick twice and we spent all the extra money. What sickness did I have? The original owner was truly a delicate girl with a maid's life, making this already poor family even more difficult. In February this year, you went to Nanling Mountain to find your father. You fell from a cliff and broke your leg. You were in bed for 3 whole months, little Baozi said with a pout, voice choking with emotion. Mother, I couldn't even hold you back that time. I followed behind, but couldn't catch up. I watched helplessly as you climbed the cliff and fell. I was so scared. I was afraid you'd never want me again. Jiang Yumei silently picked up little Baozi, gently patting his trembling back. His small head was buried in her neck, and his tiny hands clung tightly to her neck, as if afraid she would leave him again. At this moment, Jiang Yumei felt nothing but contempt and resentment toward the original owner. This broken family was already heavy enough. The adults, who should have protected them from the wind and rain, not only failed to stand up but also became the heavy stones that crushed the family. They let this small child carry all the burden. It's all my fault. I let my son suffer, Jiang Yumei whispered softly to the sad little Baozi. She secretly vowed to do her best to give him a good life. Thinking of those difficult days, both of them lost their initial excitement. They quietly packed everything into a box and locked it. Of course, Jiang Yumei kept the key, but they agreed that every penny spent would be discussed with little Baozi. In the end, she was just a cashier. Last night I cooked fish. Although I didn't have good seasonings, I only added some salt and pickled vegetable water, yet it was the most delicious fish I've ever tasted in my life. I also used half a bowl of cornmeal left over from noon, paired with wild vegetables, making for a nice dinner. Because Xiao Baozi insisted, the 2 of us only ate half the fish. But seeing Xiao Baozi smile with satisfaction made Jiang Yumei very happy inside. It was getting dark outside. Since there was no kerosene in the house, we couldn't light a lamp. But Jiang Yumei firmly believed that even if we had kerosene, Nyener wouldn't want to light it. While the moon was shining, Jiang Yumei boiled water for a bath. Xiao Baozi didn't understand, Mom. Didn't we already bathe earlier? You need to bathe before bed.
Why?
Because bathing helps you sleep better. But I used to sleep well without bathing before. Once you get used to bathing every day, you won't sleep well without it. Can we not have this habit?
No.
Why not? Xiao Baozi, who was very mature for his age, turned into a little question machine. Mom said if I say no, then it's no. If you don't want to become the old black Baozi, you have to listen to me. After finishing the talk, the mother and son got into bed. They slept peacefully through the night. In the morning, Jiang Yumei was woken up by the chirping of birds. When she first woke, she felt a bit dazed. When did the city have so many birds, and why were they singing so melodiously? She looked at the simple home and chuckled to herself. She had already traveled to a different world, to the great Kong dynasty she had never heard of before. Xiao Baozi was still sleeping. Jiang Yumei quietly put on her clothes and stepped outside. She washed her face, used a willow branch to clean her teeth, and looked around. There was only a little salt left at home, but she didn't want to use it. She needed to quickly do some market research. No matter what method, she had to find a way to earn some money first. She steamed the remaining 1.5 sweet potatoes from yesterday and washed some wild vegetables. These were not enough to eat. Nyener was still growing, especially today he had to go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables and gather firewood. She also needed to go out and look around. The backyard had to be cleaned up quickly. Both of them needed to do physical work, so they couldn't afford to go hungry. The half-fish was kept for lunch. One reason was that Jiang Yumei wasn't used to eating meat in the morning, and the other was that she needed to eat something good at noon to stave off hunger. Thinking of this, Jiang Yumei grabbed 2 handfuls of cornmeal from the flour jar and sprinkled them into the pot. When she heard Nyener wake up, she looked into the pot and felt a little guilty. That mischievous boy was stingy, but had a bit of presence. She led Nyener to wash his face and rinse his mouth, then served breakfast. As expected, little Baozi was stomping his feet and hanging his head as if the family was about to be taken over. After sending little Baozi out, Jiang Yumei went to the backyard to pull weeds. She worked all morning and only finished half. At noon, little Baozi happily took out 2 duck eggs and a few dried mushrooms from his small basket. "Mother, I met Uncle Third today. He gave me 2 duck eggs and said that everyone is busy helping him make shoes and clothes. When he has free time, he will come to see you. He heard you're better and is very happy." Thinking of that brother she had never met, Jiang Yumei felt helpless. In ancient times, war meant that 1 in 10 times they might not return. Little Baozi laid the dried mushrooms in the yard to dry and took the duck eggs into the kitchen, placing them in a small jar. "Mother, I want to take these 2 duck eggs to the town to sell. We're almost out of salt, and we need to save money to buy some." Little Baozi's words made Jiang Yumei feel speechless. Was her mother so greedy? Lunch was still wild vegetable and corn porridge, plus the half-fish left from last night. Days without vegetables are hard. The vegetable basket project must be sped up. Once I finish pulling weeds in the backyard, I will turn the soil and plant some vegetables. I'll plant whatever vegetables my son likes. Nyener's face turned red with excitement. "Mother, we can also grow vegetables? That's great. I need to sell the silver and dried mushrooms I've saved and pick some wild fruits to sell. We should buy more seeds. If we grow vegetables and sell them in the town, it will bring in money." Jiang Yumei's smile froze on her face. Her original reason for planting vegetables was for her own family's food. Why did her little child always think about exchanging things for money? She thought it was because they had lived in poverty for so long and lacked security. Jiang Yumei angrily ate her wild vegetable and corn porridge. When her mother had money in the future, she would make her son play with silver as if it were stones. In the afternoon, after little Baozi woke up, Jiang Yumei asked him to take her around to look for business opportunities. She used an excuse. Mother might be sick for a long time, so she doesn't remember many things anymore. She can't even find her way home. "Yes, Mother. I used to get lost when I went out. Later, I couldn't go out to do things, so I locked Mother at home. But, Mother, a few times you even tried to climb the ladder and run away, making me search everywhere for you. A few days ago, you climbed the ladder and ran out, and Dogo chased you into the Bihu stream," little Baozi said while shaking his head, as if he were a helpless teacher dealing with a naughty student. Jiang Yumei blushed with guilt. Although it was her embarrassing mistake, little Baozi was scolding her. Mother was sick before, so she didn't know what she was doing. Now everything is fine, and I will never do those things again. That's good. As they walked out of the courtyard, Nyener pointed to the distant Clearwater Creek and said, "Our home is in Xia village. Beyond the creek is Dongha village. The water is so deep. How can we cross? Right now is summer. The water flows fast and high. To reach Dongling village, we have to cross the stone arch bridge in the village. In winter, when the water is shallow, we can step across the big stones." Xiao Baozi gestured, indicating the place where Jiang Yumei fished in the morning, with a few big trees, many stones, and a narrower riverbank. The two headed west. Xiao Baozi did a good job as a guide. With his explanation, Jiang Yumei roughly understood the area's geography. These rolling mountains are called Lingshan, and it is said that the goddess Niwa once cultivated here in ancient times. Lingshan is divided into East Lingshan, West Lingshan, and South Lingshan based on direction. From South Lingshan flows the Clearwater Creek, which joins several streams like Huashui Creek and Lingshui Creek coming from West and East Lingshan, forming a small river called Qingshui River. On the west side of the river is Shihe Village, and on the east side is Donghe Village. A stone arch bridge connects the two villages. Behind Shihe Village is West Lingshan. It is lower and gentler, with dense forests. People often go there to chop wood and gather wild goods. Because many people visit, there aren't many big game animals, but with luck, you might encounter rabbits or wild chickens. Deeper in the mountain, there are wild boars, black bears, and deer. Hunters prefer to go deep into West Lingshan for hunting. A few years ago, a bear that caused trouble for crops ran out from this mountain. Behind Dongling Village is East Lingshan. It is tall and beautiful, with strange rocks and many pine trees. The trees are not tall or dense, so there aren't many large wild animals. Every spring and summer, large fields of azaleas bloom across the mountain. Many young ladies and young masters from wealthy families nearby come here to enjoy the scenery. Especially on the northern of East Lingshan, there is a famous temple called Lingji Temple. It is busy with incense offerings all day long. Even wealthy families from the county, prefecture, and province come to burn incense and make wishes. During the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, many visitors gather, turning the temple area into a lively market. In a previous life, East Lingshan was known as a famous tourist attraction. On the northern foot of Dongling Mountain, there is a stone brick road that leads straight to Lingji Temple. After leaving the entrance of Donghe Village, walk along the official road for about 15 minutes, and you'll reach this road. It only takes another half an hour to get to Lingji Temple, so families in nearby villages who are a bit clever can manage their lives. Relying on the fame of Lingji Temple to make money is not easy, but earning some small amounts is still possible. Behind her house is South Ling Mountain, which is very steep and deep. No one knows exactly what's inside. The shallow parts are full of tall trees that block the sun and clouds. Legend says that deep inside, large wild animals gather in groups, and hunters who go in rarely come out. Only a few strong men, traveling together, dare to explore the shallow areas to hunt animals. Jiang Yomei's husband's father, Lin Dalong, was eaten by a pack of wolves in South Ling Mountain. Since then, even hunters and strong men no longer go inside. The three mountains are connected but somewhat separate, giving birth to the villagers here for generations. Xiao Baozi was talking animatedly about the stories of these mountains, waters, and villages. His small mouth moved as he spoke, vivid and clear. Jiang Yumei's mind drifted away a little. This kid is definitely a genius, like a top student from a prestigious university in her previous life. Mom, what are you thinking? Didn't you hear me talking? Xiao Baozi looked hurt. Of course I'm listening. I'm so happy. My little one is very smart. He knows so much at such a young age. Jiang Yumei praised sincerely. Yes, my grandpa and third uncle also praise me like that. They say I remember everything after just one explanation. Even if I teach fourth and fifth uncles 10 times, they won't remember. And Uncle Zhao also praises me. He says Sanjuzi is only 1 year older than me, and he can only count on his fingers. When I add my toes, I can't count beyond that. I could count to 100 a long time ago, Xiao Baozi said proudly. My son is really capable. Children love to be praised. But who is Uncle Zhao? Xiao Baozi seems to like him very much. Xiao Baozi led Jiang Yumei across a wasteland, past the 2 closest courtyards to their home, over a small low hill. Ahead, there was a terraced field with corn, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, winter melons, and other vegetables. The corn was already quite big, and it wouldn't be long before it was ripe. Jiang Yumei asked where their 5 acres of land was. Xiao Baozi said their family's land was a rice in the northern part of the village. There, large fields were planted with rice, mostly owned by landlord Zhao. Oh, so you and your mom went out for a walk, said a woman in her 50s who was washing clothes, straightening up. Yes, Grandma Zhao. My mother has recovered. I am taking her around to see the sights. Xiao Baozi held Jiang Yumei's hand and loudly announced the good news. Maisie is better? That's great. That's great. Maisie, you should relax your mind more. With such a good son, life will get better. The woman looked kind and friendly, making people feel good about her. Jiang Yumei didn't know her well and wondered whether to call her Grandma Zhao or something else. Before she could speak, Xiao Baozi said, Grandma Zhao, my mother's illness is better, but she can't remember many things. Please be patient with her. We're just taking her to recognize the way and the people so she might remember some things. Oh, poor child. All right, go ahead and look around. When you have free time, come visit Grandma Zhao. San Juzi was just talking about you this morning. He left you 2 pieces of pine nut candy from the county. Okay, tell him I miss him too. When he's not in school, I'll take him to the mountains to gather firewood and pick wild fruits. After walking quietly for a while, Xiao Baozi softly said, Sanjuzi went to private school last month. His eyes looked a bit darker, and his voice sounded full of envy. When we have enough money, I'll send you to school too, Jiang Yumei said, squeezing his thin little arm. Xiao Baozi sighed without much comment. As they reached the small, winding paths of Shihe village, they saw many people busy working in the fields. Xiao Baozi's mood improved.
Unklali, bushi.
Your crops look really good. My mother is better, and I'm taking her around to see things. Oh, congratulations to you. Grandpa Wang, you still look strong. My mother is better, and I'm taking her to look around.
Good.
Now that your mother is better, you won't have to suffer anymore. Yes, my mother cooked me some food and washed my clothes. Niana, you look so handsome today. Where are you taking your mother? Aunt Wang, my mother is better now. She bathed me and washed my clothes. She hasn't been into the village for a long time. I'm bringing her out to see things. Nianer, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Come here.
I have a piece of candy that my second son bought from town. Take it and eat, it's very sweet. Grandma's son, thank you. Please save that candy for Brother Liangzi. This noon, my mother cooked me fish, and I ate so much I'm full. My mother is better, and the fish she cooked smells so good. Maisie, remember to think more openly in the future. Trusting that clever Nianer will help you get through the tough times. I don't know if it's because little Baozi has excellent diplomatic skills or because he has a kind heart, but almost everyone likes him along the way. He greets people warmly and politely, chatting about the weather, life, or health. No matter if they are men, women, young, or old, they can find common topics to talk about. He formally and grandly introduces Jiang Yumei, making her feel quite embarrassed, as if she were a pet dog. But seeing little Baozi happy and proud, acting so boastfully, Jiang Yumei can only grit her teeth and go along with him. The two work well together, he explains, and she strikes a pose. Actually, Jiang Yumei's heart is almost pounding with anxiety. The sun is already setting, and they still haven't found food. She doesn't want to keep eating plain soup with wild vegetables and corn mash tonight. After walking for a while, they come to a small stream winding down from the mountain. This stream is much smaller than Bishui Creek. The water babbles happily and beautifully, with green grass on both sides and wildflowers everywhere. Mom, this is Flower Water Creek, she says. They cross over the rocks spanning the stream and follow the water upstream. Miss May, your illness is really gone. That's wonderful. I didn't want to believe it when Zhaozi told me yesterday. A girl around 14 or 15 catches up, smiling happily. She has a round face with big, dark eyes that bend like crescent moons when she smiles. She looks very pretty. Her light blue dress is almost new and without patches, so her family must be fairly well off. Jiang Yumei doesn't recognize her, so she just smiles and responds softly, yes, I'm better now. Hee. Aunt Lon, my mom's illness is gone, but she can't remember many things. Nianer chimes in as a guide. Don't you remember me either?
I'm Lonad. How can you forget me?
I used to love following you up the mountain to pick more mushrooms and dig bamboo shoots. I learned many embroidery skills from you. Loner gestures animatedly, trying to jog Jiang Yumei's memory. Jiang Yumei stares blankly at her, then pulls a small pouch from her waist, and waves it in front of her. Look at these plum blossoms. You taught me to embroider these. Jiang Yumei chuckles foolishly, thinking it's strange that she can still remember her. Listening to Lanner's heartfelt memories of their past friendship, Jiang Yumei feels somewhat touched. Nienna repeatedly promises to remind her mother to think hard and remember their shared past. Only then does she let go of the adorable little chatterbox. They pass through terraced fields into a winding path, shaded by dense trees. The stream babbles nearby, and the coolness is quite pleasant. On the road, as long as there are light, dry tree branches, Sun would take a rope to tie them up and carry them on his back. Jiang Yumei wanted to help him, but he wouldn't let her. No need, Sun, I can carry it. They walked for a while, but Jiang Yumei didn't see any bamboo shoots, dried mushrooms, pine nuts, persimmons, walnuts, honeysuckle, or medicinal herbs. She didn't see ginseng or gastrodia either. This didn't seem right. Wasn't she the main character? After Jiang Yumei voiced her doubts, the little boy looked at her with disdain. Mom, good things like dried mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms are not just lying around waiting for us to pick. After a rain, people from nearby villages come up the mountain to gather them. Even if there are some leftovers, they're gone quickly, picked up by woodcutters, wild vegetable harvesters, or pig grass cutters. I found a few dried mushrooms when I collected firewood this morning. Don't you know early birds get the worms? Now the sun is setting, so there won't be any good stuff left. He paused, then warned her seriously, Mom, don't even think about those dried mushrooms. They're meant to be dried and sold. Besides, it's not the season for bamboo shoots now. I can only dig some for you next spring. We don't have pine nuts here. They come from the north. The persimmons aren't ripe enough to pick yet. There are some honeysuckle flowers, and I pick them whenever I see them. I can gather about 1 pound in a month. But soon, wild grapes and mulberries will be ripe. I'll go up the mountain to pick them. I can give you a couple, but the rest I need to take to Lingji Temple to sell. The young ladies from wealthy families love these wild fruits. We don't have much savings left, so we need to save some. The little kid kept talking nonstop. Jiang Yumei felt her face turn red, and she was increasingly embarrassed. She realized she had nothing to say in reply. Thinking about it, ancient people had depended on nature for thousands of years. They suffered from natural disasters and relied on nature to survive. They probably understood nature better than modern people surrounded by steel and concrete. Forget it, she thought. She'd give up on natural methods and focus on skills instead. Son, let's sell some stuff and buy pork offal to satisfy our cravings, she said. Many stories about crossing time mention that ancient people didn't eat pork offal because they thought it was smelly. Oh, Mom, what are you thinking? Pork offal is expensive. We can only buy some during the new year to enjoy. It's not a festival now, so why buy such food? The little boy raised his voice and looked unhappy. We haven't even earned enough from selling wild fruits, and now you're thinking of spending it all. Isn't pig offal hard to wash? Doesn't everyone find it smelly? Jiang smiled foolishly, surprised that it was different from what she imagined. Not hard to wash. Just grab some cornmeal, scrub it vigorously, then soak it in water and rinse several times. It's clean and smells good when cooked. Sure, there might be some pig waste on it, but just wipe it off, and it's still delicious, little Baozi said, licking his lips happily. Well, even the simplest skills seem to be giving up on. As the sun sets, they start heading back. Jiang Yumei's confidence from earlier has faded into deep disappointment. Looking at the few wild scallions and a small bunch of shepherd's purse in her hand, she realizes they can only have clear vegetable corn porridge tonight, maybe just adding some scallions for flavor. What should they do in the future? Living in ancient times is far more difficult than she thought. From the hilltop, she looked down at the terraced fields, lush and green. Small paths crisscrossed the farmland, with streams and shallow pools running through. Farmhouses, some surrounded by walls, others by fences, some traditional courtyard homes, some thatched cottages, were hidden among bamboo groves. In the middle of the village, a small river curved away into the distance, with a few boats gently rocking on the water. Many rooftops were emitting curling smoke, and villagers, tired from a day's work, carried hoes or baskets and headed home. Groups of ducks waddled ashore, following children's herding, returning home in neat lines. It was quiet and beautiful here, like a peaceful paradise in Tao Yuanming's writings. Back home, Jiang Yumei started cooking the wild vegetable corn porridge, while Niena helped light the fire. Mom, actually the wild vegetable corn porridge is pretty tasty. Sometimes we couldn't even have this before, Niena said, noticing her mother's mood was low. She felt a little guilty for hesitating to give up the duck eggs after much internal struggle. There are several wild fruits on Dongling Mountain that should be ripe soon. Maybe tomorrow I'll go up and pick some. When they're ready, we can sell a few and buy some pig bones and big carrots to make soup. Seeing the cautious little Baozi, Jiang Yumei's heart softened, feeling so tender, she almost shed tears. She felt ashamed for not having a child to share her happiness. She had studied at university for over 10 years, and the knowledge and wisdom she gained were from thousands of years of human civilization. The natural environment and transportation here seemed good, so there was no reason she should feel inferior to a 5-year-old child. As long as you don't dismiss the wisdom of our ancestors and you make the most of your strengths, working a bit harder, you can at least manage to get by without becoming rich. Son, I am very happy that you are so obedient. But you're still so young. Providing for ourselves is something adults need to worry about. My health has just recovered, and seeing you work so hard makes me a little anxious. These days, I will listen to you, be frugal, think more, look around, and find a way to earn some money. The words I said before, about letting you eat well, wear warm clothes, and go to school, are not just empty talk. I will definitely do it. The night sky is deep and vast, with stars surrounding a bright moon, quietly shining down on the earth. Jiang Yumei sits on a small stool in front of her door, staring at the sky in a daze. She remembers a line from a song in her past life. Stars twinkle in the sky. Children on the ground miss their mother. A singer sings in front, while a group of innocent children dance behind. But right now, the child in front of her is not innocent or playful. He is frowning deeply, writing something on the ground. His serious expression is very different from his young age. This is a child who has been shaped by a hard life. He doesn't have the time or mood to watch the stars twinkle. His whole mind is filled with how to survive with his mother. She is no longer the nearly naive mother she used to be. She cannot bear to let his fragile shoulders carry such heavy burdens, nor can she bear to see him grow so serious and mature. She wishes he could be like other children, innocent and carefree, watching the stars, sitting on the ground, thinking of his mother. Jiang Yumei desperately hopes to find her first bit of money to give this child a better life, to help the family escape poverty sooner. Her luck isn't good. She didn't arrive in a fantasy world where everyone is naive and innocent. In this world, people have explored and mastered what nature has given them. Her only skill is technology. She plans to use her expertise carefully here, enough to blend in without being seen as different. She isn't a graduate from a farming university, nor born into a medical family, nor a special forces soldier. She studied design in college, with painting as her specialty. But this family doesn't even have paper to draw on. Plus, whether her style will be accepted is still uncertain. In her past life, painting was also an expensive hobby. To pass her professional courses, her grandparents worked hard to send her to art school in the city, and she had to take exams everywhere. Fortunately, she studied diligently and showed talent, finally fulfilling her dream of entering a prestigious university. After her grandparents passed away, she often regretted choosing her major based on her personal interests. If she had considered her family's financial situation and chosen a different field, her grandparents wouldn't have suffered so much. In this way, she sees herself as a selfish and self-centered person. She wishes she had studied at a farming university. Not only would she have saved money in her previous life, but she could also have used her knowledge to become a big landowner. With experience from future generations, she could achieve high yields, if not 1,000 jin per mu, then at least 500 or 600 jin. That would be considered a farming revolution in this era. Thinking more carefully, her major isn't a popular choice among time-traveling women, but it's better than those studying English or computer science. At least she can do some crafts and has a decent sense of aesthetics. When she thought about crafts, she suddenly brightened. She can design small accessories, make clothes, do cross-stitch, and maybe even draw patterns. She plans to visit the town to see if she can sell some handmade items and earn a little money. It would be great if she had good fabric. Making a set of clothes that match this era's style could definitely sell well. Every woman in every era loves beauty. Unfortunately, the fabric at home has been chewed up by mice. Sai, the original owner, was really wasteful. Thinking about those 2 pieces of torn fabric, Jiang Yumei felt heartache for a long time. Suddenly, she had an idea. If she can't make clothes, she can make other things like small bags, fabric art pictures, dolls, or hair accessories. Jiang Yumei was excited because she knew how to make all these. She opened the box and took out the 2 pieces of fabric. After measuring and fitting them together, she could make a few small bags and hair accessories, though the colors were a bit plain. At this moment, little Baozi had finished writing large characters and was repairing a broken basket with willow branches. His eyebrows slightly raised, lips pressed tightly, and his handsome face was full of concentration. "My son will grow up and probably make many girls sad," Jiang Yumei said with a chuckle. Faced with his mother's teasing, little Baozi felt helpless. "There's no way my mother would praise her son so much. If others hear, they'll laugh at us." "Son, I want to talk to you about something," Jiang Yumei said, bringing a small stool next to him and sitting close. "I've thought of a good way to make money, but..." Haha, she gave him a knowing look. Seeing his mother's flirtatious expression, little Baozi's eyelids twitched. He felt it wouldn't be a good thing. "Apart from our little family savings, everything else is negotiable." That rascal, his mother was just thinking about that little bit of savings. "A few days from now is the 15th, right? I want to make some handmade crafts to sell at Lingji Temple, but I still need some embroidery thread. Can you give me some silver to buy the thread? My daughter promises that her handmade crafts will be unique and sure to sell well." Little Baozi gets anxious when he hears about money. "Mom, I told you we only have this much left. It's for emergencies. Didn't you promise not to hit him?" Not wanting to upset her too much, he quickly adds, "At worst, I'll pick more fruit, sell it, and use the money to buy thread." Waiting to sell fruit and save enough money for embroidery thread might take until the flowers have withered. Besides, Mom is eager to earn money, but doesn't want you to work too hard. Such an ungrateful little boy. Jiang Yumei secretly curses inwardly, but smiles brightly outwardly. "Son, money invested can grow, but money kept in a box just rusts." "Mom, you're joking. Money isn't an old sow that can have piglets," little Baozi sneers at Jiang Yumei. "Money really can have piglets or lay golden eggs." Jiang Yumei begins explaining investment and finance to little Baozi, talking until the basket is full. Then they wash up, go to bed, and the moon is high. Jiang Yumei is already parched, and little Baozi reluctantly agrees to take out 20 coins to buy thread. The next day, little Baozi goes to Jiang Yoshu's small grocery shop at the entrance of Shiha village and buys rusty thread. He happily reports, "Big uncle sold me at cost price. He said it was embarrassing to profit from his nephew, and even gave me 2 needles as a gift." Seeing this colorful thread, Jiang Yumei thinks it's worth it. She realizes her eldest cousin isn't as selfish or mean as her mother. After little Baozi leaves, Jiang Yumei begins working in the yard. She first sketches the pattern roughly on the ground, then starts cutting. The small purse she makes is similar to traditional ancient coin pouches, but her design is more modern and 3-dimensional, making it eye-catching. She cuts 5 purses and matches the patterns with embroidery threads. The purses resemble modern oval handbags, with cartoon pig faces as the design, made from fabric cutouts sewn together, not rusted. To add dimension, she shreds a tiny, worn-out piece of clothing for padding and wraps thin willow branches in cloth to reinforce the edges of the purse. Thin bamboo strips would be better, but Jiang Yumei isn't strong enough to cut bamboo. The pig's nose protrudes, and the 2 big, chubby ears are fixed on one side, with the other side hanging outside. A small bow is sewn at the base of each ear. Although the finished products aren't ready yet, Jiang Yumei already feels excited imagining how charming these purses will be. Jiang Yumei knew that in ancient times there were no patents. clever and skilled people could easily imitate others' work, often creating better designs than the original. She wouldn't foolishly make samples for others to copy. So, the few clutch bag styles she made were identical, with only slight differences in color combinations and details. In the future, when she had more money, she planned to buy more fabric and produce only one style at a time, which could help her earn more. Modern handbags, crossbody bags, and backpacks are constantly changing, enough for her to make for a long time. She cut the leftover fabric into 15 large flowers and 30 small ones. These flowers weren't traditional. She added modern elements like simple edging, bows, tassels, and so on. She also kept tiny scraps of fabric, turning them into small buds sewn onto tiny loops, which she strung into bracelets. By nightfall, she finished a clutch bag, a large flower, 5 small flowers, and a bracelet. For lunch and dinner, they ate wild vegetables and corn porridge. But since she thought these handmade items could sell well, she cooked a duck egg with wild garlic for dinner. When little Bowsy saw the finished products, he didn't complain about losing a duck egg. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mom, I've never seen such beautiful coin purses and headpieces. We'll make a good profit this time." The moonlight was bright that night. Jiang Yumei sat under the moon, using embroidery thread to make small loops. Little Bowsy washed some unripe mulberries and fed them to Jiang Yumei. Their happy laughter and whispers made the quiet night even more warm and lovely. Life had hope now, and they felt much more relaxed. The next day, little Bowsy didn't go out. He helped make small loops with embroidery thread for flower centers. The two of them worked under the willow shade all morning and finished the large flowers they cut out yesterday, along with 2 handbags. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to cook dinner, she heard a knock. Since visitors rarely came to their home, little Bowsy happily ran to open the door. "Third uncle, Mom, third uncle is here," he cheerfully called out. A teenage boy entered the yard, holding a basket covered with cloth in one hand and leading a girl named Nian with the other. The boy was about 15 or 16, a bit thin, not very tall, probably around 1.6 meters. He had a handsome face, white teeth, red lips, and a bright smile showing 2 small tiger teeth. He was a typical single-eyelid handsome boy. "Older sister, you look much better," the boy said with a smile. "Yuzi," Jiang Yumei recognized her famous third younger brother. "Are you free today? Come, sit quickly. My parents asked me to bring some brown rice and vegetables for you." Jiang Yu lifted the cloth cover, revealing a small bag of brown rice, 2 cucumbers, a bunch of sweet potato vines, and 4 eggs. "Bringing us so much, the eldest aunt will scold again, and our grandparents won't be happy either. Finally, I can change my taste." Jiang Yumei was a bit excited, but thinking that my younger brother is going to fight in the north, and I don't know if he will come back, I felt a little sad. The eldest aunt has gone back to her parents' house. The eggs were also given by our grandmother. Actually, our father and mother are worried about you. Jiang Yu also admired the handmade items on the table, such delicate pouches and hairpins. "Sister is so clever. I remember in the past, the embroidered pouches and woven items you made sold for more than others, by half a penny. I'm planning to take these to Lingji Temple to sell. These things will surely sell well. With the money earned, your life will get better. Once you earn some money, I'll let Nyener go to school. Nyener is much smarter than us, and even second brother isn't as clever as him. He will definitely achieve great things in the future." Then he took out 2 books from his pocket for little Bowsy. This is the 100 Family Surnames and the 3-Character Classic.
"If you don't understand, ask Grandpa."
Later, when your second uncle recovers, ask him. He knows more than I do, and your grandpa. We also have some other books, ink, brushes, and paper stored in a small box. When Grandpa brings them to you someday, you must study hard. Your mother is counting on you. Uncle, I will study hard. I've been reading the 1,000-character classic whenever I have time, and I remember the characters you taught me. When I have free time, I even write on the ground with a stick." Little Bowsy nodded heavily. Jiang Yu looked up at Jiang Yumei. "Sister, I used to work so hard just to pass the imperial exams quickly, so our grandparents, parents, brother, and sister could live a good life. I especially wanted to cure your illness. I always remember how beautiful and handsome you used to be, but these past few years, life has been like this. His mood sank. Sorry, I haven't done enough. But in the army, I will try to make achievements. If I earn military merits, I can also become an official and have a future. Jiang Yumei's nose felt sour and itchy. Son, I don't want you to earn merits or become an official. I just hope you come back alive, okay? Life is everything. Don't try to be a hero or seek fame and fortune. Life is the most important thing. If you can hide away, do so. It's best to be a clerk or soldier's bodyguard. Even if you can't get those positions, at least be a squad leader. After listening to her sister, Jiang smiled again, with two dimples appearing on the corners of his mouth, just like Jiang Yumei. Okay, I remember what you said, sister. Nienner brought a bowl of water made from wild berries to Uncle. The water was cold and sour, quenching thirst and cooling off heat. Third uncle, this is made by my mother. It's very tasty. I drank a bowl after coming back from the mountain. It feels so comfortable, like living in a fairy tale. Jiang Yu took a big sip and said, yes, it's really good. Nienner, now that you have your mother's love, are you very happy? Nienner nodded heavily, yes, I am very happy every day. Now I don't have to go hungry, and I wear clean clothes. I don't feel scared when I sleep at night. Jiang Yu picked up Nienner and sat him on his lap, still mumbling. The new soldiers like them will leave early tomorrow morning. They need to gather outside Jinzhou City for 2 months of training before heading north. They say a general named Fan is in charge of them. The family has already prepared over a dozen pairs of shoes and several sets of clothes for him. The padded jacket and trousers are not finished yet. Once done, they will find someone from Jinzhou to deliver them. Before leaving, he took a small pouch from his pocket. This is the money I saved at school. I want to buy some food for Nienner. He's too thin. Silly little brother. You need money for military expenses. Now we've found a way to earn money, and life is still okay. Jiang Yumei wouldn't take this money, no matter how greedy she was. Even the little money-loving Nienner refused. Third uncle, you should keep this money to show respect to your officers or buy some food for your friends. You should also be sweet like Nienner and smile at everyone. That way, your life will be better. Jiang Yumei handed him a handmade purse. Whenever you see this purse, you'll think of sister. Remember, we're all waiting for you at home. Seeing Jiang Yu's figure getting smaller in the sunset, Jiang Yumei felt very sad. Such a thin high school student was about to go to war. Historically, how many soldiers returned from battles? The eldest Anne didn't want her son to join the army, which everyone could understand. But stopping him from selling land to exchange for silver was too terrible. That night, their dinner was a bit richer, with simple rice, fried sweet potato vines, and a chicken-egg soup, but the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Throughout the night, Xiao Baozi kept asking the same questions repeatedly. Will third uncle die in the war? Will he never come back like dad? Brother Liangzi said the northern Tatars are more ferocious and numerous than wolves. Dad is so brave, but couldn't defeat wolves. Doesn't that mean third uncle can't defeat so many Tatars? Jiang Yumei found it hard to answer. She could only hold him all night, comforting him without doing anything else. Little Baozi clung tightly to his mother's neck, looking very fragile. Maybe he felt the pain of losing loved ones more deeply. The next day, the mother and son didn't dare go to Zhang's house to see the farewell. Instead, they stood on a small hill, watching from afar as dozens of strong men from the village, accompanied by relatives and friends, gathered in the county. The mourners' cries were loud and full of grief. No one knew how many of those leaving the village would return. Jiang Yumei and her son also cried sadly, but she silently shed tears, while little Baozi opened his mouth wide and cried loudly. On the evening of the 14th, the mother and son laid out their recent work on the table to discuss prices. They disagreed about the prices for flowers and bracelets, but eventually agreed. Big flowers cost 30 coins, small flowers 20 coins, and bracelets 15 coins. Although little Baozi kept muttering that a bracelet was worth a gene of pig offal and worried no one would buy it, he still reluctantly accepted the prices. However, there was a big disagreement about the price of the purse. Jiang Yumei wanted to sell it for 2 taels of silver, but little Baozi's eyes widened like a cow's. 2 taels of silver? Why bother with a purse? We might as well just it. Is it that expensive? Why do you look so surprised? Jiang Yumei was annoyed by his expression. Am I exaggerating? It's the price you set. A pig that's been raised for a year is worth about that much. Can one purse match a big, fat pig? Little Baozi thought about the 2 fat pigs at the Three Pillars family's farm that he had been longing for. Their round bodies and grunting sounds made him nostalgic. Although Uncle Zhao always invited him to eat pig slaughter dishes and gave him a small piece of meat, he couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if that big pig belonged to his family. Now, his mother was talking about selling a small purse for 2 taels of silver. That's the price of a big, fat pig. How would it feel to hit a big yellow ox with a small shovel? That's exactly how he felt. At this moment, Jiang Yumei was also annoyed by little Baozi's words. She was angry that her art was being compared to pigs and offal. That mischievous kid really deserved a scolding. It seemed that good manners and high-class taste couldn't be learned overnight. While muttering to herself, Jiang Yumei patiently tried to explain to little Baozi that it wasn't right to compare things like that. Silly son, you can't compare like that. Every family raises pigs. It's not about skills or craftsmanship, but about the value of the pig. My daughter's clutch bag is different. It is a unique piece from the Dakong dynasty, one of a kind. The mother set the price at 2 taels of silver based on good reasons. 1 tael for creativity, half a tael for design, and the remaining half for craftsmanship, fabric, and thread. Also, this clutch isn't meant for the people of Qingshui town but for wealthy visitors from afar. And it's not a coin purse but a clutch bag, so don't call it something else. Then, she gave him a lesson on how to analyze the target audience. In the end, Jiang Yumei ignored Xiao Baozi's unhappy face and made a decision. It's settled. We will make adjustments tomorrow based on the situation. The fact that powerful officials always have the final say is a truth that remains forever, whether in ancient or modern times. Of course, before going to sleep, Jiang Yumei also assigned some tasks for Xiao Baozi for the next day. She explained once, and Xiao Baozi could repeat it properly. A leader who has capable subordinates and doesn't worry about threats to their position is truly a worry-free and reassuring boss. At dawn on the 15th day, Jiang Yumei left with her package on her back, carrying a basket, while Xiao Baozi held a small basket and followed. On the way, a few people headed to Lingji Temple. The villagers greeted them, and after Jiang Yumei recovered from her illness and memory loss, news about her spread through the village. People looked at her with curiosity. In her past life, Jiang Yumei was not good at socializing, except with her superiors or clients. She rarely talked to others. So, she mostly just smiled and let Xiao Baozi handle the socializing and relationship building. Nianer, you're up early too. Are you going with your mother today? I'm going to sell some pancakes. I'll buy you one. A woman about Li's age greeted Xiao Baozi. Hong Grandma, thank you. My mother is feeling better now. She cooked breakfast for me today, Xiao Baozi replied. Maisie, do you remember me? I'm Aunt Hong, living next to your mother's house, said a woman. Seeing Jiang Yumei smile and shake her head, she added, It's okay, if you don't remember. It's enough that you know now. Aunt Fong Fong, you look very pretty today. Are you going to sell embroidered handkerchiefs again? Xiao Baozi asked a girl about 11 or 12 years old standing next to Aunt Hong. The girl pouted and smiled. Little troublemaker, your mouth is as sweet as honey. Nian Xiao, don't walk alone in front of the temple later. I heard there are many pickpockets now. A child was even stolen in the town the other day, warned an old man in his 60s, carrying several bamboo baskets. It seemed he had seen the area behind Shilling Village a few days ago. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. My mother and I will go together. We won't walk alone. A man carrying many baskets, who was helping Old Man Wang, said, Brother Wang, your woven bamboo baskets are tight and strong. They will sell well. Oh, I hope so. Are you going to sell wild fruits? Can you carry them? Maybe I can help you. Thanks, Old Man Wang. I can carry these myself. Old Man Wang then smiled foolishly at Jiang Yumei and said, Maisie, can you still carry? Maybe I can help you. Jiang Yumei smiled back and said, Thank you, Brother Wang. I can carry it. Humph, still the same old habits. You just got better from your illness, and now you're eager to find a man again. A woman with triangular eyes and patched, dirty clothes scolded from beside. Jiang Yumei was confused. Who was this person? Did the original owner offend her? Why was she talking so unkindly? Dog's mother, speak with some kindness. When Lin Dolly was young, he also helped the dog's father, and Hong scolded. You're really getting worse, always cursing at home. Why doesn't the dog's father stop you? Letting you run around shouting. Old Man Wang glared and scolded. Old Man Wang also turned red with anger, glared fiercely at the dog's mother, and then strode forward with Old Man Wang. Did I say something wrong? When she was young, she was flirting with strangers and was chased out of the house. Now her husband is dead, and she's out looking for a man again. Little Baozi's face turned pale with anger. He bent down, picked up a stone, and shouted at the dog's mother. Don't curse my mother.
What?
You dare hit me? Son, what's the use of arguing with her? If a dog bites you, can you go bite it back? Remember, only talk to people. Dogs don't understand, so it's a waste of effort. Jiang Yumei said, furious inside but pretending to be calm. Mother, I understand. We don't talk to dogs, so they only talk to their own kind at home. Nianer, also a little schemer. Fong Fong chuckled and burst out laughing, and the people nearby also started laughing. That's right. Big Dogsy, Second Dogsy, the dog's mother, and the dog's father, they really are a family of dogs, someone said. Everyone laughed even more. Aunt Hong smiled and said, Maisie's words are sharper now, but that's how it is. People must be firm. You can't let others bully you. Uneducated little brat, the dog's mother snapped angrily and hurried away. At the foot of the northern side of Dongling Mountain, many horse-drawn carriages had already stopped. The mountain was accessible by stone steps, and wealthy families' elders and young ladies only rode palanquins up. As they approached Lingji Temple, the road gradually became flatter. Many small vendors had already started calling out loudly to attract customers. The area was well planned, with food vendors in one spot, miscellaneous goods in another, and performers in a third area. Jiang Yumei and Aunt Hong separated and found a place. They placed a small basket filled with mulberries and a basket of dried herbs on the ground. They laid a cloth nearby and arranged headbands and bracelets on it. The small purse was not displayed because it was dirty and couldn't be sold. After setting up, Nianer's clear voice rang out, Everyone, don't miss out. Here are fruits from Dongling Mountain, treasures from Shieling Mountain, and unique bracelets and headbands. Take a look, see how beautiful the flowers are. Come and buy. The young ladies will look the prettiest with them, and the young wives will be the most charming. When little Baozi's distinctive and strong voice sounded, it immediately overshadowed the neighboring calls and attracted some visitors and tourists. Oh, these flowers are really beautiful. How much are they? 35 cents for a big one, 22 cents for a small one. Just as Jiang Yumei finished speaking, little Baozi shouted, Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jiang Yumei glare at him, he swallowed the rest of his words. Wow, selling them so expensive. Let's go. Look somewhere else. One headpiece costs 35 cents. Wearing it makes you feel like you're ascending to heaven. Exactly. It's not gold or silver, so why is it so expensive? Let's go, you little girl. Your feet are nailed to the ground. Over there, the flowers are only 3 cents each. Let's go to that stall. An old woman pinched the little girl beside her and dragged her away, tears in her eyes. That price really scared off some buyers. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. Can you lower the price? A woman, who liked the flowers very much, started bargaining. She wasn't dressed in new clothes, but her clothes weren't patched, so she probably had a decent life. Sister, I've already set the fairest price. I've thought about these styles for years. They're not easy to come by, Jiang Yumei said. Mom, I want one. I really like it. Besides, my sister is about to get married. The little girl beside her tugged at her mother's sleeve, looking pitiful. Big niece, can you lower the price? If it's cheaper, I'll buy 2 for my daughters, the old woman pleaded. Jiang Yumei clenched her teeth. All right, since you're sincere, I'll give you a special price. 30 cents for a big flower, 20 cents for a small one.
No less than that.
The woman happily bought a big flower and a small flower, then led her smiling young girl away. After making their first sale, the little boy gave his mother a look that said, "You did great." A middle-aged man nearby was unhappy and said, "For the same price, I want to buy a small one too." Jiang Yumei hesitated and said, "Sir, that was our opening price. If I sell it for less, I will lose money. Maybe you can find some flowers elsewhere for just 3 coins. The man was stubborn and said, "How can a young lady raise the price? No, I want to buy this flower at the same price as before." Someone else chimed in, "Exactly, we all saw it here. How can it be sold at 2 different prices? That's not fair." All right, stop arguing. Fine, I'll sell it to you," Jiang Yumei said, reluctantly selling a small flower to the man. Onlookers gathered around and bought some flowers at the same price, mostly small ones. There were 13 large flowers, 19 small flowers, and 1 bracelet still unsold. The first busy sales period ended. The results were quite good. The mother and daughter exchanged happy glances. Next to them, a mother and daughter selling pouches and headbands couldn't hide their envy and jealousy. There are still so many greedy people. Selling a flower for the price of 2 pounds of meat. Don't they realize this is a pure place of worship? How dare they do such dishonest things? Aren't they afraid of being struck by lightning? Since they know this is a holy place, they should keep their mouths clean, Jiang Yumei replied, not wanting to argue with strangers. She just responded and ignored their rude comments. Seeing the little boy's face turn red with anger, she comforted him. "Remember what I told you on the road. Just pretend they're just joking." Then she spoke to a young man selling straw sandals and mats nearby. "Young man, bring me a pair of small straw shoes for my son." "How much for the mats?" "If the price is fair, I'll buy a whole bed." The young man quickly promoted his goods. "I have shoes for little boys, only 2 coins a pair. And my mats are the best, dry and tightly woven, only 25 coins per bed." The little boy's straw shoes were already torn and useless. Jiang Yumei had wanted to buy a pair for a while. Their mats had 2 big holes and frayed edges, often scratching people's skin. At only 25 coins per bed, they were very cheap. In ancient times, labor was truly undervalued. On the other side, the mother and daughter sold wooden basins and bowls. Jiang Yumei spent 16 coins to buy 4 wooden bowls. Seeing the little boy's worried face, I smiled and softly whispered in his ear, "We sold so many things. No wonder people are jealous. These items are not expensive, and we really need them." The little boy suddenly understood and nodded happily. Son understands now. Indeed, the mother and daughter stopped talking when no one agreed or showed interest. As the little boy called out, a few young men and women dressed in fine silk and looking handsome approached the stall. 2 men and 1 woman led the group, followed by a maid and 2 young servants. These were strong customers, so the 2 women immediately became very alert. "Wow, these flowers are so beautiful. I've never seen this style before." "Brother, I really like it," said a girl who looked like a young lady, holding a flower and playing with it in her hair. "That flower looks lovely on you," said the maid nearby. The girl was about 12 or 13, with big almond-shaped eyes and 2 dimples when she smiled. She was already pretty, and with a big butterfly-shaped flower on her head, she looked especially charming and cute. One tall young man in a blue long robe nodded and asked, "Yes, they look nice."
"How much are they?"
When Jiang Yumei gave the price, another handsome young man in a white long robe looked surprised and said, "So expensive." In the provincial capital, big silk flowers like these cost no more than 15 coins each. These are made of fabric and silk, so why are they 35 coins?
"We sell the design, not just the fabric."
"This flower was designed by my mother, one of a kind, so of course it costs more. Besides, this young lady looks even more charming with it," said the little boy confidently.
Everyone was amused by what the little boy said.
The young man in blue smiled and said, "Well said. Since you're selling the design, it's worth the price." Then he pointed at a bracelet and asked, What is this chain for? It's not meant to be worn on a woman's head, right? It's a bracelet. Jiang Yumei picked up one and motioned for the girl to extend her hand. Let me put it on the young lady and see how it looks. After wrapping the bracelet around the girl's wrist twice and tying a bow, her fair wrist looked even more delicate and charming. Wow, so pretty. I like it so much. Please buy it for me, brother. If you don't buy it, I won't talk to you anymore. The girl pouted and tugged at the blue-robed young man's sleeve, acting very determined. Okay, I'll buy it for you. The young man in blue seemed to enjoy her teasing and acting cute. The bracelet was sold for 20 coins each. The customer raised the price by 5 coins, and only fools wouldn't sharpen their knives quickly in such a situation. A few people bought 8 large flowers, 10 small flowers, and 10 bracelets. Because they bought a lot, Jiang Yumei offered a discounted opening price. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei mysteriously said, "Everyone, I have more good stuff. Do you want to see?" The young man in white raised an eyebrow. "If you have good things, why not show them early? Hurry up and let me see." Jiang Yumei took out a small purse from her basket. The young man in white looked at it with surprise. "What a delicate purse." "That's not a purse, it's a clutch," little Bowsy corrected. "Oh, a clutch. That's a clever idea. How much does it cost?" The young man in white asked. 5 taels of silver each, Jiang Yumei said, raising the price. Little Bowsy was shocked by his mother's high demand and almost lost his footing. "That's a bit expensive."
"You're not being fair," he said.
The young man in white shook his head and was about to negotiate further, hoping to buy it for 1 or 2 taels of silver. At that moment, a little girl snatched the clutch away. "Brother Qingzheng, if it's too expensive, forget it. I'll buy it. I don't mind the price. Hurry up and give me the silver. Your sister loves this bag so much, especially the little pig on it." She pouted and stomped her feet, afraid her brother would take too long to pay and the bag would fly away. Who is the most popular customer with the seller? It's definitely her. Jiang Yumei really wanted to give this little girl a Best Customer award. The 2 young men and their family bought a bag, but the young man in white looked at Jiang Yumei's expression with displeasure, almost calling her a thief or a dishonest merchant. They walked far away before little Bowsy finally closed his mouth. Was that a dream? It felt so unreal. Watching his mother tuck 2 silver bars into her pocket, he had an urge to take them out and nibble on them. "Son, this is what we call missing a good chance for 3 years. When the opportunity comes, we should work hard for 3 years, Jiang Yumei whispered to little Bowsy. Besides, they won't suffer losses. Take the sample back, sell it, and earn more than 100 times. Are they merchants? How does mother know? Little Bowsy looked at his mother with admiration. At least the one in white must be. I'm not mistaken. My eyes are sharp, Jiang Yumei said proudly. Once their excitement cooled, they could clearly feel the jealous gazes around them. Jiang Yumei patted the silver bars in her pocket, thinking she must be very careful not to get robbed. Little Bowsy pinched the copper coins inside his cloth bag, thinking he must be alert so they wouldn't be snatched away. At this moment, they saw several sedan chairs stop under the shade of trees 100 meters away, surrounded by a dozen women dressed in silk and some guards. Jiang Yumei signaled to little Bowsy. He nodded and took a small purse from his basket, then ran a short distance to shout loudly at the group, "Hey, take a look. Check out the luck bags here. Hold this luck bag, sister, and shake it, then shake it again. Good fortune, happiness, longevity, and joy will come inside." This was something Jiang Yumei had taught him the night before. Isn't it true that everyone who visits a temple hopes for these things? Little Bowsy stared intently at the group, shouting repeatedly. His energetic effort was something only the most honored VIPs with diamond cards could enjoy. He was small, with a clear voice, cute and pretty, standing straight like he was about to perform a dance step. Everyone around started to laugh at how adorable little Bowsy looked. Jiang Yumei blushed, thinking, this naughty little boy is too clever and exaggerated. I only taught him a simple rhyme, but he not only repeats it perfectly but also expands on it endlessly. Just then, a maid came over. Little brother, what's so special about this lucky bag? Hurry and show it to our madam. If it's good, you might get some silver. Little Bowsy followed the maid to the front sedan chair. She handed the bag into the carriage. Madam, please take a look. The bag is quite delicate, and the pig inside is very cute. But why do you call it a luck bag? Came the voice of an elderly woman inside. Madam, pig blessing, that's a play on words for good fortune. Plus, pigs are truly lucky. They sleep, eat, and sleep again, never worrying about 3 meals. That monkey is clever. It really makes sense, the old lady inside chuckled. Seeing that the old lady liked it, the maid asked, How much is this luck bag? It was just sold for 5 taels of silver, but I don't plan to sell it to the madam, Little Bowsy replied. Why not? Are you afraid we won't pay? The maid was displeased, and a few others nearby also looked serious. Fortune is meant to be given. I want to give this luck bag to the madam. She can just look at it and give some silver if she likes. Oh, what a good child. Quickly, give her 10 taels of silver. The old lady was very happy. This was a good sign. She hoped her son and grandson would succeed and stay safe this time. A woman also smiled happily, took a 10-tael silver ingot, and put it into her purse to give to her son, Minger. The little boy was very happy and then said, There is also a blessing pouch for my mother, which I want to give to the old lady. Good things should come in pairs. That boy from the blessing pouch doesn't dare to accept the old lady's gift. A nearby maid immediately said, Congratulations, old lady. You came all this way to pray for the Marquis and the young master, and you happen to meet this little boy. Look closely, he really looks like the child in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Maybe it's a sign that the Bodhisattva guided him to bring blessings. Giving 2 blessings at once, one for the Marquis and one for the young master, may bring them good fortune and health. This is truly a lucky sign. Everyone around, including maids and servants, started to say auspicious and happy words. The old lady was so pleased she nodded repeatedly. She remembered how the abbot of Baogwa Temple advised her to come all the way to Lingji Temple to pray for blessings, saying that kindness attracts kindness and blessings come back. Maybe she would get unexpected good fortune. Could it be that this little boy was truly guided by the Bodhisattva to bring blessings to the father and son? It seemed her decision to come to Lingji Temple despite her children's objections was indeed the right choice. Open the curtain of the sedan chair. Let me see this adorable child, she said. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a kind-looking old lady with a head full of silver hair and a gentle face. The little boy looked at her and quickly bowed his head in greeting. Good day, old lady. Poor child, coming out to work at such a young age. I accept your blessings on behalf of my son and grandson. Thank you, the old lady said. She liked the boy even more because, although his clothes were worn, they were clean and neat. Still, she thought he really looks quite kind and familiar. Jiang Yumei saw the little boy talking to someone. Though she couldn't hear what he said, it was clear that the deal was going well. Soon after, she saw the boy leading a maid over. Let's give the old lady another blessing pouch, he said. This boy was clever. He had already made a second sale. Jiang Yumei nodded quickly. The maid immediately liked the flowers and bracelets, especially since the boy had won the old lady's favor. She said, Bring those too. Maybe our young ladies and madams will like them and buy everything. When they returned to the sedan, the boy personally handed the blessing pouch to the old lady. The maid showed the flowers and bracelets to the people in the other carriages. Jiang Yumei then fastened a bracelet onto the maid's wrist. With such a big sale, the deal was naturally successfully completed. The boy felt shy about accepting a large reward and didn't want to ask for more money. But the old lady said, How can my family compete with the people? Pay the correct price for the flowers and bracelets, and I will give you 2 more blessing pouches as a reward. After sending off the 2 sedan chairs, they returned to their previous stall feeling very happy. Mulberry and dried mushrooms had already sold out. They took the mats and bowls they had bought earlier, carried their baskets, and said goodbye to the stall owners before leaving. It was almost noon. The 2 arrived at a wonton stall and each paid 10 coins to get a bowl of wontons. The wontons had thin wrappers, lots of meat, and the broth was fresh and fragrant. It was better than the famous snacks they had eaten in their past lives. It seemed that selling vegetables or recipes in town or the county might not be very easy. The two walked home happily. Seeing little Baozi looking so excited, Jiang Yumei couldn't help but pour some cold water on him. Today's luck is rare. Honestly, we just met two fools. That girl clearly doesn't understand how to make a living and was foolishly helping us earn her family's money. The old lady probably came to pray because something big happened at home. She just happened to meet you flattering her, which is why we earned so much. In the future, we probably won't be able to sell as many handbags and flowers for such high prices. She rambled on with a lot of advice, ending with the idea that such good luck might not come again, so we should work honestly and live steadily. Good things like this don't happen every day. Actually, it seemed like a big lucky break had really fallen into their laps, but it was better not to say that out loud, as it wasn't good for proper education. Mother, I understand everything you just said. But why do you say that good luck falls from the sky? Little Baozi was eager to learn. I'm just making a comparison, Jiang Yumei explained. Why not compare it to silver instead? How would I know? But you said it yourself, little Baozi pointed out. Why do you have to compare it to silver? Silver is more attractive than a bun. Jiang Yumei almost lost her temper. When passing through Dongling village, they deliberately stopped at Zhang the butcher stall. Zhang was tall like a tower, with a thick beard, and had a bit of a rough look, similar to Li Kuei. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Business is good? It's okay. What kind of meat do you want today? I'll give you a good price, Zhang replied. Jiang Yumei pointed to a large slab of pork fat and a big piece of meat with a good mix of lean and fat, and said, just these two, please weigh them for me. Mother, why buy so much? There are only two of us. We won't finish it, and it might spoil. Little Baozi blushed, feeling shy. Such a generous woman would normally ask for two big pieces of meat. Usually, people buy half a jean or 2 to 3 tails, and the butcher cuts accordingly. Not much. The pork fat can be rendered into oil, and we can eat it slowly. It won't spoil. I also want to make braised pork for you, Jiang Yumei said, almost drooling at the thought of braised pork. There is so much pork fat that it will produce a lot of oil residue. Today we have some to eat, so why buy more meat? Maybe just 2 more pig bones to make bone soup. Young girl, even the little boy agrees. It's hot today, and buying too much meat will just spoil. How about we finish the oil residue first, and then buy more? I'll sell you these 2 bones for 5 coins. That's already a good price. Look, I haven't even cleaned all the meat off these bones. The butcher seems quite honest. Son, don't you want to eat braised pork? My cooking is really delicious, Jiang Yumei gently suggests. But the oil residue is tasty too. Little Baozi genuinely doesn't understand that his mother wants to eat meat. You don't want to eat what I want. Jiang Yumei's nose almost twitched in anger, but she didn't say it out loud. She didn't want to look like a greedy wife in front of others. In the end, she grudgingly paid 65 coins for 4 jean of pork fat and the bones. On the way home, little Baozi still complained painfully, saying, this money goes in fast and comes out fast. We spent 128 coins in just half a day. Today, money doesn't come in fast enough? That brat only counts what goes out, not what comes in. Such a miser. They returned home, closed the yard gate, and laid a new mat on the bed in the bedroom. Then they placed all the money they earned today on the bed and started counting. First, they counted the 3 purses. Little Baozi took out the silver from the dark green purse, saying it was the 10 taels of silver the old lady first gave as a reward. They each touched and felt the coins. Jiang Yumei picked up the bright red purse and said, Son, this purse is the heaviest. Could it have more than 10 taels? She opened the purse and surprisingly found a larger silver ingot, weighing about 20 taels. Both of them stared wide-eyed, feeling the coins for a long time, as if they wanted to bite into them and leave a mark. Jiang Yumei picked up the last peach-colored purse and pinched it, saying, this purse is much lighter, but we shouldn't be greedy. With just 30 taels of silver, our purse has already made 1,000 times profit. When she poured out the coins, she found several gold nuggets. Counting them, there were 16 in total. each weighing about 2 qian. Mother, what's this yellowish thing? I've never seen it before, little Baozi said. Don't blame him for being ignorant. Probably no one in Shiha village, except Zhao the landlord who moved to town, has seen such things. Jiang Yumei was stunned for a moment before stammering, "Silly boy, this is called gold." They both excitedly started feeling and counting the gold nuggets again. Son, I don't know which household this old lady is from, but the gift you gave her really touched her heart, Jiang Yumei said. The old lady was truly generous. Yes, everyone said that the blessings I gave were for Lord Ho and for little Baozi thought for a moment. It seems to be about a persimmon lord and something about a great victory. That's right. Her family must have someone going to the battlefield, so they came to pray. You just happened to get lucky. Now it makes sense. With so much gold and silver, they didn't buy a purse for fashion but to bring good luck. Also, the 2 men and 1 woman bought silver, including a 5-ounce silver ingot, 2 2-ounce silver pieces, and 1 1-ounce silver coin, totaling 10 ounces. They started calculating the money made from selling flowers and bracelets, which should be about 1,005 coins, from selling dried mushrooms and mulberries, 45 coins, from buying mats, straw sandals, and bowls, 43 coins, from eating wontons and buying meat, 75 coins. They still have about 1,232 coins left. They took out the money and counted it, 632 copper coins, plus some broken silver pieces, all adding up correctly. From a very poor family to suddenly having so much money, the 2 of them felt like they were dreaming. Looking at the pile of real gold, silver, and copper coins on the bed, Jiang Yumei and little Baozi excitedly rolled around on the mat. Son, we're not dreaming, right? Let me pinch you, mother. See if it hurts. Little Baozi gently pinched Jiang Yumei's arm. Does it hurt? We're not dreaming, right? Seeing her shake her head, he said, Pinch me again, I want to feel the pain. Jiang Yumei then gently lifted little Baozi's face and nibbled his nose. He exaggerated and shouted, Ouch.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. I'm not dreaming. After playing for a while, they started thinking about how to store such a large amount of wealth. This family was far from the village and only had an orphan mother and son, so they had to hide it carefully. After some thought, Jiang Yumei put the money bags, one with silver and one with gold, into a small jar and let little Baozi bury it under the bed. The remaining 10 ounces of silver, some broken silver, and copper coins were put into a box and locked. Jiang Yumei told little Baozi to take a nap, then went to the kitchen to boil some oil and stew some bones. Before falling asleep, little Baozi said regretfully, If only we had earned so much money earlier, Uncle Third wouldn't have to join the army. He also felt guilty for forgetting to pray to the Bodhisattva for Uncle Third's safety. Uncle Third had been so kind to him and his mother, but he only thought about earning money and didn't pray for a safe return. Jiang Yumei also felt embarrassed. Yes, how could she forget that thin high school student? That kind-hearted younger brother went far away to join the army and fight. Today, so many people went to pray for their loved ones, but she was only focused on money. Seeing little Baozi feel guilty and tears welling up in his eyes, I hurried to comfort him. Worshipping the Buddha should be done sincerely, with a special trip dedicated to it. Going to buy something and casually worshipping the Buddha shows insincerity, and the Buddha might blame us. One day, I will make a special trip to pray for Uncle San's safety and donate more incense money. Only then did little Baozi feel satisfied and go to sleep. For dinner, we had corn cakes, cucumber and pork bone soup, and a small dish of oil residue with salt. Both of us ate happily, thinking that just a few days ago, eating corn cakes and oil residue was a luxury beyond reach. Little Baozi started reminiscing about the good old days. Now we can eat dry food like corn cakes and oil residue. We are really living like immortals. Jiang Yumei snorted inwardly. If this is living like an immortal, what kind of life is eating braised pork? She thought this little kid had never seen much of the world. When there's a chance, I must take him to fancy places to broaden his horizons. She also thought about going to Qinghe Town tomorrow. Although it's not market day, the family needs many things, so she must go shopping. They discussed what to buy first, what to buy later, and what was essential. Jiang Yumei wanted to buy many things: food, clothes, daily necessities. She was eager to buy everything. They also planned to buy some chicks and promised to bring home a piglet once everything was settled. Little Baozi was even happier because these were good for making money. The chicks could be bought in the village, where many families hatch and sell chicks cheaper than in the town. They needed a shovel because the old one's handle was broken, making it hard to hold and easy to burn the hand. She reluctantly agreed, worried about her hands getting burned. They also agreed to buy some cornmeal and salt. They were hesitant about buying kerosene but finally agreed. For anything else, Little Baozi opposed every purchase. Jiang Yumei spent a long time persuading him, explaining that saving money isn't the only goal in life, and talking about the importance of food and clothing. This was her true feeling because whenever she thought about her savings and 2 houses from her past life, her heart ached. She didn't want to spend or play, working hard every day to save money, only to end up in this remote place. It was a pity for those 2 unkind families. She even thought about making a will. She would gladly donate everything to an orphanage. Small Baozi is very stubborn and only listens to what he wants to buy. He refuses to buy what he shouldn't. "Mother, we need to save some money at home. I can't spend so much all at once. I don't want Mother to get sick and not have money for treatment. I don't want us to go hungry. I don't want to live like we did before." He tightly purses his lips, tears welling up in his eyes, ready to fall. His clothes are patched and small, fitting tightly on his thin body. This child has endured hard times and feels insecure. He is always afraid of an uncertain future. He is a sadly early matured kid. Jiang Yumei sighs as she bends down to pick him up, gently patting his skinny back. She softly whispers in his ear, "Good son, when Mother gets better, I will find ways to earn more money. Don't worry, we won't run out of money, and we won't go hungry. For now, Mother is taking care of you, but soon, you'll need to support Mother. Do you want to support Mother?" The little Baozi quietly says, "Yes." "Then, if you're hungry now, you won't grow tall or fat. If you stay like this forever, how will you earn money to support Mother? You still need to go to school. Didn't you promise Uncle San to study hard and take the imperial exams in the future? Mother will take you to see the teacher in a few days. Look at your torn clothes and unkempt appearance. That's disrespectful to the teacher." Finally, they agreed to buy 5 jean of flour, some fabric for a set of inner and outer clothes for each of them, a pair of shoes for each, and a basket of vegetables, which can also be bought in the village. If they want to buy luxury items like sugar, spices, or candies, they will have to wait until they earn more money next time. Of course, excluding handmade silk embroidery threads. Early in the morning, Jiang Yumei holds Baozi's hand and heads toward the village entrance. Walking along the Qingshui River, she recalls a famous quote from a renowned woman in her previous life. She changes it slightly. "Being a mother is hard, but being a mother to an early matured child is even harder. To be a mother of a child who is mature, opinionated, and stubborn, it's extremely difficult, more difficult than climbing to the sky."
Sigh.
Following the winding Qingshui River north for about an hour, they will reach Qinghe Town. Qinghe Town is built along the river and takes its name from it. The river flows through Qinghe Town and then meanders north for over 100 miles into Qinghua County. Continuing further for hundreds of miles, it joins the Data River, which is near Jinzhou, the provincial capital. Jinzhou is an important port city of the Dakong dynasty, with highly developed water transportation. Now, Jiang Yumei has recruited new soldiers who are training there. Jiang Yumei didn't want to spend 2 hours walking to Qinghe Town on both legs. It would be faster to take a boat that only took half an hour, but it cost 10 coins per person. Most people taking the boat were tourists traveling from the provincial city or Qinghua County to visit Dongling Mountain for sightseeing. Of course, little Baozi didn't agree. A round trip would cost 40 coins. Was money blown in by the wind? So, they considered riding a bullock cart. But choosing between carts was also tricky. If they took the official road from Donghe village, it would cost 2 coins per person. If they took the dirt road from Shihe village, it would cost 3 coins for 2 people. Jiang Yumei was confused. Why not just cross the bridge from Shiha village directly to Dongha village on the official road? Why take the dirt road? Little Baozi looked at Jiang Yumei with disdain. That stone arch bridge is narrow, and the bullock carts can't pass. When I have money, I will build a wide, big bridge so that 2 bullock carts from Shiha village can pass side by side, Jiang Yumei said proudly. Little Baozi looked at Jiang Yumei with even more disdain and said even more bravely, Mother, when we have money, we will turn the dirt road from Shiha village into a road wider than the official road in Dongha village. Then, the bullock carts from Dongha village will have to find a way to use our road. To save 2 coins on the round trip, Little Baozi insisted they wait at the entrance of Shiha village for the bullock cart. At the village entrance, Little Baozi pointed to a small 2-room wooden house nearby. That's the grocery shop run by my eldest uncle. It's not open yet. It probably opens around noon. Since it wasn't market day, only 4 people, including Jiang Yumei and her son, rode in the bullock cart. The bumpy ride made Jiang Yumei regret it, almost crying. Her backside was almost bruised from the jolts. Little Baozi and Grandpa Zhao, who was driving the cart, chatted casually. The other 2 women on the cart didn't seem familiar with the main character. They just secretly looked her over, but didn't speak. They only heard Little Baozi call them Aunt Chui and Big Sister Ya. The large rice fields were already heavy with grain, stretching as far as the eye could see. She was happy to think that 5 acres belonged to her family. Even if she was not wealthy, she was a small landowner, with some tenant farmers and a little property. Life still had hope. When they entered the town, the streets were paved with blue stones. Shops lined both sides, some with 1 floor, a few with 2. Little Baozi led her into a pharmacy on the left and right, where they sold dried honeysuckle they had saved up for a long time, earning 35 coins. Then they headed straight to shopping. First, they went to the seed shop and bought some potatoes, cucumbers, winter melons, chili peppers, and white pine. They arrived at a cloth shop. The clerk was very arrogant and sat there without moving, not even bothering to speak. Since both of them were dressed like beggars, they probably couldn't afford even half a foot of cloth. Why waste words? It was really rude to look down on people. Holding the little boy's hand, they were about to leave when the clerk started giving a lesson on the spot. Son, see, people rely on their appearance. If you don't dress well, others won't respect you. People who don't matter, why should they respect us? The boy said indifferently. Sigh. This was a poor attempt at teaching. Their views on life were too different. They went to another cloth shop. This clerk's attitude was better, not friendly, but willing to answer questions. That was good enough. With their shabby clothes, expecting a warm welcome was impossible. After asking about the prices, Jiang Yumei said, 5 feet of coarse blue cotton and 5 feet of fine white cotton. Also, 2 feet of pomegranate red soft silk and 2 feet of indigo blue fine silk. The clerk was stunned and stared blankly for a long time, unable to respond.
Not selling?
Jiang Yumei was surprised. Could it be that because they were poorly dressed, they couldn't buy cloth? Of course, we sell. Please wait. The shopkeeper hurried over, kicked the clerk, and started counting on the abacus. 30 coins per foot of coarse cotton. 5 feet cost 150 coins. Fine cotton is 35 coins per foot, totaling 175 coins for 5 feet. The fine silk and soft satin are 45 coins per foot, 2 feet each, totaling 180 coins. Overall, it's 505 coins, minus the small change. Little lady, just give 500 coins. After saying this, the shopkeeper didn't even start pulling the cloth, but looked at Jiang Yumei with wide eyes. Jiang Yumei was stunned for a moment before realizing that they were worried she couldn't pay and didn't dare to start pulling the cloth. She quickly took out 300 coins from her bag and also handed over some small silver pieces. The shopkeeper and clerk didn't expect these 2 to be their big customers today. Their expressions changed instantly. They bowed and smiled warmly, hurriedly pulling the cloth. Jiang Yumei enjoyed this VIP treatment. She had a sense of pride that she carried from her past life and hadn't lost after 2 lives. However, the little boy's face was full of concern. He was worried about the money. She was spending silver coins, not something else. Jiang Yumei asked if there was cheaper leftover cloth. The shopkeeper said there was some, but it was mostly reserved by small merchants who specialized in hair accessories. We also have some leftover fabric pieces. If young lady wants, I can give you a better price, the shopkeeper said, bending down to take out colorful fabric scraps from under the counter, some about a foot long, others half a foot. Jiang Yumei selected about 20 pieces of light-colored thin silk, water green brocade, soft satin in imperial colors, and some coarse cloth. How much will this cost? The shopkeeper, looking pained, said, Since you've already bought so much fabric, I'll give you a discount. It's 30 coins in total. If you want it, take it. Jiang Yumei thought it was a good deal and paid him 30 coins. After leaving the fabric shop, Jiang Yumei looked at her son's sad face and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Son, we only have 315 coins for making clothes. The rest is for making handbags and hair accessories to earn money. We earn much more than we spend. Little Baozi hesitated and said, I know that, but it still makes me sad to see you spend so much money. Next time when you want to spend money, can I turn my face away so I don't see it? Jiang Yumei laughed. Well, it's like closing your eyes to avoid trouble, but it helps ease the pain. They went to a ready-made clothing store to buy shoes. Little Baozi still tried to persuade his mother. Mom, I already have a new pair of straw shoes. Don't buy me more shoes.
Just buy a pair for you.
Son, how can you go to school in straw shoes? But I saw Brother Yun Chong wearing short-sleeved straw shoes to school. My son is going to become a scholar. He needs to wear long robes and cloth shoes. Wearing better clothes to school was Jiang Yumei's obsession. When she attended university, most students came from wealthy families. Her old-fashioned clothes often made her the target of teasing. Clothing in the ready-made shop was extremely expensive. The cheapest linen clothes cost over 200 coins per set. The styles were few, mostly made of linen and coarse cloth, with a few low-grade silk fabrics that were also costly. The town's customers could only afford this level. Jiang Yumei decided she wouldn't sell more fashionable clothes in such small shops in the future and already blacklisted this store. In the shop, there were only men's and children's shoes, with no women's shoes. Who doesn't know how to make their own shoes? The shop owner's wife looked at Jiang Yumei curiously. We only sell shoes for men and children, those who don't have women at home. We sell shoe soles here. Girls can add the uppers at home. She bought a pair of small shoes for 25 coins and a pair of shoe soles for 20 coins. Nina, a man in his 20s, called them from across the street. Uncle Zhao. Little Baozi greeted him with a big smile. This man was the famous Zhao Taijian. He is quite tall and strong, about 1.8 meters. Such a height was rare in ancient times. Looking around, everyone in the town was at least half a head shorter than him. I saw him walking over with a bright smile. Big brother Zhao, Jiang Yumei quickly called out to someone. Hey, is your sister's illness really cured? Yes, it is. Thanks to Big Brother Zhao for saving me and also for taking care of Nianer all these years. This person was her lifesaver. If he hadn't saved the original owner from the water, she wouldn't have traveled here. Don't mention it. It was Brother Lin who saved us in the first place. Without him, we might have gone to see the king of... Zhao Tiekue said, waving his hand. Tell Big Uncle what you want to eat. Big Uncle will treat you, he said, then picked up a small bun. No, we have other things to do, Jiang Yumei refused. Just joking. A young girl going out to eat with a man. She'd drown in her own saliva if she tried. Maybe Zhao Tiekue also thought his earlier suggestion was too abrupt. His face darkened slightly. Sorry, I didn't think carefully. You all wait a moment. He put down the small bun and strode toward a pancake stall across the street. Soon, he returned with a few pancakes wrapped in oil paper, handed one to the small bun, and said, Good kid, you must be hungry. Big Uncle treats you to a pancake. Thank you, Big Uncle Zhao, the small bun replied loudly. After saying goodbye to Zhao Tiekue, the mother and daughter ate their pancakes and headed toward the rice shop. Jiang Yumei saw a woman at the street corner who seemed to be watching them. Son, do you know who that person is? Mother feels she looks familiar. That's Guzi's mother. The small bun glared in that direction. Did we offend her? Jiang Yomei's eyelids twitched. Back when Mother was sick, Guzi often bullied us. Once, he chased Mother into Bishui Creek. Grandma and third uncle went to ask for the money to treat Mother's illness, but they not only refused but also cursed at us. Grandpa, Big Uncle Zhao, and Uncle's son couldn't stand it and beat Guzi badly. Oh, so it's old resentment. This grudge is remembered by her. She's got some accounts to settle with that Guzi. Just wait. When she's ready, she'll deal with you properly. Humph. They bought 5 jin each of white flour and cornmeal at the rice shop, then went to the next door to buy salt, a spatula, and lamp oil. Near the street exit was an embroidery shop. The shop was full of pouches, bags, and hair accessories, but there was no time to look at them carefully. She only asked about the price of the embroidery thread, which was a bit more expensive than at the general store run by Big Brother. However, Jiang Yumei still bought it here, as it wasn't much more costly. There's no need to go somewhere else just to save a little money. It seems she has bought everything she needed. Today, she spent nearly 1,000 coins, and even Jiang Yumei sighed that money was hard to save. The family's copper coins and small silver pieces are almost gone. At the town entrance, the ox cart was already waiting for them. The mother and daughter, who were going, also arrived, along with 2 more people. From chatting with Xiao Baozi, she learned that the couple was from Donghe village and had bought some wooden basins and household items, probably for their daughter's dowry. Old Zhao was a very responsible driver. The ox cart took them all the way to their doorstep. After returning home, Jiang Yumei told Xiao Baozi to take a nap. She then put away the purchased items and made 2 hairpins from the fabric scraps. When Xiao Baozi woke up, she asked him to lead her to Sun's house, the closest neighbor, to buy some vegetables. She knew Sun had a young aunt who was about to marry, so she specially made 2 hairpins. It wouldn't be polite to visit empty-handed for the first time. Plus, during the original owner's illness, the Sun family had taken good care of Xiao Baozi. Please kindly support me with some votes, dear friends. If you like this story, please give Qingchuan a recommendation ticket. The votes are very few. Sun's courtyard was surrounded by a dirt brick wall, with a few tile-roofed houses inside. Such families were common in Shihe village and considered middle class. Sun Juhua warmly invited Jiang Yumei and her son inside. Maisie Jia, Nyener is here. Please come in. Your special guests. It was around noon, and only Grandma Sun and Sun Juhua were at home. Sun's third son had gone to join the army, so Grandma Sun was still weak and sick. Sun Juhua was 16 years old and was about to get married in a couple of months. Girls about to marry usually don't go out much a year or 2 before the wedding to avoid getting tanned and disliked by the groom's family. Also, she was preparing her dowry. Grandma Sun, you look so thin. Don't be too sad. Uncle Sun San and my uncle will come back safely. Xiao Baozi ran over and hugged Grandma Sun's waist to comfort her. Grandma Sun hugged Xiao Baozi and praised him as a good child. When Jiang Yumei handed the hairpin to Sun Juhua, her eyes lit up with happiness. Oh, what a beautiful hairpin. Thank you, Sister Maisie. Child, such a delicate hairpin could sell for quite a bit in town. Why are you giving it to our Juhua? Grandma Sun also looked surprised, but kept her tone polite. Chrysanthemums are naturally beautiful, and wearing this flower makes them even more lovely, Jiang Yumei said as she placed a flower on Juhua's head. Look, Auntie, am I right? Such a pretty girl will definitely be liked by her future in-laws. Jiang Yumei knew that in this time, the biggest wish of a girl's family was for her to be loved by her husband's family, so she wouldn't suffer. Maisie, you're so naughty. Juhua blushed and stomped her feet shyly. Grandma Sun and little Baozi giggled nearby. You're so clever, you know what your mom is saying, and you're so happy about it, Grandma Sun teased, poking little Baozi's nose. Little Baozi acted cute and said, my mom is praising Aunt Juhua for being pretty. Jiang Yumei wanted to buy some vegetables, so Grandma Sun went to the backyard garden and cut a bunch of chives, picked a basket of yard-long beans and cabbage. She refused to take money from Jiang Yumei, saying, your head flour is so expensive, but we accepted it. These vegetables are just a small token. If you want, you can take the flour back, and I'll take your money. Besides, your Delang once saved my eldest son. You and your family have suffered a lot these years. Jiang Yumei couldn't argue further. On the way home, Jiang Yumei and little Baozi discussed, you see, Grandma's son was so sad and got sick because her son joined the army. If your third uncle joins the army, your great-grandparents and grandparents will also be very sad. Should we make some nice food to send over and show our respect? Mother is right, little Baozi nodded. Jiang Yumei thought she might need to do some work to improve their relationship with the Jiang family, and maybe this was a good chance. Living as orphan widows without support was very hard, and even if they earned money later, it wasn't guaranteed they could keep it. When the head of the Jiang family was feeling most vulnerable, the smartest or perhaps the most promising fourth-generation grandson, who was very clever, took the initiative to visit and build a connection, to mend the relationship. Maybe it could truly resolve past issues and bring unexpected good results. At home, Jiang Yumei looked at the ingredients she had and decided to make egg and chive dumplings. First, she kneaded the dough and let it rest. Then she washed and chopped the chives, scrambled the 3 eggs she had, and took out half a bowl of leftover pork cracklings from yesterday. She mixed all 3 ingredients evenly and started rolling out the dough to make dumpling wrappers. Little Baozi stood beside his mother, watching her move up, down, left, and right. He was so excited. This was the first time in his life that he was making dumplings by himself. After cooking, Jiang Yumei took a small bun and gave him some dumplings to eat. The little bun eagerly ate and said with a muffled voice, "Very tasty, Mama. You try one too." Without worrying about burning his mouth, he grabbed one and stuffed it into Jiang Yumei's mouth. It was really delicious. The 2 of them took turns feeding each other, each eating 5 or 6 dumplings. Jiang Yumei packed 2 large bowls of dumplings, then put both bowls into a basket for the little bun to take to the Jiang family. She didn't teach the little bun how to speak when visiting Jiang's house because she was confident her little bun knew how to speak politely. Although the little bun had never been to Jiang's house, he knew where to go. Seeing the small figure of the little bun walk farther away, Jiang Yumei still felt a bit worried. The Jiang family had driven the original owner out 6 years ago, and she didn't know what the little bun would face there. She showed this obvious kindness in hopes that Jiang's family would feel it and accept them. Until she could no longer see the little bun's figure, Jiang Yumei returned to the house, took out rough cotton cloth, and started to cut clothes. She made a set of clothes and pants for herself, then a long shirt and pants for the little bun. Seeing a little fabric left, she also cut a t-shirt and shorts for him. After finishing the cutting, she started sewing the t-shirt and shorts first so the little bun could wear them sooner. While sewing, she sighed that t-shirts in her previous life were really good, saving fabric and time. It took her about half an hour to finish this small outfit. By then, dusk was falling, and the sunset had dipped behind West Ling Mountain. The little bun hadn't come back yet, and Jiang Yumei grew anxious. She stood at the door, anxiously looking into the distance. The rooftops far away faintly emitted wisps of smoke. It was getting darker, and Jiang Yumei decided to go to Jiang's house to check. Just as she was about to lock the door, she saw 2 faint figures approaching from afar, one large and one small. As they drew closer, the small figure suddenly ran toward her, shouting loudly, "Mama! Mama! Grandpa brought me back, and great-grandpa even treated me to a meal." Jiang Yumei caught the rushing little bun and lifted him up. In the dim light, she saw a man in his 40s carrying a bamboo basket in one hand and a jar in the other, walking toward her. This was Jiang Dafu, the father of the original owner. "Maisie, you must be anxious," Jiang Dafu said with a simple smile. "Your grandfather is happy, and the children have eaten dinner." It seemed the little bun's visit was successful. "Father, you're here. Come inside and sit," Jiang Yumei said as she stepped forward to greet him. "No need. Your grandparents and your mother haven't been feeling well these days, and there's a lot to do at home. I need to go back first. Nyener said you want to clear out the backyard to grow some vegetables. You should start by picking up the stones from the ground. I'll come later to till the soil." As he spoke, he put down the bamboo basket in his hand. "These are some used paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. You can give them to Nyener to use. Your father also said that Nyener is smart. When life gets better, he will be sent to school to learn. Then he handed a small jar to Jiang Yumei. This is a jar of salted vegetables. Remember to take good care of it in the future. Don't let it spoil like before when it was left for 10 or 15 days without care. No wonder there are so many small jars at home. They are all used for pickling vegetables. After finishing, De Fu Jiang waved goodbye and left. Little Baozi came back very excited and chattered about how he delivered the dumplings. His grandparents were very happy. He also bowed 3 times to Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma. Great-Grandma said he was a good boy. Great-Grandpa didn't say anything, but didn't chase him away. He also went to see Second Uncle lying in bed. Second Uncle tested his knowledge and praised him highly. When Great-Grandma told Great-Grandpa that Second Uncle praised Little Baozi, the old man was upset.
How could that be?
Could there be a kid smarter than his second grandson? No, he had to test him to see if Second Uncle was exaggerating. Mom, Great-Grandpa called me over to test me. When I finished reciting the 1,000-character classic, his eyes widened like this. He made 2 big circles with his little hands. Great-Grandpa didn't believe I hadn't gone to school, thinking I was just taught occasionally by Dad and Third Uncle. Dad testified for me, so he hesitated. Then he personally taught me a short passage just once, and I memorized it. Only then did he believe what Second Uncle said. Great-Grandpa asked the eldest sister-in-law to quickly cook some spicy chili, fried pork, and scrambled eggs with cucumbers for me to eat after dinner. He, along with Great-Grandpa, Grandpa, and Uncle, all drank a cup of wine. I handed him some dumplings from our family, and he nodded while eating, saying they were delicious. Little Baozi animatedly told how he succeeded in impressing the Jiang family. Jiang Yumei was also very happy after hearing this. It was much better than expected. It seems that child prodigies are always highly valued and loved in any family. Thanks to Milan number 2 and Sumdi for voting for me. I am so happy. In the middle of the night, it started to rain lightly, gradually getting heavier, with thunder and lightning. Little Baozi tightly hugged Jiang Yumei, his head burrowing into her arms. She felt groggy and thought someone was splashing water on her face. She wiped her face twice and woke up. It turned out that the roof was leaking. She moved the small bundle closer to the bed, got up, and lit the oil lamp. She saw water leaking in the bedroom and in the main hall. She went to get 2 basins, placing one on the bed and the other in the hall. She thought about fixing the house once the rain stopped. Actually, she wanted to build a new house, as they still had enough savings. But for now, she knew her stingy little bundle wouldn't agree to build a new house, so she would just repair it first. Once they earned more money and had bargaining power, they could think about rebuilding. As she thought about these things, it was almost dawn, and Jiang Yumei fell asleep again. In the morning, the rain still hadn't stopped. While cooking corn porridge, she found there wasn't much firewood left at home. Luckily, there was some dry grass. A few days ago, she didn't want to throw away the wild grass from the backyard, so she dried it and stored it in the storage room. Although dry grass isn't very good for burning, they had to make do for now. After breakfast, Jiang Yumei dressed Zayabazi in a t-shirt and shorts. He had gained a bit of weight, but the clothes still fit well. She intentionally made him chubby because the family's meals had been good lately, and Zayabazi naturally gained some weight. Zayabazi looked even cuter in his new clothes. His small face, now a bit plump, was rosy and white. Jiang Yumei gave him a big kiss. Zayabazi was used to his mother's affection now and gave her a kiss back. It rained continuously for 3 days. Jiang Yumei finished making clothes for both of them. She also made a slanted shoulder bag from leftover fabric and added some decorative flowers. Zayabazi didn't go anywhere. He stayed at home reading books and practicing writing. Jiang Yumei could still recognize some traditional Chinese characters, even if she guessed some. Her calligraphy wasn't very good, but she knew how to hold the brush properly. So, her first teacher for Zayabazi was still somewhat qualified. Mom can write too? Zayabazi found it quite surprising at first. Mom's older brother was a scholar. He learned some characters at home. Later, when I married your dad, he was very knowledgeable and also taught me to read and write, she said, attributing everything to her silent brother Lin. After the rain stopped, Jiang Dafu and Li came to help them clear the backyard vegetable patch. The Jiang family had divided. Old Master Jiang said that when the family was close, it was easy to cause conflicts, so it was better to split early. He was quite clever. After all, he had read some books. The whole family owned 10 acres of water rice fields and 21 acres of land. The 3 brothers and their families had 3 acres and 6 acres respectively. The remaining 1 acre and 2 acres could be bought by whoever wanted to contribute money to make up for the other 2 brothers' shares. They still had 9 taels of silver. The 3 brothers and their families had 2 taels, and the remaining 3 taels belonged to the elderly couple. The houses would stay as they were, each family living in their own. The Jiang family lives in a traditional courtyard house. The elderly couple lives in the main room, the eldest son in the east wing, the second son in the west wing, and the third son in the servants' quarters. There are 12 chickens, 3 sons, and the old couple, totaling 3 chickens. The 2 pigs are not divided. They will be slaughtered and shared after the new year. In the future, each of the 3 sons will give the Jiang grandfather and the old Mrs. Wei 100 coins each month for their retirement. The remaining 3 acres of land and fields, we have little labor and the mountain land needs treatment, so we don't want it. Your third uncle in town also doesn't want it. Your eldest uncle only gave some silver to our 2 families and took the land, Mrs. Li said with a sigh. She then told the little boy listening nearby, Grandpa's family has divided. From now on, our son will call Mountain Uncle, and Yitzi will call Second Uncle. I know, the old eldest uncle will be called Big Uncle now, the boy replied. Good boy, Mrs. Li said affectionately, looking at her little grandson. Mountain's health is uncertain, and whether Yitzi can return is also unknown. Now, only this little grandson can make her happy. Jiang Yume asked the boy to take some money to butcher at Jiang the butcher's, and also buy eggs and vegetables. The boy, dressed in new clothes and straw shoes, left cheerfully. You guys don't have much money, why buy meat? We'll eat at home. Mountain is still here, Jiang Dafu said as he bent down to work the land, piling stones into the corner of the yard. Jiang Yume then talked about making handbags and hair accessories to sell. She didn't mention the reward from the old lady, wanting to keep some for herself. Can handbags and hair accessories really earn that much money? The couple asked in surprise. Yes, my styles are different from others, so they sell for a higher price. But maybe not for long, as others copy them quickly, Jiang Yume said, taking out 2 taels of silver and giving it to them. Don't worry, parents. Now that we've divided, your eldest brother still needs a lot of money for medicine and good food to recover faster. When I have free time, I'll come over and we can work together, then sell the items in town. Mrs. Li nodded and put the silver into her pocket. When I have free time, I'll come over. I can't spend this silver. I'll save it for you. When your money runs out, I'll give you more. At noon, they cooked 2 large bowls of braised beans with pork, stir-fried cabbage, egg drop soup, and brown rice. Before eating, they packed a big bowl of braised beans for the little boy to take to Jiang's house, so old Master Jiang, Mrs. Wei, and Jiang Yushan could eat. In the afternoon, Mrs. Li and Jiang Yume continued working in the fields, planting vegetables. Jiang Dafu went out to gather some thatch and made simple repairs to his house roof. He also built a chicken coop in the front yard. First, raise a few chicks. Once I have some free time in a few days, I'll build a pig pen for you. Maybe get a little pig to raise. Little Baozi's eyes sparkled brightly, and he nodded eagerly, as if pecking at grains. The next morning, Jiang Yume steamed the last duck egg for little Baozi to eat. Perhaps seeing that things were getting better at home, little Baozi didn't strongly object to his mother making duck egg custard. He only said, our home is better now, but mother should still be careful with expenses. He scooped half of the custard with a spoon before finally eating. They needed to gather some firewood on a clear day. Jiang Yume didn't let little Baozi go to Shilling Mountain to collect wood. He was young, and walking so far would only get him a small bundle. There are many fallen dry branches behind our house near Nanling Mountain. Let's go there to gather some. Little Baozi shook his head like a rattle. Mother, Nanling Mountain is so scary. They say there are tigers and wolf packs inside. We shouldn't go there. I can go to Shieling Mountain instead. A few trips will be enough. We only stay outside the mountain, we don't go inside. Don't worry, son. Follow me, and you'll be safe. Just joking, if tigers or wolves really came out, they would have already entered the yard. When they reached the foot of Nanling Mountain, before entering the forest, they felt a cool, eerie atmosphere. Tall trees with thick branches and leaves, surrounded by many fallen branches and decayed leaves, which are good fertilizer. The two women tied some branches with ropes and carried a few loads back home to fertilize the vegetable garden. While dragging a large branch full of small twigs, Jiang Yumei accidentally pricked her finger on a sharp branch. Seeing her hand covered in black mud, she worried about infection. She quickly ran to wash her hands in the shallow part of Bishui Creek. The spring water was icy and clear, with smooth pebbles visible at the bottom. Such clean water was probably better than the toxic distilled water from her previous life. Alas, what's the use of non-toxic water if it can't be disinfected? If only she had a magic space like some heroines in novels, spring water that could disinfect and bring wealth. But unfortunately, there was no spring of that kind, only this pure spring. Coming to such a remote, poor place where no one even passes by, heaven didn't give her any special powers or treasures. It was truly tough. Suddenly, she noticed the water was overflowing. Jiang Yumei remembered scenes from TV about flash floods and big waves. She screamed and stood up quickly. Run, son. There's a flood coming. Seeing little Baozi still staring blankly, she hurried over, grabbed his hand, and started running. Why aren't you running? The flood is about to come over. The little bun was frozen in place and didn't move, and Jiang Yumei accidentally caused him to stumble. Jiang Yumei quickly turned around, picked up the little bun, and ran. Mom, what's wrong? Is there a flood? No, there isn't, the little bun shouted. Suddenly, he remembered something and started crying loudly. Mom, are you sick again? Boo-hoo, there's no flood.
Boo-hoo. No flood?
Could it really be that she's gone crazy? Jiang Yumei stopped and looked around. There was indeed no flood. She then looked at the place where she washed her hands and saw a bend of clear spring water crossing with a blue stream, quietly lying there without any sign of overflowing. Jiang Yumei blinked. The spring was still there. Could she also have a special power? Could she have a legendary spiritual spring? At this moment, the little bun in her arms was crying so hard he was hiccuping. Mom, what if you get sick again? My good son, I'm not sick. I just looked at the water for too long and got dizzy, so I saw things wrong. Now I'm fine. See, I'm perfectly normal. If you like this story, please click the recommendation button. The votes are very precious. Jiang Yumei blinked again. The bend of the clear spring was still there, quietly resting, somewhat resembling the moon's spring from her past life. She carried the little bun over to the spring. The water was so clear she could see the bottom, even the grass and soil underneath were visible. She bent down and dipped her hand into the spring water. There really was water. Son, what can you see?
See?
Just the blue stream and Mount Lingnan. Mom, don't scare me, the little bun pouted. He couldn't see the spring water himself, probably only she could see it. She decided to send the little bun away for now so she could study it more carefully. Son, look at that basket filled with decayed leaves. Take it back first. Mom will gather some firewood, and then we can go home and cook. After the little bun walked away, Jiang Yumei scooped some water and took a sip. It was refreshing and sweet. She looked at her injured finger, and it was already feeling better. It seemed that women who crossed over with spiritual springs always called for them to be collected, and the spring water would disappear. So she also called out, "Collect." The spring water remained. She clenched her fist and shouted, "Collect." The water still stayed. She clenched her fist, stomped her foot, and shouted again, "Collect." The spring water was still there. What was going on? Spirit spring, fairy spring, divine spring, clear spring, collect. The spring water suddenly vanished. Jiang Yumei was stunned for a moment. What did she just say? Oh, right, she said clear spring, collect. She tried again, clear spring, come. And the bend of the clear spring appeared before her again. I called out, Qingchuan, come, and immediately the clear spring disappeared. It turns out the spring was called Qingchuan, a boring name. Any water flowing down the mountain could be called a spring, after all. Silently, I called out again, Qingchuan, come. The spring instantly appeared before my eyes, still crossing with the Bishui Creek. What's going on now? In the crystal-clear spring water, fish swam from the creek, opening and closing their mouths eagerly. Jiang Yumei quickly whispered, Qingchuan, retreat, and the water vanished. Many fish jumped on the ground, lively and jumping. Ha ha ha, another way to make money is right in front of me. Jiang Yumei cheered happily, unable to stop laughing. This is truly a cheat device. With it, catching fish is even better than what special soldiers can do. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you laughing alone? Little Baozi ran over nervously, worried that his mother might be losing her mind again. Son, look at the ground. Jiang Yumei pointed down. Little Baozi's eyes widened in shock. Could he also be going crazy? Are these hallucinations? Why are so many fish flipping on the ground? Mom, what's going on? I don't know either. I just picked up 2 sticks of firewood, and suddenly this happened. Jiang Yumei looked very scared. Son, I'm so afraid. Am I seeing ghosts? Seeing his mother so frightened, little Baozi suddenly felt brave. He thought women aren't used to this kind of thing. If something so strange happens, they get scared. As the pillar of the family, he had to take charge. He straightened his chest, pulled his mother gently, and pretended to be serious. It's broad daylight. There's no such thing as ghosts. Some things we don't understand, so we shouldn't think about them. Quickly, put these fish back in the creek to raise. Maybe we can sell them for a good price. Also, don't tell anyone about today's events. Neither Grandpa nor Grandma should know how we got these fish. Jiang Yumei secretly nodded in agreement, but she was thinking what she wanted to say. Her knowledge of fish was limited. She didn't recognize 2 kinds of fish. The ones she knew were catfish, carp, bighead carp, mandarin fish, and crucian carp. Among them, the largest red carp weighed about 20 pounds and was about 90 centimeters long. They threw the smaller fish, like the small carp and bighead carp, back into the creek. They wouldn't sell well, and she didn't like eating them anyway. The remaining 10 big fish, catfish, carp, and bighead carp, each weighed 5 or 6 pounds. For mandarin fish weighed over 2 pounds each, 2 crucian carp over 1 pound, and 3 unknown fish. There was a big, fierce fish with some spots all over its body, opening its mouth wide. They didn't dare to catch it directly, so they used a wooden stick to push it into a bag and set it aside. The 2 of them moved the fish 3 times before they finally managed to bring all of them back home. Once home, they washed a broken large water jar, filled it with water, and put the fish inside. The biggest fish was kept in a large wooden basin, while the fierce one was placed in a smaller basin. To help the fish stay alive, Jiang Yumei added some spring water. Such a big fish is hard to catch. Even the best fisherman in the village, Grandpa Ding, catches smaller ones, Xiao Baozi said with a smile, poking at the big carp. How could they sell such a fish? They really couldn't handle it alone, so they had to ask Jiang Dafu for help. They couldn't sell it in town because the town's market wasn't strong, and they knew many people there, making it hard to sell secretly. So they decided to go to the county. With so many fish, the price would be good, and they could earn a lot of money. Selling by boat would be easy, too. At noon, Jiang Yumei cooked a sour fish with a big freshwater fish called bianyu. Although she missed some ingredients like Sichuan pepper and garlic, it was still delicious. They didn't hold back and ate until they were full, only finishing half. After lunch, Xiao Baozi took a nap, and Jiang Yumei continued making flowers. While she was working, Li Shi arrived. Mother is here. I was just thinking of asking Yenner to come and visit you and Dad this afternoon, she said. All the chores at home are done. I came to make flowers with you, Li Shi said. Why do you want me and your dad to come? Mother, come see this. Jiang Yumei took Li Shi to the broken water jar in the yard. Oh my, so many big fish. Where did they come from? Did you catch them? Li Shi was surprised. Such large fish were rare. There are even bigger ones. Jiang Yumei pointed to the wooden basin nearby. Oh my, such big fish, and they're red carp. Could they be spirit fish? Li Shi was no longer calm. Mother, I found a place with many such big fish. I want Dad and me to take them to the county to sell, Jiang Yumei said. I need to get your dad quickly. These good fish would be a pity if they died, Li Shi said, rushing out the door. About 15 minutes later, Jiang Dafu and Li Shi arrived. Jiang Dafu was sweaty and covered in dirt, clearly coming straight from the fields. Jiang Yumei felt a bit sorry for her honest, kind father. She quickly poured him a bowl of water. Dad, rest for a bit. Jiang Dafu drank it all in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and asked, So, your mother said you found some spirit fish? Li Shi pulled Jiang Dafu to the big basin. Look, I wasn't wrong, was I? These big fish aren't just fish, they're like they've become spirits. Jiang Dafu was very surprised. Yes, and such a big fish. I've really learned something today. Jiang Yumei pointed at the two fish kept separately and in the tank that she didn't recognize. Dad, do you know what kind of fish this is? It looks like a black-spotted dogfish. I saw Ding Laohan catch one before, but it was much smaller than this. This one weighs at least 8 or 9 jin. Jiang Dafu looked at the other two fish. These fish are very thin and look strange. It's the first time I've seen such a fish. I don't know what they are. Dad, I found a secret place with many of these fish. They are easy to catch. I want you to go with me to sell them in the county. It could be a good way to make money. Jiang Yumei repeated what she had told Li Shi earlier. Maisie, I won't ask where that place is, but I worry about you catching fish there. Don't risk your life just to make money. Jiang Dafu looked at Jiang Yumei with concern. At this moment, Jiang Yumei felt very touched. Her family cared about her, unlike many old-fashioned families that favored boys and ignored their daughters' safety for money or sons. Don't worry, Dad. That place isn't dangerous. The fish swim into the shallow water on their own, so I dare to catch them. Jiang Dafu clearly relaxed. That's good. Still, be careful. We really shouldn't sell these fish in town. If acquaintances see them, they might come looking for fish around here. Going to the county to sell is better. It takes about 3 hours by ox cart, but the fish won't die on the way, right? Of course, we'll take a boat, Jiang Yumei said. Boats are expensive. One person costs 30 coins, 2 people 60 coins, Li Shi said with a pained look. If the fish die, we lose even more money, Jiang Yumei argued, holding up the fish. One fish isn't just 30 coins. Yes, Mei has a point. A mandarin fish can sell for 50 coins per jin, and one can sell for over 100 coins. We'll take the boat there, and the ox cart back, Jiang Dafu said. Li Shi was speechless for a moment. Dad, is a fish really that valuable? Yes, only wealthy people can afford mandarin fish. Plus, catfish and carp weighing 5 or 6 jin also sell for higher prices. The biggest carp, of course, is even more expensive, Jiang Dafu chuckled happily. After hearing Jiang Dafu, Jiang Yumei felt relieved. She was worried her honest father might be tricked, but it seems he's the kind of person who looks simple but is sharp inside. It's normal. After all, he's read a few years of books, so he's more knowledgeable. Dad, let's take the boat back. It's faster, she said. All right, Mei. If you say we'll take the boat, then we'll take the boat. Jiang Dafu smiled warmly and said, It seems that my cheap father is easier to talk to than little Baozi. Little Baozi woke up happily and pulled his grandfather to sit under the willow tree in the yard, discussing the price of selling fish. Jiang Dafu held a large fan, sometimes fanning himself, sometimes fanning his grandson. Jiang Yumei and Li sat under the eaves, making headbands and bracelets. Occasionally, they looked up at the happy conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren, with smiles shining in their eyes. When leaving, Jiang Yumei handed Li 2 big carp, saying, You eat one, and give one to Grandpa and Grandma. Li refused, saying, Such big fish are a pity to eat. Besides, if Auntie sees, she might cause trouble. Jiang Dafu agreed with her. Jiang Yumei thought it was true. If Annie saw, it would be hard to explain. She used straw ropes to tie 2 small fish, saying, Let's take these 2. Boiling carp makes good soup. Lee nodded, saying, okay, take them home to help your older brother and grandparents get stronger. The next morning, just before dawn, Jiang Dafu arrived carrying 2 large buckets. They put 4 mandarin fish and the biggest carp into one bucket and 5 large fish into another. The remaining 4 fish went into a small bucket and the dogfish into another small bucket, all covered with lids. Jiang Dafu carried the 2 big buckets. Jiang Yumei, who had new clothes and shoes, carried 2 small buckets. Little Baozi, also dressed in new clothes, carried a small basket with a headband inside. The 3 set out at sunrise. At the dock, there were already boats waiting. Adults paid 30 coins, children 15. Long ago, children also had half-price tickets. After waiting a while on the boat, it departed once all 10 seats were filled. About 2 hours later, they arrived at the county town. The West Market mostly has poor people, while the East Market is for the rich. We'll sell our fish in the East Market, but the stall fee will be higher. Jiang Dafu led them to the East Market. It was already noon, and all the stalls were full. They searched for a long time before finding an empty fish stall, where 2 brothers were packing large wooden basins. They approached the stall. Little Baozi, acting like a diplomat, sincerely and admiringly said, "Uncle, your business is really good. You've sold out so early." "Yes, tomorrow is old lady Chen's 70th birthday. I heard they're holding a 3-day banquet, and since our fish are fresh, they bought most of them." Jiang Yomei's eyes lit up at the sight of the large basins. "Little brother, can we borrow your basins?" "Don't worry, we'll pay 10 coins to rent them." 2 brothers heard about this good opportunity and had no objection. They quickly said, "Sure. Feel free to use them. We will come back in 2 hours to pick up the basin. If you sell quickly, just leave the wooden basin there." He pointed to the tofu seller nearby and then spoke to her before leaving. They poured the fish into several basins. Liangyu Jiang and Mei didn't let them out, saying, "Keep them. I will sell them somewhere else." A crisp voice rang out again, selling fish. Spotted fish, 5 or 6 Jean catfish and carp, and rare, precious mandarin fish. "Oh, what's that long, thin fish? If anyone knows, please tell me. Thanks in advance." As soon as a few people shouted, a crowd gathered around. "Wow, these fish are really big. What kind of fish is this?" "Big and fierce, covered in black spots." "What's this fish?" "Long and thin like a knife." "How much for this big fish?" "Big catfish, 25 coins per jean. Large carp and big silver carp, 20 coins per jean. Dogfish and mandarin fish, 50 coins per jean." "Give me a big catfish," said a lady quickly. "All right, look at the scale. It weighs 6 jean 6 liang. That's 165 coins." Jiang Dafu waited, and Jiang Yumei took the money. "I want that carp," said a lady. "Hey, don't push." She pointed at a carp. "That carp was mine first." "Let me weigh it," said an older man, glaring. In just 15 minutes, only 2 mandarin fish, a black-spotted fish, and 2 unknown fish remained. Of course, the mysterious carp spirit was still unshown. At this moment, a young man in a long gown hurried over. "I heard you have rare fish here. I want to see if they're as amazing as people say." He squatted down and looked. "Wow, such a big dogfish is rare. And mandarin fish. What's this? So thin like a knife." A middle-aged man passing by heard this and came over, surprised. "That's a knife fish. I've seen it in Jinzhou, but I didn't hear we have it in Qinghua County. How much?" "I'll buy both of these." Hey, sir, that's not fair. There's a first come, first served rule." "I was here first, so I should get them," the young man protested. "Young man, you're just looking, not buying. I was the first to say I wanted to buy these fish," the middle-aged man said sternly. At this moment, the first lady who bought a catfish hurried over with a steward-like person.
Great.
"You're still here, Manager Chen. I bought these at the stall." Manager Chen pointed to the fish in the basin and said, "We want all these fish." "That won't do. These fish are the ones we saw first," the 2 arguing people said, standing together. Manager Chen was good at handling people. He quickly made a respectful gesture with his fist. "Sorry, ladies. I am Chen Air, the steward of the Chin family in the south of the city. Our old master is celebrating his 70th birthday tomorrow. We want to get a big fish for good luck and bring it back for his birthday. You see, reaching 70 is rare and special. Please, can you be flexible? Manager Chin, normally we should give priority to old Master Chin, but we also have our difficulties. The second young master from the county office is hosting a banquet tonight at Jifu restaurant for important guests, and we need to prepare some rare dishes. I was just looking for good ingredients, and these fish are perfect, said a young man with a worried look. The middle-aged man also spoke. I don't want other fish. You can split them, but you won't cook these pike fish properly if you buy them. I'll take them. That won't do. Pike fish are rare, and if we buy them, we might not cook them well, the young man insisted. Stop arguing. What's all this noise? A government officer who collected stall fees stormed over angrily. Jiang Dafu quickly handed him 10 coins. Officer, here is the stall fee. Then he shielded the lady and quietly slipped another 10 coins to him. This was prearranged with Jiang Yumei. The officer immediately changed his tone and smiled. These things are tricky. If they don't sell well, it's a worry. If they sell too well, it's also a problem. Don't argue anymore. Divide it among yourselves, and everyone stays friendly. Then he left. The three began to negotiate again. Jiang Yumei whispered a few words to the ladies standing nearby. The lady nodded excitedly. She called Manager Chin aside and whispered a few words. Manager Chin looked happy and glanced at Jiang Yumei. She gave a subtle nod, and he understood. He walked to the two men and said, I won't argue anymore. Just give me a mandarin fish. One person backed down, and the others showed their style. In the end, the young shopkeeper chose a black-spotted dogfish and a pike fish. The middle-aged man chose a pike fish and a mandarin fish. Since pike fish were being sold for the first time in Qinghua County, they were priced at 1 tael of silver each, whether you wanted them or not. After those two people left, Jiang Yumei lifted the lid of the bucket containing the carp spirit a little so that Manager Chin could see. Manager Chin was startled and immediately covered his mouth with his hand, forcing himself to suppress a scream. 1 fixed price, 5 taels of silver, not a penny less, Jiang Yumei said. She originally wanted to take this fish to the Chin family to try her luck. It's so expensive, I really can't decide, Manager Chin whispered. You carry the bucket and come with me to the Chin residence. Jiang Dafu placed the wooden basin with the tofu seller, then carried the bucket and followed Manager Chin. At the side gate of the Chin residence, Manager Chin told them to wait outside while he went to ask the head of the household, Master Chin Jihong. After a short while, Manager Chin came out and said that the master wanted to see them. They entered the Chin residence, where intricate carvings, painted pillars, small bridges over flowing water, and blooming flowers surrounded them. Having stayed in a humble thatched house for over 10 days, Jiang Yumei suddenly felt a bit envious and jealous when walking in this wealthy place. Her mother was not bad either. How did she end up like this? It didn't seem fair. She looked down at the young boy who had never seen the world, and surprisingly, he was even calmer than her mother. Only from the slight redness at the tips of his ears could she tell he was a little different from usual. They arrived at a room where a young man in his mid-20s was sitting by an 8 immortals table, reading a ledger. He wore a dark blue round-collar long gown, had handsome eyebrows and bright eyes, with a balanced build. He looked up at them with a gentle and polite expression. He glanced at the fish in the bucket and also showed a happy expression. What a big red carp. Grandpa will definitely like it. He then asked them to sit down and called a servant to serve tea. I heard you can catch good fish. Can you regularly supply some to our Chin residents? We can discuss the price. The most important thing is that the fish are good. Jiang Yumei was overjoyed. If they had such a long-term, stable customer, it would be a huge opportunity. Dad, I heard there's a very big fish. I want to see it too. A chubby 7- or 8-year-old boy suddenly rolled in from outside. The word roll was not an exaggeration. This boy was extremely fat. Wow. The chubby boy squeezed his eyes into an oval shape and looked at the fish in the bucket. He jumped up, though he couldn't jump very high, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, Wow. So big. Dad, This fish is even bigger than Sister Zhu from Zhang's family. The old master of the Qin family chuckled warmly. Comparing Sister Zhu to a big fish, aren't you afraid Brother Zhang from their family will come to fight you? His voice was gentle and warm, clearly a good father. Jiang Yomei's impression of this man immediately improved. She always believed that in modern society, to judge a man, you should first see if he is a good son. In ancient times, to judge a man, you should first see if he is a good father. Housekeeper Chen saw that both father and son liked this and secretly felt pleased. He flattered, "Sir, I will have someone take this fish to the kitchen now so they can think about making some good dishes to make the old master happy." Old Master Chen shook his head and said, "This fish can't be eaten. Keep it well and let it be raised. Tomorrow, the old master will personally release it into the lotus pond in the backyard." He looked up and said to Jiang Dafu and others, "You are thoughtful. Second Chen will give them 5 silver coins and an extra 2 liang of silver as a reward." Then he saw a small, handsome boy sitting quietly, contrasting sharply with his noisy son, and felt a good impression. "This little guy is well behaved. Are you hungry? Go get some snacks and give him some." The chubby boy finally noticed there was another little boy here. He ran over and stood across from the small bun like a mountain, looking down on him disdainfully. "You're a boy too? Why do I think you look like a little girl?" The small bun was so angry, he puffed out his chest. "I'm a man, and you look like a chubby girl." The chubby boy was easygoing and didn't get angry. He chuckled, "Haha, this is the first time I've heard someone say I look like a girl. You're brave, but I like it." This was Jiang Dafu's first time in such a wealthy home. He was already a bit scared. When he heard Nyener dare to talk back to the young master, worried she might suffer, he quickly said, "Nyener, be polite. Please don't blame old Master Chen." Jiang Yumei shook her head secretly. She thought, poor people have short ambitions. It's obvious that others started the insults, right? Old Master Chen hurriedly said, "No problem. Children like to play. Let them be." Then he asked, "What do you think of what I just said?" "We have no problem. May I ask, how many times a month do you deliver fish, and how many fish each time?" Jiang Yumei asked. Old Master Chen thought for a moment. 3 times a month, once every 10 days. For big fish, I'll send 5 each time. Smaller fish can be more. The best kinds are mandarin fish, pike, and dogfish. Of course, if there are larger fish, he pointed to the fish in the bucket, no matter what kind, I will pay a high price. He also asked where their home was, so if there was an urgent need at the house, he could come to buy. While they discussed business, they didn't notice when the small bun and the chubby boy became friends. They were happily chatting and eating snacks together. Jiang Yumei and the 2 others took the silver and prepared to leave. Little Fatty didn't want to go. "Father, I can't bear to see my younger brother leave. Can he stay with us for a couple of days as a guest?" "Jeer, don't be unreasonable." Old Man Chen looked at little Fatty pouting and sighed. "Your brother is still so young. How can he be separated from his mother? If you like your brother, ask him to come visit earlier next time, alright?" Niena was also holding little Fatty's hand and said, "Old Man Chen is right. Next time, I'll come to see you earlier, or you can come to my house to play. I'll take you to pick fruit on the mountain." Little Fatty's eyes lit up. "You keep your word. Remember to take me to pick fruit." Old Man Chen also smiled and said, "From now on, Nyener, just call me Uncle Chen. Calling me Old Man Chen sounds too formal." At this moment, a maid entered and said, "Master, Old Master is angry again. He says he can't enjoy fish because it's either too salty, too spicy, or has a fishy smell. He's upset and refusing to eat." Old Man Chen rubbed his forehead and said, "Old Master doesn't like steamed fish from Jifu restaurant anymore? After eating it for half a month, why doesn't it taste good anymore?" Little Fatty said with feeling, "You can try making fishball soup, which is fresh and tender. It's good for the elderly to help digestion." Jiang Yumei remembered a fishball soup from her past life. "Yes, young lady. My late husband's surname was Lin," Jiang Yumei said. "Oh, the Lin family's younger sister-in-law can make fish balls? I've eaten fish balls before, but if they're too salty, they lose their natural freshness. If they're not salty enough, the fishy smell is too strong." Our family's old master loves fish, but dislikes the fishy smell. My fish balls definitely won't have a fishy smell. If Uncle Chun doesn't mind, I can give it a try. Jiang Yumei really wanted to show her skill. The old master loves fish, so their fish dishes sell even better, right? Who doesn't want to impress the big spender? Maisie, can you do it? Jiang Dafu hurriedly asked. Did his daughter know how to make fish balls? He didn't realize she did. Dad, don't worry. De Wang taught me when he was here. She pushed the task onto Lin De Wang. All right, second Uncle Chun, take Lin's younger sister-in-law to the kitchen, he ordered. Then he asked someone to invite Jiang Dafu and Nyener to the side hall for lunch. Jiang Yumei went to the kitchen, where she took out a 3-gene, about 1.5 kilograms, catfish, removed the head, skin, bones, and guts. She sliced the meat and soaked it in salt water to remove the fishy smell. During this time, she sliced scallions and into strips, poured boiling water over them to make scallion, water, and let it cool for later use. After removing the fish slices, chop them with the back of a knife into minced meat. Gradually add and scallion water, stirring evenly. Then add salt and, in a clockwise direction, stir vigorously until the mixture becomes sticky. Next, add egg whites and continue stirring. Afterward, add starch and keep mixing, then beat the mixture a few times. In a pot, bring water and slices to about 80 degrees Celsius. This temperature is hard to control, but Jiang Yumei has practiced this several times at home. Squeeze the minced fish into balls and put them into the hot water. Cook on low heat until the fish balls float, then cook for another 2 minutes before removing them. Heat oil in a pan, add slices, and fry until fragrant. Lightly sear the fish bones, and since there's no cooking wine, add a few drops of white wine. Pour in boiling water and cook until the fish soup turns white. Add the fish balls and cook for 1 minute. Then add chopped scallions, cilantro, salt, and a little sesame oil before serving. Jiang Yumei served 2 bowls of fish balls, one for Elder Chun and the other for Uncle Chun and Little Fatty. When they returned to that room, Jiang Youfu and Little Baozi had probably finished lunch. The 4 of them were chatting happily. When Little Fatty caught the smell of the fish balls, he sniffed eagerly and exclaimed, "It smells so good." The maid placed the soup bowls on the 8 immortals table next to Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun first tasted the soup with a spoon, nodded, then took a fish ball to taste, and nodded repeatedly. These fish balls are fresh and delicate, with no fishy smell at all. Truly delicious. Little Fatty couldn't hold back either. After seeing his father eat one, he hurriedly took one and stuffed it into his mouth, not bothering to speak, and kept eating. Soon, the small bowl of fish balls was gone. After finishing the fish balls, the father and son looked up to see Jiang Yumei and the others staring at them in shock. Both faces turned red. "These fish balls are so tasty," Little Fatty spoke first. "Sorry for causing trouble," Uncle Chun said shyly. "Even in Beijing and the provincial capital, I've never tasted such delicious fish balls. I'm glad you like them. The key to good fish balls is removing the fishy smell and making them elastic. I've already taught the cook the important parts," Jiang Yumei said while eating, though her stomach was growling. "Lin, Auntie is hungry," Little Fatty blurted out. Little Baozi glared at Little Fatty and took out a paper-wrap snack. "Mom, I have 2 pieces of pastry here. You can have the first bite. When we go out, we'll eat." Jiang Yumei's face, which was already red, turned purple like an eggplant. Silly son, she thought. Even when giving her food, she had to wait until they went outside. "Sorry, I didn't serve you well." Uncle Chun also felt embarrassed. He turned to a maid and said, "Quick, take Lin's younger sister and brother to the side hall to eat." Jiang Yumei was not pretentious and went to eat with the maid. They had 3 simple dishes and soup, and surprisingly, there was a long-missed braised pork. Jiang Yumei enjoyed the most lavish lunch in the side hall after passing through. Meanwhile, the old master ate fish balls, feeling happy. He initially wanted to eat all the balls in the bowl but was stopped by the family servant Uncle Zhou and the grandson Qin Jihong who arrived. "You little brat," the old man said, grabbing his cane and about to hit him. "It's rare to have something tasty, and you don't want me to enjoy it?" Qin Jihong quickly dodged. The old man had been using this trick for over 20 years, so he was very skilled at avoiding it. Smiling and teasing, Chen Jihong asked, "Grandpa, I have something good too. Do you want to see?" The old man raised his cane again, ready to hit, but Chen Jihong immediately said, "Don't hit me. I'll show you right away." He turned to the servant Xiao Shi to bring in a bucket. When the old man saw it, he stood up excitedly and circled around the wooden bucket. "Wow, a big red fish. I've never seen one this big before."
Good.
"Grandpa, tomorrow we'll release it into our lotus pond to bring you good luck and long life," Chen Jihong said as he helped the old man sit down. The old man was even happier, tugging his beard and smiling. "You little rascal, after all these years, the only thing that really makes me happy is this. I didn't expect to get such a treasure before I die. Keeping this fish at home will make our family even more prosperous." He thought for a moment and said, "You should write a letter and send it to the old man of the Zhang family. I didn't want to invite that old troublemaker specifically, but now with this red fish, I want him to come. I want to see him get mad." The widow had passed away over 10 years ago, and those memories still lingered. Chen Jihong shook his head helplessly. The old master's thoughts jumped wildly. The next moment, he turned sentimental and said sincerely, "Jihong, no matter how prosperous we are, it's best to have many children and grandchildren. You're not young anymore. Jier's mother has been gone for many years. You should find a wife and have more grandchildren for me. Jier is too lonely." "Grandpa, were the fish balls good today?" Chen Jihong interrupted his old stories. Yes, they're delicious. The fish's freshness is there, but no fishy smell," the old man replied thoughtfully. "I was about to say something just now, but I forgot. It's not about the fish balls, is it? How did I forget?" He thought for a long time but couldn't remember. "Grandpa, you're talking about the big red carp we keep at home. If we keep it, our family will be prosperous," Chen Jihong respectfully said. "Right, that's it." The old man nodded happily, looking at the fish in the bucket. The grandfather and granddaughter were happily chatting here, while Jiang Yumei, after finishing her meal, politely took her leave. Butler Chen Er had already prepared all the gifts that Grandpa Chen had instructed. When they left, Jiang Yumei was holding 7 taels of silver, with a bucket containing 20 jin of refined rice, and another bucket holding 20 jin of white flour. De Fu Jiang had a box with a special set of items for small buns, including 2 paper knives, an inkstone, 2 ink sticks, and 4 brushes. Another bucket contained 4 pieces of fabric. Little Baozi was clutching a purse given by Grandma Chen and carrying 2 bags of candies and snacks. Jiang Yumei felt very happy inside. Today's visit to the Chen family's house was quite fruitful. She sold fish and vegetables and gained a lot. Most importantly, the gifts from Grandpa Chen were exactly what they needed. She thought, yes, he is a smart person. Working long-term with clever and attractive clients is also a joyful experience. However, Chen Jihang's name sounded a bit strange. Chen Jihang, the branch manager, really is a good name for a businessman. This morning, the fish business was so busy that she didn't have time to sell the head ornaments. Now it's late morning, and going back to sell head ornaments might mean missing the boat home. The group hurried to the dock. On the way, they saw a rusty goods shop called Lan Yun Ge. They thought about going in to check the prices, it wouldn't take long, or maybe selling the head ornaments there. As soon as they entered, they saw all kinds of embroidery works: fan surfaces, screens, pendants, purses, headpieces, and bracelets. Jiang Yumei suddenly felt tense. These designs looked very familiar. They were her own creations, just with a small cartoon pig replaced by a round-eyed, white-mustached kitten. These handmade items used better materials, had more delicate craftsmanship, and more vibrant colors. Overall, they far surpassed what Jiang Yumei had made before. It was blatant copying and stealing. It must have been that wealthy man in white who did it. He must have started thinking about copying right then. He bargained, glared, and still managed to get such a big deal, all while pretending to be the one at a disadvantage. "Young lady, are you looking to buy a clutch or a headpiece? These are new arrivals from our Lan Yun Ge main store in the provincial city, just yesterday. I hear they're very popular there," Even traders from Beijing are eager to get them, a cheerful woman in her 30s said as she approached Jiang Yumei. Seeing that Jiang Yumei didn't respond, she added, if you're not interested in these, upstairs we have ready-made clothes, brocade, silk, and all kinds of styles. This shopkeeper was quite professional and didn't look down on them just because they were dressed plainly. But Jiang Yumei simply didn't want to talk to her. She turned and left the shop. Standing on the street, I see shops lined up along the blue stone-paved road. They all have blue walls, dark tiles, and wooden facades. Ancient people in long robes and short jackets, with skirts and aprons, walk between them. This is in ancient times. Ancient times didn't have patents, and she wasn't an original creator with patents anyway, just a copyist. What's so annoying? I already expected this outcome, but I didn't think the spread would be so quick, or that it would become so widespread. The well-made copies make me, as a copyist, feel ashamed. It seems I make too little profit selling hairpins or small bags. When I sell one, others can make 100, with better quality and larger markets. My advantage as a copyist is gone. I need to put this money aside for now. After thinking for a moment, I turn back and say to the shopkeeper, your boss should be a young man named Qingzheng, right? The shopkeeper nods blankly. If you see him, tell him that I point to my head, have more intricate designs than these small bags, hairpins, or bracelets. I also have many creative ideas, like QQ penguin bags, Bebe butterfly bows, pearl mandarin duck clasps, and bubble Mimi covers. There are too many. If he's interested in collaborating, tell him to come find me.
No delay.
When I walk outside, I hear the shopkeeper shouting, who are you? And where is your home? I snort coldly, showing him I know exactly who I am and where my home is, making that greedy man anxious. Now I have a new way to make money, and I'm not in a rush to earn this money. Little Baozi and Jiang Dafu follow me in and out of the house strangely. Mom, are we still selling hairpins? Not yet. I don't plan to sell my skills anymore, only the designs. Maybe we can also invest in the technology. What is technology, and what does investing mean? Little Baozi is eager to learn. I'll tell you slowly later. Hurry up, or we'll miss the boat. They only relax after boarding the ship. Back at Jiang Yumei's home, Jiang Dafu hands her a bag of copper coins and takes some things from the barrel, trying to leave. I stop him, pull out 2 taels of silver from my pocket, and give it to him. Father, I'm just helping out. You shouldn't take my money. Take it back and use it to support Nyener's education. Jiang Dafu tries to return the money. Today we earned so much, and you helped too. It's only right that you take this money. Besides, you've always taken care of me and Nyener. Now that I have the means, I should show my gratitude to you. She spoke, then opened the package of snacks, sesame crispy cakes, weighing about 2 jin, and divided them in half, wrapping one part in oil paper. Share this with your grandparents and family. Thinking they probably wouldn't want to spend money, she took out 200 coins, strung them together, and handed them to Jiang Dafu. Don't be afraid to spend some money. Dad and Mom have to do so much work, and Big Brother isn't feeling well, so he needs to eat better. Today, there's no time to divide the rice and fabric, so let Mom come tomorrow and bring some fabric to make clothes.
Okay.
Jiang Dafu happily accepted the 2 taels of silver. With these items, his burden felt lighter. He happily carried the silver and the crispy cakes, along with a large water bucket, and went home. Mom and her daughter counted the money they earned today, more than 11 taels of silver. After giving some to Jiang Dafu, they had over 9 taels left. She then opened the purse given by Old Lady Chen, which contained 5 silver coins of 5 qian each. Jiang Yumei put 7 taels of silver into the purse. Thinking again, she opened the box and put in the 5 taelless silver ingots from the last sale of the handheld bags. Then she bent down, took out a small stone from behind the wall near the foot of the bed, and pushed the purse inside. She covered the stone, pressed it firmly, and made a small hole, an accidental discovery by Jiang Yumei. Mom, why don't you put the silver in the small jar under the bed? Little Baozi couldn't understand why his mother was making such a fuss. Silly boy, you can't put eggs in the same basket, Jiang Yumei said as she put the remaining copper coins and broken silver into a box and locked it. Little Bowsy suddenly understood and nodded. "Oh, I see," he said, looking at his mother with admiration. "If you put all the eggs in one basket and see so many eggs, you'll want to eat a few more. But if you keep them separate, you can save some. That's a good way to live, save a little with each meal, and over a year, you can save a whole bushel." What nonsense! With such a rich family, why tighten the belt? Jiang Yume had to explain the true meaning of eggs shouldn't be put in one basket again. She also said, silver is earned, not saved. Of course, silver is saved, little Bowsy insisted stubbornly when faced with the principal. "All right, if you say so. But tell me, if you save a bushel in a year, how much is that worth? Less than a tael of silver, right? If we find a good way to make money, like the handbags and hair accessories Mom makes, we could earn much more, right?" "That's what Mom said." Little Bowsy nodded. "But we can think about saving money and earning money at the same time. That way, our family will have more. The more money we have, the more at ease we feel." This little stingy person, Jiang Yume, was truly speechless. She had to take a step back and say, "A frugal mother has no objections, but we shouldn't save on food. Look at Chinji, he's only 2 years older than you, but he's much taller than you. If you don't eat well, the gap between you will only grow. You'll only grow to his belly height. One day, if he's upset, he could kick you far away with one kick. That would be very sad." Little Bowsy imagined himself being kicked far away by the tall and strong Chinji and shivered. "All right, I won't save on food." After a hard-fought battle, she finally managed to secure some rights to eat better. Jiang Yume felt that changing Bowsy's stingy nature was a long journey. These days, Jiang Yume asked Jiang Dafu to help buy some large wooden tubs and basins, along with soy sauce and brown sugar. She sometimes went out to attract fish with clear spring water. Now she can find the right angle where the spring water meets the clear water stream, trapping the fish in the shallow part of the stream. This way, Bowsy wouldn't find it too strange. Most small fish are released back, while some bigger, better fish are caught and kept in tanks or basins filled with spring water, waiting to be sold in the county. Of course, their family also eats fish every day. With good seasoning and the fish raised in spring water, the taste is much better. Eating such delicious fish feels like living in paradise. But first, she had to hide Bowsy's sad expression, because in his view, they weren't eating fish but shining silver. Li also secretly brought home 2 big crucian carp every other day. Now Jiang Yushan can walk a little with help, and old Master Zhang's illness has improved a lot. Li bought 20 little chicks for them. Bowsy was so happy he sat by the chicken coop for nearly half an hour. His mother said that worms and bugs could help the chicks grow faster and lay eggs sooner. Even when it was dark, he kept looking for wormholes. Jiang Dafu had already taken Bowsy with gifts to visit Mr. Wang in Dongling village. Mr. Wang said Lin Yan was young but very clever, surpassing many older students, and could go to school anytime. Jiang Yume thought that the day after tomorrow was the first day of August. Bowsy had specifically said he wanted to visit the Bodhisattva at Lingji Temple, so they could wait until the second day of August to go to school. The next morning, at dawn, Bowsy woke up. Seeing his mother still sleeping, he patted her face and quoted her classic words, "Get up, the sun is shining on your." "Son, we don't need to go to work or school, and we don't need to farm. Let mother sleep a little longer." Jiang Yume finally relaxed after a long time of tension, and these days she had been sleeping until late morning. Being a wife in ancient times had its advantages. She didn't need to set rules for a difficult mother-in-law or wake up early to make breakfast for her husband. Their home was far from the village, so no one knew she was a lazy wife sleeping in until dawn. Thinking of these good things made her smile happily. When she opened her eyes, she saw her son's rosy little face looking at her. Her heart softened, and she quickly leaned over to kiss her little bundle of joy. She turned over and got up. "Son, are you hungry? Mom will get up now and cook for you. Son will help you burn the fire," the little boy said, quickly getting dressed. After breakfast, the little boy eagerly put a few pieces of osmanthus sugar into his big pocket on his chest. Jiang Yume also made a light blue t-shirt for him, sewing a small piece of autumn-colored fabric onto it, which could be both a pocket and a decoration. Today, Sanjuzi and Brother Liangzi are resting.
I'll go give them some candy, he said.
Son, just a few pieces. If their brothers and sisters are around, or if they meet other friends, will that be enough? We still have plenty of sugar at home. Take a little more, Jiang Yumei encouraged, always mindful of being frugal. Mom, we only have that much sugar. We should save it for later. Besides Sanjuzi and Brother Liangzi, no one else has given me candy before, the boy replied. Even if they didn't give you candy before, if you give some to them today, they'll remember you when they have good things later. It's about giving and receiving, right? The boy hesitated, feeling a bit reluctant about his mother's advice. Jiang Yumei added, when I was sick before, you grew up so well because besides grandpa, grandma, and uncle, many people in the village helped us in some way. Now that we are better off, can't we share a little sugar?
The boy nodded, yes.
He grabbed 2 handfuls of sugar and ran out. Jiang Yumei took out the long light blue shirt she had made for her son, sewing it up carefully. She imagined how elegant and handsome her son would look in it, feeling very happy. After fetching water from the creek to water the garden, she started making clothes for old Master Jiang. In half a month, on his 62nd birthday, she planned to cut out a suit for him from a piece of camel-colored fabric given by the Qin family. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Jiang Yumei opened it and saw a sweaty boy of about 8 or 9 standing there. Auntie, something bad happened. Guzi stole Brother Nian's candy and even hit him on the head until it bled, he said urgently. Jiang Yumei was immediately alarmed. She quickly ran, then stopped and turned back, grabbing the pole leaning against the wall and pulling the little boy along as she ran. They reached a water pit by a small hill, where a group of children and 2 women were gathered. Little Baozi was sitting on the ground crying, and a strong, dark-haired boy sat beside him, seemingly trying to comfort him. Jiang Yumei quickly hugged little Baozi. Son, what happened? Let me see. There was a greenish herbal paste on little Baozi's forehead, and his face was covered with tears and blood. Seeing his mother, he cried even louder. Mom, Guzi stole my candy. I wouldn't give it to him, so he pushed me onto a stone. A woman said, Maisie, don't worry. I already tore some hemostatic grass, chewed it, and applied it to him. Look, the bleeding has stopped. Where is Guzi? The boy leading the way pointed about 50 meters ahead near a bamboo grove. Right there. Several boys in their teens stood there. They were so arrogant, beating someone and not even trying to hide, just standing there talking and laughing. Jiang Yumei put down little Baozi. Son, don't be afraid. Mom will get revenge for you. She quickly grabbed the pole and hurried over to the group. Who is Guzi? I am. What? Do you dare to hit someone, old woman? As soon as Guzi finished speaking, he was hit. He jumped in pain, and before he could react, he was hit several more times. Jiang Yumei, acting wildly, swung the pole and started hitting Guzi indiscriminately. You dare hit my son, you beast. If you bully my boy, I'll beat you to death. When Guzi remembered to fight back, he couldn't get close to Jiang Yumei and could only cover his head and dodge. At this moment, Guzi's mother arrived, screaming and rushing at Jiang Yumei. You woman! How dare you hit my son? While Jiang Yumei and his mother were entangled, Guzi got up, snatched Jiang Yumei's pole, and started hitting her. People nearby quickly came over to hold Guzi back.
How can a man hit a woman like that?
He's really grown up. Jiang Yumei had already been hit several times. I hit her because I wanted to. Not only that, I'll hit that little brat too. Every time I see him, I'll beat him. One day, when I'm in a bad mood, I'll throw that kid into the Qingshui River to feed the turtles, Guzi said arrogantly. As someone cast out by her family, what was he afraid of? Hearing this, Jiang Yumei was furious. She thought that if Guzi wasn't stopped, little Baozi would be in danger at any moment. If something happened to her son, what was the point of her even living? As the old saying goes, the timid fear the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about life. Today, only the most fearless people could control this fool. Looking around, I saw someone nearby holding a small axe, so I broke free from her grip, rushed forward, grabbed the axe, and screamed as I swung it at Erguzi. I swear I'll fight you. If you dare to throw my son into the river, I'll kill you first. Jiang Yumei swung her knife, frightening everyone into scattering. Erguzi also shouted and ran away. Because Jiang Yumei was holding a knife and was a widow, the few men who came to watch the scene didn't dare to step closer to take the knife. An astonishing scene unfolded. A man with a bruised face ran ahead, crying out loudly, "Help! Someone's getting hurt." A disheveled woman chased after him with a small axe, shouting loudly, "You beast! How dare you hit my son? I will cut you down." Behind them, a group of people followed. Some cried out, "Don't hurt my son." Others shouted, "Calm down, don't do something stupid." Some stirred trouble, shouting, "Come see. Someone's getting hurt. Little Guafu is attacking someone." The crowd ran from the back of Shiha village to the front, crossed the bridge, and headed to Dongha village, following the river north. Gradually, more and more people gathered, those from the mountains, fields, and homes. Suddenly, Erguzi tripped over a stone and fell flat, unable to get up. As he tried to crawl forward, Jiang Yumei rushed over, raised her knife, and swung at him. Erguzi was so scared he closed his eyes and cried loudly, "Mother! Mother!" But the knife didn't land because someone grabbed Jiang Yumei's arm. "Little sister-in-law, killing him would only dirty your hands. His worthless life isn't worth you risking yours. Think about your son," said Sun Daqiang, Liangzi's father. Jiang Dafu also rushed over and grabbed the knife from Jiang Yumei. "Maisie, that dog isn't worth risking your life." Li Shi ran up, hugged Jiang Yumei, and started crying, "My poor Maisie. You've been bullied so badly." Jiang Yumei also hugged Li Shi and cried loudly. At this moment, it was important to gain sympathy. She cried heartbreakingly, "Mother, someone won't let us live. They've been bullying us all day. He hit my son's head so hard it bled, and now they want to throw him into the river to feed the turtles. We just can't go on living."
Wah.
At this moment, the little boy was also carried over, tears, runny nose, and blood on his face.
Mum, I'm scared.
Wah, Erguzi wants to hurt me. He said he'd set our house on fire in the middle of the night, throw me into the river to drown me. Mom, I'm so scared.
Wah.
Jiang Yumei cried as she held the little boy. We women can't go on living like this. Let's go die now. She tried to run towards the Qing River with the boy, but Li Shi and Jiang Dafu and others held her back and tried to persuade her. Mom, let's find Dad. He will protect us. The boy kept crying and pleading. Nearby, some women's eyes were already red with tears. This is terrible. It's making life impossible. Many people were furious, cursing Erguzi for being so cruel. Some people muttered darkly, the world is really going downhill. A widow not only shows herself, but also carries a knife to threaten others. That's really immoral. Yeah, this young widow is too reckless. However, a few men, including one from Dongha village and others besides Zhao Tiekue and Erguzi's father, who had heard Lin Daoyang's plea, felt ashamed as they listened to Lin Yin calling out for her father and Jiang Yumei crying and begging to die. They thought about how Lin Daoyang had risked his life alone to lead the wolves away and save them, yet they had failed to protect his lonely mother, allowing her to be bullied and driven to the river. A group led by Sun Daqiang couldn't hold back anymore. They walked over and started hitting Erguzi, shouting, "Beat this beast to death. How dare you bully people?" Erguzi was beaten and crying out for his mother. His mother, not willing to stand by, ran up and threw herself on him, crying loudly, "There's no justice anymore. The one with the knife is justified, and the one being cut is also beaten. Heaven, open your eyes and see. These people are all bewitched by that young widow. They see her tender flesh and just want to take advantage." While she was cursing, Li Shi rushed over, grabbed her hair, and scratched her face. "I'll curse your family's reputation. I'll beat you to death." A few women, led by Su Shi, mother of Liangzi, came to pull her away, shouting stop fighting, but they were actually pulling her aside. They held her back from hitting, while Li Shi kicked and grabbed fiercely. A few other men continued hitting Erguzi, shouting, "Tell me, do you dare to bully others again?" "I won't dare anymore. Please, let me go," Erguzi begged, crying. At this moment, officials from Shiha village, including Zhao Shifa and Jiang Dafei, arrived. Dog's mother cried out, "Elder uncle, there's no justice. If you had come a little later, my daughter and I would have been beaten to death." Zhao Shifa ignored her and angrily scolded, "What is going on? This is shameful. Men are not acting like men. Women are not acting like women. What kind of order is this?" Liangzi and Sanju, along with a few other boys, chattered excitedly. "It's all because of Erguzi. When Nyener gave us candy, he came to it and even pushed Nyener onto a stone, hitting her head so hard she bled a lot." "Exactly. He even said he wanted to push Nyener into the river to feed the turtles." Hearing this, Zhao Shifa angrily scolded Zhao Shifang, who had arrived. "You useless thing. Letting your wife and son cause trouble outside every day, and you don't take them home to discipline them?" Zhao Shifang quickly stepped forward, one hand supporting his wife and the other pulling up his son, trying to leave. Dog's mother was not willing to back down. She sat on the ground loudly shouting, "So, does this mean we just have to accept the beating? They haven't even paid for the herbal medicine. I'll leave only after they give me a silver tail." Grandpa Jiang ignored Dog's mother and sneered at Zhao Shifa. "What's this? Are you trying to protect them now?" Zhao Shifa chuckled. "Grandpa Jiang, look at how badly they've been beaten. Mei Zi and Nian Xiao haven't been hurt much. Let's just settle this quietly. Besides, Mei Zi was caught with a knife in broad daylight, which isn't right either. Everyone makes mistakes. We shouldn't pursue it further. What do you think? Not pursue it? You're so smooth with your reasoning." Grandpa Jiang pointed at Jiang Yumei and her son. "My granddaughter was pushed to the brink this time and lost her mind. Last time, Erguzi chased her into Bishui Creek. If Tizi hadn't happened to rescue her, she would have died. And before that, Erguzi hit Maisie foot with a stone, making it swell so badly she couldn't walk for days. Erguzi has hit my grandson more than once. This time, he even caused a head wound. My grandson aims to become a top scholar. Who can fix his head if it's damaged? If you don't hold him accountable, are you waiting for Erguzi to kill them both or force my granddaughter and him to die together before you take action?" Well, it started with Erguzi's mistake, but Maisie's mistake was even worse, Zhao Shifa stubbornly replied. Although Grandpa Jiang was the top scholar in Shiha village and highly respected, second only to him, he was clearly defending his granddaughter. Normally, he wouldn't risk offending his cousin's son over a troublemaker who couldn't even stay out of trouble. But if he punished his cousin's son, his own reputation as village head would suffer. How could he hold his head up in Shiha village afterward? "Stop talking nonsense," said the refined Mr. Jiang, also cursing harsh words. Maisie doesn't resist. Does that mean he's just waiting for that kid to be thrown into the river to feed the turtles? Zhao Shifa's face turned red with anger. Resisting isn't the same as threatening with a knife. Using a knife can land you in jail. "Uncle Zhao, you don't need to make things difficult." The Jiang father and son, Jiang Dashue and Jiang Yushu, helped Jiang Yushan to come forward. Jiang Yushan's face was pale and slightly red. "I'm going to the county town by boat to complain and see how the county magistrate will judge. Will he send the beast who forces orphans and widows to prison, or will he imprison the desperate widow and orphan?" As he finished speaking, Nyener suddenly started crying loudly, hiccuping as she cried,
"I'm scared.
Ergo might burn me or throw me into the river to feed the turtles. Boo-hoo, mother, my head hurts so much. Am I stupid?" When Zhao Shiyu heard Jiang Yushan planning to go to the county office to complain, he became a little anxious. Jiang Yushan was a registered scholar from a few years ago, and he was on the official list with the county magistrate. People said the magistrate loved talented people, so he would surely favor him. Today's incident was clearly Ergo bullying others to death. His previous handling was somewhat biased. If it really went to the county, the local officials might dismiss him. It seemed that only punishing Ergo could settle this matter. They could let him apologize and give some medicine money. Just as he was about to speak, His old daughter, Zhao Lan'er, ran over angrily. Father, Ergo did something really shameful. He's pushing people to the brink of death. You can't cover for him anymore. Listen, niece, why are you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? Ergo's mother scolded Zhao Lan'er angrily.
Sao Lene erklärte her.
I'm helping justice, not family. At this moment, Mr. Wang from Donghe village squeezed over. Zhao Lijing, I'm an outsider and shouldn't interfere in your affairs. But Lin Nian is about to become my student, so I have the right to say a few words. Donghe village and Shihe village share only one acquaintance, Mr. Wang, who was appointed by Li Yuanwei, the first scholar from Donghe village. Mr. Wang was specially invited from a neighboring town. He was very learned and virtuous, highly respected in this area. Please go ahead, Zhao Shifa nodded respectfully. Mr. Wang looked at Lin Nian, who was crying and gasping for breath, with tenderness in his eyes. Lin Nian is young, but sincere, kind, and filial. At such a young age, he must take care of his widowed mother and worry about earning a living, supporting a family through hard times. I ask everyone here, can you do the same? How can you bear to bully such a child? Moreover, Lin Nian is more than 10 times smarter than Yongji, and his future achievements will far surpass his. It's better to deceive an old man with white hair than to deceive a young poor person. Yongji is the courtesy name of Jiang Yushan. Zhao Shifa was already afraid that Jiang Yushan would go to the county to complain, and now, even Mr. Wang was helping Lin Nian speak. Especially after hearing that Lin Nian's future achievements might surpass Jiang Yushan's, he dared not look down on this orphan mother and her child anymore. He quickly said, Mr. Wang is right. Nian is indeed a good child. I won't let anyone bully such a child. Guzi will be punished, but how to punish him should be discussed. Big uncle, you can't do this, said the mother of Guzi, crying out loud when she heard about punishing Guzi.
Guzi also kriet lautly in 4.
Stop crying. Go back to the village. All of you, go back. Don't make a scene on others' land. Zhao Shifa led old Jiang towards Shihe village, with a group following behind. They arrived under the big banyan tree at the entrance of Shihe village. There was a large bell under the tree. Whenever there was an urgent matter in the village, they would ring the bell, and everyone would gather here. Zhao Shifa stood on a small hill and said, Guzi has lost his virtue. He has repeatedly bullied Lin Nian and his widowed mother. Now we will give him 10 strikes as a warning. Sun Daqiang, Wang Genji, and a few strong men came over, holding the crying Guzi and laid him on a long bench. They pulled down his pants to his thighs and began to hit him with sticks. Guzi's mother tried to rush forward, but was held back by Su Shi and several strong women, who pushed her to the ground. She rolled around, crying and shouting, No justice. They don't beat the little widowed woman, but they beat my son. It's heartless. You must have slept with that tender little widow to be so biased. She then turned to Su Shi and others, saying, And you, silly women, helping her. Maybe your men have already been in bed with that little widow. Li Shi was trembling with anger. Wei Shi, who had just arrived, was also furious and wanted to go and hit Guzi's mother, but Jiang Yumei stopped her. Now we need to stand on the right side of reason. We shouldn't act first. Let her bark. When the time comes, we will find the chance to deal with her. Guzi's mother, speak with some decency. It's because you spoiled Guzi that he's so unruly, said a few older women who couldn't stand it anymore, stopping her. Among them was Zhao Taichui's mother and Grandma Zhao from Xiao Baozi's mouth. Seeing that Taichui's mother was also criticizing her, Guzi's mother felt even more upset. Last time, Zhao Taichui had beaten Guzi badly. The mother and son seemed to have been bewitched by some small girl. So she shouted at Taichui's mother, Second sister-in-law, I know you're all bewitched by that little widow. A few days ago, I saw a young widow in town talking and laughing with her friends, pulling and tugging playfully. Her friends even bought her lots of baked flatbreads. Such a capable woman. She managed to make your family so close that even relatives don't recognize you anymore. In Shihe village, the Zhao family is a big clan. Most villagers have the surname Zhao, and whether inside or outside the 5 family groups, everyone is related by marriage or kinship. Iron Hammer's wife was furious and pointed at Dog's mother, scolding her loudly. "You bad woman. Always talking nonsense. You bite at everyone. Just wait. Today I'll tear your mouth apart." When she was young, Iron Hammer's wife was a widow, raising Zhao Iron Hammer alone. If she hadn't been strong, she would have been worn down by others long ago. How could she tolerate Dog's mother biting her son? She grabbed her by the hair and slapped her a few times. Jiang Yumei watched happily and cheered silently for her. But a woman in her 20s with thick eyebrows and big eyes was protecting Iron Hammer's wife and glaring at Jiang Yumei with a mean look. Jiang Yumei's eyelids twitched. What's going on? This woman was probably Zhao Iron Hammer's wife, the wife of the 3rd son. Seeing her glare at herself, she must think Jiang Yumei is a threat, like a little third wheel. It's really unfair. Zhao Shifang was worried about his 2nd son crying and shouting after being beaten, so he didn't care about his wife being hit. Actually, he thought his wife deserved some lessons. She was lazy and spoiled, didn't take care of the sick eldest son at home, ignored farm work, caused trouble everywhere, and spoiled his 2nd son's temper. That Lin Daliang had even helped him before. She did so many bad things that he couldn't even lift his head outside. Meanwhile, Erguzi had finished his beating, but the fight between the women was not over yet. Zhao Shifa was so angry, he was glaring. All these women were from their Zhao family, a shameful bunch of wasteful women. Dog's mother was crying out loudly from the beating, but still kept cursing loudly. Old Master Jiang saw that Erguzi was finished and pointed at Dog's mother, saying, "Is this Zhao family woman truly well-behaved? Her mouth smells like she just crawled out of a pigsty. They say daughters resemble their mothers. If everyone hears about your reputation, who would dare marry a Zhao girl?" As soon as he said this, some Zhao family members watching nearby got upset. If the reputation of the Zhao women got bad, their daughters wouldn't be able to marry well. So, they all expressed their opinions. Our Zhao family only has this troublemaker. The other Zhao daughters are kind and hardworking. Yes, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Don't blame us all because of her. I tell you, Dog's mother, just calm down and shut that foul mouth of yours. Are you saying that once your daughter gets married, you no longer care about the reputation of other families' daughters? Zhao Shifa looked at his charming little daughter Zhao Laner standing among the crowd and couldn't hold back anymore. He loudly scolded Zhao Shifang, who was helping his son put on pants. "You cowardly man. Why do you still care about that troublemaker woman?" At this moment, Zhao Shifa's mother, the 71-year-old Mrs. Zhao, came supported by Ding, the village's old matchmaker, holding a cane. Mrs. Zhao was the oldest person in Shiha village, the wife of the village elder and the mother of the current village leader. Her status in the village was very high. The old lady first spat at the daughter-in-law's mother and pointed her with her cane, saying, "This troublemaker is lazy and unkind. She doesn't even help her sick son wash up, and she's always out causing trouble outside. I've decided, you're not welcome to come back to my house." Hearing this, the daughter-in-law's mother was frightened and rolled on the ground, crying, "Auntie, I've given birth to 2 sons and a daughter for the Zhao family. You can't send me away." Seeing that Zhao Shifa and his son weren't moved, she cried even louder, "You're forcing me to die. I'll jump into the river right now." She tried to run toward the river, but saw no one coming to stop her. She sat back down on the ground, beating her legs and crying out, "You're forcing me to die. Your hearts are so cruel. We're forcing you to die? Have you thought about how your actions pushed Nienna and her children to the river? How cruel are you?" The old lady scolded and hit the daughter-in-law's mother with her cane a few times. "Auntie, I won't dare do it again. Please don't send me away." The daughter-in-law's mother quickly softened her attitude. The old lady didn't really want to send her away. She knew Zhao Shifang's family was very poor, with a paralyzed son, and if she left, who would marry her? It was just a warning to make her behave better in the future. "Fangzi, what do you think?" The old lady pushed the matter to Zhao Shifang. Although Zhao Shifang disliked his wife, he was reluctant to send her away. "Auntie, Since her mother has admitted her mistake, please forgive her. All right, I'll forgive her this time. But if there's a next time, pack your things and get out, the old lady said firmly. Jiang Yumei and her son went home with Li's company. Before parting from old Master Jiang and Mrs. Wei, they bowed deeply to the old man while holding little Baozi. After all these years and all these hardships, you still don't think before acting, old Master Jiang scolded Jiang Yumei. Looking at the pitiful little Baozi calling him great-grandpa, he hesitated to keep scolding and waved his hand. Go back and let Nyener take good care of him. He's been frightened this time. After speaking, she turned and walked away with her hands behind her back. Jiang Dafu supported Mrs. Wei and followed. Jiang Yushan was too tired and had already been helped home by Jiang Dashue and his son. Jiang Yumei also didn't get a chance to thank them personally. Back at home, Jiang Yumei and little Baozi were exhausted and collapsed onto the bed to rest for a while. Mrs. Li went to the kitchen to cook a pot of dumpling soup, stirring in 2 eggs. The 3 of them ate and felt better. When Mrs. Li left, Jiang Yumei handed her a jar of water. This is from the pond where I fish. The fish are well fed there and the water quality is good. Now, Ninger and I both drink this water and we feel much healthier. Take this jar home and you and the grandparents can each drink a bowl every day. Especially Big Brother. He should drink more. Maybe his health will improve gradually. That's nice. I won't drink it. I'll save it for Shaner to drink more. Mrs. Li happily took the jar. Mother, there's still a lot of water. You should drink some. Big Brother has enough. When Dad comes, we'll fill a big bucket to take back. Drink it for a few more days. But this must stay a secret, including from the grandparents. All right. Mrs. Li happily took the jar and left. Jiang Yumei boiled some water. Mother and son took a bath and then went to bed to rest. Jiang Yumei used spring water to clean little Baozi's wound. He winced in pain, breathing cold air, tears welling up but not falling. Mother, you said Dad is so strong. If he only cared about himself and ran away back then, do you think a wolf would have eaten him? No, Jiang Yumei answered without hesitation. Dad doesn't care about Ninger or me at all. If he did care even a little, he stretched out his slightly grown paw and raised his little finger. He wouldn't have foolishly run out to chase the wolves. His voice was already choking with emotion. So, son, don't ever do what your dad did. When danger comes, hide quickly. Never risk your life. Remember, you still have your mother. Jiang Yumei lay down and hugged little Baozi gently. Little Baozi reached out and wrapped his arms around Jiang Yumei's neck. Son also can't be without mother. But today, mother, you took a knife to cut Dogo. If Dogo had been killed, you would have lost your life too. Or if Dogo took the knife and came back to hurt you, and you got killed, what would Ninger do? Tears finally spilled from his eyes. Without mother, Ninger can't live. Mother was just scaring Dogo, not really trying to kill him, Jiang Yumei quickly explained. You shouldn't threaten with a knife. My son was almost scared to death, worried that I might hurt the dog. Little Baozi started crying, saying, Today, if Grandpa Tai, Uncle Da, and Mr. Wang hadn't helped us, I think I would have had a worse result than Guzi. Boo-hoo, I can't be without my mother. Yes, when she regained her senses, Jiang Yumei broke out in a cold sweat. In a feudal society, widows are often looked down upon and treated harshly. Her reckless actions, which went against traditional virtues, could have led her to be thrown into a pond without anyone to argue for her. Mom's way of doing things was indeed thoughtless. I promise I won't threaten anyone with a knife again. Jiang Yumei immediately admitted her mistake and repeatedly promised it would not happen again. But little Baozi cried even more, making her feel heartbroken. Good boy, don't cry anymore. I promise that from now on, I will discuss everything with you first. If you agree, I will do it. If you disagree, I will not do it. Is that okay? One word of a gentleman, little Baozi sniffled. Words once spoken can't be taken back, Jiang Yumei quickly responded. But I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman, the little kid choked out, sounding a bit awkward with his strong sense of male pride. Mom is a brave woman, and my word is as good as gold. Jiang Yumei, ignoring everything else, just wanted her son to stop feeling sad. She patted her chest and assured him. Only then did little Baozi stop crying and gradually fall asleep. Jiang Yumei didn't realize that her promise at that moment would stay with little Baozi for a lifetime. Decades later, she would regret not seeing that this little brat was cunning, so young but already good at pretending to be weak to set traps for her. Recently, Jiang Yumei had been living a simple, secluded life, like a young widow with a peaceful, modest heart. Originally, they planned to go to Lingji Temple on the first day of August to pray for Jiang Yuyu, but they didn't dare to leave the house. Instead, they asked Li to take the 2 taels of silver she had given her for incense money to the temple to burn incense and pray. Early on the second day of August, little Baozi, dressed in a dark blue long shirt and cloth shoes, carried a shoulder bag and went to school. Before leaving, he took out his straw sandals, put them on, and put his cloth shoes in a bag. The shallow water and muddy ground on the way to the village might dirty my shoes. I'll change into my good shoes when I reach the bridge. Jiang Yumei carefully saw her son off, watching him walk a short distance before he turned back and waved at her.
Mom, you can go back now.
I will study hard. Jiang Yumei also waved goodbye, still standing by the doorpost. She kept watching until she couldn't see her son's thin figure, then she turned around and closed the door. She went to the backyard vegetable patch for a while. Now, the vegetables are lush and healthy, with chives and green onions ready to eat, and small white radishes will be harvestable soon. She happily thought, this spring water is truly magical. Just a little added, and it's like the fertilizer from my past life. Talking about fertilizer, she glanced disdainfully at the outhouse behind the thatched hut. Little Baozi often checks on it, and he always complains that our fertilizer is slower to accumulate than others. He doesn't realize that more input usually means more output. How can there be less input and more output? Yesterday, he finally saw some of that substance in the outhouse and nodded happily, saying, "Our family can now fertilize like others." That naughty boy, he even compares that substance with others, so competitive. Besides weeding, she chopped wild greens to mix with bran and feed the chickens. Then she returned to sewing clothes for Mrs. Wei. She hoped to take this chance during Lord Zhang's birthday celebration to return to the Jiang family. Thanks to their firm stance, they had severely punished Heir Guzi and his family. She must hold on to this big support tightly. Being alone at home feels very lonely. Little Baozi didn't come back for lunch, and she paid 50 coins each month for his schooling and lunch. Many families here are reluctant to pay for lunch, preferring to send food from home. But Jiang Yumei, a widowed woman, and with the recent cutting people incident, she thought it was better to stay low and stay at home. For lunch, she ate leftover vegetable porridge and sweet cakes from this morning. After eating, she felt like drinking spring water. She poured some from the spring. A clear pond in the yard rippled in the breeze. She bent down, cupped her hands, and took a sip, sweet and refreshing. She used a bucket to fetch several loads of spring water to fill the water tank. Now, she and little Baozi drink spring water, and every few days, Zhang Dafu also carries a bucket back home. At first, she worried she might run out of this spring water by drinking too much, but then she realized it was inexhaustible. No matter how much she scooped, it kept replenishing itself. Moreover, this spring water can boost immunity and help heal wounds and illnesses. For Jiang Yushan and little Baozi, it's a gradual process. They aren't miracle workers. As for whether it can bring the dead back to life or turn bones into flesh, that remains to be tested, but Jiang Yumei was skeptical. The spring water in the yard carried a faint sweet scent. The chicks in the coop became restless, chirping and trying to rush outside. Jiang Yumei silently apologized to the chicks. It's not that she's unwilling to share, but she simply can't use this spring water to make them smarter. Otherwise, when she wanted to eat chicken, as soon as she raised the kitchen knife, the little chick looked at her with tears in its eyes, making it hard for her to hurt it. Or they could all run away together in a big victory escape, which would make it not worth the trouble to catch chickens or eggs. At this moment, she heard a noise at the gate. Who could be coming at this hour? Jiang Dafu and Li Shi had been busy harvesting corn recently and had promised to come to town the day after tomorrow to deliver fish. She quickly put away the spring water and, when she opened the gate, she was so frightened she almost fainted. Thank you very much, a 4318, for your support. She saw a strong old tiger holding a small tiger cub in its mouth at the door. The cub seemed injured, with its limbs limp and hanging down. Jiang Yumei was so scared she couldn't stand steadily and barely managed to hold onto the doorpost. The tiger squeezed through the gap between the doorpost and Jiang Yumei. She turned around trembling and saw the tiger place the cub on the ground. The cub was lying there with its eyes closed, a patch of fur on its head torn open, and bloodstains everywhere. The big tiger knelt on the ground with its front legs bent, tears streaming from its sad eyes, as if praying to her. Jiang Yumei realized the tiger didn't mean to hurt her, and it seemed the cub was badly injured. The big tiger was asking for help. Her most precious thing was the spring water, so she revealed it. The big tiger happily dragged the cub into the spring and started licking the wound on its head with its tongue. The tender care in the tiger's eyes reminded Jiang Yumei of her love for little Baozi. Whether animals or humans, maternal love is always the greatest. Jiang Yumei no longer felt so afraid. She slowly sat on the stone steps in front of the house, quietly watching them. After about an hour, the little tiger moved slightly. The big tiger dragged it out of the spring and placed it at Jiang Yumei's feet. It growled softly at her, then rubbed against her legs and looked back at the cub with deep longing before leaping out of the yard. What's going on? It left so casually, leaving the cub to her? Did it abandon it, or just leave it temporarily? Did it see this home as a shelter or a hospital? Did it see her as a caregiver or a pediatrician? Jiang Yumei was stunned for a while and couldn't understand what the tiger mother meant. She looked carefully at the little tiger, such a serious injury, with its skull exposed, and so small. She didn't know if it could survive. This was truly a difficult situation. She couldn't take it in, but she also couldn't leave it. The little tiger's body moved slightly, and it let out a few soft sounds. Jiang Yumei sighed as she picked up the little tiger. Your mother doesn't know where she went. Since she entrusted it to me, I can only be a caretaker and pediatrician for a few days. Whether it will come back or not depends on fate. She thought that if the little tiger died and its mother didn't return, that would be better. But if she came back, she wasn't sure if it would hurt her. Her legs trembled at the thought. She went inside to find a piece of fine cloth, tore it into strips, and gently pressed the little tiger's head, which was turned upside down, to wrap it. Then she found the old broken mat they used to sleep on and placed it in the bedroom, stacking some dry straw on top before putting the little tiger on it. What should she feed it? From its appearance, this little tiger cub was very young, probably still nursing. But where could she find milk for it? Her family didn't have cows, sheep, or pigs. The only animals were some chicks, and even the mother hen had just finished laying eggs and had no milk. It seemed impossible to find milk for this tiny creature. Then she remembered her family also had fish. Yes, she could make fish soup for it. The few crucian carp in the backyard wooden barrel were originally raised for Jiang Yushan and little Baozi to make soup and strengthen themselves. Now she needed to give some to this little one. Jiang Yumei took 2 fish to the kitchen, cleaned them, and started a fire to make soup. She also prepared dinner for the evening. Today was supposed to be a special day to celebrate with something delicious, but these unexpected guests took away her mood for celebration. She looked up and went to the backyard to pick some chives, cracked 2 eggs, and fried them together with the chives to make buns. As the sunset painted the sky in fiery red, the clouds turned a bright pink, reflecting on the top of Shiling Mountain. Jiang Yumei sat on a small stool at the door, sewing and waiting for her little Baozi. She missed her son very much and wanted to see him as soon as possible. She also wanted to tell him about the little tiger, so he wouldn't be frightened. Since she traveled here, it was the first time she had been separated from little Baozi for so long. Thinking of that mischievous boy, Jiang Yumei's heart was full of love. Sometimes she lowered her head to sew, sometimes looked into the distance. This sweet longing was a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life for over 30 years. Far away, a small black appeared and gradually grew larger, her little Baozi running toward her with a pinkish glow around him. Jiang Yumei placed her sewing basket on the small stool, stood up, and took a few steps forward to catch her rushing son. Little Baozi hugged his mother's neck and gave her a big kiss. This was the first time he was so dudong in showing affection. Jiang Yumei was momentarily stunned but then kissed him back, one side after the other. Jiang Yumei carried her son back to the yard and went to fetch water to wash his hands, listening to his excited reports about school. Baozi had been in the half-day small class with 9 other little kids like Sanjuzi and Liangzi. Since he was so good and performed so well, he skipped ahead to the big class. The big class had 4 boys aged 10 to 14. Now, with Baozi included, there were 5 children. Families with better economic conditions send their children to school not just for exams. The road to success is very difficult and crowded. It requires strong financial support, talent, and a lot of luck to even become a scholar or official. Most children go to school for a few years, learn to write their names, recognize simple characters, and do basic math. Then they go back home. This is how Sanjuzi's older brothers did. If a child in the big class learns well, and the family wants him to continue studying for exams, they might send him to a better private school or academy in town or county. "Son, can you keep up in the big class?" Jiang Yumei asked, worried about the age gap. She didn't want her son to be pushed too hard. "I can memorize things okay, but my handwriting is slower than theirs." Baozi paused, feeling a bit shy. "It's a bit ugly, but the teacher said it's okay. Just need to practice more." "Practice more? That's a lot of effort for my son. Maybe we should talk to the teacher about not going to the big class," Jiang Yumei thought sincerely. She didn't want Baozi to suffer. In her past life, she saw talented children being pushed into older classes too early, losing the joy of childhood. She didn't want Baozi to have that regret. "No, I can't decide for myself. I don't find it hard. It's only the small class that's tough. We have to memorize very simple texts, but they forget after 10 repetitions. Even I get anxious for them, wishing I could memorize for them, or just cover their ears. As long as it doesn't feel hard, it's fine." Jiang Yumei told Baozi about the tiger mother and son, but she left out the part about Qingchuan. Baozi's eyes widened in surprise. What a strange thing. They went to the bedroom. The little tiger was still lying on a thatched bed, sleeping with his eyes closed. Seeing such a weak little creature curled up, Baozi's heart softened instantly. He was no longer afraid. He crouched down gently, stroking the little tiger's back fur. The small tiger's tiny body twitched slightly. "Mom, it looks so pitiful, just like the original little Nyanner. Let's raise it," the little bun said sadly, looking at Jiang Yumei, afraid she wouldn't agree. She is such a kind mother. How could she not take care of it? "Son, not only will we raise it, but we also need to take good care of it. Otherwise, if its mother comes back one day, how will we explain ourselves?" Jiang Yumei sighed. "Oh, that's true." After they finished eating, Jiang Yumei placed half a bowl of soup on the big table, then went to bring out the tiger cub. "Be good, are you hungry? It's time for some soup." She held the tiger cub upside down, belly up like holding a baby, and it was a little male tiger. The cub hummed softly, peeking through its eyelids, and sniffed timidly. "Good, it's hungry. Sweetheart, Mama Jiang is giving you soup. It's not as sweet as your mom's milk, but it definitely smells better. Open your mouth now. Look, Brother Nian has his mouth open, try to learn from him." Jiang Yumei gently coaxed the little tiger, treating it like a small baby. Little Baozi also tilted his head, opening his mouth to show the tiger cub how. The tiger cub really opened its mouth. "Such a clever little thing," Jiang Yumei praised, scooping some soup with a small wooden spoon and feeding it to the cub. The cub swallowed with a gurgle, then was fed another spoonful and drank happily. In a short while, half a bowl of fish soup was finished. After drinking, the cub licked its lips with its small tongue, looking satisfied but still wanting more. "Mom, it seems like it still wants to drink," little Baozi said nearby. "Let's give it some more." "No, it's so small and has been badly hurt. I'll give it half a bowl now, and if nothing happens tomorrow, I'll feed it more," Jiang Yumei said as she gently placed the little tiger back on its small bed. Now, Jiang Yumei had one more task: caring for and nursing the little tiger. After little Baozi went to school, she would use clear spring water to clean the tiger's wounds a few times, but the wounds didn't seem to heal at all. The little tiger remained weak as before. Later, Jiang Dafu and Li Shi came to buy fish to go to the county town. Because she was taking care of the tiger cub, Jiang Yumei didn't go and asked Li Shi to go instead. They carried 2 large buckets and 2 small buckets of fish. Jiang Yumei told them to deliver 4 big fish and 2 mandarin fish to the Chen residence and to visit Jifu restaurant. However, the fish sold to the restaurant had to be priced double, as the fish raised in spring water tasted much better. She also instructed that if Jifu restaurant didn't buy the fish, they should bring them back, and she would not sell them cheaply. Jiang Dafu returned happily and said that the manager of Jifu restaurant had been looking for them for a long time. They hoped to buy fish regularly, as much as needed, and said price was not an issue. If they couldn't deliver, the restaurant could send a carriage to pick up the fish. Jiang Yumei didn't want to sell a large amount of fish for now, because they hadn't decided how to explain the source. Also, high-quality fish should be limited. When the fish become more popular and easier to sell, they could consider raising the price. They also didn't plan to let the restaurant come to their house to pick up fish. It was better to keep the secret. The Chen family was very happy with the fish and said they would pay whatever the fish cost elsewhere, just to avoid running out of stock. They also gave them many gifts, including books and calligraphy for the little boy, fabric, and some candies and snacks. They were very pleased because the big red carp made old Master Chen look very proud on his birthday. He held the 2-foot-long carp from his grandson's hands and placed it into the pond. After entering the water, the fish leaped out several feet, creating a beautiful red arc. What a good omen! The carp jumping over the dragon gate symbolized success and future prosperity. The guests praised them warmly, especially old Master Zhang, who looked jealous and envious, which made old Master Chen feel proud for several days. Father, I plan to send fish to Jifu restaurant every 5 days. If farm work gets too busy, we can hire temporary workers to help, Jiang Yumei discussed with Jiang Dafu. How can it be too busy? If needed, I can help with the farm work, Li Shi quickly said. Now the mountain is better. He can walk a few steps holding onto the table, and your grandmother can help take care of him too. Jiang Dafu nodded in agreement. They sold over 6 taels of silver in the county. Jiang Yumei gave them 2 taels of silver and 100 copper coins, saying she would continue to give this amount in the future. They understood that family members should be honest with each other. The couple happily left. Jiang Yumei went to the backyard to fish in Bihu stream. Sometimes she caught fish she hadn't seen before or especially large fish, but she released them back into the stream to avoid attracting too much attention. Little Tiger was getting weaker. Now, he couldn't even finish half a bowl of soup. The rice porridge she cooked for him was only drunk for a few sips before he refused to drink more. Jiang Yumei and her son were very worried. It seemed that the spring water wasn't a cure-all, only a way to prolong life. Jiang Yumei firmly believed that without this spring water, little Tiger would have died long ago. Mother, is Tiger going to die? Little Baozi asked, holding little Tiger and choking up. He's so pitiful, and he's still so small. Jiang Yumei thought to herself, you should feel sorry for your mother. If Tiger Boy dies, I wonder how his mother will deal with her. She considered hiding Xiao Baozi at the Jiang family house and running away herself. She felt a headache coming on, worried about finding a way out. That day, after Xiao Baozi went to school, Jiang Yumei was cleaning the fresh spring water to wipe the small tiger's wounds when she heard a noise outside the yard. She put away the spring water and opened the door. To her surprise, it was Tiger Girl. Tiger Girl looked tired and muddy, carrying a bright red flower-like herb in her mouth. She entered the yard and saw Jiang Yumei holding the small tiger, then knelt down again. Jiang Yumei placed the small tiger in front of her and took out the spring water. Tiger Girl soaked the blood-stained herb in the water for a while, then took it out, chewed a bit, and applied it to the small tiger's wound. She looked at Jiang Yumei with pleading eyes. Did she want Jiang Yumei to treat the wound and then bandage it? Jiang Yumei guessed her intention and tentatively wrapped the small tiger's wound with a piece of white cloth. The tiger did not object, which confirmed Jiang Yumei's guess. She silently praised herself. Suddenly, The tiger leapt out of the door again. Was she leaving again? Jiang Yumei gently placed the small tiger on its bed and picked up the blood-stained herb from the yard, placing it in a box in the bedroom. If Tiger Girl could take 6 days to find this thing, it must be a treasure. In just 15 minutes, there was noise at the door again. Jiang Yumei opened it and saw Tiger Girl standing outside, wet all over. She had gone to take a bath. Tiger Girl still entered uninvited, walking gracefully into the bedroom and lying down beside Tiger Boy to sleep. Jiang Yumei prepared to accept her fate and went to the kitchen to cook soup for Tiger Boy. Suddenly, she remembered that Tiger Girl had returned, and of course, the bottle was ready. Her temporary babysitting job was about to end. But thinking about the big creature in the bedroom made her feel nervous and weak. She hoped that after resting, it would quickly take its baby and go home. Jiang Yumei warmed a steamed bun, boiled a simple egg drop soup, and ate lunch in the kitchen. She dared not go back to the bedroom, so she sat on a stool under the willow tree outside, sewing and praying that the mother and son would leave soon. Until it was time for dinner, there was still no movement from the bedroom. She wondered if the big creature had driven her and her son out of the room. Where would they sleep? There was no second bed at home. She wished she had placed Xiao Tiger's bed in the main hall from the start. Feeling full of resentment, Jiang Yumei cooked plain rice, braised carp, made fish soup, and prepared a cold cucumber salad. She did not want these unexpected guests to ruin her son's meals again. It's almost ready. I took the sewing basket and small stool to the gate, waiting for little Bowsy. That big fellow better not scare him too much. When little Bowsy came home from school and heard about the unexpected guest, he felt nervous. The two of them ate in the kitchen, then spread paper on the chopping board, lit a small oil lamp, and practiced writing while reciting lessons. They didn't dare go to sleep in the bedroom until late at night. It seemed like there was movement inside the room. They looked at each other, and both went to the kitchen door. They saw Mother Tiger gracefully come out of the main hall, give them a disdainful look, then lightly jump and leave through the half-open yard gate. Thank goodness, they finally sent the big guest away. The little one was still there, but Mother Tiger was no longer a threat. They closed the yard gate securely, happily washed up, and then went back to their room to sleep. Little Bowsy was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. But Jiang Yumei couldn't sleep. She was worried about that big fellow, not knowing when it might come back and disturb the peace of the home. It made life tense and uneasy. Truly a troublemaker. Mother Tiger was already able to turn slightly on the thatch, making soft rustling sounds. The red voro, a kind of red stone, that was as big as a palm, rested quietly on the box. A faint light from outside the window shone on it, making it look even more vivid and blood-red. Truly a treasure that could even make bones turn white. Jiang Yumei really wanted to move that red voro from the box into another box and lock it up. But she only thought about it. She didn't dare covet the big fellow's things. She kept tossing and turning, thinking and counting sheep, but couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, she heard a noise outside the yard. Jiang Yumei got up, put on her clothes, grabbed a broom, and went outside. She asked through the door, "Who is there?" A low growl from Mother Tiger came from outside. Why did it come back again? Jiang Yumei helplessly opened the door. She saw Mother Tiger dragging a large object into the yard, which looked like a wild pig. Mother Tiger put down the pig and then gracefully went into the thatch house. Little Bowsy was still sleeping in bed inside. Jiang Yumei quickly closed the yard gate and followed into the bedroom. Mother Tiger ignored her and lay down next to Tiger Baby to sleep. Jiang Yumei also shivered as she climbed onto the bed, lying down and holding little Bowsy in her arms. The summer morning arrived very early. By dawn, the sky was already bright. Jiang Yumei, who hadn't slept all night, opened her sleepy eyes and quietly looked at the mother and son sleeping peacefully under the bed. She gently covered little Bowsy's mouth with her hand and softly called in his ear, "Son, wake up quickly." Little Bowsy woke up feeling groggy. Just as he was about to stretch and speak, he felt his mouth covered. When he opened his eyes, he saw his mother gently pressing a finger to her lips and quietly shaking her head. She glanced sideways at the bed below. Little Bowsy sat up and saw a colorful tiger lying beside a small tiger cub under the bed. He was startled. Just then, the tiger mother also woke up. She opened her narrow tiger eyes, looked at them briefly, then closed her eyes again, and went back to sleep. Seeing that the tiger mother had no intention of hurting them, the two of them shivered and got up carefully. They grabbed their clothes and left the bedroom. Outside in the yard, they finally relaxed and put on their clothes. The dead wild boar still lay quietly in the yard, weighing over 100 kg. Such a large animal couldn't be eaten in a day. Leaving it overnight might cause it to smell bad. They decided to keep only 2 legs for eating and sell the rest or preserve it with salt to make it last longer. Jiang Yumei was thinking about how to handle the wild boar, but her hands quickly prepared breakfast. After eating, little Baozi, before heading to school, tearfully begged his mother, "Take me to my grandfather's house. I don't feel safe leaving my mother alone at home with my son. The tiger mother is very clever. We saved her son, so she won't harm us." "Don't worry, son," Jiang Yumei said. She didn't want to give this home to that mother and son. If they ran away, what would happen to their family? Besides, she still had Qingchuan. Even if the tiger mother wanted to betray them, it wasn't the right time yet. Just after sending little Baozi off, the tiger mother came out carrying the tiger cub. She gently set the cub down. Although the cub was still weak and limp, it had opened its eyes and looked much better. The tiger mother looked at Jiang Yumei with pleading eyes. She was very realistic, begging with a very humble attitude. When she wasn't asking for help, she carried herself like a proud queen, which made Jiang Yumei and little Baozi feel very nervous. Jiang Yumei thought to herself and reluctantly showed Qingchuan. The tiger mother tore off the white cloth from the tiger cub's head, carried it into the spring water, and licked its wound with her tongue. About 15 minutes later, she took the cub out and placed it at Jiang Yumei's feet. The cub was still weak but looked healthier. The tiger mother then looked at Jiang Yumei with hope. She took out a red medicinal herb called Hong Mo Ru, chewed a little, and spat it onto the tiger cub's head. Jiang Yumei quickly found a white cloth to wrap the wound, noticing that it had already started to heal. What a treasure! Jiang Yumei glanced at the red medicinal herb, her admiration clearly visible. The tiger mother, this time very clever, placed the herb on Jiang Yumei's lap. She was giving it to her. Jiang Yumei saw Mother Tiger turn around and walk to Tiger Baby, half-lying on the ground, ignoring her. She then confirmed that Mother Tiger must have given her the red grinding stone. Jiang Yumei immediately felt that Mother Tiger was not so scary after all, and was very understanding and considerate of others. She quickly took the red grinding stone into the bedroom and locked it in a box. Just as she was about to leave, she thought the stone was still wet and might get moldy if kept in the box. So she took it out and laid it on a basket to dry. After handling the red grinding stone, she stared at the wild pig in a daze. Jiang Yumei gave Mother Tiger a few secret signals implying, "Is this wild pig yours or mine?" Mother Tiger shot her a glance, carried Tiger Baby, and went to the backyard. Does that mean the front yard is her territory? And the pig's ownership is also given to her? Days of guessing are not easy. She really doesn't know how to handle such a big wild pig. She doesn't know how to skin it, isn't brave enough to cut it open, and feels too tired to break it down further. She still needs to ask Jiang Dafu for help. She left the yard, locked the door, and headed towards the village. After crossing the dirt hill, she saw a few boys by the water trough, playing with ducks. She approached, took out 2 candies from her pocket, and gave them to the boys. She then asked one of them to go to Jiang's field and tell Jiang Dafu to come to her house. The boys happily took the candies, chose one to run to the village, and she waited at home for Jiang Dafu. She put the red grinding stone into the box and locked it, then went to the backyard to tell Mother Tiger not to come to the front yard to avoid frightening people. About 15 minutes later, Jiang Dafu arrived, sweating all over. "Maisie, is something urgent?" Seeing the big wild pig beside Jiang Yumei, he was startled and quickly ran over, grabbing her and looking around. "Did the wild pig come in? Is it hurt? Is it the young one?" "No, Dad, I'm fine, and Yenner is fine too. I don't know how to handle it. Do you think you can?" Jiang Dafu looked at the wild pig and said, "Oh, this pig was bitten to death." He pulled Jiang Yumei up, panic in his voice. "It must be that big creature from Nanling Mountain that ran out. It's not safe here. Let's go to my house and stay." Jiang Yumei had to tell a story that she accidentally saved Tiger Cub and Mother Tiger to repay her kindness, hunted a wild pig for her, and also attributed the fishing to Mother Tiger. "We go fishing in Nanling Mountain with it all the time. Otherwise, how could we catch such good fish? The tigers in these deep mountains are very kind. They treat us well, and with it protecting us, our home is safer." Such amazing things. Jiang Dafu was also happy for them. No wonder the fish are so delicious, and the spring water can cure illnesses. Turns out it's from Nanling Mountain. Exactly, the Millennium Spring Water. Jiang Yumei was joking, but she repeatedly warned Jiang Dafu not to tell anyone about this matter. Dad knows. If it gets out, it will cause trouble. Jiang Dafu looked at the wild boar again. Dad has never dealt with a wild boar, but I've processed pigs with Zhang the butcher before, so it should be fine. The only problem is we don't have a pig-killing knife. A kitchen knife isn't good enough. Thinking that Lin Dalong is a hunter and must have tools, Jiang Yumei went to the storage room for miscellaneous items and found a sharp knife. Jiang Dafu and his daughter spent over an hour removing the hair, cleaning the pig's insides, and dividing the pig into several large pieces. They left the 2 pig thighs untouched for Mother Tiger to eat. The rest, except for some bones and offal for the family, was secretly taken to the town to sell. They couldn't take it all back to the Jiang family, as it might cause trouble if others found out. At noon, Li Shi came over, worried about Jiang Yumei. After hearing her unbelievable story, she was amazed. Jiang Yumei stir-fried pig kidney with pickled and chili. The familiar aroma almost made her cry. Her grandmother in her past life was best at making this dish. Knowing she loved it, her grandmother would always prepare it for her when she returned from the county for holidays. Jiang Dafu and his wife also enjoyed the meal, saying, "I didn't expect that stir-fried kidney with pickled vegetables would taste so good, and it looks nice too. You can cook it for your grandpa's birthday in a few days." After eating, Jiang Dafu took a bucket of wild boar meat to sell in the town. Jiang Yumei reminded him to take a boat, or the meat wouldn't stay fresh. After Li Shi left, Jiang Yumei went to the backyard to bring out the spring water. Mother Tiger cleaned the wound on Tiger Baby. After they had enough to drink, Jiang Yumei put away the spring water. She gave the pig legs to Mother Tiger, but she didn't eat them, probably still not hungry. Little Tiger Baby's wound was already healed, so no more bandages were needed. After feeding, the mother and son lay under the sun and fell asleep again. Jiang Yumei boiled a few bones from the leftover bones, salted the rest, and hung them under the eaves to dry. Then she took pig intestines, stomach, lungs, liver, and heart to the shallow beach for washing. These were rare delicacies only eaten during the New Year in her family, and today she wanted to braise them well so little Baozi could enjoy them. After preparing these ingredients for braising, Jiang Dafu returned. He sold the meat and pig's head directly to Master Li for 1 tael and 6 qian of silver. Jiang Yumei wanted to give him 2 qian of silver, but he refused, blushing, and said, "There's no need to charge just for helping your daughter with some work." Jiang Yumei used a jar to hold more than half of the chopped pig offal and gave some to him. She asked him to also deliver some to old Master Jiang, the eldest uncle, and to Aunt Hong and old Master Wang's families next door. These braised pig offals have a strong smell, so they probably won't be mistaken for home-raised or wild pig. Lil Baozi was distracted during class that day. Mr. Wang scolded him twice and pulled his ear once. After school, he ran home quickly. Luckily, his mother was fine, and he smelled a new, delicious aroma. He ran into the kitchen and saw a half basin of braised pig offal. He first sniffed it happily and said, "Mom, it smells so good." Jiang Yumei was about to praise herself when she heard Baozi say, "Mom, why don't we sell this pig offal in town? We eat fish every day now, and eating pig offal is a waste. Who says you can't eat pig offal when you eat fish?" Jiang Yumei rolled her eyes, cut a small piece of liver, and stuffed it into Baozi's mouth. "Taste if it's delicious." Baozi chewed and swallowed, still savoring the flavor with his eyes closed. It's so good, so good. It's even better than the pig offal I used to eat. Jiang Yumei cut a piece of large intestine and put it in his mouth. Baozi chewed with his cheeks puffed out. Jiang Yumei mischievously thought, let's see if you can resist this tempting flavor. She lowered her head and kindly asked, son, is it delicious? Delicious. Baozi swallowed the large intestine and mumbled, but, Mom, such tasty food should be sold in town for a good price.
We shouldn't eat it.
Tomorrow you can take it to sell. Third uncle's Qinghe restaurant also buys cooked food. You can go directly to him. He'll give you a fair price. Jiang Yumei secretly gave Baozi a thumbs up in her heart. Well done. Son, this pig offal really shouldn't be sold in town, she quickly explained when Baozi looked a bit anxious. This time, when we fought with their Guzi, many villagers helped us. Shouldn't we thank them? Baozi nodded.
Yes.
Our fishing catch can't be shared outside, and the wild boar's origin can't be revealed either. So, the fish and pork we braise can't be given to others. After braising, no one can tell if it's from a home pig or a wild pig. It's perfect to give some to them. Don't you think? Yes, Baozi said, still feeling a bit guilty, but understanding that some families had helped them a lot. Mom, you're thoughtful. We should thank them. The Jiang, Hong, and Wang families have already taken some home with your grandfather. We should also send some to Grandma Zhao and Grandma Sun to thank them for their care. Jiang Yumei said she had already cut 2 large bowls of offal and packed them in a basket. Go now and deliver them to the 2 families.
Okay.
Little Baozi, carrying the basket, just left the kitchen but then turned back and said, Mother, save 1 plate for me. I'll give it to Mr. Wang when I go to school early tomorrow. He also helped us. Jiang Yumei patted her head, forgetting about that great benefactor. All right, my son is thoughtful. When little Baozi returned, Jiang Yumei, feeling a bit regretful, held a small bowl with only a little pig's lung and pig's intestines left. She said, Son, besides what's for Mr. Wang, this is all we have left. I wanted you to eat well. If I had known, I would have cut fewer pieces for those families. Little Baozi walked over, grabbed a piece of the large intestine, and stuffed it into Jiang Yumei's mouth. Jiang Yumei also took a piece and fed her son. The 2 of them fed each other, finishing quickly. Mom, it smells so good. Little Baozi looked up at Jiang Yumei with admiration, his chubby paws still licking his fingers. Mom also thinks it smells great. Jiang Yumei's heart softened completely. Having such a good son makes the crossing worth it, returning to ancient times worth it, even becoming poor worth it. Under the bright starlight, little Tiger was gaining some energy. Seeing little Baozi happily wagging his tail and making soft sounds, hoping for a hug, little Tiger was excited. Little Baozi also happily said to him, Tiger, you're better now. Missed me, right? I missed you too. But seeing Tiger's mother nearby, he didn't dare to hug him as usual. Seeing Tiger's hurt eyes, he had to stay far away and squat down, saying, Tiger, it's not that I don't want to hug you. It's your mom that's too scary. After saying that, he shyly glanced at Tiger's mother. Tiger's mother seemed to understand and got up to walk away, curling up under the willow tree to take a nap. Little Baozi happily ran over, picked up little Tiger, gently stroked his fur for a while, then sat on the doorstep playing a game of top with the tiger. His laughter and little Tiger's soft sounds filled Jiang Yumei with warmth. Seeing both sons so peaceful, she wondered if she and the other mother should also improve their relationship. She looked at the dozing Tiger's mother, thought better of it, and decided not to push her, avoiding unnecessary trouble. After dark, Tiger's mother went out to find food again. Jiang Yumei put the 2 pig legs that Tiger's mother didn't eat into a bucket, placed it in the water tank to cool, and prepared the fish she planned to sell tomorrow when Jiang Dafu went to the county. Only then did she take little Baozi back to their room to sleep. Just before dawn, Jiang Yumei was sleeping soundly but was awakened by a noise. Surely Tiger's mother had returned. Jiang Yumei opened the door and saw that Mother Tiger had brought back a wild mountain goat. She placed the goat in the yard and then went back inside to sleep. Thinking that Jiang Dafu would arrive soon, Jiang Yume decided not to sleep anymore. The goat was also a gift from Mother Tiger. Although she seemed cold and proud on the outside, she was grateful and kind inside. When she was about to start taking care of the goat, she realized it was still alive. Its belly and other parts were very large, and it was a pregnant sheep. From now on, they would have sheep's milk and fresh eggs. Jiang Yume happily carried the goat to the backyard and tied it up. She also cleaned its wounds on the neck and legs with clear spring water. Not long after, Jiang Dafu arrived, bringing 2 buckets of fish and 2 wild boar legs to the county. Jiang Yume asked Jiang Dafu to buy her some books, including history records of this world and popular storybooks. She wanted to learn more about this world. Official records like history books were for facts, while storybooks reflected the people's feelings. Today, she didn't need to go to the Qin family's house to deliver fish. She only sent 2 buckets to Jifu Tavern. The fish were from Nailing Mountain Spring, which was hard to find. In the afternoon, Jiang Dafu returned and handed Jiang Yume 6 taels and 7 qian of silver. He said the owner of Jifu Tavern had come from the provincial capital to see him. The price of fish was raised to 100 won per jin, and they said the fish were sent to the main store in the provincial capital so they could supply as much as needed. When he heard that the fish was from the 1,000-year-old spring at Nailing Mountain, he was even happier. He said the price was negotiable and just asked not to run out of stock. The wild boar legs were also sold to Jifu Tavern. Every 5 days, they could send 12 large fish, no more. Quality products should be limited. Carp and silver carp at 100 won per jin were still reasonable prices. When they caught rare fish, they could increase the price. As usual, Jiang Dafu happily left with 2 taels of silver. Jiang Yume stored the money carefully and thought about buying a piece of land nearby in a few months to build a new house. But first, she needed to handle Xiao Baozi's stubbornness. It was a tough task. Thanks very much to Cream Pearl Rice for the support and votes. Dear friends, if you like my writing, please click to recommend and save it. I don't get many recommendations and saves. Soon, it was Jiang Laoye's 62nd birthday. On this day, Xiao Baozi was resting, and both mother and daughter could finally return to Jiang's house openly. The night before, Jiang Dafu and Li's family excitedly told them that Jiang Laoye had asked them to come back the next day. The head of the family's words meant that Jiang's second granddaughter, who had been driven out for over 6 years, was now officially recognized again. Before dawn, Jiang Yume woke up and boiled 4 wild rabbits, placing them in a bamboo basket. Before leaving, she also fed the goats and chickens. When Hua saw Jiang Yume and little Baozi about to go out, he whined and rubbed against their legs. Sometimes he sniffed their shoes, other times he bit their pant hems, acting like a playful puppy. Little Baozi picked up Hua and stroked its fur, saying, "If only you were a big cat, I could take you out to play. But you're a tiger, and others might be scared. Stay at home and play with your mother. I'll come back at night to be with you." Hua was almost fully healed now, but Hua's mother seemed to treat this place like her home and had no plans to return to the forest. She went out almost every night, bringing back small game like wild chickens and rabbits, but not larger animals like wild boars. Jiang Yume couldn't stand opening the door for Hua late at night, so she placed some large stones outside the backyard wall to make it easier for Hua's mother to come in. In recent days, the family had cooked a wild chicken and stored 4 rabbits. Jiang Yume salted them and left them to dry, planning to serve them at the old man's birthday. Her previous preserved dishes had received high praise from everyone, including Mr. Wang. The dishes must have been delicious, made with spring water and seasonings far better than modern flavor enhancers. As for the excuse about hunting wild game, Jiang Yume had learned from Lin Dalong how to dig trap pits. These small animals were caught in traps, and anyone brave enough could dig traps on Nailing Mountain. After comforting little Hua, the mother and daughter took their gifts and went to the Jiang family. Little Baozi wore a bright red t-shirt and shorts with a traditional top-knot hairstyle, carrying a small blue backpack. She looked cheerful and pretty. Before leaving, Jiang Yume kissed her several times. Inside the backpack was peanut brittle and sugar, a gift from Qin Ji, which they had agreed on. It was their first official appearance at the Jiang family, so they wanted to make a good impression. Jiang Yumei dressed modestly, as she was a widow. She wore a plain blue coarse cloth dress, not new but washed once, which was considered good clothing in the countryside. She wore a yellowish flower headpiece with a pink center and a green fabric bracelet on her wrist, adding a touch of elegance to her simple outfit. This suited her status and matched the festive mood of the day. Jiang Yumei had walked this winding dirt road 3 times, once with little Baozi to find food on Shiling Mountain, once carrying a bucket to sell fish in the county, and now returning to the Jiang home. Honestly, her feelings were confused and anxious during the first 2 times, but this time she felt happy and hopeful. She had been looking for a big tree, not to block the wind or rain, but just to lean on when she felt helpless. As an orphan mother in this era, being alone and unsupported was very hard. The Jiang family was the only support she could find now. Also, she wanted to make up for her lack of filial piety to her grandparents in her past life. It was early morning just after dawn. On the way, she saw many people rushing home from the fields to eat breakfast. Little Baozi cheerfully greeted them. "Wow, Nian, you look very handsome today." "Yes, this outfit was made by my mother. Today is my great-grandfather's birthday, so I'm dressed happily to make him happy." "Oh, you're going to celebrate Jiang Uncle's birthday? I'm also going to the feast at noon." "Great, bring brother Pang along. I'll treat him to some candy." When they arrived at the Jiang house, Li Shi was anxiously waiting at the gate. Seeing them, she happily picked up little Baozi and kissed him. "My good grandson, you look so handsome today. Let's go inside. Everyone is here." The Jiang house was a courtyard with 4 sides. Inside, some people were busy working and a few children were playing. When they entered, a woman in her 30s with a long face and fair skin smiled and stepped forward. "Maisie is here. Nian, you look very handsome today." Seeing Jiang Yumei standing there without reacting, Li Shi remembered she had forgotten the past and quickly introduced her. "This is your third aunt." Jiang Yumei called out, "Hello, third grandma. My mother has forgotten the old things, so she didn't recognize you."
Please don't mind.
Third Aunt Zhang gently pinched little Baozi's small face with her free hand and happily said, "Nian, you're such a good boy. Third grandma knows you won't mind." At that moment, a woman nearing 40 kicked over a bucket. It rolled and stopped at Jiang Yumei's feet. If your reputation is bad, you should stay quietly at home instead of going out and causing trouble for other girls. Your skin is too thick. Wu Nyang, you're also a mother with children. How can you tarnish your niece's reputation?" Li Shi was so angry she almost cried, trembling as she held little Baozi. "How am I tarnishing her? If she's innocent and pure, who could tarnish her? She's clearly got dirt on herself and still blames others for smelling bad. My third brother and I both have daughters who aren't married yet, and my eldest sister-in-law also has a daughter who's not married. Why do you bring back a woman with a ruined reputation? What are you trying to do?" Jiang De Wu loudly scolded, while a woman in her 40s nearby smiled half-heartedly, pursing her lips. "As long as there is time travel, there will be extraordinary people. This is a proven truth." Before Jiang Yumei could speak, Wei Shi came out of the kitchen with a serious face and scolded Jiang De Wu Nyang. "Today is your father's birthday. Don't cause trouble. Maisie was sent back by your father. If you keep making a fuss, go home." Seeing the little bundle, her face lit up with a smile. "Nian Xiaozi is here. Come, great-grandma will hug you." She took the little bundle from Li Shi. "Great-grandma, please let me down." "I don't want to tire you," said the little bundle, trying to get down. "Good boy, great-grandson. Great-grandma isn't tired." Wei Shi laughed happily and led them into the main room. In front of the room, there was a large table with 8 immortals. Old Jiang sat at the table, surrounded by several men chatting with him. Jiang De Shui and Jiang De Fu sat in the first seats on the left and right, respectively. Below them sat 2 middle-aged men. One looked very much like Jiang De Fu, probably Uncle Jiang De Che, and the other was likely Uncle Li Mu Jiang. Jiang Yushu and 3 young men stood to the side. After entering, Wei Shi put down the little bundle. Jiang Yumei and the little bundle knelt and bowed 3 times to old Jiang and Wei Shi, officially recognizing the granddaughter again. After getting up, she took out birthday gifts. The gifts were displayed for everyone to see. Jiang Yumei brought out a camel-colored satin long robe, black satin trousers and thick-soled black shoes for old Jiang, and a camel-colored satin dress for Wei Shi, which drew admiring sounds and applause. Then she uncovered a basket with marinated rabbit, releasing a rich, meaty aroma. There were also 2 large packages of Shui Xian snacks bought in the county town, filling the air with sweet fragrance. A few children outside couldn't resist the tempting smell and cried, wanting to eat meat and snacks. Their mothers pulled them away. Wei Shi had to grab some candies and peanuts from the table to comfort them. Old Jiang nodded with satisfaction, and Jiang Yumei left the main room. Jiang Yushu led the little bundle to bow to the elders present and also greeted the 3 young men, Jiang Yutao, Li Ermai, Mu Zisong, and Jiang Dawu's son-in-law Yang Sanxi. After paying respects, old Jiang smiled and beckoned to the little bundle, Nian Xiaozi, come here to great-grandpa. The little bundle ran over on short legs, and old Jiang scooped him up, placing him on his lap. This was a rare honor, whether for his son or grandson. Jiang Dafu quickly stood up, feeling both happy and nervous. He said, Dad, please put Nian Xiao down. He can't carry you, and I don't want you to get tired. Nian Xiao only weighs a few pounds. If he can tire me out, then I'm really useless, Jiang Dafu said with a stern face. Then he smiled and said to the little kid, I heard you jumped over those older students and went straight to the big class? Tell great-grandpa what books you've been reading. When little Baozi recited the recently learned article smoothly, old Master Jiang was so happy his mouth almost couldn't close. My great-grandson is going to be a top scholar. Even the characters outside the main text were gone. Jiang Dach also flattered at the right moment. Yes, Qinzi is also studying that. He's been reciting for over a month and still can't do it as smoothly. Father, there's no one like you, always embarrassing your son outside. A little boy blushed and said at the doorstep. It was 9-year-old Zhang Yuqin. You kid even know to be shy? When you get home, memorize your lessons properly. Don't let your cousin surpass you, Jiang Dach joked with a smile. Inside the main room, everyone was happy, but the atmosphere outside was not so good. Old Aunt was upset, thinking that the old master was biased. The eldest grandson wasn't favored, but the second son's sickly son was. Now, even outsiders were being favored. No matter how good he wasn't a Jiang. Looking at his granddaughter Xiaoer sitting under the big tree peeling peanuts, she was already 3 but hadn't been hugged by the old master. Thinking of this, she also resented her daughter-in-law Wang for not giving birth to a grandson and letting an outsider take the spotlight. Jiang Wufu felt even more uncomfortable. He had a 1-year-old grandson, a 2-year-old granddaughter, and a 4-year-old outside grandson. The old master not only refused to hold them but rarely even smiled at them. A son of a widow was still considered precious. So frustrating. Jiang Yumei saw that Xiao Wei and Jiang Wufu looked unhappy and thought that Auntie and the others really didn't get along with her. It was the same in her past life, and still the same now. Li softly said in her ear, Don't pay attention to them. Go to the kitchen and prepare some good dishes to make your grandparents happy. In the kitchen, Wei was in charge, mainly supported by Zhang, who was stirring the pot. Li also knew how to cook a little. Wang and Zhang Yutao helped out, while Zhang Yuli and Wei lit the fire. Because Xiao Wei was clumsy, she wasn't suited for delicate work in the kitchen, so she and Jiang Wufu were responsible for running errands. When Jiang Yumei entered the kitchen, Zhang waved her over and said, Maisie, the braised rabbit you made smells so good. I haven't even tasted it, and my mouth is watering. I think I should give up my chef position to you. Yes, Maisie also wants to show her skills. Your third aunt has long lost patience with hosting banquets, so today she's just going to sit at the table and enjoy some delicious braised rabbit that makes her drool. As Wei Shi spoke, she handed over an apron. Mother is good at talking. She clearly wants to say that her daughter-in-law is lazy and careless, but it sounds more like she's worried about me. Zhang Shi held Wei Shi and made her laugh nonstop. This third aunt is quite clever and adaptable. As long as someone is kind to her, Jiang Yumei genuinely wants to build good relationships. For those who dislike her, she prefers not to cause trouble. Jiang Yu went to Jiang Yushan's house to ask for advice. Only Jiang Yuqin was left, and he had no common language with these little kids. He wasn't interested in the men's conversations in the main room. So, when he saw the little bundle, he kept signaling. After the old master finished studying with the little one, he let him go out to play with Jiang Yuqin. Guests kept arriving. Little Baozi and Jiang Yuqin played outside with Air Zhuzi, Sen Zhuzi, Liangzi, and Air Pang, a few other boys. Little Baozi took candies from his small backpack to share. Shou'er, Jiang Da's grandchildren, and Jiang Yu Tao and Jiang Yuli's children all gathered around, asking for candies, which made little Baozi feel a bit helpless. Mr. Wang and Scholar's wife also arrived. They were important guests. Old Master Jiang personally went out to welcome him into the main room, where the elders, Dr. He, some relatives, and Old Master Wang were gathered. Scholar's wife, Feng Shi, was invited to the East Wing, where Wei Shi was already chatting with the elder lady, the wives, some relatives' mothers, Grandma Sun, and Aunt Zhao. The feast began. In the main room, there was a table of distinguished male guests. In the East Wing, a table of female guests, and in the yard, about 10 tables of food. Jiang Yumei's best skills in her past life were making small snacks. She could do braised dishes okay, but other dishes weren't her strong suit. After cooking some red braised pork and stir-fried kidney slices, she helped with fire and chopping, while Zhang Shi, the daughter of the restaurant owner, was the main chef. She was quick and efficient, making delicious food. They slaughtered 2 braised rabbits that Jiang Yumei brought. Only the seats for Old Master Jiang and Wei Shi had a whole plate. The other tables only had small bowls. During the toast and chat in the main room, the topic turned to Lin Yan. When they mentioned this talented disciple, even Mr. Wang, who usually spoke sparingly, praised him highly. Who is Mr. Wang? Not only is he a scholar, but he's also a gentleman who never speaks carelessly. Everyone praised Lin Yan highly, which showed that Lin Yan was truly destined for great success. Especially when the older men in the room looked at him with admiration, Grandpa Jiang felt proud. He waved to Jiang University, who was serving drinks, to call Lin Yan from the courtyard where he was eating. As Lin Yan approached, he was dressed in a neat short shirt and shorts, with clear features and a calm posture like a pine tree. He answered questions seriously and without panic. The guests praised him again and again. Grandpa Jiang couldn't hide his excitement. He stroked his white beard and asked, "Great-grandson, what do you want to do most in the future?" The little boy, of course, wanted to say what Grandpa Jiang and Mr. Wang liked to hear. He loudly replied, "Of course, I want to be an official." Just then, Jiang Wu and Little Wei came in to serve food. Jiang Wu, who was already jealous and red-eyed, immediately added, "Official? I think you'll be a groom instead." Little Wei laughed and said, "Wow, Lin Yan is in such a hurry. He's eager to get a wife at such a young age." The little boy blushed with embarrassment, and Old Master Jiang was so angry he threw his wine cup onto the table and scolded, "You two gossiping women, get out." Jiang University also glared at Little Wei and quickly tried to change the subject with a smile. "Our Lin Yan wants to be an official first, then a groom."
Haha.
The little boy chuckled, "Yes, both. You can't miss out on either."
Exactly.
After passing the big exam and the small exam, life will be perfect, Mr. Wang nodded, admiring his proud disciple. Everyone laughed and moved past the awkward moment. After being scolded out, Jiang Wu looked very wronged. Did I say something wrong? A tiny kid like that dreaming of being an official, talking big, only Dad believes it. Let me tell you, if he really becomes an official, I could fry tofu on my palm. Little Wei also pouted and said, "Just reciting some essays and you think you can be an official? Isn't the county magistrate richer than our corn stalks? You reckless woman, if you want to die, don't drag us into it. Do you think the county magistrate is someone you can casually pretend to be?" Wei Shi scolded her daughter softly, annoyed that her once clever daughter and niece seemed to be getting dumber. Little Wei also felt a bit scared and quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to make sure no one was listening before sighing with relief. Two unthinking ones, bored and grinding their teeth for no reason. Huh? Go wash the firewood and cooking utensils. The two were scolded again by the old master and Wei Shi, and the blame was shifted onto Jiang Yumei and her son. Jiang Yumei didn't realize she had been caught in the crossfire. She was leading little Baozi to Jiang Yushan's room to deliver food. Jiang Yushan had been sitting outside with Mr. Wang but felt uncomfortable and went back to rest. When he saw Jiang Yumei and her son enter, he tried to stand up. Jiang Yumei quickly helped him, saying, "It's just my sister and nephew. No need to be so polite." The siblings talked for a while. Jiang Yushan then reminded little Baozi of a few things, and Jiang Yumei took little Baozi out. After the guests finished eating and drinking, they left. They didn't go home empty-handed. Important guests like Mr. Wang and Magistrate Zhao each received a braised rabbit and a small bag of snacks from Jiang Yumei. Several relatives took a bowl of soy sauce duck from Jiang Dach and a small bag of snacks. Other guests took leftover meat, vegetables, and a few candies to share with their families who couldn't attend. In rural families, it is common to give some food from the banquet when leaving. Today's feast was very generous, making Old Master Jiang feel proud. However, aside from Jiang Dao and Little Wei's disruptive behavior, which embarrassed him, Old Master Jiang kept glaring at them after the guests left. Everyone tidied up the yard, returned borrowed tables and chairs, and then gathered inside to rest. Jiang Yumei saw 7-year-old Jiang Yoxing secretly looking at her bracelet. She raised her hand and asked, "Do you like it?" The little girl nodded shyly and said, "Second sister, your bracelet is so pretty."
Ah.
Thanks to the generous support from UC Myfin and book friend 445921872. Please recommend and save this story if you like it. Qingchuan thanks you here. Jiang Yumei took off her bracelet and tied it on Yoxing's wrist. The girl's face lit up with happiness and blushes.
You gave it to me?
Thank you, second sister. Second sister can make even prettier jewelry in the future, and I'll dress Yoxing up beautifully, Jiang Yumei said, gently touching Yoxing's head. Seeing such kindness from her third uncle and third aunt, she naturally wanted to reciprocate. Maisie, I want that bracelet too. Li Duer looked at Jiang Yumei with pursed lips. She was Jiang Da's 12-year-old daughter. Oh, I only have one bracelet, and I already gave it to Yoxing, Jiang Yumei replied. Then I also like the flower on your head. The ones sold in town aren't as pretty. Li Duer pointed at the flower in Jiang Yumei's hair. Please give me that flower, she said, reaching out to try to take it. A truly exceptional mother raises an extraordinary daughter. Jiang Yumei tilted her head and said, "This flower is my favorite. I can't give it to Sister Duo. Maisie, you're the elder sister. If your sister wants this flower, you shouldn't hesitate to give it," Jiang Da said with a forced smile. Big aunt, I only have this one flower. I need to dress up a bit when I go out, Jiang Yumei replied, not wanting to give it. She had seen ungrateful people before, complaining and then asking for things. You're a widow, and such a bright flower isn't suitable for you to wear, Jiang Da said with a displeased look. Mother, I just saw Aunt Duoer's grandma wearing a big red flower. It looked so nice, little Baozi said, climbing onto Jiang Yumei's lap and gesturing excitedly. Li Mijiang's father passed away a few years ago. Today, her mother wore a bright red flower. Jiang Da looked unhappy. Children without a father are not well behaved. How can a grown-up talk and a child interrupt? Jiang Yumei's face darkened. Even if my child is not well behaved, she wouldn't ask for someone else's things. Jiang Dao raised his voice angrily. How do you speak to elders? You're just a broken flower, yet you still take it out. Don't cry, Duo. Mother will buy you a prettier one in the county. He glared at them fiercely. What kind of thing are you? The men nearby were interrupted by Jiang Da's loud voice. Old Master Jiang saw him scolding little Baozi again and became displeased. He slammed the long pipe on the table and pointed at Jiang Dao, scolding, Maisie and her orphan mother are not easy to support. Everyone knows they need help. You, as her aunt, not only refuse to help but also bully her. Maisie has been confused for years, but heaven has blessed her with clarity again. Things are finally going well, and now you want to ask for a flower? Such a shallow-minded person. How did I raise such a capable daughter like you? After scolding Jiang Dao, he turned to Jiang Yumei. Maisie, the clothes you made for me and your grandma are good quality. And those wild rabbit and snacks cost money. Where did you get so much? Once the old master finished speaking, everyone's attention was focused. Especially Jiang Dao and her aunt, who had long wondered where a widow girl could get such fine materials. Jiang Yumei had already thought of an excuse. Grandpa, I caught the wild rabbit myself. De Wang once took me to a place where there weren't many big animals, but there were plenty of wild chickens and rabbits. The trap was dug by De Wang earlier. I cleaned it up and caught a few rabbits. Jiang Yumei's eyes turned red as she spoke, and she sniffed before continuing. As for that fabric, a while ago I designed some hairpins, bracelets, and pouches to sell to the shop in town. The owner was happy and rewarded me with 2 bolts of fabric and 2 packs of snacks. I made 2 outfits for you and Grandma with them. Oh, those hairpins and pouches, how much are they worth? The shop owner gave you such good fabric. Isn't he an old widower who lost his wife? Just as Jiang Dao's words slipped out, he got hit on the head with a shoe thrown by Mrs.
Wei.
How dare you say such rude things, uncle? Go home now, just go home, Mrs. Wei snapped angrily. Li the carpenter quickly stood up, bowing to apologize. Mother, Da must have had a little too much to drink today and is talking nonsense. Maybe he doesn't even realize what he's saying. Jiang Da's 2 sons also bowed to Jiang Yumei, saying, Sorry, Sister Mei. Our mother didn't mean it. We're sorry for her. Jiang Dafu and Mrs. Li were so angry they almost hit someone. Dao, we haven't done anything to offend you, right? Why are you talking so badly? If your niece's reputation gets ruined, what good does that do you? Jiang Dao knew his words caused a lot of trouble and lowered his head, hiding in a corner. Jiang Yumei ignored the 2 brothers from the Li family and continued speaking to the old master. Grandpa, the pouches I sell are different from the usual ones. I call them handbags. I designed them myself, new and unique styles. The shop owner loved them. They bought my designs and made more handbags and hairpins, earning a lot of silver. Yes, I heard that the handbags and hairpins designed by Mei are sold out at the main store in the provincial city, and even merchants in the capital are lining up to buy them, little Baozi said, blushing with anger. He also helped defend his mother and occasionally shot sharp glances at Jiang Dao in the corner. Wow, Mei is really clever, said Uncle, nodding. Yes, look at the bracelet on Xingzi's wrist, so pretty. How did she think of that? Third Aunt lifted Xingzi's wrist to show everyone and sighed with admiration. Wow, that looks nice, and the hairpin is beautiful too. Maybe Mei can teach us later, so we can earn some money too, Zhang Yutao said happily. Although Grandma Bo was not very likable, her children were quite good. They didn't show much closeness to Jiang Yumei, but they were at least polite. Jiang Yumei smiled and said, All right, in the future, if I come up with good designs, I'll teach my sisters and sisters-in-law so we can earn some extra money. Big sister-in-law, did you hear? In the future, if the daughter-in-law makes money from her purse, you must not take it. That is her secret savings, Third Auntie teased playfully. Old Lady Jiang smiled happily at the idea of her daughter-in-law and daughter earning money, saying, Our Jiang family's good name is well known far and wide. We've never asked for our daughters-in-law's private money. She then flattered Wei's family, saying, Our family's good reputation is thanks to Mother Jiang's good example, and we daughters-in-law learn from her. Old Master Jiang looked at his children and grandchildren with satisfaction, then scolded Jiang Youwu from the corner. You unwise person, today you embarrassed us in front of outsiders. I warn you, don't bully him anymore. He's still young, but he's also a student. How can a woman have no respect for scholars? I've taught you better. Do you know that all else is low, but studying is the highest? He continued, Nian Xiaozi is even smarter than Shanzi. He's destined to be a top scholar or a successful official. He's not even as tall as the table. How do you know he can become a top scholar? Jiang Da muttered quietly, feeling unconvinced. Of course I know. Your 2 little boys at 15 or 16 couldn't even remember the 3-character classic, but Nian Xiaozi, at just 5 years old, can recite parts of the Analects and great learning. Mr. Wang has taught for over 20 years and has never seen such a smart child, old Master Jiang said, looking around the room. Don't blame me for praising him. Although Nian Xiaozi isn't surnamed Jiang, he carries our Jiang family's blood. He's a good seedling. If he's successful, it'll bring honor to all of us, right? Jiang Daxue, Jiang Dach, Jiang Yushu, and others quickly nodded and agreed with the old man. Yes, if Nian Xiaozi becomes successful and an official, we'll all be proud. Jiang Da still wanted to say more, but Li Muzheng gave him a stern look, so he held his tongue. After dinner, the mother and son set off to go home. On the way, Jiang Yumei looked worried and said, Son, everyone says you'll be a top scholar or something. That's just their idea. I don't think so. I don't want you to carry too much burden. That would make you too tired. If you want to study, study. If not, do other things, just don't go hungry. Be a landlord or do business, that's fine. Mother, I don't find it hard. I'm the only son of the Lin family, so I have to find a way to establish our family. I want to study. If I do well in my studies, others will like me.
Just look at great-grandpa.
If I don't study well, we won't get such respect, he replied confidently. Jiang Yumei bent down to pick up the small bun. Although he was a bit chubby, he only weighed about 40 pounds. Such a small person with such heavy thoughts was really hard to handle. My son is willing to study, but not too hard. You still have your mother. I am willing to share the household responsibilities with you. I will earn money, you will study, I will handle chores, and you will take care of outside tasks. Is that okay? Thank you very much for the reward from the beautiful blooming rose bush in front of Yiming. As soon as they arrived home, Little Tiger rushed over to climb on Little Bun. Little Bun picked up Tiger and stroked his fur, saying, Brother Tiger, you missed me, right? Haha, I missed you too. Tiger grunted and licked Little Bun's face and neck with his tongue, making Little Bun giggle from the tickling. Jiang Yumei went to prepare the bathwater. Tiger's mother sat in the main hall watching the playful scene between the person and the tiger. When Little Bun was taking a bath, Little Tiger also sneaked into the big wooden basin. Jiang Yumei resigned herself to washing both at the same time. She scrubbed the person and the tiger with soap, and Tiger still wanted to be washed, so she kept doing it or Tiger wouldn't agree. Jiang Yumei wondered if Tiger drank too much spring water. Maybe that made his mind sharper? Today was very tiring, and she was in a bad mood. Jiang Yumei discussed with Little Tiger, Baby, your fur is hard to clean when it's bubbly. Today, Jiang Mama is too tired. Let's not make bubbles, okay? Tiger was unhappy when he heard that. He jumped out of the basin, stretched out on the ground, and started throwing a tantrum. This little thing was really unlikable. Doesn't he know that carrying water is hard work? Jiang Yumei ignored Tiger's tantrum and continued washing Little Bun. Suddenly, she heard a low growl from Tiger's mother. She was startled and looked up to see Tiger's mother opening her tiger eyes, staring coldly at her, with her beard raised. Oh no! Tiger's mother was angry. She quickly picked up Little Tiger, smiling and saying, You little miser, Jiang Mama was just joking. If you want to make bubbles, we can do that. Then she told Little Bun, When you finish washing, get up. It's time to wash Tiger's little brother. After Little Bun got up, he placed Little Tiger into the basin. The trouble was, Tiger got addicted to bathing. To him, it was more like a game. He didn't want to come out after a long time, which made Jiang Yumei busy and anxious. Watching Tiger's mother lazily dozing off nearby, Jiang Yumei couldn't help but glare angrily. She wondered, Are you his mother or am I? Besides feeding him milk, you don't seem to care about anything else. The family now has 4 members. 3 are the elders, and only she is the youngest follower. With 1 servant and 3 masters, she feels exhausted. The next day, Zhang Dafu brought back fish. He said that after hearing about the price at Jifu restaurant, Chen's family also offered that price. They hope to deliver fish every 5 days. The price is negotiable, and they just want to avoid running out of stock. Chen's family also played the emotional card. Little Fat Chen Ji wrote a letter to Little Baozi, expressing his longing and enthusiastically praising the delicious fish from Nanling Mountain. Even Grandpa, who is usually picky, has increased his appetite and no longer refuses to eat fish or throws tantrums, easing his father's worries. He also sent a small gift, candy and snacks. For the first time, little Bowsy received his own letter and was so excited he immediately wrote back to little Fat Dung. From then on, they became true friends and pen pals. Jeong Dafu acted as the messenger and courier. Besides writing letters to share their studies and daily lives, they also exchanged gifts. Little Fat Dung loved giving candies, snacks, and sometimes books or calligraphy. Little Bowsy would give small handmade items like grass-woven toys, little fish, or fabric crafts, all made by Jeong Yume. Even Old Master Chen occasionally sent fabric or rice and flour when he was happy. With this relationship, they couldn't stop delivering fish to Chen's family, but they could only do so every 5 days. Little Bowsy still wanted to raise a pig. Now, he wasn't doing it to make money, but because it was a long-standing obsession. Seeing his mother busy, he didn't dare to ask directly about raising pigs. Instead, he would casually mention classmates whose pigs had grown to a certain weight or how some classmates went to cut pig grass after school. Jeong Yume felt very sorry for her son but was overwhelmed with chores. She had to take care of her biological son, a mischievous son, a pregnant sheep, a group of chicks, tend the backyard vegetable garden, catch fish to make a living, and gather firewood. Although Bowsy would go to pasture or pick wild vegetables right after returning home, she was still very busy and exhausted. Her biggest headache was the mother and son pair, troublesome little demons she hated but dared not show it. One was very strong-willed, and she couldn't afford to offend him. The other was adorable and well-connected, so she dared not provoke her either. Jeong Yume often wondered if this strange mother and son were from another world. They were too clever. They also had a cleanliness obsession that made everyone angry. A few days ago, Mother Tiger suddenly seemed to lose her mind. She kept looking at the new mat on the big bed, then at her old mat, showing clear dislike and unfairness in her eyes. She also snorted and puffed her nostrils angrily. This made Jeong Yume feel cold all over, and she thought for a moment before going to Old Man Wang's house to buy a new bed mat and replace the old one. After putting on the new mat, Little Tiger rolled around on it several times, just like the little bun had done at that time. Even more, when they washed the bedding, they also had to wipe the mats and replace the straw, or Mother Tiger would get angry and scatter the straw everywhere. At first, Jeong Yume didn't understand what was happening. She thought Mother Tiger was just being naughty, so she pushed the straw back onto the mat. But Mother Tiger then messed up the straw again, her nostrils flaring and her beard standing up in anger. Clever as Jeong Yume was, she thought for a long time before tentatively wiping the mats and changing the straw. Only then did Mother Tiger stop causing trouble. After that, Jeong Yume felt that whenever she had something new or changed something herself, she had to also change things for the mother and son, or the house would never be peaceful. These mother and son refused to leave her house, and they wanted to eat well, sleep well, and play happily, treating her like a full-time nanny. No matter how Jeong Yume thought about it, she felt she had lost a lot. She had lost greatly. Thinking of herself, Jeong Yume, she was famous in her past life as a tough mother hen. Were her feathers so easy to pluck? Recently, although Jeong Dafu regularly went to the county to deliver fish or small game hunted by Mother Tiger to Jifu Restaurant and the Chin family, earning a few dozen taels of silver a month, which was already a fortune for a villager like him, Jeong Yume's desire to become a big landlord was not satisfied by this silver. She was thinking about getting some treasures. But where are the treasures? The law of crossing clearly states that in the deep mountains and forests, things like 1,000-year-old ginseng or 100-year-old lingji could sell for 1,000 or 800 silver coins. Especially the real-life red voru, a rare herb, which could be worth its weight in gold, but Jeong Yume was reluctant to sell it. It seemed she had to go to Namling Mountain. With Mother Tiger's protection and guidance, she could walk freely on the mountain because she was the Mountain King, an extremely clever Mountain King. With Mother Tiger's help, Jeong Yume could walk across Namling Mountain easily. Most importantly, in just over half a month, Jeong Yume's son would go to the north to fight. She wanted to bring him some red vorul for safety and also go to the provincial capital to look for business opportunities. If she could find a rare treasure, She could sell it in the city and make a lot of money. After sending the little bun away that day, Jiang Yumei discussed with Mother Hu. Mother Hu, I'm a bit tight on money right now. I want to build a new house so you and your son can live more comfortably, but I don't have enough funds. Could you please take me to Nailing Mountain for a walk? Maybe we can find something valuable to sell and improve our living situation? Mother Hu seemed to think for a moment and then headed toward the big gate. Did she agree? Jiang Yumei happily followed, then called Mother Hu to wait. She went back inside, wrapped her head with a cloth, rolled up her pant legs, and packed 2 steamed buns and some tools into her backpack before coming out. She saw Mother Hu talking with Tiger Boy. Although Tiger Boy looked at her and Jiang Yumei with tears in his eyes, he didn't come along. This scene made her feel like the little bun was adorable, and her heart softened. She bent down to smooth Tiger Boy's fur.
Good boy, my son.
Your mother and I will be back this afternoon. Be good and play at home. Jiang Mama has placed a basin of clear spring water at the door for you to drink if you're thirsty. Jiang Yumei pointed to the small wooden basin at the door. Then she and Mother Hu left, locking the door behind them. Thanks to the reward from UC Myfin. Once they entered the forest, Jiang Yumei realized that Nailing Mountain was very different from Shieling Mountain and Dongling Mountain. Those 2 mountains had paths, big or small, but here, no one had walked for years. There were no roads, only yellow soil, towering trees, uneven weeds, or large rocks. Stepping on the ground, she didn't know what she might step on. Jiang Yumei remembered a famous quote from her past life. There is no road in the world. When many people walk, it becomes a road. A good saying. She was in trouble. She loved money, but she loved her life even more. Mother Hu looked at her with disdain. Well, disdain or not, Jiang Yumei's calves were trembling, and she couldn't move her feet. Mother Hu, helpless, came over and nudged her leg with her back, glancing sideways at her own back. Was she asking her to sit on it? Jiang Yumei wasn't sure, but didn't dare to sit. She just pouted and rolled her eyes, meaning, "Are you sure I should sit on it?" Seeing Mother Hu's impatient glance, Jiang Yumei tentatively sat on her back. As soon as she sat steadily, Mother Hu quickly started running forward. Jiang Yumei was frightened and clung tightly to her neck, grabbing her fur and skin together. The path at the start was relatively flat, and Mother Hu ran faster, making Jiang Yumei's hips and thighs ache. As the road gradually became steeper, Mother Hu slowed down, but Jiang Yumei kept sliding downward, gripping her fur even tighter. After walking for about half an hour, they reached a place filled with large rocks. Mother Tiger stopped. This mountain path could only be climbed by herself. Jiang Yumei got down, and Mother Tiger leapt onto a big rock. Jiang Yumei grabbed a tree branch growing out of her in the rock and climbed up using her hands and feet. After climbing for a while, Mother Tiger carried her on her back. They crossed a large, slightly gentler forest and arrived at the edge of a steep cliff. Jiang Yumei looked up at the nearly vertical, bare cliff with no trees or support. How could she climb this mountain? Her legs started trembling again. Mother Tiger, can you take me somewhere easier to walk? Mother Tiger let out a long howl, then leapt onto a narrow stone step 2 meters high, turned around, and looked down at her from above. Jiang Yumei was stunned. This is a farming story, not a fantasy novel. How could she get up there? Mother Tiger, let's find a different place. I can't climb this cliff. Mother Tiger looked at her with disdain, sat down heavily, and started gazing at the sky. You called her, she came, and now she's here, but you're calling her back? She refuses to go. The 2 of them, human and tiger, stared at each other in a standoff. Suddenly, distant howls of wolves and other animal sounds echoed through the air. If Mother Tiger didn't take care of her and just left, what would happen? Soon, she would be attacked by wild animals and left with nothing. She was truly scared now. Her legs went weak, and she sat on the ground. She wasn't afraid of dying. She had already died once, but she was afraid of being bitten by a wild animal. That would be terrifying and painful. And her little boy, her little one, was just starting to have a good life. If she died, what would happen to him? She couldn't die for her little boy. Mother Tiger, let's go back. I don't want to seek riches anymore. I'm willing to support you and your family. I'll do any work without complaint. Please don't leave me. I'm scared. Her voice trembled, and her body shook. She wanted to cry. Seeing her like this, Mother Tiger couldn't help but let out a long howl again. She leapt down, her eyes showing a look that said, "If you don't take this path, you'll miss out on something big. Missing out is better than losing your life." Mother Tiger led Jiang Yumei to the right. Although it was still difficult to walk, it was much better than the cliff earlier. They climbed for a while, carried each other, jumped over some mountain ridges, and bypassed a few streams and ponds. Mother Tiger stopped. They reached a narrow mountain hollow, where thick branches almost blocked out the sunlight, letting only a few specks of light through. Since Mother Tiger chose to stop here, there must be a reason. Jiang Yumei looked at Mother Tiger, hoping for some hint. But Mother Tiger ignored her completely. She first looked around at the big trees. There were many berries on the branches, but none of the red berries given by Mother Tiger. She had come so far not to pick ordinary berries. She bent down and pushed aside the grass, searching carefully like a carpet. After a long search, she saw only a small pond hidden among the weeds. Mother Tiger's joke was too much. After all that effort, she wondered if she was just being teased. Jiang Yumei looked at Mother Tiger with a lot of resentment. She didn't dare to glare angrily now because the situation was stronger than her. If she angered Mother Tiger, she might not be taken back, and that would be very dangerous. Mother Tiger was already eating a wild rabbit she had caught. Jiang Yumei's stomach also started to growl. She sat on the roots of an old tree, angrily biting into a dry cake, as if all her frustration was in the cake. She felt choked but didn't dare to take out the clear spring water, afraid it would attract other wild animals. She wondered why her luck was so bad. As soon as she entered the mountain, she saw a large patch of ginseng. She kept searching but couldn't find any ginseng. Under the old tree where she had been sitting, she saw a dark, shiny stone. Sometimes it sparkled with crystals inside. When sunlight hit it, it looked even more transparent and beautiful. Could this stone be a treasure? In her past life, she often heard that jade and amber were hidden inside ugly stones. She used a small pick to dig out the stone. It was about 1 foot long and half a foot wide. Besides the crystals on the outside, it was just a dull, uneven black stone. Nothing special. It didn't look like a treasure, so she angrily threw it on the ground. "Mother Tiger, let's go," she said. She was very reluctant, but she had to leave now. It was getting late, and staying out after dark was dangerous. Seeing Mother Tiger's teasing look, as if mocking her for coming back empty-handed after all her effort, she thought, "Can I blame myself? It's not my fault. You didn't find a good path, and I didn't see even a single ginseng seed, let alone 1,000-year-old ginseng." She muttered to herself, but didn't dare to say more. She climbed onto Mother Tiger's back. As soon as she sat down, she saw Mother Tiger's ears perk up, and then she let out a loud howl. Jiang Yumei was startled and immediately looked around, searching for a good tree to climb. If Mother Tiger and a wild beast fought, she could escape quickly. After a while, she saw a blood-covered white wolf running toward them, carrying a small cub in its mouth. Its belly was exposed, and its intestines were hanging out. They collapsed about 10 meters away from them. The wolf released its grip and put the cub down, then shakily got up, licked the cub, and knelt down in the direction of Jiang Yumei. The look of hope and despair in its eyes made Jiang Yumei feel heartbroken. She slowly became more confused and finally closed her eyes and fainted. The white wolf cub whined around the dead wolf, nuzzling and pawing at it, deeply sad. Jiang Yumei thought of her little bun. If she died, her little bun would also feel hopeless and helpless like this. Perhaps it was maternal instinct from the mother tiger. She slowly walked over and gently licked the little wolf cub with her tongue. No, it should be a puppy. As Jiang Yumei approached, she saw clearly. It had a small white tail curled upward and ears slightly drooping. The deep sadness in its eyes was very painful to see. In her past life, Jiang Yumei once wanted to raise a husky. She had studied the differences between dogs and wolves and was sure this was a puppy, probably a hybrid of wolf and dog. Jiang Yume got down and was surprised to see the puppy start drinking milk from the mother tiger. The mother tiger was lying half on the ground, affectionately watching it, just like she was watching her own tiger cub. Wolves are cruel beasts. Even her own man was killed by them. But the maternal love of this mother wolf still moved Jiang Yume deeply. Both she and the mother tiger couldn't ignore this puppy. Since they were going to take it away, they should also bury its mother. She dug a hole with a small and buried the white wolf. Then, the mother tiger gently lifted the puppy onto her back, carrying Jiang Yume as she ran back. After a few steps, Jiang Yume called her to stop and looked back at that ugly stone. She thought after running so far, she should take something back as a keepsake. When she tried to put the stone into her basket, she hesitated. The stone wasn't big but very heavy, and it could fall out and hurt someone. After thinking, she wrapped the stone in a cloth bag, cut a piece of rope with a knife, and made 2 small holes on each side of the bottom of the basket. She threaded the rope through and fixed the stone underneath. The mother tiger quickened her pace. After passing the first large pile of boulders, Jiang Yume finally relaxed. When they left Nanling Mountain, it was already completely dark. Before reaching home, she heard the crying of her little bun and the whimpering of the tiger cub. "Mom, boo-hoo, Mom. Where did you go? Boo-hoo. Don't you want your son anymore?" Her voice was hoarse, and she had been crying for a long time. Jiang Yume felt heartbroken and shouted loudly, "Son, I'm back." The little bun ran over, hugging the tiger cub. "Mom, where did you go? Boo-hoo. I was so scared, boo-hoo. I'm so afraid you'll leave me like Dad." After descending the tiger's back, Jiang Yume gently picked up the small bundle that looked like a flower cap. She felt a strange sense of being in a different world. "Son, I'm back. Be good. Mom is fine." Mom just took Tiger Mother to Nailing Mountain for a trip. Before she finished speaking, the little one suddenly screamed. "Ah, ah, ah." The little one screamed loudly. His piercing cries startled Jiang Yume. "What's wrong, son? Don't scare Mom." "It's okay, son, it's okay." After the scream, the little one suddenly bit down Jiang Yume's shoulder. She felt a sharp pain.
Ouch.
"Son, let go. It hurts, Mom." The little one bit for a while, probably realizing he was bleeding, then released his grip and shouted loudly, "Put me down. I don't want you to hold me." He stiffened his body and slid down. "You said we should talk about everything first, but you went to Nailing Mountain without telling me. You don't keep your promises and don't care about me at all. I won't listen to you anymore." Without looking back, he ran home crying. Jiang Yume, feeling hungry and unwell, was unsteady on her feet but hurried after her son.
Son, listen to Mom.
"I didn't go deep inside. I only went about 100 meters in." She had to lie now. If her son found out she went so deep, he might never forgive her. The little one still didn't turn around. "Last time I went into Nailing Mountain, I fell and broke my leg.
Dad also died there."
"I only went to the shallow parts. Even the shallow parts are dangerous." "I knew that, but I still went in. What if something happens to me?"
Boo-hoo.
He reached the willow tree, sat on the ground, and continued crying loudly. "You said you're a hero, a woman of great strength, and that your words are reliable. It's only been a few days, and you've already broken your promise." Jiang Yume wanted to squat down and comfort him, but her hips and thighs hurt badly, so she could only sit on the ground and try to soothe him. "Mom just wanted to see if there were any valuable treasures. When I didn't find anything, I left quickly." "Money is more important than your life? More than your son?" After shouting this, the little one covered his ears and couldn't hear anything, only crying loudly. Jiang Yume thought that her son hadn't eaten yet, and she was also very hungry. Filling her stomach was the top priority. She got up and went to the kitchen to boil water. She was too weak to cook, so she just boiled 4 sweet water eggs. She also scooped a basin of clear spring water from the water jar for the 3 women to drink. This was the spring water Jiang Yume had poured into the jar when her son wasn't around. After the 3 daughters finished drinking water, Tiger Baby started to nurse. The puppy saw this and ran over to eat too. The two brothers shared one bottle and quickly became friendly, playing together soon after. Jiang Yumei brought a poached egg to the table and then went to the yard to hold little Baozi. His voice was now hoarse, and he couldn't cry, only opening his mouth to gasp. "Son, even if you want to argue with your mother, you need to eat enough first," she said, sitting him on a chair. "Today, let me feed you. Here, have some sweet water." She scooped a spoonful and offered it to him, but he kept his mouth tightly closed and refused to open it. His eyes were red and swollen, only a narrow slit, and he kept sobbing quietly. The puppy finished nursing and jumped onto a chair at the dining table. Seeing this, Tiger Baby also jumped up. One dog and one tiger sat side by side on a chair, staring at them with big, round black eyes. "Look, both of your little brothers are watching you. Don't you want them to laugh at you?" Jiang Yumei continued to comfort him. "Today, I brought home a puppy. Its mother died this afternoon, and now it has no one to care for it. We have to look after it." Finally, little Baozi responded. His narrow eyes shifted to the puppy, and in a hoarse voice, he said, "It's so pitiful. I don't want to be like it. When I saw the puppy's mother die, I felt very sad." The puppy looked very mournful. "Do you know? I thought of you right then. I kept thinking I must not die. If I die, what will happen to you? How sad you'll be." Jiang Yumei's voice choked with emotion. At that moment, I regretted going into Nanling Mountain. I promise I will discuss important things with you in the future, so I won't make such mistakes again. Don't cry anymore, okay? Little Baozi nodded. Mom's words are true. I won't deny it anymore. Seeing her nod, he hugged her neck and buried his face in her arms, crying silently. "Mom, do you know how worried I was when I came home and you weren't there? I looked everywhere inside and outside the house but couldn't find you. I was afraid to go to the village, worried I'd miss you. Do you know how anxious I was?
Boo-hoo.
I can't live without you." "Yes, I know. I know, my son. You've been wronged," Jiang Yumei said, comforting him. After he cried enough, she fed him 2 spoonfuls of sweet water eggs, and she also ate 2 herself. She boiled water for a bath. Luckily, today, Tiger Baby was playing happily with the puppy and didn't come to join the fun. After going to bed, little Baozi tightly hugged Jiang Yumei, refusing to turn or move even a little. She felt frustrated because she didn't manage to get the treasures like ginseng or lingji today, and she only brought back a mouthful of food. Moreover, she had made 2 serious promises today. One was to let Tiger Mother keep them without complaints, and the other was to promise that little Baozi would discuss everything with him before doing it. Both the tiger and the man were so strong-willed that she couldn't even think of regretting. Oh, what kind of life is this? She went to sleep feeling full of dissatisfaction. Through the thick white fog, she seemed to return to her past life. Taking advantage of the year-end bonus, she deducted a good amount from those women, and under the pretext of poor performance, she demoted Chu Mingyu, that scoundrel. Seeing their angry but silent faces made her very happy. Smiling mischievously, she went to a French restaurant for a big meal. Just as she sipped a little wine and took a small bite of steak, she heard someone loudly call out, "Mom, the sun is shining on your. Time to get up." Bright sunlight shone through the window paper onto her face. Oh, it's already morning. Her son still had to go to school. "Son, wake up quickly, you're late for school," Jiang Yumei said as she turned over. When she looked, little Baozi was not on the bed. "Mom, I'm in the main hall. The food is already on the table," little Baozi said as he pushed the door open and came in. "What's going on?" She saw little Baozi wearing the torn clothes she had just put on, tightly wrapped around him because they were too small, revealing a white patch of belly. His hair was uncombed and messy, and his eyes were a bit red and swollen. If she didn't see his clean little face, she would think all the days she spent in the Dakong dynasty were just a dream. "Son, what are you doing? Why didn't you wake me earlier? You're late for school. Hurry up, finish eating, and go." Jiang Yumei put on her shoes and pulled her son to go outside. In the main hall, there were already 2 bowls of rice porridge and a plate of pickled cucumbers on the table. Tiger Mother was still leaning against the door frame, and the two little ones were sitting side by side on a chair. Mom, listen to me, little Baozi said, breaking free from Jiang Yumei's hand. I've decided. I won't go to school anymore. Starting today, I'll go back to Shilling Mountain to gather firewood and dig wild vegetables like before. What's going on now? Jiang Yumei was stunned and asked, Son, what do you mean? I don't understand either. Little Baozi seriously said, Mother is a woman. How can I let her and me establish a household together? I was wrong before. From now on, Mother just cooks and sews clothes. Everything else will be done by me. Is he trying to seize power? Jiang Yumei wondered uncertainly.
Why?
Mother has earned some money these days, which has made life much better for the family. I will focus on studying and Mother on earning money. That's a good plan, isn't it? No, I am the only son in the family. I should earn money to support us, little Baozi said, sitting on a stool with a serious look, though his voice was still a bit hoarse. How will you earn money to support us? Jiang Yumei looked at little Doubting with disdain. Our family still has some savings. We collect rent every year. If we are careful, we can survive until I grow up. When I am older, I won't farm those 5 acres anymore. I will plant my own crops. Don't worry, I can support Mother. In the future, I will marry a wife, and she will help take care of you. Jiang Yumei couldn't help but laugh. That's quite a long-term plan. Mother, catching fish isn't easy. In the future, don't eat them all yourself. Take them to sell for money. Also, don't buy rice and flour anymore. If Chunji's family gives us some, we should sell those and exchange them for coarse rice and cornmeal. That way, we can eat longer. Also, take some vegetables from the backyard to sell, and we can dig wild vegetables to eat. Don't touch the leftover fabric in the house. Save it for when Mother celebrates her birthday or when I get married. Don't wear new clothes at home or while working. Save them for going out or going to town. Little Baozi counted on his fingers, lowering the family's living standards to the minimum. Isn't this turning their life back to the days before liberation? Was all her hard work in vain? Jiang Yumei couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out a curse. Nonsense. Little Baozi's face turned red. Mother, how can you curse like that? Humph, only women and little men are hard to raise. The ancients weren't lying to me. F it, I just cursed. After learning a few bitter words, I think I'm all that. Jiang Yumei sneered, her nose almost crooked. Such a small kid, stingy and with a big male chauvinist attitude. Really asking to be beaten. Little Baozi's face turned purple with anger. Mother, what are you talking about? I feel embarrassed for you. Humph, because of your uneducated words. You have to listen to me. At home, I am the father. When I marry, I follow my wife. If my wife dies, I follow my son. If you don't listen, we will ask great-grandpa, grandpa, or grandpa Lee and see what they say. The head of the family and the lowest local official were both brought out. Jiang Yumei could no longer bear it. She came over, grabbing the little kid by the collar, and started to walk out. Her steps were big, and the small boy's short legs were dragged and pulled, being thrown outside the yard gate. This house was built by your father and me. If you're so capable, go build a house to live in. Then come back and act proud, scolding me in your own house. Mother, why did you throw me outside? What if someone saw and embarrassed me? Women only act on impulse. The little boy, Xiao Baozi, was furious. He stood outside, tugging at his torn, baggy clothes, shouting loudly. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Weren't you planning to ask the village chief to settle this? If you have the courage, go ahead and show everyone what being unfilial really means. Jiang Yumei also raised her voice. If I risk myself just for money, that would be truly unfilial. Besides, I only said that to scare you. Xiao Baozi felt wronged. He didn't really plan to find the village chief. He just wanted to scare his mother. But instead of scaring her, she got angry. Mother promised not to do it again. Why are you still holding on so tightly? Jiang Yumei's eyes widened. A few days ago you promised the same. What happened? You did it again in just a few days. Xiao Baozi saw his mother was about to hit him, so he quickly stepped back. A gentleman talks with words, not fists. We should talk things out and reason. If you want to talk, then tell me. What play did you sing this morning? Jiang Yumei's voice softened. The two kids from inside ran out and squatted by the door, watching them as the most loyal audience. Hearing this, Xiao Baozi straightened his back. Mother, you said before that a pie in the sky doesn't fall from the sky. But you also hope to get rich overnight, risking danger by going to Nanling Mountain. Luckily, nothing happened. Otherwise, I'd be a disobedient son who didn't support his mother, risking her safety for money. Of course, it's not your fault. It's mine. I shouldn't have burdened you with supporting the family. From now on, I'll take on the job of earning money. What did I do wrong? Xiao Baozi felt his mother didn't understand his filial heart. Jiang Yumei thought to herself that spring water was just a big pie falling from the sky. But she couldn't say that. She could only reply, son, you're still young. You're clever, but it's not enough to support this family with just a little smartness. Besides, you're so clumsy, just holding a basin of water. How can you earn money? How not? When you were sick before, wasn't this family able to get by because of me? Xiao Baozi stubbornly argued. This home has been around for many years, but think about what kind of days those were. We couldn't eat enough, stay warm, and outside there was heavy rain, inside there was light rain. My mother was bullied and fell into the river. My son became so thin he looked like skin and bones. Those days were tough, but because you were too young, your father was gone, your mother was sick, and your grandfather and many villagers helped us because they felt sorry for us. Without their help, we wouldn't have survived those days. Do you think when you grow up, others will still come to help you? Or are you willing to grow up and expect others to pity you? When I grow up, I won't need others to pity me. By then, I will be capable myself. Little Baozi is very confident about this. Skills are learned. You also memorized some Confucian texts, right? Do you remember what the saying 30 is when a man stands firm means? When little Baozi heard he needed to recite, he immediately straightened up, clasped his hands behind his back, shook his head, and started reciting. The master said, At 15, I set my mind to learning. At 30, I stood firm. At 40, I was free from doubts. At 50, I understood heaven's will. At 60, my ears were open. At 70, I could follow my heart without overstepping boundaries.
Tell me what it means.
Teacher only told me to memorize it. He hasn't explained what it means, little Baozi said shyly, blushing. Ancient education wasn't very scientific. They made you memorize everything first, then explained later. All right, now I'll tell you. The sage set his mind to learning at 15. He could stand on his own at 30. At 40, he was no longer confused. At 50, he understood his destiny. At 60, he could listen to different opinions correctly. At 70, he could follow his heart without breaking the rules. If Confucius himself studied for 15 years, he wouldn't be able to stand firm in society until 30, and only after 40 would he be free from doubts. Think about it. How many years of learning and practice does it take for a sage to become confident and clear? And you, at 5 years old, want to rely on a little cleverness to avoid studying. Do you think you can compare to a sage? All the knowledge, skills, and principles are learned, not something you can figure out on your own without a teacher. Jiang Yumei didn't care whether little Baozi understood everything or not. She just spoke openly. Smart little Baozi understood most of it and thought, so sages also need many years of learning. But he still argued. Mother said the day before yesterday that if I don't want to learn, I don't have to. His tone was less confident than before. I said not to learn because I don't want you to see passing the imperial exam as the only goal of studying. That's too hard. It doesn't mean you are too young to learn. Besides, the capital you need to start a family with is what your father left, 5 acres of land, and a little silver your mother saved. A good man doesn't eat from the family's shared rice, and a good woman doesn't wear her wedding clothes before marriage. If you have the ability and ambition, go and earn your own family business. Jiang Yumei used a tough but motivating tone. Little Baozi started dreaming big again. Of course, I can earn my own family business. I said I will build a big tile house for my mother and buy her silver earrings to wear. If you don't learn skills, how will you earn your family business and build that big tile house? Many people haven't gone to school, but still support their families. Uncle Zhao didn't attend school, but still opened a shop to earn money and built a big house for Grandma Zhao. Uncle Zhao is strong and healthy. He started working as an apprentice in town before he was 10. Do you think if you save every penny from your meals, you'll grow as strong as Uncle Zhao? Or be able to lift a 50-pound hammer? Jiang Yumei felt it was unkind to harshly criticize a child, but she knew she had to be strict to keep him in line. Some people in our village didn't go to school, but still live well. Our village has many kinds of people, respected ones, bullied ones, those living in big houses eating good meat, and others living in grass huts eating wild vegetables and wearing ragged clothes. That's the difference between capable and incapable people. Which kind do you want to be? Little Baozi's shoulders drooped, tears welling up in his eyes. I can't argue with my mother. I also want to be a capable person. Looking sad and confused, he seemed just like a 5-year-old. Jiang Yumei picked him up and said, "You need to learn skills, gain experience through practice, and understand principles. Your life is still long. I don't want you to spend your whole life digging in the dirt just to get by, living a tight life. You're still very young, and now is the time to learn skills. First, go to school, and later, go out to see the world. The world is very big." She then told him the story of Fang Zhongyong, explaining that even the smartest people need to study, or they will become ordinary. Finally, she gave him a stern warning. You wouldn't want to be like Guzi's father, without skills, living in a thatched hut, and unable to teach his son how to behave. Besides, incapable people can't find good wives. Just look at Guzi's mother. She married a lazy, sloppy man. Not only will he not be filial or caring for his mother, but he might even make her angry enough to die. Thinking of Guzi's mother's unruly attitude, Baozi shivered and nodded heavily. All right, I will study hard and learn skills. If I learn my skills well, I won't have to do anything but enjoy life. When I grow up, I'll marry a pretty wife, have more children, and my mother will take care of the kids. Jiang Yumei also dreamed of a bright future. Baozi listened, pursing his lips and smiling happily. My 2 daughters held hands and went back to the main hall to eat. Although the food had cooled, drinking it in the hot weather still felt nice. However, it was too watery and didn't fill them up. The stingy little boy was too tight to put in more rice. Jiang Yumei remembered what the little bun said that made her feel very uncomfortable. Son, when you said that women and petty people are hard to raise, I didn't like to hear that. The little bun chuckled. Mom, I was just angry and spoke without thinking. You don't like to hear that, so I won't say it next time. After speaking, he put down his chopsticks, bowed to his mother, and said, Mom, please don't be angry. That remark also insulted you. Are you not a petty person then? The little bun looked serious and replied, I'm not a petty person. I am the only son in the Lin family and the main support of the family. Jiang Yumei looked up at the ceiling, as if the beam might fall and hit her first. Thanks to Icegear for the tip. Fighting is also tiring. After finishing their porridge, the 2 mothers sat under the eaves to rest. The little bun couldn't go to school today. After resting for a while, he set up a small table under the willow tree to practice writing big characters. Jiang Yumei carried a bucket, preparing to go to Bishui Creek to catch fish. The day after tomorrow was the day to send fish to the county town. She needed to catch the fish 2 days early and keep them in a tank with spring water for better growth. Seeing this, the little bun said, Mom, catching fish depends on luck. Since we still have some luck now, we can sell a few more coins. We shouldn't eat the fish. Why did the topic shift back to the old problem? Jiang Yumei didn't want to respond. She pretended not to hear and carried her bucket away. Xiao Hua and the puppy saw Zhang's mother leaving the yard, so they happily ran after her. Fortunately, it's rare to see people here. Besides her and the little bun, the backyard was almost deserted. She wasn't worried that Xiao Hua might be seen by others. At the creek, the clear spring water appeared. The lush, green water and the Bishui Creek met, with fish swimming in a line. Xiao Hua and the puppy obediently drank water by the spring, and a flock of birds flew over in groups. Jiang Yumei felt very depressed. She was holding this big opportunity, but life was still tight. It seemed she needed to dig a fish pond. Raising fish in a pond would make it easier to sell them openly. She looked around and decided to buy the piece of land not far from her home. There was a pond there. If she dug a little more, it would become a fish pond. Jiang Yumei found a large stone to sit on. She looked at her lonely yard standing in the vast grassland. To the west of the Bishui Creek, the empty land was about a few hundred acres. The land to the east was even larger. If she could buy these two pieces of land, it would be perfect. Not necessarily buy all, but at least most of it. Although we can't grow much grain here, planting fruit trees is definitely possible. In the future, I plan to dig a man-made lake, build an orchard, and create a beautiful, blooming home. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Unfortunately, I don't have enough money. Yesterday, I couldn't find not necessarily buy all, but at least most of it. Although we can't grow much grain here, planting fruit trees is definitely possible. In the future, I plan to dig a man-made lake, build an orchard, and create a beautiful, blooming home. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Unfortunately, I don't have enough money. Yesterday, at the backyard, I set down the water bucket and put the fish into a large tank. The fainted fish was thrown onto the ground. Seeing little Baozi come over to help, I sighed and said, "Son, look at this fish. It's almost dead. What a pity." Little Baozi looked at the nearly dead fish on the ground with a sad expression. "It's quite big. Such a pity. Dead fish can't sell for a good price," he said. I took a small basin, filled it with water, and put the fish inside. If it recovers, I'll sell it. If not, I hesitated to say eat, just sighing. Yesterday was so tiring that I haven't recovered yet, so for lunch, Jiang Yumei made plain scallion noodle soup. Little Baozi thought his mother had learned to be frugal from his reminder and was very happy. He ate happily and smiled foolishly at his mother. The two little boys still sat on the same big chair, wide-eyed, watching them. "Son, I need to talk to you about something. Your second uncle is going to fight in the north. I plan to give him some red medicinal powder to help save his life if needed, and also sell the two new types of bags I just made." Little Baozi knew how magical the red medicinal powder was. Even Tiger Boy was about to die, but after using the powder for just 2 days, he recovered. "It's right to send some to second uncle," Baozi nodded. "Last time, you said not to sell the bags and talked about skills and shares. Mother isn't just selling bags. I want to use 2 bags as samples. If they like my designs, they might buy them, which is much more valuable than just selling bags. As for sharing the technology, we need to wait for the right opportunity. Not everyone can work together," Jiang Yumei explained. Baozi nodded. "It's right to send some to second uncle," Baozi nodded. "Last time, you said not to sell the bags and talked about skills and shares. Mother isn't just selling bags. I want to use 2 bags."
You shouldn't go.
"There are many armies stationed around the city, and many people are visiting their loved ones, so it's likely chaotic. We don't have the energy to watch over you. Plus, you still need to go to school." Originally, Baozi wanted to say he didn't need anyone to watch over him, but when he heard about school, he held back. Now, learning new skills is the most important thing, so he nodded helplessly. Jiang Yumei gave him a comforting hug.
You shouldn't go.
"There are many armies stationed around the city, and many people are visiting their loved ones, so it's likely chaotic. We don't have the energy to watch over you. Plus, she chopped wild vegetables to mix with feed for the chickens, and the chicks' mood finally stabilized after being scared by Tiger Mother not long ago. Jiang Yumei thought that if these chickens stopped laying eggs in the future, she would have to find a way to recover the losses from Tiger Mother. After feeding the chickens, she sat under a tree to do some sewing. Little Baozi took Sheep Mother to the creek to eat grass. The 2 little ones happily rolled around on the grass. After harvesting a basket of wild vegetables, Little Baozi sat in the shade of a dense tree to read a book. Sheep Mother drank spring water and seemed to become much smarter. It was no longer as afraid of Tiger Mother and her cubs as before. Especially when little Tiger ran over to show friendliness, it would call out moo, moo, looking kind and gentle, like a proud mother. It seemed to think all the children were good children. While eating grass, it watched the jumping and chasing little Tiger and the puppies. If they ran too far, it would call out meh, met to remind little Bowsy, who was absorbed in reading, and then little Bowsy would shout loudly to call them back. The sun gradually moved west, losing its blinding glare, until it hung like a big fireball atop Mount Ling. The sunset turned half the sky red and cast a golden glow over the land. The clear water of the creek happily sang as the birds, tired from a busy day, chirped and looked for food during their last moments before returning home. Little Bowsy carried a basket of wild vegetables and led the followers back home. As soon as he arrived, he saw his mother taking out the already dead fish, chopping it into pieces, seasoning it, and putting it into the pot. The fish dinner was very delicious that night, but little Bowsy's size made Jiang Yumei unable to enjoy the meal smoothly. While giving little Bowsy a bath, she also prepared a large wooden basin, putting Tiger Cub and the puppies inside. The three little ones washed together, and Jiang Yumei was busy running around. The next day, Jiang Yumei woke up feeling refreshed. She saw that Tiger Mother had already returned and was sleeping peacefully with the two little ones. When she went outside, she saw a wild rabbit and a wild chicken hanging under the eaves. This time, Tiger Mother had brought back two animals at once. She cooked a pot of rice porridge and made a few corn pancakes. This was not because she had become frugal, but because she was considering nutrition, combining coarse and fine foods, and also boiled 2 eggs. Little Bowsy saw the 2 eggs boiling and wanted to speak, but then noticed that the plate beside him held corn pancakes, not plain bread, so he swallowed his words. My daughter said that doing things step by step is important. Her mother has already taken the first small step toward frugality, which is good. Jiang Yumei thought there might be a lot of arguing over eggs and small buns, but the little bun said nothing. After finishing their meal, he said goodbye and went to school. She went to the creek to fetch water for the backyard vegetable garden, washed both of their clothes, and poured fresh spring water for the 2 children to drink. Then she took a wild rabbit to the Jiang family. Before leaving, the 2 little ones followed her closely, but Jiang Yumei gently persuaded them to go back. On her way to the Jiang house, she passed by Zhao Tietue's land. She saw Tietue's wife and daughter-in-law working in the field and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Aunt Zhao and Sister Zhao. Busy today?" Aunt Zhao smiled and said, "Yes. Is Maisie going to your father's house?" Tietue's wife, with a forced smile, replied, "We villagers have to work in the fields to have food. We're not as lucky as others. We eat what we grow and enjoy it." That wasn't a kind remark, probably still upset about the pancake incident. Jiang Yumei chuckled softly and walked away. Out of respect for Zhao Tietue and Aunt Zhao, she didn't want to argue more. Most people in ancient times were kind and honest, though there were some bad ones. Thanks to May903932 for the reward. After Jiang Yumei left, Aunt Zhao scolded her daughter-in-law harshly. "I told you, Zhuzi's wife, have you been drinking a lot of vinegar? Is that how you talk to May? Have you lost your mind or sold your conscience? Do you believe everything that Dog's wife says? If she's ungrateful, that's her business, but we must remember Lin Daoyang's kindness. Otherwise, your life with 3 sons will be even harder than May's." As soon as Zhuzi's wife entered Zhao's house, she had given birth to 3 sons over the years, but she was still considered a great contributor to Zhao's family. Aunt Zhao usually showed her respect and rarely scolded her harshly, but this time she frowned and scolded her. "Mother, how could I forget Lin's kindness? Every time Xiaozi visits, I treat him like my own son. It's just that May has some issues, Zhuzi's wife's voice grew softer. "What issues? Stop saying those unkind words. If you keep listening to that dog's wife's nonsense, I won't forgive you. My son wouldn't either. May just recovered from her illness, and it's not easy for her to take care of Xiaozi." After scolding her, she looked at the sparse land nearby and sighed. That dog's family really has no conscience. I feel sorry for those 3 children. Their biological father died, and their mother couldn't bear the abuse from her in-laws, so she remarried. The new husband's family pretended to care for the nephew, but only used him as a laborer. He went to join the army, and if he died outside, the land belonging to the 3 children's family would be taken over by that family. Thinking back to when I led Iron Hammer, I was also splashed with dirty water and pressured to remarry, so they could take the land. Luckily, I was strong enough. Otherwise, Iron Hammer might have been bullied to death like the 3 children. Aunt Zhao's eyes were a little red. Life as an orphan mother is really hard. Jiang Yumei came to Zhang's house. Only Wei, Jiang Yozhao, and Xiu'er were there, along with Jiang Yoshua, who was lying in bed. Everyone else was working in the fields. Wei was very happy to see Jiang Yumei. Before she married Lin Daliang, Jiang Yumei was Wei's favorite. But she hurt the old lady's feelings when she insisted on marrying Lin Daliang. After Lin Daliang died, old Master Jiang and Wei felt sorry for the orphaned mother and daughter, so they often helped Jiang Dafu and his wife with grain, even though the eldest daughter-in-law caused trouble. They just ignored it. Did you go to the woods again? It's very dangerous there. You shouldn't go anymore, Wei scolded her. Jiang Yumei smiled and said, Don't worry, Grandma. For Nyener, I won't take any risks. The place is shallow and safe. I only go to small wild areas, just like Daliang used to take me. All right then. Come to Grandma's house for lunch today. I'll call your uncle and your father too, Wei said, taking the things. She sighed and said to Jiang Yumei, Don't hold a grudge against your aunt. Your father and I only have one daughter. We spoiled her too much. We know she made you and Nyener suffer, but please forgive her for our sake. Jiang Yumei could only nod in agreement. Jiang Yumei gave Zhao a bracelet. Zhao loved it very much and kept saying, Thank you, Sister Mei. She also gave Xiu'er a small yellow duck-shaped bag, filled with a few candies. The little girl smiled happily and said, Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Yumei went to Jiang Yushan's room. When Jiang Yushan heard his sister was there, he came to the door to wait for her. Seeing her clever but weak brother, Jiang Yumei felt a bit sad. Why are you up, brother? Don't you feel the wind again? She asked. I'm much better. Jiang Yushan smiled quietly. The fish you caught for me from the South Spirit Mountain Pond works better than the medicine I used to take. Look, I can walk around now. That's good. When my older brother gets better, he can marry me a sister-in-law and have more cousins for Nyener, Jiang Yumei said happily. Jiang Yushan's face turned red. He laughed and scolded, You're such a shameless girl, talking like that. But inside, he really looked forward to such days. Hopefully my brother's illness will get better soon, so he can support you and Nyener. The siblings talked for a while, then Jiang Yumei went to the kitchen to help. At noon, everyone returned from the fields. Jiang Dafu and his wife were very happy to see Jiang Yumei arrive, and when they saw Wei's family invite her to stay for lunch, they couldn't stop smiling. Jiang Yushu and his wife saw Xiu'er constantly showing off her small duck-shaped bag. They smiled and said, What a beautiful bag. Thank you, Auntie, right? Xiu'er is a good girl. She already thanked me, Xiu'er said with a pout, looking adorable. That's normal for a child. Her little bun, however, seemed too mature, which made her feel sad. Men sat at one table, women at another. Wei's family also sat at the main table. Jiang Yushu strolled over and sat down, making old Master Jiang very happy. The men drank some wine and talked about economics. At another table, the atmosphere was less friendly. Little Wei was eating roasted rabbit meat eagerly, still chatting. I say, Mayor, how's it going with Xiu'er and the others making flower arrangements? Are you thinking of leaving your sister-in-law and sisters to secretly earn a lot of money? Big Auntie, I've said before I won't break my promise. I'll only teach the new flower ideas when I think of them, Jiang Yumei replied. Li was angry and put down her cup. Big sister-in-law, how can you talk like that? How can you insult Mayor's good intentions? It's truly a case of good intentions going unappreciated. Wang, blushing, lowered her head to feed Xiu'er. Jiang Yozhao glared at her mother and said, Mom, what are you talking about? Sister Mayor isn't like that. Little Wei chuckled awkwardly. I was just reminding Mayor not to forget. Sorry, Auntie. Big Auntie is straightforward. She says what she means. After the meal, Jiang Yumei stayed in the main house with old Master Jiang and Jiang Dafu. She said she wanted to go with Jiang Dafu to Jinzhou in the provincial city and ask if Nyener could stay at Jiang's house for a few days. Old Master Jiang was a bit opposed. You, a woman going so far? Your father can go alone. If you need to bring anything, let your father take it. Grandpa, I made a few small bags and want to take them to the city to see if I can sell them at a good price, she replied. Niena studies well, and in the future, she will have many places to spend money. There are more opportunities in Jinzhou. I thought it would be good if her father also went, so I decided to go with him. Most importantly, her voice lowered, Delang had a divine medicine called red powder that could quickly stop bleeding and help wounds heal faster. I plan to send it to Yuzi. It could save his life in an emergency. Is that stuff really so miraculous? Old Master Jiang asked uncertainly. Of course, I've already tested it, Jiang Yumei said mysteriously. Once, I accidentally cut my hand, and the cut was so long it bled a lot. I applied a little of that medicine, and the bleeding stopped immediately. The next day, the wound healed up. Old Master Jiang was very excited and nodded repeatedly. Good. We must send that medicine to Yuzi. Jiang Dafu was also so excited he rubbed his hands together and kept saying, Heaven has blessed us. The three agreed to set out in 2 days. After leaving the main house, Jiang Yumei told Li Shi in the West Wing to help take care of the chickens and sheep when she was away. Li Shi nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Wei Shi gave her a few pears, saying they were for Nien'er to eat. Wang Shi also handed her 2 bunches of wild grapes, picked from the mountain. Since Nien'er no longer goes up the mountain, she could enjoy these treats. Thank you, Tao, for the reward. As Jiang Yumei entered the yard, 2 little pups ran over, biting her pant legs tightly. She had to bend down and pick them up, playing with them for a while before they calmed down. She opened her box and took out the red powder. Whether it was because of the powder itself or because it had soaked in spring water, it remained moist after being exposed to the sun for several days. Even when stored in the box, it didn't mold and looked as fresh and moist as just picked. She cut half of the powder into strips, wrapped them in oil paper, and put the other half back into the box. For dinner, they made chicken soup, stir-fried spicy chicken pieces, and a cold eggplant dish. Such delicious food. Little Baozi probably wouldn't want to miss it. She needed to think of an excuse to persuade him, or he'd get upset again. When the meal was ready, Jiang Yumei went to the door to wait for him. She also took the sheepmom out for a walk, while the 2 pups ran and jumped on the grass, playing freely. A small shadow grew larger, but unlike usual, it didn't run over excitedly calling and jumping when it saw its mother. Instead, it walked steadily. The 2 pups hurriedly ran toward Xiao Baozi, but the little master didn't pick them up as he usually did. The 2 pups, anxious, scratched their ears and tugged at his pants. Xiao Baozi kept his left hand raised to his chest, with red eyes, clearly crying. Jiang Yumei was startled and quickly went over to pick up her son. What happened, son? Did you get into a fight with someone? Little Baozi's tears spilled over, and he pouted as he said, Teacher said I skipped class yesterday without a reason and punished me with 10 strokes. His small hand was red and swollen. Jiang Yumei felt heartbroken and her eyes turned red. She exclaimed, Oh my, such a heavy punishment. Mr. Wang was too harsh. Is it really necessary?
It was just 1 day missed.
If she were in modern times, she would definitely go to school authorities or the education bureau to complain. But in ancient times, teachers punishing students was normal, and she had no way to seek justice. Teacher said that love means caring deeply and being strict. Skipping class without a reason can't be forgiven. The punishment was to help me remember, little Baozi said softly, pressing his small face against his mother's jaw, choking back tears. How could it be without a reason? Silly son, did you say you were sick and couldn't get out of bed, or that I was unwell and you needed to stay by my side? Even the clever little Baozi was making a silly mistake, which made her furious. Mother, how can I lie to the teacher? I must not say such things again. Little Baozi looked up, surprised, with tears on his face, and looked at his mother. His mother's ideas were so strange. Shouldn't she be angry and say he was beaten well? Other children said that after being punished by the teacher, they were scolded at home, and their parents even said he deserved more punishment. Pretending to be serious. Jiang Yumei was annoyed and carried little Baozi back to the house. She scooped some clear spring water from the water jar to wipe his face and blew on it. Little Baozi said, "Mother, it feels cool and refreshing. I feel much better now." Of course he was better. Spring water was special. Jiang Yumei served the food on the table. Little Baozi was a bit restless. "Mother, didn't we say we should live frugally? Why are we eating chicken again? We should take it to the town to sell for money. When we save enough, we can buy a few more acres of land, and then we can harvest more rent." This wild chicken was already badly bitten when Tiger Mother brought it back. "It doesn't look good for selling. We'd only get 10 or 8 coins in town, which isn't worth it," Jiang Yumei said disdainfully, glancing at Tiger Mother outside the door. "Oh, selling it for that little money isn't as good as eating it. One chicken can feed us for 2 or 3 days." Little Baozi nodded in agreement. The injured little Baozi was very clingy to Jiang Yumei. Not only did he want her to feed him, but he also wanted her to hold him while reading. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Dafu came again. She had wanted to take more fish to sell in the county, but little Baozi was unwell, so she had to send Jiang Dafu alone. After the little bun woke up, Jiang Yumei saw that his small hand was a bit better, but still red and swollen. She said, "Son, if your hand isn't better today, we won't go to school. I'll ask for a leave for you." But the little bun shook his head like a waving drum. "If I say I got hit on my hand today as an excuse not to go to class, the teacher might hit my right hand until it swells too." This shows that the threat of violence is quite strong. In the afternoon, Jiang Dafu returned and handed money to Jiang Yumei. He said that the 3 people from the Qin family had gone to Mrs. Jinzhou's house, and the fish they sent would be taken by boat to Jinzhou at noon. They also took the sheep and put the chickens into cages to send to Jiang's house. At night, Jiang Yumei told Hunyang, "These days, no one is home, so I locked the yard gate. You can still walk over the back wall. I've put several large basins of water under the eaves for you and the 2 girls to drink for a few days." Then she turned to the 2 little ones and said, "Mama Jiang and Brother Nian will be gone for a few days. Be good and listen to your mother at home. Don't go messing around in the vegetable garden in the backyard. If you behave well, Mama Jiang will bring you fun things when she returns." The 2 little kids often followed their mother to the garden to solve their biological needs. Sometimes, they would mischievously step on the vegetables, which made Jiang Yumei scold them many times, even patting their little bottoms a few times. Little Bun's hand was much better, but he clung to his mother more tightly than yesterday. He stayed in her arms all night, humming and not wanting to part from her, even holding her hand tightly while sleeping. Thinking about being separated from Little Bun for a few days, Jiang Yumei felt very reluctant. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Jiang Yumei put the red grinding herb into her. She packed the samples for sale: 2 pairs of thick-soled long rabbit fur shoes, 4 pairs of rabbit fur gloves, dried salted rabbit meat, and scallion pancakes for the road into a cloth bundle and placed it in a basket. She also carried a bag with Little Bun's daily necessities and a wild rabbit brought back by Hunyang last night. Hunyang and her 3 children seemed to know they were going on a long trip. They didn't sleep in, but got up with them. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei stroked Hunyang's fur and said goodbye. Little Bun also shared a heartfelt farewell with the 2 little ones. Jiang Yumei held the Little Bun and kissed him before leaving. As she locked the door, she heard the Little Bun scratching and whimpering. Jiang Yumei carried her basket on her back and held Little Bun as they walked toward Jiang's house. Usually, the sensible Little Bun wouldn't make his mother so tired, but today he stubbornly refused to let go of her neck. When they arrived at Jiang's house, she was exhausted. Jiang Dafu and Mrs. Li had already opened the yard gate and were waiting for them. When they saw them, Mrs. Li wanted to take Little Bun. Little Baozi suddenly started crying loudly, clutching his mother tightly and refusing to let go. Mrs. Wei also came out to persuade him for a long time before finally getting him into the house. Jiang Dafu carried a large basket and a big bundle, and he and Jiang Yumei went together to Donghe village by boat. Some families in the village also went to Jinzhou to see their sons. Since they couldn't afford the boat, they set out a few days earlier. It takes at least 4 to 6 days on foot or 4 days by ox cart to reach Jinzhou. When they arrived at the dock in Qinghua County, They transferred directly to a boat heading to Jinzhou. The boat left at noon and arrived at the dock outside Jinzhou City the next day. The dock here was much larger, with passenger ships, cargo ships, official ships, and merchant ships all around, stretching as far as the eye could see. The father and daughter followed the crowd toward Jinzhou City. Outside the city, they saw tall, majestic city walls with soldiers patrolling on top. Many soldiers guarded the gates. Seeing this, Jiang Yumei felt a bit nervous, as if a battle might start soon. Luckily, the battlefield wasn't here. This place was peaceful and prosperous, with the new emperor ruling kindly. If only the fighting was happening in the north, where the war raged, it would be truly tragic. Thinking of that thin high school student, Jiang Yumei felt a little sad. Such a good child. She wondered if he would come back alive. Inside the city, everything suddenly opened up. The streets were very wide, with enough space for 4 carriages to ride side by side. Shops lined both sides of the street, all built with red bricks and dark tiles. There were taverns, tea houses, pawn shops, and sometimes stalls with signs and flags, vendors shouting loudly to sell their goods. It seemed the city's governor cared a lot about the city's appearance. On the way, Zhang Dafu said he was staying in a shared room, but he had arranged for Jiang Yumei to have her own single room. Jiang Yumei disagreed, saying, "We have enough money for housing. I'll cover all the expenses this time." "Dad can't let you pay. I'll help cover it," Zhang Dafu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed to insist on a shared room. They entered a guest house called Wankai. Inside, many people looked sad, sighing and pounding their chests. Some women were crying. The young waiter said, "It looks like you're here to visit your son, right?" Unfortunately, the army was ordered to leave 10 days earlier than planned. General Fan just issued the order. To keep the soldiers calm, no one can visit their families until yesterday. So, you won't see your son now. Many families who came to visit their sons today are crying very hard. Jiang Yumei also became anxious. The red powder had not yet been given to Jiang Yushan. What if he encounters danger? After renting 2 rooms, Jiang Yumei discussed with Jiang Dafu, "We can't see Yuzi, but at least we need to find someone trustworthy to deliver things to him, who would help us common folks." Jiang Dafu looked at the pile of cotton clothes and shoes on the bed and sighed. "People can make a difference. When it's time to spend money, we should. Tomorrow, let's go near the military camp to see if there's a chance." Thinking for a moment, she added, "I heard that the main branch of Lan Yungu is in Jinzhou Prefecture." "I know the owner of Lan Yungu," Jiang Yumei said nervously. "I happen to have some things I want to sell him. We can ask him if he has any ideas to help deliver the items to Yuzi." After dinner, the 2 parted ways. Jiang Dafu went to gather information about the military camp, and Jiang Yumei took the items to Lan Yungu. As she left the inn, she suddenly remembered she forgot to ask the waiter how to get to Lan Yungu. She was so anxious that her mind went blank. She approached a noodle stand on the street and saw a woman warmly greeting customers. She asked, "Excuse me, sister, how do I get to Lan Yungu?" "Who are you calling sister? Who's your sister? Come on, if you're not going to eat noodles, then go away." The noodle woman waved her scarf as if shooing away flies. Feeling unlucky, Jiang Yumei walked away in anger. Seeing a woman carrying a basket of vegetables, she approached again and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, how do I get to Lan Yungu?" "Oh, Lan Yungu is a bit far. This is the east of the city, and Lan Yungu is in the south. It takes about half an hour on foot. You can take a carriage up front. It should take about 15 minutes. Look, there's a carriage right there. If you don't want to walk, just ride." "Bargain for 5 coins, the woman pointed to the left front. Thanking her, Jiang Yumei headed toward the carriage. The driver asked for 10 coins, but she managed to bargain it down to 5 coins. Once on the carriage, Jiang Yumei marveled that the world was quite advanced. There were even taxis. When she arrived at Lan Yungu, the shop was large, with 2 floors and a grand red lacquered door with carvings. Inside, various fabrics, handmade crafts, rusted items, and colorful goods dazzled the eyes. A pretty young clerk greeted her with a smile, asking, "What would you like to buy, sister?" "Embroidery and accessories are on the 1st floor. Fabrics and ready-made clothes are on the second. Looking at Jiang Yumei looking around anxiously, she pointed to the most eye-catching cat-shaped purse and hair accessory on the wall and said, "We are the biggest shop in Jinzhou Prefecture selling clothes and accessories. Our accessories and ready-made clothes are the newest and most beautiful. Look at these purses and hairpieces. Even shops in the capital are copying us." Jiang Yumei smiled and said, "What about your boss? I have newer and better-looking items here. See if he wants to buy. Our boss isn't here right now. If you'd like, you can wait a moment, and I'll go ask the shopkeeper," the young clerk said. Then he loudly called inside, "Manager Wan, a lady here wants to talk business with our boss." A slightly chubby, fair-faced middle-aged man came out from inside. "Miss, do you have business with our boss? If you trust me, you can tell me directly. I can handle many things here." Jiang Yumei nodded secretly. "Employees at Lanyan Pavilion are quite capable. Take a look at this," Jiang Yumei said, holding up a small penguin-shaped purse in front of the shopkeeper. When the shopkeeper was about to examine it closely, she quickly put it back into her pocket. "There are other styles and hair accessories inside. I only want to discuss with your boss." The shopkeeper's expression immediately turned serious. "This style is quite unique. I can make decisions about this kind of thing. As long as the price is right, Lanyan Pavilion can buy it." Jiang Yumei shook her head. "This matter, you might not be able to decide alone." Seeing the shopkeeper getting a bit anxious, she added, "I'm not just selling purses. I come to sell styles and designs." The shopkeeper was surprised. "Selling styles and designs? That's the first time I've heard of such a thing. How much do you want for this style and design? How much do you think this purse is worth?" The shopkeeper hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, "2 silver taels for a fixed price." "That's a high price for a purse." "2 silver taels? For just a purse, that's indeed a high price. But for my designs, it's still not enough. Miss, you really are asking for a lot. 2 silver taels for one purse is cheap. No matter where you go, they won't let you go easily," the shopkeeper sneered. Jiang Yumei pointed to the purses hanging on the wall. "How much profit did these stylish purses bring you? How much did the person who sold them make? These bags, hair accessories, and bracelets are all my designs. If you're not sincere, I'll go to another shop." She was about to leave. The shopkeeper immediately smiled broadly. "Oh, I see we've worked together before. Sorry I didn't recognize you earlier. Wait a moment, I'll have someone fetch the boss." After whispering a few words to the young shop assistant, the shopkeeper said to Jiang Yumei, "Please, young lady, wait inside the house for a moment." Jiang Yumei glanced at the wooden staircase and said, "I want to go upstairs and take a look." "Please go ahead," the shopkeeper gestured politely. Upstairs, inside, a mother was choosing clothes with her 2 daughters. The 2 girls, around 13 or 14, were helping her pick styles, but the mother and daughters kept disagreeing. The mother wanted her eldest daughter to wear something cheerful, but the eldest thought simple and elegant clothes suited her better. The youngest suggested that her sister wear a light yellow dress to brighten her complexion. It seemed the eldest daughter was looking for a dress suitable for a matchmaking event. Jiang Yumei looked at the eldest girl, who was slender and fair, and seemed quite refined. She said, "I have a suggestion, if the young lady is willing to listen." The mother and daughters, unsure of what to do, saw someone offering advice. The young lady was dressed simply but tastefully, with grace in her movements. They smiled and said, "Please, big sister, go ahead. This young lady's skin is as white as snow, so any color of dress would look good on her." The mother said happily, pleased to hear such praise. The girl blushed shyly and smiled. That peach-red dress would look lovely, but it might hide her natural beauty. A light pink floral dress would be more elegant, but it might make her look even thinner. The yellow dress suits this younger sister better, Jiang Yumei suggested, holding up the dresses against the girl. Her advice made the mother and daughters anxious, and even the young assistant selling clothes looked upset, as if feeling challenged. She pouted and said, "Big sister, how can you say that? There are so many styles. Surely one is suitable for this young lady?" Jiang Yumei ignored her and went straight to pick out a green embroidered dress and a light purple dress with floral patterns, matching each with a skirt. She handed them to the girl, saying, "Try on these." She also called a young assistant to fetch matching hair accessories, a large and small flower hairpin, and a small floral bracelet. When the girl came out of the fitting room, Jiang Yumei gently tidied her hair, leaving only a jade hairpin in a blue-green color. She removed extra hair accessories, then placed the flowers in her hair and fastened the bracelet on her wrist. She was truly a delicate and elegant young beauty. Before Jiang Yumei could speak, the little sister clapped her hands and smiled. "Big sister, you look so pretty." The mother and daughters happily bought the two dresses and accessories and left with big smiles. Master One's view of Jiang Yumei has changed. He smiles broadly and says, "Little lady, your taste is truly unique." About 15 minutes later, the young servant who is looking for someone comes back sweating and says, "Big sister, our master has gone out to meet a guest. Maybe you can come again tomorrow morning." Jiang Yumei has no choice but to leave, sighing as she walks east along the street. The south part of the city is a busy shopping street with high-end shops that look spacious and grand, but she has no interest in shopping. "Aunt Lin, you've also come to Jinzhou. Are you missing your brother?" Little fatty Chen-ji jumps and calls out to Jiang Yumei in front of a large restaurant. This restaurant is called Jifu Restaurant. It's much bigger and more luxurious than the one in Qinghua County, probably their main branch. Jiang Yumei approaches little fatty Ji. "Ji, are you here for a meal? Why are you alone?" "Yes, my dad is here too. We came with Aunt Yunbiao and Uncle Zheng to see off Uncle Jinbiao and Uncle Fan. Uncle Jinbiao and my grandfather are going to fight in the north," he says proudly, lifting his head. "My grandfather is a very mighty general." It's like finding something after searching everywhere. She's glad and almost wants to nibble on little fatty Ji. "Ji, can you ask your dad to come out? Aunt Lin has something to ask him for help," Jiang Yumei says. "Okay, Aunt Lin, wait here for a moment. I'll go call my dad," little fatty Ji says and runs into the restaurant. Soon, Chen Jihong comes out quickly, smiling. The sister-in-law from the Lin family has come to Jinzhou. What a coincidence. Why don't we go inside and talk slowly? Jiang Yumei explains that she has something to bring for her brother. That's not a problem.
Come with me.
Just tell my cousin directly, Chen Jihong says. He takes Jiang Yumei to a private room on the second floor where 3 men and 1 woman are sitting. She recognizes them. 3 of them are familiar. These 3 are the 2 men and 1 woman she bought a purse from at Lingji Temple. Chen Jihong introduces them. "This sister-in-law from the Lin family has business dealings with me. Her son and Ji are the best friends. Li Huajing and Li Huayun are Chen Jihong's cousin and sister. The greedy man Cui Qing is Li Huajing's uncle's son. They are practically related by marriage. The other big man, surnamed Fan, Chen Jihong says, just call him Brother Fan." Seeing how he looks at people with disdain, Jiang Yumei dares not call him Brother Fan. Chen Jihong immediately waved his hand to ask the waiter to bring a chair. He sat Jiang Yumei next to Li Huayun and asked for a bowl of tea and a few plates of snacks. "Let's drink some tea now, and have a meal later." His attitude brought him closer to Jiang Yumei and the other 4 people, reducing the social gap between them. Jiang Yumei gratefully looked at him. The girl Li Huayun happily grabbed Jiang Yumei's hand and said, "I've been looking for my sister for a long time." "You're looking for me? Are we that close?" Jiang Yumei asked with some confusion. "What do you want from me, miss?" The young girl Li Huayun pouted and said, "I really like some of the jewelry my sister made, especially that clutch bag. Not many people have it. But my cousin Qingjing made and sold them, so now everyone has one. If I hadn't scared him into not selling the pig head on the bag, I think now everyone would have it." She glared at the greedy boy Cui Qingjing with a cute expression. Then she giggled and said, "My sister is so clever. Can you make me some different jewelry? I'll pay you a lot. I won't bargain like Qingjing does, and I want to learn your style to make big money." The girl said everything Jiang Yumei wanted to say. "Yuner, how can you say that? That's too much. Business is based on mutual willingness, payment, and delivery. She didn't say she couldn't copy your designs, and we pay her quite well," Cui Qingjing said unhappily, glaring at the girl. Everyone seemed used to their arguing. They each did their own thing. The chubby boy spoke up. Aunt Lin and me too. Please make me some nice things. Brother Nyen took the small bags and jewelry I got from him. Chun Jihong's face turned red. He looked annoyed and glared at the boy. Jeer, what are you talking about? Dad just helped you store them, so you wouldn't lose them. The boy didn't reply. He reached into his father's pocket and took out a small purse. You stored it in the box. Well, it's right here. Chun Jihong awkwardly took the purse back and put it in his pocket. I think this purse is very unique and suitable for adults, not kids.
So I used it.
Your father already stored the others in the box. He wouldn't take your things. He then glared sharply at the boy. The boy, without showing respect, pulled out the fan from his father's waist. This fan pendant was also given to me by Brother Nyen. Seeing that his father had the urge to act, he quickly stepped back and explained, I didn't say that Dad can't use it. I just want Aunt Lin to make a few more small things for me. The little fish and little monkeys she makes are different from others and are especially popular. Jiang Yume nodded with a smile, indicating no problem. After the cousins argued enough, Chen Jihong smiled and said to Li Huajing, Huajing, Lin's younger sister wants to ask for your help. She has a brother who is a new soldier in the training camp, and he will soon go to the north to fight. She wants to bring some things for her brother. What do you think? Li Huajing nodded and said, That's a small matter. I can help deliver it to him. What's her brother's name? Before Jiang Yume could answer, Li Huayan spoke first. Why pass it on? Just call her brother over directly. Family members are going to the north to fight, and we don't know when they'll come back. At least let the siblings see each other. He pulled his brother's sleeve, eyes red, unable to speak, probably thinking about when they would meet again after parting. Jiang Yume was pleased. Of course, it would be even better if they could see each other. Chun Jihong also said if Hua Jing can help, just do it as a good deed and help reunite the siblings. Besides, he coughed lightly, the fat fish from Namling Mountain that your husband and aunt like is actually sold by her family. Cui Qing was the first to take a sip of water. That fish really is very fat and delicious. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Even the usually quiet Fan Dahan showed a slight change. The fat fish from Namling Mountain is indeed tasty. I had it here last month, and another time at Brother Jin's house. Tonight's third time, I haven't even tasted it yet. Li Huajing smiled and said, If it weren't for this Namling Mountain fat fish as bait, I wouldn't be able to persuade you. Busy as you are. That's right, I pre-ordered it half a month ago, and I still haven't had a chance to eat it. These fish are quite popular, Cui Qing said. The fish is so popular. Jiang Yume really didn't expect that. We deliver 12 fish to Jifu restaurant every 5 days, so in a month, that's 72 fish. That sounds like a lot, but now the Namling Mountain fat fish has become quite famous in Jinzhou Prefecture and nearby towns. Jifu restaurant needs to send some to officials in the provincial capital and entertain distinguished guests from Beijing and other places. So, there aren't many left. Chen Jihong seemed to know the inside story well. Brother Fan's family must have plenty, so why are they still fighting over this food? Cui Qing said with some resentment. My family doesn't have much either. The Jifu restaurant has given us 4 pieces, and occasionally brothers Jean and brothers Chen also send 1 or 2. But to show respect to my grandparents and to give some to my father's friends and old acquaintances, there won't be much left for me when my turn comes. Fan Dahan spoke honestly. It seems these people still have some status. Jiang Yume quickly responded practically, if you like, I can regularly send some over in the future. As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes brightened, and they all smiled happily. Li Huajin immediately called his personal guards in, whispered a few words, and Jiang Yume also explained Jiang Yuyu's situation. The guard left right away. Chen Jihong then asked a servant to go to Wang Kai and to ask Jiang Dafu to bring the items. When Li Huajin learned that Jiang Yuyu was still a student, he said it was a pity such talent was only suitable for infantry. Chen Jihong took the opportunity to praise him a bit. Li Huajin issued a verbal order, come to me first. My guards are capable, but they are not good at calligraphy. Jiang Yume was so happy she didn't know what to say. It was truly helpful to have someone in the court. She quickly took out a short-sleeved t-shirt in moon white from her bag. On the chest was a large cloth cartoon gourd baby in bright red, fitting perfectly on the chubby boy. Do you like it? This was originally made by Aunt Lin for you. We brought it to the capital just as a sample. The chubby boy took the shirt happily, nodding excitedly. I like it, he said, pointing to the gourd baby on the chest. Which brother is this?
So cool.
This is the golden gourd baby. I've heard the story of the gourd baby. So he looks like this? Seeing Li Huayun's eager face, Jiang Yumei also took out a modified version of a yellow duck-shaped bag with rabbit fur, slung it diagonally over Li Huayun, and said, so pretty, so cute.
Li Huayun exclaimed.
Cui Qingzheng finally managed to tear his eyes away from the t-shirt and fix them on the bag. Is this the penguin bag you mentioned? That's not a goose. It's clearly a duck. Thanks to Kongfurer Kong for the support. Yes, this is called a Donald Duck bag. This boy's clothes and this bag are really unique, Cui Qingzheng praised, his eyes shining with silver. Brother Qingzheng, you must not make this bag again to earn money, Li Huayun warned him, noticing Cui Qingzheng's plan. You also can't make clothes for profit, added the chubby boy. Jier, this is your Aunt Lin's cooking skill. You all refuse to let her do it anymore. How can Aunt Lin earn money to support you brothers with food and education? Chen Jihong looked at little Chubby and Li Qinghua and said disapprovingly. Jiang Yumei quickly said, Big brother Chen, you're too polite. I have other styles, not just these two. Thanks to you both for helping me out this time. Cui Qing was chattering. That Lin family sister-in-law, I tried to find you everywhere, but I couldn't. It made me so anxious. Li Huayun grinned and said, You probably missed out on earning quite a bit of silver. Cui Qing rolled his eyes and said, Hee hee, if I had known you and Brother Chen had business dealings, I would have asked him directly. I heard you want to work with our Lan Yun Pavilion on a few items. I'm also looking forward to it. Especially the names of those items. They sound a bit strange, but spark the imagination. Ko penguin bag. I don't know why it's called Ko, but it probably is a small bag or purse. The Bei butterfly knot seems to be a cute head accessory or decoration. The Zhu mandarin duck button sounds like a button or earring. Am I right? He chuckled proudly and patted his head. But that Bo Mimi cover, I've thought so hard but can't figure out what it covers. Maybe it's for the hair? He looked at her with curiosity.
Oh.
There's such a thing? The name sounds fresh. What does it cover? Li Huayun asked curiously, and a few other men looked at her with interest. Jiang Yumei felt sad inside. Silly girl, if you knew that thing was like your little belly band, you wouldn't ask so openly. You should be crying now. Jiang Yumei was still worried about ancient customs. She didn't expect that years later, a man would find out she and some other men had discussed that item and punish her harshly. She forced a smile. She had just made up the name out of anger that time, right? Why was that female shopkeeper so good at remembering and so serious? Well, you're pretty close. As for what it covers, I just thought of a name. I haven't decided exactly what it is yet, she said, planning to discuss it in detail at Lan Yun Pavilion tomorrow. They then shifted the topic to the troop deployment. It turned out that the burly man surnamed Fan was actually Fan Ling, the son of General Fan, a 5th-rank officer. Li Huayun's father, Li Ji, was a 3rd-rank guerrilla general, and Li Huajin was a 7th-rank captain. Commander Fan led the army of 20,000 troops northward to join other forces, forming a 100,000-strong Northern Expedition Army commanded by the Marquis of Zhenbei. Cui Qingzheng's family lives in the capital city, seemingly from a family of officials, but she doesn't get along well with her relatives, so she lives alone in her outside home in Jianzhou Prefecture, which is Li Huajin's family. When she has free time, she does some business to pass the time. To her surprise, she ended up sitting with the children of high-ranking officials from the provincial capital. She didn't expect that at all. Chen Jihong seems to have made a big deal out of this war, planning to gather enough military supplies before sending them north. Jiang Yumei knows his family is in the grain business. More than half of the grain shops in Qinghua County are run by his family. She never imagined his business was so large, even reaching into the army. It shows that in any era, official business collusion can make big money. Jiang Dafu arrived carrying big and small bags. Sitting and chatting with the children of officials here must be uncomfortable for him, especially since his appearance and demeanor are quite different from Jiang Yumei's. He looks like a typical farmer. These people would probably look down on him, as social class distinctions are still quite strict in this era. So Jiang Yumei went out and booked a private room, waiting inside with her father. Little Fatty also came over to join the fun, complaining that Aunt Lin hadn't brought brother Nian along, and they agreed to visit her home in a few days. Since the harvest season was approaching, the school would have a break for farm work. Her father also needed to go out to collect grain so she could go visit little Bowsy. She was also thinking about taking him up the mountain if he wanted. After confirming plans with Aunt Lin, she went to discuss with her father. She persuaded him to agree after some gentle persuasion. About half an hour later, Zhang Youhao arrived. After more than a month of high school, he had changed a lot. His fair skin had tanned to a wheat color, and his gentle demeanor had become much more robust. The father and son held hands, excitedly talking but unable to speak clearly. Jiang Dafu handed over some items to Zhang Youhao. Jiang Yumei also gave him the red grinding paste, explaining its wonderful effects. Jiang Youhao had heard about such a good thing and happily hugged her, saying, "Sister loves me the most." He then took out a blessing pouch her sister gave him, placed the oil paper wrapping the grinding paste inside, and tucked it into his pocket. Little Fatty, not realizing he should keep quiet, ran over to join the fun and watch. When he saw the dried rabbit meat, he instinctively grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth, exclaiming how delicious it was. He grabbed a handful with his left hand and tried to grab more with his right. Jiang Yumei gently scolded him, "This is for Uncle Jiang to take away. Next time you visit, I'll make even tastier food for you." Only then did little Fatty stop. When he saw the rabbit for gloves, he was very curious. He had seen gloves before, usually with a big thumb and the other 4 fingers all connected. But these gloves had 5 separate fingers. He took a pair to show off on the other side. Li Huajin also liked these gloves. He had never seen such fitting and beautiful gloves before. They were comfortable and warm, which made him want to ask for them. But he felt shy to say so directly. When the clever little Fatty told Jiang Yumei about this, Jiang Yumei quickly asked the little Fatty to make sure the gloves were given to Li Huajin. Since he would be the future boss of her brother, she wanted to please him. Shopkeeper Tong from the main branch of Jifu restaurant was very considerate. He came to visit the exclusive supplier of rare ingredients and warmly welcomed them on behalf of his boss. He said their past cooperation was happy and would continue to be so. He also sent a fine banquet, and the bill for the private room was waived. Jiang Yumei happily thought that if shopkeeper Tong traveled to modern times, he would surely be a clever and charming person. After dinner, Jiang Yumei was about to leave. He needed to go out before the city gate closed and return to the camp. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei took him to Qin Jihang's private room. This was both to thank Li Huajin for his kindness and to make a good impression in front of the army chief's son, paving the way for his future. Jiang Yumei was a little nervous in front of the 2 officials. His nose was sweaty, but his calm and elegant demeanor, combined with the toughness he had gained recently, made him look special. He behaved properly, hiding his nervous stammer, and wisely gave Fan Ling a pair of rabbit fur gloves, emphasizing that the official's hands were more important than his life. Li Huajin nodded with satisfaction and immediately wrote a letter for Jiang Yumei to give to his current superior, telling him to report to his camp tomorrow. The farewell time always came too quickly. Jiang Yumei's father and daughter stood tearfully at the restaurant door until Jiang Yumei disappeared into the dusk. When saying goodbye to Qin Jihang and others, they confirmed the specific time and route for delivering the fish. Thanks to Yuli Yangson and Bailey Weilu for their support. Jiang Yumei suggested regularly sending fish to Qinghua County, then having Qin Jihang arrange for someone to deliver them to various families in the city and province. This idea just occurred to her. Compared to Qin Jihang, she thought he needed such opportunities more. She is a village woman and many of her goals can be achieved through Qin Jihang. Finding the top leader is a waste of resources, and the leader may not even reject her. It's obvious from the way the official's second generation looks at her. Qin Jihang is more practical and has indeed helped her a lot. As the saying goes, you give me a peach, I give you a plum. She should help others in return. Chen Jihong is pleased because this is a big favor from Jiang Yumei. After many years of effort, he finally established a relationship with the general's office. He was worried about how to keep this relationship strong, but now there's a great opportunity. Originally, Jiang Yumei said she would give a gift, but they all agreed that payment must be made at the proper price. Otherwise, how could they build a long-term business relationship? After discussing, the father and daughter took Li Huayun's carriage back to the inn. They visited their relatives, and although the meeting was brief, it was much luckier than not seeing them at all. Jiang Dufu plans to return tomorrow to harvest the crops, as the family is busy. Jiang Yumei said she would talk business with Lan Yun Pavilion tomorrow, so they would leave the day after. When Jiang Yumei visited Lan Yun Pavilion for the second time, she was warmly received. She was invited to the VIP room, served tea and snacks. Cui Qing looked at the series of accessories Jiang Yumei brought, suitable for young girls, butterfly bows, penguin bags, and mandarin duck clasps, and was very pleased. Just as he was about to examine them closely, Jiang Yumei put them back into her large bag. What do you mean? Why are you putting them away? Are you afraid I'll steal your designs? Cui Qing sneered at the petty attitude of this woman. Isn't that exactly what you're worried about? Jiang Yumei sneered inwardly but smiled politely, saying, Young Master Cui, let's talk business. If you like them, we can discuss the price. If not, you can look elsewhere. Cui Qing opened his fan and considered, then said, I like these accessories. How much does Sister Lin want to sell them for? If you kick the ball to me, I'll take control. Jiang Yumei replied, As I said, I don't sell the physical items, only the styles and designs. Of course, if the cooperation goes well, I might also sell the ideas. All right, let's talk about these styles and designs. How much do you want to sell them for? There are 3 styles here, each priced at 90 taels. Cui Qing suddenly jumped up. Why don't you go in them? A headpiece, a pouch, and a clasp, all for 90 taels of silver. Do you think I'm a fool? You are such a clever person. You sold my design from the provincial city to the capital for a good profit. You know exactly how many places it was sold in and how much silver you earned. How dare I think you are just a fool? Jiang Yumei said calmly as she stood up. Our business is not based on friendship. Maybe we won't work together again in the future. Really? You're leaving?
Cui Qing joked.
Let's bargain again. It's all about the price. Sit down, let's talk more. She scolded the second young man. You, clueless about prices. Even when Lin's wife's water has cooled, you don't bother to heat it again. Then she looked frustrated and said, Business is hard now. With labor, materials, and transportation costs, I don't earn much from each bag or flower. How many bags and flowers do I need to sell to make just 1 or 2 silver coins? Should we give way a little? You lower your price, I raise mine. How much do you think you can sell? Jiang Yumei clenched her teeth painfully, made a firm decision, and said, All right, I'll lower the price a bit. If this price doesn't work, it just shows you're not sincere. I'll have to find another buyer. Cui Qing and manager Wan looked at each other and smiled. I can see right away that Lin's wife is straightforward. How much do you want? Jiang Yumei pursed her lips reluctantly and said, 88 taels. No less. Cui Qing's nose almost flared in anger. After all that effort, you only lowered it by 2 taels? That's hard to believe. 2 taels may not mean much to you, but many families in our countryside earn less than that in a year. Since you don't care about this small amount of silver, why bother bargaining? Jiang Yumei stood up. Lowering only 2 taels shows you're not sincere, Cui Qing said calmly this time, and he didn't stop Jiang Yumei from leaving. As Jiang Yumei stepped out of the VIP room and was about to cross the threshold of Lan Yun Pavilion, Cui Qing quickly chased after her. Lin's wife. Wait. I didn't realize you're quite fiery. I didn't say I disagree, just that you're not sincere. Isn't saying I'm insincere the same as disagreeing with this deal? Jiang Yumei turned and asked.
Who said that?
When I say you're insincere, it doesn't mean I disagree with the deal, Cui Qing replied, confused. What kind of logic does this money-loving man have? His thinking is really flawed. Do you agree or disagree? Be clear, okay? Of course I agree. I've prepared the silver notes, Cui Qing said, pulling out a silver note and handing it to Jiang Yumei. She looked at the note, which was for 100 taels, and then returned it. I don't have enough 12 silver coins on me to exchange. Who asked you to find it? It's all yours, Cui Qingzheng said generously. Is this person not thinking clearly? Jiang Yumei glanced at manager one beside her, but he didn't show any reaction. I want 90 taels. You talked to me for a long time about the price, and you lowered it by 2 taels. Do you mean 90 taels minus 2 equals 100 taels? Do you think I'm a fool? I know that addition and subtraction within 100. 90 minus 2 is of course 88 taels, Cui Qingzheng said angrily. You know it's 88 taels, so why do you say all 100 taels are mine? Jiang Yumei was confused. Is he joking with me? Oh, I was originally planning to give you 100 taels and wanted to continue working with you. Why would I care about a few taels of silver? If I were that petty, Lanyan Pavilion wouldn't be doing so well, Cui Qingzheng said proudly, looking around at the beautiful surroundings. Then he added, all this talking was just to enjoy the fun of bargaining. But I failed this time. After talking for so long, I only got 2 taels more. He looked disappointed. He's really joking with me. Young master, you have your things, I have mine. If you're not busy, I am. My son is waiting for me to go home early. If you want someone to play with, please find someone free. Jiang Yumei was almost crying from anger. After all this, he's just fooling me. There are really all kinds of people in this world. If you insist on wanting 88 taels, I have no objection. I can just exchange a note. Cui Qingzheng reached out to take the silver note. Jiang Yumei quickly pulled back her hand. Time is money. Since you've wasted so much of my time, of course I want compensation. Cui Qingzheng opened his folding fan and said, time is money. That's a new way to say it. And about your earlier idea, those 2 words are usually used in scholarly contexts, but you use them for crafts. His tone was full of disdain. To me, creativity means having new and inventive ideas. People create greater benefits through creativity, both material and spiritual. So it's not only used in academics but also in designing crafts, in buying and selling goods, in managing Lanyan Pavilion, and even in, well, I won't mention the distant ones. Jiang Yumei waved her hand. Focusing on the present, like designing a type of purse. You've been making similar styles all along, but I can break through that pattern and design many different styles. This kind of innovative idea is what I call creativity. Cunning finally put away her fan with a serious expression. So, how much silver do you plan to sell your idea for? Silver can't buy my idea, Jiang Yumei replied. Then it must be gold, right? Gold can't buy my idea either, Jiang Yumei said. There's nothing in this world that gold and silver can't buy, Cunning said, a bit annoyed. Your appetite is too big. Cunning looked displeased. This woman really was overestimating herself. I don't plan to sell my idea to you, so you don't need to complain about the price, Jiang Yumei said. Cunning's face darkened. Are you afraid I can't afford it? Or are you planning to sell to someone more important than me? She looked at Jiang Yumei with disdain. I don't know what kind of family background the Lin family's wife has, but I really don't see you as a threat. The young girl was quite proud. Jiang Yumei, being more than a generation older than him in her previous life, decided not to argue with him. She calmly said, I am just a poor woman from the countryside, at the very bottom. I don't choose my business partners based on status. Don't think you're richer or more noble than me. Even someone poorer than me can cooperate if the conditions are right. When I say my idea can't be bought with silver or gold, I mean it has to be a partnership, joint management. I need to be involved in running the business to better develop and express my idea. Right now, you don't know me and I don't know you, so this kind of cooperation isn't suitable. Ah, I see. Although this is the first time I've heard of such a thing, I'm very interested. I hope we can work together in this way, Cunning said seriously. He no longer looked down on her and chuckled awkwardly. Sorry for my earlier words. Please don't blame Lin's wife. Jiang Yumei shook her head and smiled modestly. Although I am a woman, I have some capacity. But in business, I also look forward to working with you. Then she took out a sample from her large bag and handed it to him. As a thank you for the extra 12 taels of silver and to lay a foundation for future cooperation, she offered a suggestion. Lanyan Pavilion seems to focus on high-end products, but it should be clearer about this. If you open branches, they should be in other major provinces or even the capital. If you set up in small towns or sell lower-quality goods, it could affect the reputation of Lanyan Pavilion. She initially wanted to mention quality but hesitated, thinking that the word might not have been used in ancient times, so she settled on reputation. She didn't need to say much. She already knew that ancient people were very wise, and ancient merchants were also quite shrewd. Cui Qing truly understood things instantly and nodded thoughtfully, saying, yes, high-end items should naturally go to higher places. It seems the branch in the county should be closed. Their business wasn't very good to begin with. Closing isn't necessary. Just change the brand, Jiang Yumei suggested. Lanyan Pavilion only sells quality products to upper-class people, and we must strengthen its reputation for being high and refined, making the wealthy eager to buy and the poor hesitant. We can also set up another brand to sell ordinary goods to common folks, since they're the largest group and their purchasing power shouldn't be ignored. Cui Qing was eager to act, as if ready to do something big. That's a good idea. I need to think carefully and plan the next steps. Is this what you call creativity? Jiang Yumei nodded. You could say that. This is probably a management idea. All the creative ideas about selling gold and silver are just handed to me? Aren't you losing out? Jiang Yumei smiled brightly. It's not really a loss. It shows you my abilities, and for future cooperation, it gives us some bargaining chips. She knew she had to flatter her partner a bit. This woman truly had a unique charm. Cui Qing's heart beat faster. Hee, I shouldn't just take your ideas for nothing. If we go ahead with this plan and do well, I'll give you a big gift. Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement and added, if you really change the Lanyan Pavilion brand in the county, we might not need to import such delicate goods from the provincial capital. They're too expensive, and ordinary folks might not afford them. Right? Seeing Cui Qing nod repeatedly, she continued, I also have some hairpins and accessories, though not as fine. They are unique. I can organize some rural women to make them, using simple materials. After making them, we can send them to the county to sell in your shop. How does that sound? Jiang Yumei wanted to help women in Shiha village find ways to earn money. That would be perfect. I've been looking for people to make simple accessories, Cui Qing agreed. Here's the plan. I'll provide the materials, and you provide the labor. I'll pay for the work. He waved his fan, sealing the cooperation, and arranged for a female shopkeeper from Qinghua County to deliver fabric and sign the detailed agreement in Shiha village in 2 weeks. When Jiang Yumei left, Cui Qing insisted on giving her a small gift. His words were, Shopkeeper 1, please take 2 bolts of 9-thread Yunuan silk and 2 silk embroidery fans to give to Sister Lin. When Manager 1 quietly told Jiang Yumei as she was about to get into the carriage, our young master doesn't understand farming. Those 9 silk-clad soft satin fabrics are expensive and pretty, but they don't wear well or last long, so I took the liberty of swapping them for 4 sturdier fabrics. Please don't mind, Lady Lin. He glanced at Jiang Yumei and quickly added, the price is the same. Jiang Yumei smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Manager Wan, for your thoughtful consideration. If I keep those less durable satins, I might just end up storing them away and not using them. She then asked which medical clinic in Jianzhou Prefecture was the best. Manager 1 thought for a moment and said, the best in both skill and kindness is Spring Revival Hall, and they are honest. Old Dr. Zhang there is very skilled, especially with tricky illnesses like chest pains and rashes. He also kindly explained the quickest way from Wankai into Spring Revival Hall. Back at the inn, Zhang Dafu nervously pulled Jiang Yumei to the bed and pointed at a pile of items, asking, after you left, the Li and Chen families sent these things. Can we accept them? There were 4 fabrics for boxes of snacks, for boxes of candies, a fine calligraphy paper, and 4 brushes. There was also a unique green bamboo carved pen holder, specifically explained as a gift from Little Chubby to Little Bowsy. Jiang Yumei nodded, saying it was fine to accept. Gifts are exchanged, after all. After lunch, father and daughter went to Spring Revival Hall. It was a courtyard with a pharmacy at the front. Beyond the pharmacy was the consultation room. Outside Dr. Zhang's door, there was a long line. They waited about an hour before finally getting in. Dr. Zhang was an old man with white hair and beard, kind and gentle. They explained Jiang Yushan's condition. Dr. Zhang thought it might be a heart problem, just like other doctors had diagnosed. But he was surprised to hear the patient was now much better and could walk around for a short time. He said that such improvement was rare for this illness. He prescribed a month's worth of medicine and advised that if the treatment worked well, Jiang Yushan could come back to the provincial capital after a month and maybe take medicine for another half or a year to live more normally. He warned to avoid impatience and overexertion. Without any worries, the two of them then strolled around Jinzhou Prefecture. They first visited the famous and mysterious government offices of the provincial governor, the military commander, and the prefect. Seeing the soldiers and guards with swords and guns at the gates, Jiang Dafu felt his legs weaken and struggled to walk. Later, they enjoyed the most famous local snack, the 3 big bowls, and Zhong's saltwater duck. Although Jiang Dafu was a bit worried about the cost, Jiang Yume insisted on buying so many things. She just ate and kept nodding, saying that all these good things were worth it in this life. She also bought some daily necessities, 2 9-link chains, and 3 colorful bamboo balls that make noise for the 2 little ones and Xiaoer. She bought 4 ink sticks and 4 pens. The pens given by Chen Jihong and others were better quality, but it was a pity to give such good pens to rural children. Thinking about that stingy tiger mother, who doesn't lack food or clothing and has no special hobbies, she really didn't know what to buy for her. Everyone else had gifts, but she didn't, and she would surely get upset. After thinking for a while, she bought a fine mat for her to sleep more comfortably. She also considered buying silver hairpins for herself, Li and Wei, but after a moment's thought, she decided not to. She already had so many things. Buying more might cause jealousy. When they returned to Jiang Yume's house, it was already very dark. They didn't go to the nearby Jiang family's old house first because they had taken too many things and were worried that Xiaowei might see and say something unpleasant, making everyone uncomfortable. As soon as they entered the yard, the 2 little ones ran overexcitedly and tried to climb into Jiang Yume's arms. She quickly comforted them. "Be good, take it slow. Mom Jiang will put down the things and then give you a hug." After setting down the things, she quickly picked them up. The 2 little ones wanted to kiss her, but Jiang Yume turned her face away and said, "It's been a few days since you bathed. Let's wait until later when you're all clean and fragrant, okay?" Hearing this, the 2 little ones pouted and hummed sadly. Jiang Dafu, standing nearby, blushed all the way to his neck. Luckily, it was dark, so no one could see. He thought to himself, how come Mei can say anything without shame? The tiger mother gracefully came out. Jiang Dafu had seen her a few times before, but each time, he still felt weak in the knees. Jiang Yume smiled and greeted her, stroking her back. "Tiger mother, thank you for taking care of the 2 little ones these days. When I come back, you can go out and have some fun." She put the 2 little ones down, went inside to turn on the light, and took out the colorful bamboo balls for them. "This is a gift from Mom Jiang. Do you like it?" The 2 little ones happily sat on the ground playing with the balls. Father and daughter took out the items and divided them. Jiang Yume said, "Although there's quite a bit of fabric, if we take more, others might not thank us. Maybe they'll cause trouble.
We only took 2 bolts this time.
Later, I'll bring some for you and the grandparents." Maisie is right. Dad knows that too. Jiang Dafu is not stupid. With his wife's personality, if she finds out about some things, she might cause trouble. He took out a piece of dark fabric, cut it into 3 8-foot pieces, giving one to the elderly couple, one to the first house, and one to the third house. Then he took another piece of fabric and bundled the remaining fabric together, saying, "Send some to my grandfather's house. The rest you can make clothes with." He also took out 2 packs of snacks, 2 packs of candies, a 9-ring puzzle, a bamboo ball, and 2 sets of ink bought by himself, packing them into a basket. Thinking again, he went inside to take 4 hair ornaments from the chest and then went to Zhang's old house. Back at the west wing of Zhang's house, little Baozi saw Jiang Yume and immediately ran into his mother's arms, crying. Jiang Yumei hugged him tightly and kissed him several times, saying, "Son, I miss you so much. Why didn't you come back earlier if you missed me?" Little Baozi said with a pout, his eyes red with feelings of abandonment. Mother finished her work quickly and came back right away. I didn't dare delay even a moment, afraid my son would miss me too much, Jiang Yumei said while kissing him. People say that grandchildren are like dogs. They eat and then leave. That's true, no mistake. Li Shi teased nearby. When Mother wasn't here, Grandma called me so sweetly. But as soon as Mother returned, it's all changed. Little Baozi shyly buried his head in his mother's embrace. After they finished expressing their feelings, Zhang Dafu and his wife, along with Jiang Yumei, took the gifts to the main house, where everyone was waiting. Actually, earlier, Xiaowei had already sneaked into the west wing to observe and had glared sharply at the two baskets covered with cloth. When old Master Jiang heard they had connections with the general's family and that Jiang Yu had even gone to work under the general's son, he was so happy his face almost split into a smile. Good. With a son like that, he might really make a career in the army. Hearing this, Wei Shi felt a bit uncomfortable. If Shizi went, and that brought honor, it would be the main house's achievement. Why was the second house so happy? If only they had let Shizi go, it would be better. Jiang Dafu first gave the elderly couple 8 feet of fabric and a pack of snacks and candies. Wei Shi scolded, "This fabric and food don't look cheap. Why are you spending this money?" "I made some special things for the young lady of the general's family. They sent these," Jiang Yumei explained. She also gave Jiang Dafu's family 8 feet of fabric and 2 hair ornaments each to Wang Shi and Jiang Yozhao. She also gave Xiu'er a colorful bamboo ball. "Our family has 5 people. Will 8 feet of fabric be enough?" Wei Shi said unhappily. "I don't know why you're never satisfied," Jiang Dafu said sternly, scolding Wei Shi. The Wei family also glared at her sharply. "If you think it's too little, don't take it. Go buy enough for yourself." Young Wei family member chuckled awkwardly, quickly put the items back in her room, then hurriedly returned. Zaozi held 2 beautiful hairpins happily and asked, "Did you buy these in the provincial city? They're so pretty." Jiang Yumei nodded, thinking to herself, "I haven't really lied. The ones sold in the provincial city are still made based on my sample." Xiu'er softly said, "Thank you, second grandpa." "Thank you, Annie," then came to pull the small bun that was clinging to Jiang Yumei. "Nian Gage, let's play with this ball." Nian hugged his mother's neck tightly and kept saying, "Not playing, not playing." Mrs. Wang came over to take Xiu'er away. "Nian Gage, your mother is back. Of course, he wants to play with her. Next time, you all can play again, okay?" Xiu'er nodded sensibly. Okay, then went to play by herself. Jiang Yumei briefly mentioned the cooperation with Yunlan Pavilion, saying that she would bring the Jiang sisters and the families who usually help support them to earn some money together. Why bring outsiders? It's like pushing your elbows out. "Just call over my maternal family's sister-in-law and nephew's wife," Mrs. Wei complained, then turned away and said, "Mother, your nephew's family isn't doing very well. Last time they came to celebrate Dad's birthday, they still wore patched clothes. This time, take the chance to let them earn some clothes to wear." Hearing this, Wei hesitated. Wei's brother, her cousin, was usually lazy, and their family was getting poorer and poorer. Just as she was about to speak up for them, Jiang Yumei smiled and said to Mrs. Wei, "I just gave my eldest uncle's wife 8 chi of fabric. It's enough for Wei's family to make 2 sets of clothes." This made Mrs. Wei blush with embarrassment. "Wow, Maisie, your mouth is getting sharper." Li Shi, furious, glared and said, "Maisie's not wrong. Big sister wants to support her family, and using her own things to do so is fine. Maisie has that filial heart, and that's also respecting the elders of the Jiang family." This hit Mrs. Wei's heart. She nodded. "It's Maisie who has filial piety. She always thinks of us wherever she goes." Mrs. Wei was furious. These 2 women were saying she wanted to take things from the Jiang family to support her own family. Saying this in front of the elders was really harsh. She forced a smile and said, "I was just saying that. If it's not okay, forget it. Maisie did the right thing." We shouldn't forget the kindness, the head of the family finally decided. Mrs. Wang wanted to say more, but Jiang Zhao secretly tugged at her, and she shut up. In the end, Mrs. Wei still said, "Your aunt is also an elder. Some things shouldn't be forgotten." Jiang Yumei and the others returned to the West Wing. Jiang Yushan also came out. The family shared their news from the provincial city and were happy for Yu Gao. After hearing what Dr. Zhang said, everyone was even more pleased. Jiang Yumei said that if the treatment worked well in a month, she would ask someone to get more medicine from the city. Madame Li wiped her tears and said, "I never thought we would have such good days." Jiang Yumei wrapped the 8-foot cloth, 2 ink sticks, and a 9-link ring for the third household, and told Madame Li to bring them back. She also took 8 feet of fabric and asked Madame Li to give it to Jiang Dao. Honestly, she didn't want to give those things to that troublesome person, but Madame Wei had already spoken, so she couldn't refuse. She also arranged to send sheep and chickens tomorrow, and then returned home holding her little bundle. Mother and son walked close, talking softly. Every few words, the little boy would call out "Mother," and Jiang Yumei couldn't help but answer. At this moment, the little boy didn't seem at all like a precocious child. His teasing skills were just as strong as his stubbornness. Before they reached the door, they heard loud shouting and banging from inside. They quickly put down the little bundle, opened the door, and 2 small children rushed toward their little master. Tiger Girl was already a bit heavy, almost knocking the little boy over. The little boy hugged them inside, and Jiang Yumei hurried to light the fire and boil water. After tidying up the kitchen, she took a mat from the back basket and said to Tiger Mother, "I think this mat is dense and sturdy. It made me think of you. You work so hard, every night traveling back and forth. You need to sleep comfortably." Tiger Mother nodded in understanding. Seeing the eager look in the little boy's eyes, she also took out the 9-link ring for him. It was the first toy gift he received, and he was so excited he couldn't stop. "Thank you, Mother," he said happily, then gestured for Jiang Yumei to bend down, and she kissed him twice loudly. After their bath, the 2 little ones, smelling sweet, clung to Jiang Yumei and her son, giving a few more kisses before stopping. In bed, Jiang Yumei, with her hands behind her back, mysteriously told the little boy, "Mommy has something good to show you. I promise you'll laugh so hard you'll wake up. Guess what it is?" The little boy glanced at his mother with her hands behind her back and smiled. "Of course, what makes me laugh so hard is silver. Did you sell all your plans, Mommy?" Jiang Yumei nodded and suddenly took her hands out from behind her. "Son, look quickly. What is this?" The little boy saw it wasn't silver and immediately looked disappointed, pouting. "It's not silver? So you're not selling your secret plans?" "Foolish boy, this is a banknote." Jiang Yumei said, "Banknotes? I haven't heard of them. Are silver coins valuable?" Xiao Baozi took the banknote and looked at it. The inexperienced little kid, Jiang Yumei gave him a simple lesson about money storage and circulation. Understanding that a banknote represents silver, Xiao Baozi happily rolled on the bed, then got up and hugged Jiang Yumei excitedly. "Mother, this is 100 taels of silver. That's a lot. Plus the savings we already have. Our family now has over 200 taels. Do you feel like a rich person?" Jiang Yumei tilted her head and asked. Seeing Xiao Baozi happily nod, she added proudly, "Did I tell you right? When you hug these silver coins, do you feel like you'll wake up smiling from sleep?" "Not quite right," I said it backwards. "I didn't wake up smiling, but I fell asleep smiling. It feels so peaceful." Xiao Baozi finished and lay on his pillow, crossing his legs and giggling endlessly. Jiang Yumei put the banknote away, then lay beside Xiao Baozi on the bed. "Son, our family now has over 200 taels of silver. I can earn more in the future. Plus, we found a new sales channel for fish. Chunji's father is helping us sell to the provincial city, so we will earn more each month." Hearing about the new income, Xiao Baozi was even happier. "Son, let's buy a piece of land. Not far from our yard. We can dig a pond to raise fish. If we're lucky now, catch more fish and put them in the pond to sell gradually later." Xiao Baozi turned to look at his mother and thought for a moment. "You're right, Mother. Let's buy some land and dig a fish pond. It would be even better to buy a few acres of farmland to rent out for income. To his surprise, Xiao Baozi also knew about investing. Jiang Yumei was very pleased. She initially wanted to suggest building a big tiled house, but thought it might be too soon. She said, "Son, the harvest is coming soon. We don't need to sell our grain for silver now. We can just bring it home and store it. What do you think?" Hearing that they could store grain like other families, Xiao Baozi was so happy he sat up quickly, his eyes shining as he looked at his mother. "Then we will have a granary too? Our house is too small to have a proper granary. We'll have to temporarily clear out the storage room." Jiang Yumei sighed. "Maybe we shouldn't buy more land for now. When we harvest more grain, one storage room won't be enough. Mother, in this world, why would we worry about not having enough space to store grain if we have it?" Xiao Baozi, being clever, teased his mother. Then she cheerfully said, "Now we have some savings so we can build a bigger house and store more grain." Jiang Yumei felt happy inside. This is called a roundabout tactic, hitting your weak spot directly. "Oh, I didn't think of that, mother. I'm so clever. Let's build a bigger house. When we have more grain, there will be a place to store it." Jiang Yumei held her small bag of smelly shoes. Xiaobao nodded and decided, "Let's build a thatched house again. A few more rooms than we have now." "A thatched house? No way." The annoying kid was too frustrating. "Thatched houses leak easily. We have enough money to build a big tile house." Reluctantly, Xiaobao shook his head. His mother was capable, but her view was narrow. He advised her earnestly, "Mother, even though we have some money, there's an old saying, you won't go hungry if you're clever. We can't predict a lifetime of poverty. Whether it's a tile house or a thatched house, we just need a place to live. Living in a new thatched house and saving money for a tile house is better. Son, you've promised me more than once to build a big tile house for me, and even buy silver earrings for me. But all you're doing is making big promises that you can't keep." Jiang Yumei got a bit upset, raising her voice. She felt like a child fighting over candy, but she couldn't hold back. "I said I would build a big tile house for you, but only if we have enough money," Xiaobao blushed. How could his mother doubt his honesty? "Enough money? What do you mean by enough? Filling this box or filling this room?" Jiang Yumei gestured with her hand. Xiaobao hesitated. How much is enough? He wasn't really sure. After a long pause, he whispered, "I don't know how much is enough. But we need a lot of silver. Spending a little won't make us poor or hungry again. If mother gets sick, we can afford to see the doctor. Only then will I feel at ease." Jiang Yumei sighed again, sat up, picked up Xiaobao, and held him on her lap. She said, "When I get better, I can work and earn money too. Let me tell you about our family's income." She grabbed his right hand into a fist. "We already have over 200 taels of savings. Besides that, we get a good income every month." Then he straightened his thumb. "The first income is from our main source, South Spirit Mountain's fat fish. We sell over 100 fish each month to Jifu Restaurant, Chen residents, and the Fan and Li families in the provincial capital. This alone earns about 50 or 60 taels of silver." He then straightened his index finger. "The second is from the handmade crafts my mother designs, which are quite profitable. We provide 1 or 2 samples each month to Lanyan Pavilion in the city, and we make some money from that." Next, he straightened his. "The third is that we will soon cooperate with Lanyan Pavilion's branch in the county town. My mother will provide samples and organize people to make them, which will bring in more income." Then he straightened his ring finger. "Mother who often catches wild animals and brings them back, which is another source of income." Finally, he straightened his pinky finger. "We have 5 acres of leased land, and the harvest is coming soon. That's another income." He looked at his son. "See, our income is quite a lot now. In the future, my mother will think of other ways to earn money. Look again, can you count all our sources of income? So, son, don't worry. Sleep peacefully. Our silver will only keep increasing." Little Baozi clenched his small paw into a fist, and then released it.
"It really is too much to count now."
"Mother, are we now only a little bit poorer than Grandpa Li's family?" The little kid was looking for a comparison. "Our family is much richer now," Jiang Yumei said. Grandpa Lee can live in that big tiled house, so why can't we? Hearing that they were slightly richer than Grandpa Lee's family made Baozi feel more at ease. Jiang Yumei had already asked Han Dafu about the land prices. An acre of top-quality farmland costs 8 taels of silver. A good piece of land costs 6 taels, mountain land costs 4 taels, and their wasteland is only 2 taels per acre. The mother and son discussed for a while. Buying 10 acres of wasteland, building a house, and digging a fish pond would cost about 50 taels of silver. Buying another 10 acres for a few dozen taels would leave the family with over 100 taels, and with their monthly income, they wouldn't go broke. Baozi reluctantly nodded in agreement. In the end, they decided to buy the wasteland in the next few days. Later, if they heard about someone selling land, they would buy more. But Baozi repeatedly emphasized that when they took out the silver, he must not see it, or he would feel very upset, very sad. They turned off the lights and went to sleep. Jiang Yumei held Baozi's hand and said, "It's only when my son is beside me that I can sleep peacefully." "I feel the same," Baozi said, squeezing his mother's hand. But neither of them could fall asleep. The 2 little kids were still playing with a bamboo ball, and the jingling sound of the ball was noisy and annoying. Jiang Yumei could no longer bear it. She turned around, took the ball away, and placed it on the box before finally calming down. Thanks to Miracle 123 for the tip and Cream Pearl Rice for sending the rabbit. The next day, before the little bun went to school, Jiang Yumei packed some snacks and took out 2 pens she bought herself. She asked him to give one to Mr. Wang and the other to Sanjuzi and Liangzi. Going to the provincial city was a rare and honorable trip for the villagers. When family members returned, they usually brought gifts for friends and relatives. At this moment, Mother, who hadn't come back yet. This was unusual, so after waking up, the 2 little ones started whining and feeling uneasy. Jiang Yumei couldn't do much. She fed them some clear water, rice porridge, and fish. Now Hua could eat a little raw meat, and they had to work together. First, they went to the creek to catch fish, then washed clothes and drew water to irrigate the vegetable garden. While watering, she noticed a few winter melon vines had been trampled, their frames knocked over, and some melons chewed up. Jiang Yumei's face darkened as she looked at the 2 little creatures.
Tell me, who did this?
The puppy looked at Hua and barked. Hua's eyes flickered with guilt. Jiang Yumei reached out, grabbed one of its ears, and scolded, "I knew it was you, you naughty thing. What did I tell you before Mama Jiang left?" Hua shook its head, trying to break free from Jiang Yumei's hand. It sat on the ground, looking at her sideways, as if saying, "So, what if it's me? I'm not afraid of you." "Oh, now you're talking back. Even if your mother isn't here, I'll still punish you," she said, moving to hit its bottom. Hua saw this and ran away quickly. It ran around the vegetable garden in circles. The puppy thought it was fun and joined in. The 2 little ones ran ahead and she chased after them, but she couldn't catch up. Jiang Yumei panted and stopped, scolding, "You 2 are getting brave. Today, I won't give you water. When Brother Nian comes back, I'll tell him. He hates wasting things the most. Let's see if he still cares about you." The 2 little ones immediately stopped when they heard this. They couldn't stand not drinking water, and they didn't want Brother Nian to ignore them. Jiang Yumei caught up, grabbed Hua's ear, and pulled its little bottom a few times. "You're getting more capable. You did something bad, and still dared to run from me," she said. Hua didn't feel much pain, but being pulled by the ears and spanked was embarrassing. It whimpered and lay on the ground, feeling sad. Jiang Yumei gently twisted the puppy's ears twice. "Tiger, you don't know how to remind it when it makes mistakes, and you even follow along to tease me. I have to give you a lesson." The puppy looked sad and started to cry. "I couldn't stop it, and I didn't mean to tease you. I thought you were just playing. I'll punish you both to stand for 15 minutes. "No moving," Jiang Yumei said angrily. The 2 little ones stood quietly, feeling sad. Jiang Yumei went into the vegetable garden to clear weeds. The puppy wanted to slack off, but when it was about to lie down, Jiang Yumei gave it a cold look, and it immediately stood up straight. Soon Li arrived. She carried 2 chicken cages, and the mother sheep followed her obediently. When she saw Jiang Yumei, She got very excited and bleated happily, showing her joy at seeing her family. Jiang Yumei gently patted her head to welcome her home. The two puppies shyly came over, and the mother sheep, seeing them, called softly a couple of times, showing her tenderness. Li placed the chickens into the coop and said, "Your sheep are smarter than others. Sigh, these days, they look tired at my place. Only my grandson feeds them, and they eat only when he does. When we feed them, they don't even look at us. It seems that feeding them pure spring water makes a difference. Luckily, I didn't give the chickens spring water, or these chickens might be hard to catch." Jiang Yumei looked at the sheep's belly. "This sheep is about to give birth, right? I really don't know what to do when sheep have lambs. I think she'll probably give birth in the next few days. Just stay alert. She'll do it herself. Since it's hot now, the lambs won't freeze when they're born, so it's fine. When that happens, you can prepare some dry grass and close the pen door tightly. Don't let them be exposed to the night wind," Li said. Jiang Yumei told her about her plan to buy land and build a house. Li listened and advised, "You have some money now. Instead of building a house, it might be better to spend more on buying a piece of land in the village or next to Tiehu's house. Why buy this barren land? It's inconvenient for everything, and we can't take care of it. I like this place. It's quiet and it's easy to go into the mountains to catch fish. Besides, this land is big and wild, so it's probably cheap. I want to buy a larger piece of land where I can build a house and dig a pond to raise fish," Jiang Yumei said. "After the busy farming season, I'll ask someone to build the house and dig the pond." Li agreed that her idea made sense and didn't argue further. She said she'd go back and ask Jiang Dafu to look into it. That evening, Jiang Dafu came and took Jiang Yumei to the village elder's house, bringing a bag of sugar. She told him she wanted to buy 10 acres of wasteland, build a house, and dig a fish pond. Zhao Lijing was a bit surprised that Jiang Yumei, a widow, could suddenly produce so much silver. Jiang Yumei explained that she often makes rare items for the county's ironworks, and she plans to organize some people in half a month to craft handmade goods for the embroidery shop. She also invited Lijing's wife and Zhao Lan'er to join. Lijing and his wife were very happy. Earning some silver without leaving the village made them pleased. The next day, Lijing arrived at Jiang Yumei's house with Jiang Dafu's company. Since he couldn't go inside the widow's house, he marked a piece of land outside that Jiang Yumei liked. At noon, they ate a hearty meal at Jiang's with old Master Jiang and Jiang Dafu's brothers. They agreed that the next day, old Master Jiang would go to the county to handle the red deed, but Jiang Dafu was too busy. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei gave him a silver coin or two as a gift. The rice in the fields was golden and heavy with grains. It was the busiest and happiest time for farmers. This year, the weather was very good, no rain, and lots of sunshine. The school also gave a holiday for farming. Little Fatty, accompanied by steward Qian, servant Guishi, and the coachman, came to Jiang Yumei's house. Since the carriage couldn't cross the stone arch bridge, they came from Donghe village on foot. Little Fatty was very tired, his face flushed and sweating, and the others, burdened with heavy loads, weren't much better. Jiang Yumei didn't invite Qian and Guishi inside, saying it was not proper for outsiders to enter a widow's house. The three of them left their things in the yard, and after a few instructions, Little Fatty left. That was arranged earlier with Jiang Yumei. Her house was small and couldn't hold many people, so only one person could come. Chun Jihong and his son also agreed. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei called in some free laborers to help. They took the fish to the backyard, packed into buckets, to be taken to the county later. The money for the fish would be settled next time, so Jiang Dafu and she wouldn't have to make another trip. Seeing the large bags of grain in the yard, Jiang Yumei shook her head. As a grain shop owner, she could bring so much grain just by entering a door. She had just washed Chinji's face when little Baozi led Sheep Mama and 2 little lambs home after gathering firewood outside. Seeing Little Fatty, they happily ran over. They hugged and jumped around, laughing happily. The 2 little ones thought they were playing and squeezed in between them, shouting. Little Fatty looked at Tiger Baby strangely. "This big cat is so fat, much more impressive than my yellow bean, Daodu," he said. Daodu was a small yellow cat he raised. This isn't a big cat, it's Tiger Baby, little Baozi explained. The chubby boy ran away as soon as he heard, hiding behind Jiang Yumei and hugging her, saying, "Aunt Lin, I'm scared." Jiang Yumei patted his hand and said, "Jie, don't be afraid. Tiger Boy won't bite you. He's been living with us all along, just like Nianer's little brother." Little Baozi picked up Tiger Boy and said to Qinji, "Look, he won't bite me. Come and pet him too.
He'll get to know you."
Seeing little Baozi holding Tiger Boy without paying attention to the puppy was so anxious that it tugged at Baozi's pants and kept barking. Baozi had no choice but to sit on the doorstep, holding both little ones in his arms and leaning on Yunyo. Chunji watched eagerly and ran over quickly. Soon, the 4 kids were playing together happily. Jiang Yumei dragged several large bags of grain into the storeroom. 1 bag of polished rice, 1 of white flour, 1 of millet, and a small bag of glutinous rice. These supplies would last her family for several months. Thanks to book friends 1406291942400031 and May903932 for their support. At noon, Jiang Yumei cooked taro braised pork ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried pork slices, cucumber and diced meat, and crucian carp soup. Baozi secretly heard that his mother was making so many dishes and felt his heart ache. Usually, just 1 dish and soup were enough for their family. Why did she add so many dishes now, especially so much meat? "Mom, Brother G is coming. We should add more food, but we can't waste it. With so many dishes, 3 people can't finish it all," he whispered to his mother. His mother really didn't know how to save money, not being thrifty and not planning well. Realizing he might be a bit impatient, he softened his tone and said, "Forget it. Since everything is already prepared, if there's leftover meat, we can add some vegetables for dinner. Remember, don't cook more meat tonight." Jiang Yumei thought to herself, "Everyone is like you? Just eating a little meat and thinking about saving some for later, adding more vegetables, what a fuss." This chubby boy was clearly a big eater. Whether the dishes would be enough was already questionable. Jiang Yumei was busy alone in the kitchen and refused Baozi's help. Before the dishes were served, the 2 children and 2 little ones were already waiting at the table. The chubby boy saw Tiger Boy and the puppy sitting steadily on a big chair and was very curious. "Are they eating with you too?" "No, they are still nursing. Their mother went out to find food, and she hasn't come home yet. My mother has already fed them fish soup and porridge." "Her mother is still at your house?" The chubby boy was startled. "Will she eat me?" "My dad often says I have a body full of white meat, which most attracts Grandma Wolf's liking." As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger Boy bared his white teeth, scaring the chubby little kid into a shiver. Little Baozi chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid. Tiger Boy is well-behaved and won't bite. His mother also doesn't eat people. He even sleeps in the same room with us." The chubby kid became even more scared, stood up, and wanted to go home, but he was reluctant. He awkwardly said, Brother Nian, let's not live with them anymore. I can't sleep well, and even if I do, I'll have bad dreams." Tiger Boy glared at him, thinking, "Who wants to live with you? You're so fat you have no shape, and you have to strain to find your eyes. He even looked down on us." He rolled his eyes in annoyance. Then he saw the puppy still happily wagging its tail at the chubby kid. Tiger Boy was unhappy and rolled his eyes at the puppy too, feeling sorry for the puppy who didn't understand why it was being ignored. The food was served. The chubby kid sniffed and said, "It smells so good. I don't care about anything else." He watched Jiang Yumei pick up her chopsticks and say, "Eat up," then started eating eagerly. "Aunt Jiang, your cooking is so delicious. Even better than Jifu restaurant." The chubby kid kept munching on ribs, speaking with a little oily mouth, and mumbling about Jiang Yumei. Little Baozi had just eaten 2 ribs. When he reached for a third, only taro was left in the plate. He silently watched as the chubby kid's chopsticks moved to the shredded pork, grabbing almost half a bowl at once. Jiang Yumei thought to herself, if this was a food-grabbing contest like in her past life, the chubby kid would definitely be in the top 3. Seeing the shredded pork almost gone, Baozi quickly picked up the plate, scooped 2 pieces into his mother's bowl, then 2 into his own, and there was nothing left. The generous chubby kid wasn't angry and switched to fish-flavored shredded pork, and soon only a few taro pieces and cucumber cubes remained in the plate. He finally let out a big burp and slowed down his eating. Baozi felt distressed and kept clutching his chest. He knew this feeling wasn't good. The chubby kid was his good friend, and he shouldn't be so reluctant to share food, but he just couldn't help it. The chubby kid, without any sense of shame, said to Baozi, "Brother Nian, you're eating too little. No wonder you're not growing taller." Then he shook his head and sighed. Jiang Yumei almost burst out laughing. She reached out to pat Baozi's face, which looked constipated, and took another piece of taro for him. "Son, eat more. When you grow up, you'll be tall and strong like Brother Ji." She poured the last bit of soup from the pot into a bowl and drank it. Only then did the chubby kid put down his bowl, licked his lips, and said with a grin, feeling full and comfortable, "Auntie's house has such delicious food. I don't want to go back anymore," little Baozi thought. "If you kept living at my house, you'd eat all the money we saved for building a house." In the afternoon, Jiang Yumei wanted them to take a nap, but little Baozi insisted on going out to pick rice grains. In his words, even tiny mosquitoes are meat. The 2 little kids each took a basket and went out. When they reached the gate, they still hadn't been taken to pick rice, so they felt sad and clung to Jiang Yumei's pants. Since their family's fields had been rented out, Jiang Yumei had planned to help Jiang Dafu's family harvest rice, but Li Shi said they would harvest together with 2 other families this time, so she didn't need help. Although it was autumn, the afternoon sun was still very hot. The 2 kids ran into the small paths dividing the large fields, saw many children with baskets picking rice grains along the road. When Sanju saw them, he also came over. Bending down was hard for little Chubby, who was already fat and had eaten a lot at noon. When he saw rice grains, he hadn't bent down yet, so other children picked them first. When little Baozi and Sanju each picked half a basket, little Chubby's basket only had a few grains left, which made him feel embarrassed. Little Baozi pointed to a large rice field and said, "Brother Ji, this 5 mu field is mine." Little Chubby looked envious and said, "Your land is so big." Little Baozi proudly said, "Yes, it is." An old man in the field looked up at little Baozi, smiled, and greeted him. "Hey, kid, you're here. This year's harvest is good. Once the rice grains are ready, I'll bring some to your house. Your mother said you don't need to exchange money this year. Just pay the taxes, and the rest is for your family to eat." Little Baozi grinned happily and said proudly, "Yes, from now on, all our grain will be stored in the granary for our own use, not sold. Grandpa Tan, this year's good harvest means your family can eat well every day." "Exactly. This year the sky has blessed us with good crops. We'll pay your rent, then grind the rice into rice for the rice shop, exchange it for coarse grains, and add some other foods. This year, our whole family won't go hungry," Grandpa Tan said happily. His 5 sons also looked up, smiling and greeting little Baozi. They then walked to Jiang's fields, where they were busy harvesting rice from Jiang Dafu's land. Jiang Dafu's wife and husband had also returned. At this moment, old Master Jiang was leading several sons, daughters-in-law, and Jiang Youyu and Jiang Yulu, who were busy working. Seeing the young master from Chen's family, Jiang Dafu quickly came out to greet him and offer him water. When the old man learned that the young master was the grandson-in-law of the guerrilla general, he immediately put down his work and eagerly ran out to the rice field to greet him. He was so anxious that he nearly sprained his ankle. The chubby boy was indeed thirsty, so he didn't refuse. He drank the bowl of water and then took the wild mountain pear handed to him by the old man to eat. The old man warmly invited the chubby boy to the Jiang family's old residence for a meal. The boy, not knowing how to be polite, was about to agree when the little bun helped refuse, saying, "Great-grandpa, your family is busy right now, so we won't bother. My mother is at home cooking. When you're free someday, we can talk then." At this moment, a person who looked like a steward came over, smiling at Chinji and said, "Young Master Chen has arrived. Our old master just found out. Please honor us with your presence for dinner at our home." "Who is your master?" "I don't know him," the little boy said confused. Our master is Lord Zhao. Most of the land here belongs to our master's family. Young Master Chen, you may not know, but most of the grain from our master's family is sold to your father, Uncle Chen, Steward Zhao explained. Happy face, 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 happy face. Thanks to Bailey Welu for the reward. Oh, I see.
Please thank him for me.
I won't eat dinner. I want to go up the mountain to play with Brother Nian. When he comes to the county someday, I'll ask my father to invite him to Jifu Wine House for a drink, said the boy, kicking the ball to his father. The little bun placed a basket of rice stalks by the field and tipped a few into the chubby boy's basket. He said to Jiang Dafu, Grandpa, I'll leave the basket here for now and come back later to pick it up. Let's go up the mountain to play first, and maybe pick some firewood and wild fruits too. Jiang Dafu nodded and said, Be careful, young Master Chen. Just then, Jiang Yuqin came to deliver water and suggested he lead them up the mountain, as it's better to have an older kid around for safety. Jiang Yuqin was happy because he didn't have to work and could go fruit picking in the mountains. The little bun, the chubby boy, Sanjuzi, and Jiang Yuqin crossed the fields at the foot of the mountain, heading west along Huashui Creek toward Lingshan Mountain. From the moment they left home until they reached the mountain, the little bun cheerfully greeted people and happily talked about the good weather and the good harvest this year. The chubby boy was quite puzzled. Brother Nian was so close to the old folks, yet it was rare to see such a good relationship. They also saw Liangzi busy working in the field. Although Liangzi wanted to join the play, seeing so much work to do in the field, he refused their invitation. At this moment, little Chubby was very tired, but thinking about the mountain scenery that little Baozi had described to him, he clenched his teeth and didn't give up. They reached halfway up the mountain, away from the noise of the town. Now it was busy with farming, so there were few people on the mountain. The weather was cooler too, which made little Chubby, who was afraid of the heat, feel much better. They picked some wild herbs, gathered some wild hawthorn berries, and little Baozi and Sanjuzi each found a small bundle of firewood. Of course, they also had some funny moments. The three boys from the countryside easily climbed a crooked, big tree. They found a bird's nest and sat on the branch swinging their legs, feeling very free. Little Chubby was very jealous and wanted to climb too, but he was not skilled enough. Because he was heavy, he didn't manage to climb the tree and fell a few times, hurting his bottom and tearing his clothes. Oh no, my bottom, little Chubby shouted for the nth time. Because he was too heavy, he fell to the ground, kicking up dust. Jiang Yuqin slid down the tree, bent over, looked at little Chubby's bottom, and exclaimed, Oh no, your bottom is split in two. It's over, it's over. Hearing this, little Chubby was so scared he covered his bottom and shouted, What do I do? What do I do? If my bottom is broken, I can't sit or go to the bathroom. His voice even sounded like he was about to cry. Jiang Yuqin and Sanjuzi burst out laughing. Little Baozi quickly slid down and comforted him. Brother Ji, don't be afraid. My uncle Yuqin is just joking. Your bottom is actually 2 parts already. Oh, that's true. Little Chubby nodded, patting his chubby bottom, and shot a fierce look at Jiang Yuqin. When he went back to get his basket, he told old Master Jiang about it. Old Master Jiang, hearing that reckless boy dared to offend young Master Chen, thought it was like offending the military commander himself. If something went wrong, what would happen to his grandson's future? The old man's worries grew worse. He cursed and hurried over, grabbing Jiang Yuqin's ear and twisting it several times. Then he bent down, picked up a stick, and was about to give him a good beating, but Jiang Dafu's brothers pulled him away. Still, Jiang Yuqin was punished and sent home to reflect on his mistakes, not allowed to eat dinner. When little Baozi and little Chubby, covered in dust and the glow of sunset, hurried home, the 2 little ones were already getting impatient. They were at home, throwing a tantrum with Jiang Yume knocking over the fish soup bowls. Of course, Hua was pinched by his ear again, and the puppy got a couple of whacks too. These 2 little guys were very clever now. Little Baozi never ran away from school, but if he went out to play and forgot to bring them along, it was like poking a hornet's nest. They would not only get angry but also hold a grudge. After little Baozi went back home, Hua, who was scolded, hid aside and ignored him. Little Bowsy happily went over to hug him and comforted him for a while. The cheerful little puppy also joined in, making little Fatty very jealous, and he also came over to play. Seeing the two mud monkeys, Jiang Yumei helplessly boiled water for them to bathe and change clothes. When little Fatty was playing with the two little ones in the yard, little Bowsy quietly told Jiang Yuqin about how he teased little Fatty and got hit. Jiang Yumei was quite speechless. She had already noticed that little Fatty was strong but simple-minded. She thought that Qin Jihong, being such a clever businessman, shouldn't have a son who was so dull. He was busy earning money and didn't teach his son much. Plus, he had no mother and was heavily spoiled by his great-grandfather, so little Fatty became a bit simple. Despite this, Jiang Yumei knew little Fatty was kind and likable. She thought that if she had the chance, she should guide him more. For dinner, Jiang Yumei prepared more than at noon. After such a long day, their appetites were surely big. This time, little Bowsy didn't hold back and competed with little Fatty to eat. One was very hungry, and most importantly, if he didn't eat now, he wouldn't save any for the next meal. It was better to eat more now so Qin could eat more too. After eating, little Bowsy, who burped happily, said he felt full and wanted to help digest. Jiang Yumei was very pleased. It was not easy to make little Bowsy burp so well. On a clear autumn night, the sky was high and deep blue. Countless stars filled the sky, shining brightly and illuminating the small yard. The two children and two little ones rolled and played in the yard, their laughter and shouts blending together. Now little Fatty was no longer afraid of Hua. He hugged him excitedly. Jiang Yumei sat under the eaves, watching them and the little ones. Life like this was truly wonderful. Suddenly, she heard the sheep mother making strange noises. She was startled, thinking she might be about to give birth. When she reached the backyard, she saw the sheep mother in the barn crying in pain. It turned out her birth canal was already showing half of a lamb cake. Jiang Yumei quickly gathered some hay to cushion it. Before she finished laying the hay, the lamb cake fell out. The sheep mother turned around to lick the amniotic fluid and the lamb's coat. Soon after, she gave birth to another lamb. It was twins after all. While the sheep mother was feeding her two lambs, Jiang Yumei led the four boys back to the house to wash up and rest. The two boys slept on the bed, while Jiang Yumei set up a mat in the main hall. Originally, little Bowsy was going to sleep on the mat. How can a son sleep on the bed while mother sleeps on the mat? Jir is a guest and grew up in a wealthy family. How can he sleep on the mat? Jiang Yumei said, "Mother knows that her son is obedient, but we still need to be sincere when entertaining guests." That day was as exhausting as a battle. Jiang Yumei was so tired that her back and waist ached, and she fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. The next morning, she woke up only after it was very bright. Jiang Yumei hurried to get up and cook. The four boys also woke up. They first went to see the lambs, and they could walk around on their own. Little Fatty was very surprised. Sister Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't walk until she was 1 year old and had to be carried by her nurse. How come this little lamb can walk the next day? People and animals are different. It takes a few months for humans to sit, and they only learn to walk slowly after turning 1. Jiang Yumei explained with a smile, taking the opportunity to talk about the differences between humans and animals. After breakfast, little Bowsy knew that the mother sheep had just given birth and couldn't be taken out to eat grass, so he thoughtfully led little Fatty and the two lambs outside to cut some fresh grass. Thanks to the adorable Mo for the reward. Jiang Yumei warned them, "Stay away from Bishui Creek and don't go to the back of the yard. Now that Mother Tiger is not here, there's danger, and no one will save you." Little Bowsy and the others promised, and went to the side of the yard. There wasn't much grass there, just scattered. Little Bowsy looked everywhere for tender grass to cut. Little Fatty led the two little lambs to play with the bamboo ball. When he threw the ball far, they ran after it to pick it up again. At home, Jiang Yumei could hear their laughter and noise. She first washed her clothes in the shallow stream, then chopped vegetables, mixed them with bran and fed the chickens. The mother sheep, perhaps because she drank the clear spring water, had rich nutrition and produced a lot of milk. After feeding 2 lambs, milk was still seeping out. Jiang Yumei used a basin to squeeze out half a basin of milk, thinking of making some cakes with it. When the 4 boys returned at noon, Jiang Yumei's eyes widened. Besides little Baozi, who looked a bit better and still showed the original color of his clothes, the other 3's fur was unrecognizable. If not for their different sizes, it would be hard to tell who was who. She quickly told them to take off their clothes and bathe. Now that little fatty was here, they all washed themselves inside the house. The 2 little ones also wanted to join, but Jiang Yumei pulled their ears and shoved them into the big wooden basin in the yard. Only after they were cleaned did she let them go. For lunch, they ate dumplings made double or even more than usual for their mother and herself, and they finished them all. Jiang Yumei was worried that little Fatty might develop a stomach problem from overeating. In the afternoon, little Fatty wanted to dig up some bird eggs and roast them over a fire, just like little Baozi had bragged about in his letter. This bird's nest is usually high up in the branches of tall trees. I and Sanjuzi can't reach it. Brother Liangzi and brother Erjuzi are busy harvesting crops, so only I, Uncle Qin, am left to try. Xiao Baozi glanced at Xiao Pangdun and asked, "You 2 had a small argument yesterday. Are you still willing to play with him?" To roast bird eggs, Xiao Pangdun gritted his teeth and nodded. Then Xiao Baozi led Xiao Pangdun with a small basket to find Sanjuzi and Jiang Yuqin. Maybe they could find some things along the way. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei put some candies in their pockets, telling them to share with their friends. They arrived outside Sanjuzi's house, where someone shouted loudly, calling Sanjuzi out. The 3 went to the drying yard to find Jiang Yuqin, but old Jiang wasn't there. Of course, Jiang Yuqin wasn't afraid. He turned his head away, snorted coldly, and ignored them. Last night, he didn't even have dinner. Grandma Zhang warmly greeted Xiao Baozi and poured a bowl of mung bean soup for them. This is Grandma's homemade mung bean soup, with some sugar added. It's sweet and clears the heat. Then she turned to Jiang Yuqin and said, "You should be bigger now. Take your nephew to play." The 3 of them said thank you, and the family took a few sips. Jiang Yuqin still held his head high, not looking at them, like a peacock with its tail raised to the sky. "Uncle Qin, you're so old. Why do you still argue with the younger ones?" Xiao Baozi tugged at Jiang Yuqin's sleeve, acting as a mediator. "Look, Brother Ji also calls you uncle. Can't you just stop being mad at him?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuqin glanced sideways at Xiao Pangdun and arrogantly said, "He only calls me uncle, so I play with him." Xiao Pangdun thought for a moment and said, "As long as you answer a few questions I have, I'll call you uncle." Jiang Yuqin wondered, what difficult questions could a kid like him come up with? He nodded and said, "Deal." Xiao Pangdun proudly stretched out a chubby finger. A turtle crawls over a pile of dog. How many paw prints are left? Is that even a question? Jiang Yuqin looked down on him and thought, only a fool like you could come up with that. He sneered and looked at Xiao Pangdun. A turtle has 4 paws, so of course it leaves 4 paw prints. Don't you know that? Looks like your schooling is just wasting your family's money. Xiao Pangdun grinned proudly. Aunt Lin was really clever. Not many people could answer that question correctly. He waved his little finger and said, "Wrong, wrong. There are only 3 paw prints on the dog because it's too stinky, and 1 paw is holding its nose." Jiang Yuqin was stunned, scratching his head. "Is that even true? I've never seen a turtle that holds its nose." 3 pillars laughed happily beside them. Little chubby kid didn't expect Jiang Yuqin to ask that question, so he turned to look at little Baozi. Little Baozi said, "That's because you've never seen a turtle crawl over dog." Okay, I didn't answer this question correctly. Next question, Jiang Yuqin thought to himself. As an elder, he couldn't let the younger ones tease him just because he was being playful. Little chubby kid then held up his second chubby finger and asked, "What are fabrics and paper afraid of?" Jiang Yuqin really didn't know this one. He shook his head and said, "I really don't know this one. Do you know what fabrics and paper are afraid of?" "Of course I do," little chubby kid said proudly, swinging his head. "Fabrics are afraid of 10,000. Paper is afraid of a 1 in a million. That's what everyone says." Jiang Yuqin was so annoyed his nose crooked and couldn't say anything. Little Baozi and the three pillars burst into laughter again. One last question for you. What is smaller than an ant's mouth? Jiang Yuqin couldn't stay calm anymore. Don't tell me, you also know the answer to this kind of question. Little chubby kid puffed up proudly and said, Of course I know. The thing smaller than an ant's mouth is what it eats. Jiang Yuqin looked like a deflated balloon, and his tail, which was raised high, drooped down. Seeing Jiang Yuqin looking so tired and uninterested, little chubby kid was afraid he wouldn't take them to find bird nests, so he quickly laughed and said, Haha, I still want to call you Uncle Qin. You're my brother's uncle, so of course you're also my Uncle Qinji. Everyone made up and, happily shoulder to shoulder, went to look for bird nests. Meanwhile, the other three didn't know how conflicted little Baozi was inside. Originally, he was next to Qinji, but because he was too short, he couldn't reach his shoulder, so he moved to the other side next to Pillar 3 and encouraged himself to lean on Pillar 3's shoulder. Little Baozi secretly decided that he must eat well in the future, at least to be full. He couldn't keep thinking about saving food for the next meal. Otherwise, the gap would only get bigger, and he might not even reach Pillar 3's shoulder anymore, which would be a problem. The house returned to calm. Jiang Yumei first comforted the tearful little follower, giving them some clear spring water, then washed little Baozi and little chubby kid's clothes, and finally started thinking about making the cake from her past life. She scooped a basin of flour, took out a dozen eggs and a jar of sugar, and began to follow the steps from her memory. But here, there was no oven or microwave, only a pot for steaming, so the taste would definitely be a bit different. As the sunset fell, the two boys returned from outside. Little Baozi picked a basket of rice ears and brought his mother a roasted bird egg. He hurriedly washed his hands, peeled the bird egg, and fed it into his mother's mouth. Little Fatty, blushing and feeling guilty, said, Auntie, I ate all 3 bird eggs. I get so excited when I eat good things that I forgot to leave some for you. Jiang Yumei smiled and said, Thank you, Jir, for still thinking of Auntie. That makes me happy. The freshly baked cake was very popular. If they served it without limit, Jiang Yumei worried that little Fatty might overeat and get a stomach ache, which would be her fault. Little Baozi was speechless about little Fatty's behavior of stuffing himself until he was about to burst. He looked at little Fatty with wide eyes, feeling pain as he watched him keep shoving cake into his mouth. He thought, this cake isn't made of dirt, right? The ingredients for making cake are very expensive. He knew that the big bags of grain in the storeroom were sent by his father, but eating like this was bad for health. It wasn't for survival, it was just eating to the point of harm. After finishing the last piece on his plate, little Fatty still asked, Annie, is there more? Hee, I want to eat another piece. Yesterday, Yang5223 cast a vote to support an update, so Qingchuan added 3,000 words to the story. Qingchuan just started writing, and he only focuses on writing. He only just understood that someone had cast a vote for an update, and the next day, the story should reach 3,000 words. A while ago, someone else also cast a vote for an update. At that time, Qingchuan didn't realize that the next day, the word count hadn't reached 3,000, so he's sorry for that. Also, for some reason, I haven't been able to reply to comments these days. So, I want to thank everyone who has given me tips, votes, comments, or suggestions. Thank you. Your support is my biggest motivation. It makes my life happier and more fulfilling. Haha. The story below is over 3,000 words. Jiang Yumei shook her head and said no more. Auntie will make more tomorrow. She was really glad she locked the remaining cake in the cabinet. In the evening, Jiang Yumei wanted to tell them some educational and entertaining stories. She even prepared a lesson plan. But little Fatty couldn't sit still, so she let them walk around the yard to digest. Then she boiled some hawthorn soup for them to drink. If little Fatty wasn't visiting for the first time, she would definitely limit his food intake and wouldn't make so much meat. Eating like this was bad for his growth and development. She thought that when little Fatty left, she should send a message to Qin Jihong. He should spend more time caring for the children instead of just spoiling them. A father who only has a kind heart but does not take responsibility for education is not considered a good father. Actually, Jiang Yumei is not a nosy person. She wouldn't interfere if it weren't for her genuine concern. She really likes the innocence and charm of little Chubby, and she can't bear to see him go astray in the future. It seems I need to change the menu for tomorrow and prepare more vegetarian dishes. The next morning, each person had a bowl of rice porridge. Jiang Yumei and little Baozi each had a piece of cake. Little Chubby had 2 pieces, and each person had an egg. Little Chubby, rubbing his full stomach, said, "Auntie, I want 2 more pieces of cake." "No more," Jiang Yumei replied with a smile. "That's all I made. The goat's milk I squeezed yesterday was only enough for these cakes." She then served him another bowl of porridge. In the morning, when little Baozi and little Chubby went out, Jiang Yumei gave little Chubby 10 pieces of dried meat and little Baozi 5, telling them to eat if they got hungry. She also gave a few candies for little Baozi to keep, explaining they were for sharing with friends. It wouldn't be polite to eat alone without offering others some. For lunch, they mainly ate vegetarian dishes. She made a clear soup with fish and 3 vegetarian dishes: fish-flavored eggplant, spicy white cabbage, and cold cucumber salad. But even the vegetarian dishes made by Qingchuan were delicious. Little Chubby had never seen such a vegetarian lunch before, except at school, and he wasn't quite used to it. "Annie, why isn't there braised spare ribs? I love that dish." "Auntie's dishes are all delicious. Just try it," Jiang Yumei said, pinching a piece of eggplant into his bowl. "It's really tasty," little Chubby nodded, but in his heart, he thought braised spare ribs would be better. Still, most of the braised fish went into his stomach. In the evening, they made pan-fried chive pockets and prepared a tofu soup, all in moderation. Little Baozi was quite confused. Why was his mother being so stingy? She knew that Brother Ji loved meat, especially pork, but today there wasn't even a trace of pork. Although her cooking was always delicious, today he heard Brother Ji's stomach growl several times. The next day, Old Master Jiang specially invited little Chubby to the Jiang family's old residence and hosted a meal as a guest. He had also wanted to invite the village chief and Mr. Wang to join, but Jiang Dafu advised against it. He said that although young Master Chen was related to the guerrilla general, he was still a child, and too formal would make him uncomfortable. It was better for the men and the young boy at home to keep it simple. Old Master Jiang's polite and humble attitude toward little Chubby made him feel very uncomfortable, and little Baozi blushed a little. The 2 young boys felt very awkward during the meal, but Old Master Jiang was unaware of it. However, little Chubby really enjoyed his pork feast, especially the stewed pig's trotters, eating 2 of them. He stayed here for 5 days, eating and playing. Little Baozi, Jiang Yumin, and Sanjuji took him to Dongling Mountain for a trip. During these days, they picked wild fruits, gathered mushrooms, collected bird eggs, caught grasshoppers, frogs, and touched loaches. In short, they did all the outdoor activities that country kids usually do. Little Chubby was so happy, he almost forgot everything else. Sometimes, before mealtime, his stomach would growl with hunger, but he was too busy playing to care. Jiang Yumei also took every chance to tell the 2 little kids some educational stories. She also gave little Chubby a comic book called The Stories of a Fanty, which she had drawn herself. It was originally meant for little Baozi, but she thought little Chubby needed it more, so she gave it to him first. Little Chubby loved it so much that he even hugged it while sleeping. He promised Jiang Yumei that he would learn from a Fanty's cleverness and wit. Twice, little Chubby saw little Baozi kiss Jiang Yumei's face and felt very jealous. Jiang Yumei gently pinched his chubby cheek to comfort him. Little Chubby thought that although Aunt Lin didn't let him kiss her, her soft hands touching his face made him very happy. Aunt Lin liked him too. Though she was a bit less close than his brothers, she was much better than Sanjuji and Uncle Qin. On the 6th day, Steward Chen and Guishi came to pick him up. Little Chubby was so angry he scolded Chenair and kicked Guishi twice. In the end, he cried as they took him away because his father, who was gathering grain in the neighboring county, had returned. Jiang Yumei handed little Chubby some forms and asked him to give them to Qin Jihong. She heard little Chubby say that his father often checked accounts very carefully, and their family's records filled several rooms. She drew some simple tables she used in her past life, hoping they might help Chen Jihong. She also wrote a gentle note about little Chubby's education and diet, offering a few suggestions and asking for his forgiveness for her boldness. She also believed that Qingchuan water could boost intelligence, which she saw in the two kids and mama sheep. So she secretly gave Chun Er a big bag of dried meat made from Qingchuan water. She told him to keep the meat safe and only eat up to 20 pieces a day, as it was good for health. Eating too much could be harmful because it was hard to digest. She also brought a set of clothes and pants suitable for autumn for little Chubby and a bag of cakes for old lady Chen. These cakes were also secretly handed to Chen Er, with a warning not to let little Chubby know, or he might eat them all on the way. When leaving, the little Chubby boy cried so sadly. Don't forget, the little bun also held onto his clothes and refused to let go, while the two small ones were sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Yumei felt a bit sad inside. A few days later, the newly harvested grain was brought to Jiang Yumei's storage room by tenant Tan Laohan and his 5 sons. Jiang Yumei asked them to sit in the yard, poured tea, and told them she wouldn't rent out the 5 acres of land to them anymore. Tan Laohan was surprised and stood up quickly. Madam Lin, since we started renting your land, not only did the crops grow well, but the harvest was good, and we paid our rent on time. If you stop renting to us, how will our family survive? He started to choke up. His sons also stood up and kept saying nice things to Jiang Yumei. She quickly explained, "You misunderstood me. I am not refusing you to farm the land. I just won't rent it out to you. But if you don't rent it to us, how can we farm?" Tan Laohan said sadly, "The land is still yours to farm. We will change our cooperation method. I will hire you to farm, and I will pay you wages," Jiang Yumei explained. "I will pay you monthly. For these 5 acres, you will get 500 coins each month. But you need to follow my instructions on what crops to plant, and all the harvest will belong to me." Hearing this, Tan Laohan calmed down. Earning 500 coins a month, which adds up to about 6 taels of silver a year, was similar to what he earned from renting the land, and it was safe from drought or flood. This way was much better for his family. Could such a good deal really happen? He found it hard to believe. "Madam Lin, are you joking? It's true. I don't want to plant rapeseed on these few acres anymore. I want to grow winter wheat. So next month, I will give you the seeds. In the meantime, you take good care of the land. Starting tomorrow, I will pay you once a month," Jiang Yumei said, taking 250 coins from her purse. "I'll pay half of it now and the other half next month." After sending off the happy Tan Laohan and his sons, Jiang Yumei looked at the full house of grain and felt very happy. This is what it means to have enough food at home and not worry. This kind of cooperation with Tan Laohan was also discussed with Little Bun. Jiang Yumei thought she could select some good wheat and rice seeds, soak them in spring water, and raise seedlings herself. Maybe she could produce high-quality rice or wheat. Nowadays, farmers seem to plant wheat without soaking it first, but she knew from her past life that soaking wheat seeds in salt water for a day and a night could greatly increase the yield. And she was using spring water to soak them. Old Tan, also known as Honest Tan, comes from a family of refugees. They have 5 tall, strong sons. The first 3 sons each have 2 or 3 children, so the family is busy and can afford to eat well. They farm 5 acres of water fields from the Jiang Yumei family and 10 acres of mountain land, but they are still very poor, often worried about food. They want to save some money to build 2 small straw houses so their remaining 2 sons can get married, but that's difficult. Not having sons is not good, but having too many sons is also complicated. Their poverty is clear, but they are honest and kind. They pay their rent on time and in full, without cheating or delaying just because they are weak or orphaned. The family is also close-knit, with no messy disputes or conflicts with neighbors. Jiang Yumei likes working with such families. They will farm her 5 acres of land, and maybe in the future, she will have more work for them. Jiang Yumei has already bought wheat seeds in the county. When the time comes, she will give the seeds to Tan's family to plant. In the evening, the little boy, Baozi, came home from school. The first thing he did was run into the small granary, which he had renamed the storage room. When he saw the pile of grain overflowing, he was so excited his body trembled. Mom, we won't go hungry all year, he said, hugging his mother tightly. They embraced for a long time. The house is about to start construction. Jiang Yumei began drawing plans a few days ago. She will let Jiang Dafu handle negotiations and supervision. Building a house, whether in her past life or now, is both happy and painful. She feels excited about a better new life, but also worries about making the house perfect. While looking at the plans and debating whether the orchard should be bigger or the pond larger, they heard a noise at the gate. When they opened it, they saw the female shopkeeper from Lanyan Pavilion in Qinghua County. Thank you to my favorite author, Qian Nian Shu Yitong, for the support. The shopkeeper brought 2 porters to carry fabric and colorful threads into the main hall. After paying, she sent the porters away. This is a gift from our boss, handmade fabric and embroidery thread. You can decide what to do with them, said the shopkeeper. It turned out Cui Qing was very quick. She had already changed the signs of 3 Lanyan Pavilion branches in 2 counties and 1 town, renaming them Zi Pavilion. These branches will supply Jiang Yumei with hairpins, bracelets, and small pouches. If the cooperation goes well, there will be larger orders in the future. Jiang Yumei was surprised. Your boss trusts me so much? Before seeing the samples, you took so much fabric and signed such a big contract. Lady of the Lin family doesn't know yet, but you are now seen as a capable person by our master. He says you're clever with your hands, even more thoughtful, and your words show insight. Many men can't compare to you, the female shopkeeper said with a smile. Your master is too kind. I'm not that capable, Jiang Yumei modestly replied with a blush. Of course you are. I heard the 3 designs you created are very popular, especially among young ladies who are eager to buy them. Our master plans to open a branch in Hangzhou, and they've already chosen the shop front. Soon, he will go to Wuqing. He says Jiangnan is wealthy, and such good products will sell well there. Your master is really impressive. He's young but runs a good business. Wuqing is an important city in Jiangnan, and I've heard that their Su embroidery is famous all over the world, Jiang Yumei said, surprised that Cui Qing was so bold and had already gone to Jiangnan. Our master is capable. It's just a pity about his family. Ahem, I won't say more. Let's focus on the goods. The female shopkeeper stopped her words. The 2 counted the fabric and embroidery money, completing the exchange. Seeing the tiger-like cat staring at her until she felt dizzy, the shopkeeper said, Your big cat is really fat, and it looks like a tiger. Jiang Yumei smiled, but didn't explain much. They sat in the main hall talking, and Jiang Yumei poured her a cup of honeysuckle tea. While chatting, they signed the contract and set a specific date for delivery. Through casual conversation, Jiang Yumei learned that the shopkeeper's surname was Huang, and she was also a widow. Less than a year after her marriage, her husband died unexpectedly. Since he was the only son, her in-laws adopted a boy from the clan. Later, her in-laws also passed away, and the clan took over the land under the pretext of the child's age, giving her only enough grain each year, which was not enough to eat. She had to go out and earn money herself. Now her son is married and has a child, and life has improved. But Huang, used to being busy, didn't want to stay at home doing nothing, so she kept working. The 2 women, both middle-aged, sympathized with each other, sharing their joys and sorrows with tears in their eyes. My given name is Jinyang, but you can also call me Sister Huang or Jinyang. I'll just call you Jiang Mei. They changed their titles and their relationship grew closer. Jiang Yumei invited her to have lunch at her home. She prepared a dish of pickled fish, a plate of stir-fried bitter melon, and a bowl of egg and cucumber soup. The 2 women ate enough. Jiang Mei, no wonder our master praises you as clever and bright. Not only are your hands skillful, but you also cook so well, Sister Huang said sincerely. Like eating my dishes, Sister Huang often comes to visit. I will cook for you, Jiang Yumei said with a smile. That's nice. Sister Jiang, don't mind my boldness, she added. Looking at the tiger cub and puppy sitting on the chair, she said, Your family's animals are clever. The cats and dogs you raise are more lively than others. They sit like 2 children waiting for their meal. After eating, Sister Huang had to leave. She needed nearly 2 hours by boat to reach the county. After seeing Sister Huang off, she looked at the pile of fabric, which was as tall as a small mountain. She was worried the two little ones might climb it, but there was no extra space in the house. She thought for a moment and moved the small table under the eaves inside, joining it with the big table in the main room. She also combined 2 chairs and 4 small stools, placing the fabric on the tables and stools. She sternly warned the 2 little ones, "Don't touch these things, or there will be serious consequences." The 2 little ones were unhappy and shook her hand off. The colorful little mountain was already there, and they weren't allowed to climb it. How unfair. The tiger cub missed his mother even more. If his mother was home, Zhang's mother wouldn't often pull his ears, and she wouldn't let him play with fun things. The puppy didn't think so much. Seeing the tiger cub hide behind the door, he thought they were playing hide-and-seek and barked as he ran to nudge the tiger cub. Jiang Yumei didn't know the tiger cub was hiding behind the door thinking about his mother. She went into the bedroom to get a ruler, paper, and pen, calculating how much fabric and embroidery thread to match, and roughly how many flowers could be made from one piece of cloth. She worked until the sunset hung over the top of Ling Mountain. Only then did she remember she hadn't cooked dinner. She hurried to the kitchen to chop meat, knead dough, and cut noodles. She also went to the backyard to pick some chives, preparing to make steamed buns and noodles with sauce once her son returned from school. When Xiao Baozi came home from school and saw the large pile of fabric in the house, he was very surprised. After hearing his mother's explanation, he happily hugged her and asked, "Mom, will you be the shopkeeper from now on?" "Not quite yet. If I had to give a title, maybe I'd be a foreman," Jiang Yumei said. Seeing Xiao Baozi look a little disappointed, she added, "Being a shopkeeper isn't that great. In the future, we want to be the owners, hiring someone to do the work for us." Xiao Baozi's eyes sparkled as he looked at his mother and asked eagerly, "Can we also be owners?" "Actually, we already are owners. Didn't we hire Grandpa Tan and his family to farm for us? We just don't have enough property to hire a shopkeeper yet. When we expand our business, we'll be the big owners. When that happens and we're too busy, we'll hire a skilled manager to run things for us," Jiang Yumei explained. "Yes, that's right," little Baozi nodded. "If we hire a manager, wouldn't we make more money than Uncle Zhao's blacksmith shop? His family hasn't hired a manager yet." Seeing Jiang Yumei nod, little Baozi, feeling satisfied, changed into his coat and took the 2 children outside to cut grass. Mother Sheep needs to feed her 2 daughters during this time. The next day, Jiang Yumei went to Tan Laoda's house and paid 2 coins to have his 2 sons help carry fabric to Zhang's west wing. She also arranged with the Wei and Li families to gather workers at Zhang's house for tasks. They asked the households of the Li village head, Zhao Tieshuai, Sun Daqiang, Granny Hong, Old Man Wang, and Tan Lao Tu. Each family sent 2 women, along with Zhang's main and second households, making the group about the right size. Finally, Wei insisted on joining, probably to get work for Jiang Dowu's family, so Jiang Yumei agreed. Early in the morning, little Wei hurried to bring Jiang Yuda from Donghe village and Jiang Yuli from Dawan village. In the afternoon, women from these families arrived at Zhang's house. Nearly 20 women were chattering loudly in the yard, making a lively scene. Jiang Yumei, who had been a leader before, was not nervous and explained the wages first. The women cared most about how much money they could earn. When they heard they could earn 50 coins in 10 days, they were very happy. Even men working outside for a day might not earn 10 coins, and they might not find work at all. But they could earn this much just staying at home. Quiet down, earning money isn't that easy. You need to follow these rules to get paid. Otherwise, you might not get the money and could even have to pay out, Jiang Yumei said loudly. After working, we still have to pay money? Mei Zi, are you teasing us? Little Wei was unhappy. Granny Tieshuai said, "Book lady, don't worry. Let Mei Zi finish talking." "Why shouldn't I worry? I haven't seen a penny yet, and you're talking about paying out money," Little Wei shouted loudly and glared at Jiang Yumei. "Old uncle, listen to me. If you don't want to, I won't force you," Jiang Yumei said. A few days ago, I saw Wenwen's 3 mooncakes. Thank you. These mooncakes are much tastier than the ones I have. Thanks to Shurchen Garden Zue Chun for your continued support. Jiang Yumei explained the important rules for taking on tasks. The first point is to keep everything secret. The pattern must not be leaked early. Only if this is done can we consider further cooperation. The second point is to do a good job. This is easy because these women are skillful and careful. The third point is to deliver on time. There should be no delays. This time, the work must be completed within 10 days. The fourth point is to avoid waste. Fabric and embroidery threads are measured quantities. If there is less or damage, compensation at the agreed price is required. If all these points are followed, we can work together for a long time and even take on clothing-making jobs. If anyone breaks any rule, she will no longer be invited to join. Those willing to sign the contract and accept the goods should do so. Those unwilling will not be forced. All the women loudly promised to keep the work secret. Continuing this work means a steady income for their families, so they agreed to do it. Smart Fong spoke up, "If someone leaks the pattern, how can we tell who it was? It depends on everyone's self-discipline. We also need to watch each other. If the employer finds out someone leaks the pattern, they might stop giving us work, and we won't earn any money. So, anyone thinking of sharing the pattern for a small profit not only harms themselves but also risks losing all the work. We need to distinguish between small gains and big ones," Jiang Yumei said. The village head's wife spoke up, "Anyone who does such a dishonest thing that causes us to lose work, I won't forgive her." All the women promised to strictly keep the secret. Leaking information harms both others and themselves. This made those with some mischievous thoughts hesitate. Seeing no objections, Jiang Yumei took out the sample, explained it to them, and divided the fabric, embroidery thread, and other materials among the women, telling them how much they should deliver. Xiao Wei was unhappy. She thought her family was at a disadvantage because her family's peaches and plums only had one person, while others had two. Jiang Yumei said, "If your family prefers to share based on households, that's fine. But if 3 people come from your family, I can only give you 1 share." Hearing this, Xiao Wei felt worse off and didn't say anything, but she was secretly unhappy, thinking, "This girl is ungrateful. Our family should get more." The women dispersed. Granny Tan and her eldest daughter-in-law hesitated and didn't leave immediately. Jiang Yumei asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Granny Tan, blushing, took out 2 coins and said, "Maisie, yesterday my eldest son and third son came to help you pick fabric and took 2 coins from you. I'm really sorry. You see, you have work that earns money, yet you still think of us."
But we.
Cough. What do you think I am? This is all my own business. I asked you to do some work, so I should pay you. Don't be so polite, or next time, I might feel embarrassed to come to you again," Jiang Yumei said, waving her hand. After they left, Jiang Yumei gently told Mrs. Wei that if she asked Jiang Dao to do the work she took on, could she guarantee that Jiang Dao wouldn't share the details outside? Mrs. Wei thought about her daughter's personality and was unsure. "We'll see how it goes. If it's really too difficult, I might have to do it myself." Jiang Yumei also gave her share of the work to Li, as she didn't have time for these tasks now. Li privately discussed with Jiang Yumei, "I'm busy with the fields and the house. I don't have much free time to do these things. Besides, your family has some extra money now, so I think it's better to let your uncle's family handle these jobs." "Mother, just make sure to explain the rules clearly," Jiang Yumei nodded. Li was happy and said, "Your uncle's family doesn't have anyone with sharp teeth, so you can rest assured." Jiang Yumei returned home with pork bones she bought in the morning at the village entrance. She first boiled the pork bones, then pulled some carrots from the vegetable garden. Tonight, she planned to make hearty pork bone and carrot soup and braised fish. Recently, little Baozi had a surprisingly good appetite and didn't complain much about eating more meat. Jiang Yumei didn't realize that little Baozi was influenced by the shoulder-to-shoulder situation, and she thought he finally decided to eat properly. At dinner, little Baozi reported on his schoolwork and complicated friendships. He looked quite aggrieved, saying, "I didn't bother Li Xuanyan, but I don't know why he always picks on me." Today, he deliberately dirted Yin Changji's notebook and falsely accused me. Jiang Yumei analyzed the situation and told him that conflicts happen wherever people are. It's normal. As he faces more people and more complex situations, it could get even trickier. She advised him not to pay too much attention to people like Li Xuanyan who are jealous, but he also shouldn't let them bully him. Since little Baozi is still young, fighting alone would only put him at a disadvantage. He needs to find ways to team up with the other three and face the problem together. But how to unite the others without being taken advantage of depends on the methods used. Jiang Yumei wanted to test little Baozi's cleverness and see how he would handle it. She deliberately asked, "Son, I really don't know what to do next." Little Baozi thought carefully and said, "Most of the classmates in our class are dedicated to studying. Except for Li Xuanyan, who is a bit narrow-minded and competitive, the others are decent. Our family is not very wealthy, so the best way to deal with them is through bribery," she said with a chuckle. After laughing a bit, she realized that bribery requires money and felt a little conflicted. "Son, is a little bit of money more important, or is your happiness every day more important? When you're happy, you can focus better on your studies," Jiang Yumei said. "Of course, being happy is more important, but our family's money doesn't grow on trees," little Baozi said with a pout. "Building good relationships with classmates doesn't have to cost a lot of money. Spending too much might even cause trouble. Your classmates' families are not very well off, so just giving a few candies or some paper now and then is enough." "We have plenty of that," Jiang Yumei said. She also reminded him that Yun Cheng's family is very poor. They have to tighten their belts just to send him to school. A notebook is very precious to him, so she asked little Baozi to bring one to school tomorrow. Although the notebook wasn't dirty, because of little Baozi, it was caused by him. Little Baozi nodded and said, "Mom is right, I think so too. At school, we write on sand trays first, then on paper. But Yun Chang still writes on the sand tray, only doing the assignments that the teacher says must be on paper with a notebook. Today, he cried when he saw his notebook was dirty. He said he didn't dare tell his dad at home, or they might go hungry for a few more days." Jiang Yumei helped the three boys wash up and get into bed. Outside, a heavy rain was pouring. Such a big rain in early autumn was quite rare. She thought about the food in the storage room and felt relieved. If it had rained a few days ago, she wasn't sure how much crop damage there would have been. Little Baozi probably thought of this too and happily snuggled into her arms. Once the rain started, it didn't stop for many days. It varied between heavy and light, which was quite annoying. Jiang Yumei was worried about little Baozi going to school alone, so she always took him to Donghe village. Yun Chang would then bring him home. Jiang Yumei had a good impression of the 12-year-old boy. It was clear he took good care of little Baozi, but he wasn't ashamed of their poverty. Thanks to Sister He for the reward. The rain continued for several days without stopping, and there wasn't much firewood left at home. As Jiang Yumei was worried, Old Tan's eldest son and his wife brought 4 bundles of firewood to their door, which moved her very much. They agreed that from now on, they would deliver firewood every 10 days, 2 bundles each time, costing 3 coins per bundle. This helped Jiang Yumei's family with their urgent need, and the Tan family earned some money, making everyone happy. However, these 4 bundles of firewood were firmly refused by Old Tan, who said, "If I take your money, my father will break my legs." Jiang Yumei couldn't do that, so she took a few steamed hawthorn cakes she made herself to give back for the children to eat. That day was the Mid-Autumn Festival, but continuous rain dampened people's festive mood. In the evening, Jiang Yumei made some sugar cakes as mooncakes and told Xiao Baozi stories about Hou-Yi shooting down the suns and Chang'e flying to the moon. Xiao Baozi listened with great interest. She also played with the 2 little ones on the bed for a while. Today was a family reunion, but their mother didn't know where she was at this moment. Thinking of Hunyang, who had been missing these days, Jiang Yumei and her children felt very worried. Along the way, Zhang Dafu and Jiang Yumei braved the heavy rain to send fish to the county town, and they agreed that in the future, Chen Er or Guishi from Chen's family would pick up the fish on delivery days. Now, with more fish being sent, Zhang Dafu couldn't carry so many alone, and Jiang Yumei didn't want to go to the county town several times a month. Especially in this rain, she almost fell several times. Currently, her family supplies 72 fish each month to Jifu Restaurant and 60 fish to 3 other families, delivered every 6 days. Jiang Yumei had once wanted to reduce the supply to Jifu Restaurant, but Chen Jihong stopped her, explaining that the owner of Jixiang Restaurant was related to the provincial governor's family and that the governor himself was from a prominent family in the capital. They couldn't afford to offend them, and even the general's office had to show some respect. This time, Chen Jihong was not at home. Jiang Yumei handed the letter and a pack of hawthorn cakes for Xiao Baozi to Chen Er to deliver, and Chen Er also handed the letter and candies for Xiao Baozi to Jiang Yumei. Before, Jiang Dafu used to help deliver fish and was paid silver, but now she didn't need him to do so. Jiang Yumei still decided to give him 2 taels of silver each month as a token of filial respect. Some matters that she couldn't handle herself still required Jiang Dafu to step in. On the 4th night, Jiang Yumei was sleeping soundly when a noise outside the courtyard woke her up. She got up, holding an umbrella in one hand and a broom in the other, quietly asking who was there. Outside, she heard Hunyang's voice. She happily opened the door and saw Hunyang walking in on her injured, limping leg, holding something in her mouth. Hunyang is hurt. Is it serious? Hunyang limped into the main hall, spitting out whatever she was holding onto the ground. Jiang Yumei quickly lit a lamp and brought it over to her leg. She saw that the lower half of Hunyang's left leg was broken at a 90-degree angle. She hurriedly took out some Qingchuan water for Hunyang to clean herself, then went to the bedroom to get some red powder, tore some off to apply, and fixed her leg with a stick. After all this busy work, dawn was gradually breaking. The tiger mother went into the room to rest. Jiang Yumei finally saw 2 ginseng roots lying on the ground after collecting the clear spring water. One ginseng was at least as thick as a small bun's wrist, with some roots missing but still over a foot long. The other was much smaller, about half a foot long. Could it be that the tiger mother spent so many days searching for ginseng? And she even encountered a tough opponent. She was badly injured but still managed to bring the ginseng back. Jiang Yumei's nose felt a bit sore. She didn't expect the tiger mother to achieve this. Thinking about how she once dared to follow into the depths of Nanling Mountain, she patted her chest, relieved that nothing went wrong. Otherwise, her life would be in danger. It seems better not to go into the mountains anymore. After the small bun woke up, Jiang Yumei warned him not to speak loudly because the tiger mother was injured and needed rest. The 2 little ones understood and, after drinking their long-missed milk, went to the main hall to play by themselves. The rain had fallen continuously for over 10 days, but finally stopped. During this time, Huang Jinyang braved the rain to bring people to pick up handmade goods. The women who made the crafts had already delivered the items to Jiang Dafu's house the day before, paid for them, and agreed that if the boss was satisfied, they would bring more fabric in 10 days. Jiang Yumei divided the money among everyone. The women happily smiled, feeling satisfied. When they heard there might be more work in 10 days, they smiled even more easily. This time, Jiang Yumei only took 200 coins, which was the money organized for the women's work. As for the design of the samples, Cui Qing said he would review them and then give feedback, and Huang Jinyang would bring her new designs later. For such simple styles, Jiang Yumei didn't expect to earn much in design fees. But even small mosquitoes are meat, so she decided to give a little. After the rain stopped, villagers started busying themselves with farming, preparing to plant winter crops. Jiang Yumei handed the processed wheat seeds to Old Tan. It looks like they'll have to wait a while longer before repairing the house. It was also time to go fishing again. Chen Er had now taken over from Jiang Dafu as the messenger and courier for the little bun and the chubby boy. This time, he also brought a letter from Chen Jihong to Jiang Yumei. Chen Jihong had returned with the grain supplies and would soon go north to deliver the grain. He found the forms Jiang Yumei gave him very useful, though some parts were unclear, and wanted to ask her for help. So he planned to invite her and her son to visit his home. He also brought good news. Chen Jihong and Cui Qing planned to build a small bridge near Bishui Creek close to her house. This would make it easier to catch the boat, pass directly from the official road through the back of Donghe village, and then go to Jiang Yumei's house for fishing, delivering fabric, and transporting finished products. Actually, Chen Jihong took the initiative to discuss this with Cui Qing. Cui Qing was a bit reluctant. Sending some fabric to sell flowers and building a bridge? Even I, being slow, know this is a losing deal. Chun Jihong threatened, then I will tell my aunt that you shouldn't eat the fat fish from Nanling Mountain anymore. Cui Qing reluctantly agreed. It's not that I can't part with the money. We can just say it's a favor. Why make excuses? It turned out he was worried that the reason for building the bridge sounded unimportant and didn't want to be an anonymous hero, but Chun Jihong insisted, and there was nothing he could do. Jiang Yumei didn't understand these complicated thoughts. She was just happy to hear that a small bridge could be built near her home. Her family was already well off enough to own a car, but they hadn't bought one because they didn't want to take the bumpy dirt road, and there was no bridge for a cart to cross. If there was a bridge in the future, they could buy a cow and a car, making things much easier. Cars always bring convenience, whether in past or present life. She decided to discuss it with Xiao Baozi and get his approval. Jiang Yumei thought that since the school holiday was in 3 days, she would take Xiao Baozi to the county for a trip. Xiao Baozi was very happy when he heard he could go to the county after school. In the past 2 days, Jiang Yumei bought dozens of pounds of lean pork to make dried meat for Chun Jihong to bring to Jiangyu. That day, just after dawn, Jiang Yumei and Xiao Baozi finished breakfast and left the house. Now, Hunyang was at home, and the 2 little ones didn't chase around as much as before. Although they were a bit unhappy, as soon as Hunyang called, they became obedient. They found a few more mooncakes and were very happy. Thank you, dear. Words of gratitude. I just received notice from the editor that my book will be published today. I feel excited and nervous. I think I should write a few words to express my gratitude. I still remember that night 54 days ago, when I first pressed the upload button. My feelings were full of nervousness. This was my first time writing a novel, and my words were expressed in this way for the first time. I didn't know how the results would be, or if readers would accept my work. Thank you, Editor Kulo, for your keen eyes. Please forgive my humble self-praise, which gave me confidence. Thanks also to my editor, Lianji, for helping me improve every step of the way. And to the readers who like this story, you know what? When I see those rising numbers, I feel so excited I can't put it into words. To me, those numbers are not cold figures but your strong support for an author you've never met. Whenever I receive encouragement, support, advice, or criticism, I realize how many people love my writing and pay attention to it. My little one has so many caring people, and even Mother Tiger and her children have their own fans. I feel deeply touched and grateful. Thank you all sincerely. I am a working person and also a mother. I can't promise to post every day, but I will try to update regularly. Sometimes, my inspiration flows like a fountain, and I might even post twice in one day. I also want to assure Mao Zedong that I will not give up or stop writing. I sincerely hope you'll continue to support me. Your support motivates me to write. With folded hands, I wish happiness and health to all friends who have accompanied me on this journey and those who have been with me before. My mother and I brought a small package of roasted meat jerky, a steamed cake from last night, a jar of rice wine made from glutinous rice sent by the Chin family, and some vegetables from the backyard. The rice wine was just made yesterday, and I gave a jar to Jiang Dafu. This morning, we both ate rice wine with eggs, and the sweet aroma reminded Jiang Yumei of the breakfast her grandmother used to make for her in her previous life. Of course, I also brought a large bag of meat jerky and 3 letters from home. One was written by old Master Jiang, 10 pages long, full of advice to serve the officials well, defend the country, and be a promising young person. Another was from Jiang Dafu and his wife, reminding him to take care of his health and avoid getting sick. The third was from Jiang Yumei, talking about the old days, telling him that although he can't run away from danger, he must not be foolish. Cherish life, stay away from danger, and if unlucky danger finds him, he should hide behind others if he can't create an opportunity himself. She also taught him some disguised death tricks. Chun Jihang looks a bit thinner, but still has his usual cheerful smile. The chubby boy happily calls out, Annie, Annie, I eat 20 pieces of jerky every day, and now there's only a little left. I brought some more for you, Jiang Yumei says with a smile. Chun Ji asks about the little ones, Tiger Boy and Puppy, complaining that he didn't bring them along. When he hears their mother has returned, He pats his chest and says he's glad to be home, or he might have been bitten to death or scared to death. Chun Ji-hang looks speechless at his son and at the well-behaved little boy who salutes him properly. He thinks that discipline must start now. Ji-er, take your brothers to your room to play. Dad and Aunt Lin have serious matters to attend to. After saying this, she felt that her words were not quite right. Why add the word serious? It sounded as if they had done something inappropriate before, and her face turned a little red with embarrassment. Jiang Yume also thought Chun Ji-hong was not very good at talking, but she didn't think much of it. Women who have been through modern education tend to have thicker skin. Chun Ji-hong saw Jiang Yume was unaware of his glance and thought she might not have heard him clearly. He quietly relaxed. First, he thanked Jiang Yume for taking care of Chun Ji during those days. When it came to education, he now saw how serious and urgent the problem was. He reflected on how he had previously ignored teaching his son because he was too busy. His son was now honest but not very clever. The suggestions from Lin's family's letter were very good, and he would follow them. Jiang Yume, mother of Ji, passed away before he was even 1 year old. Chun Ji-hong continued. I was too busy and felt sorry for him losing his mother at such a young age, so I spoiled him, thinking that was how I showed my love. Now, the teachers at school often complain that Ji is not interested in studying and is too fond of eating and drinking. Ji is only 7 years old. It's normal for children at this age to be greedy, Jiang Yume said. And Ji is kind and likable. I also like him very much. That's why I dare to talk to you about this. She added, just keep an eye on his diet. Don't let him eat too much or too greasy food. Also, encourage him to be more active. Being too fat is bad for health, and many illnesses come from obesity. Chun Ji-hong also said that if Chun Ji had a long holiday from school in the future, he hoped to send him to her home. He noticed that after going to Jiang Yume's house, the chubby boy not only lost weight but also became healthier and more capable of focusing on his studies. Although it was a short time, these improvements were very precious. He was also very interested in the book The Stories of a Fanny, thinking it was not only suitable for children but also very beneficial for adults to read. He then thanked Jiang Yume for drawing some charts for him, finding them very practical, though some parts were still unclear. He asked someone to call over the head clerk and a bookkeeper who had been waiting in another room. They began discussing the statistical tables. The chairman and general manager, along with an executive director and a financial director, made Jiang Yume feel like she was attending a top-level company meeting from her past life. Unlike modern women who might feel shy around unfamiliar men, Jiang Yume spoke confidently and clearly. She explained her answers in detail and precisely. After listening to Jiang Yume's explanation, they felt more amazement than surprise. Her way of completely changing the usual counting method saved a lot of time and effort. The woman was truly very clever. Chun Ji-hong was even more excited. He thought this woman was smarter than he had imagined. Maybe he had really found a treasure. At noon, Chun Ji-hong specially sent someone to invite Huang Jinyang from the Purple Clothes Pavilion to join Jiang Yume for lunch. Huang Jinyang said that Cui Qing was very happy with the flowers and bracelets, and the shop was selling well. In 7 days, they would bring more fabric and might also make shoes or shoe parts. Jiang Yume was very happy to hear that their cooperation was expanding. Chun Ji took little Baozi directly to play in old Master Chen's yard. When the chubby boy wanted to take a 4th piece of cake, the old man was unhappy and loudly shouted, "You've eaten so much at my grandson's house, and now you want to fight me for it. This cake was made especially for my grandson's mother to give to me." Chun Ji had to pull his hand back, thinking, I didn't hear Aunt Lin say that the cake was made just for you. But he didn't dare to touch the cake again. Old Master Chen smiled happily at little Baozi and said, "Nian Xiaozi, your mother's cake is sweet, soft, fragrant, and sticky, and it's not greasy. It's much better than the pastries from Shuixuan. Come visit Grandpa's house often, but don't bring other things, too expensive and not worth it. You can bring more of this cake. I like it." He. His smile revealed only a few remaining teeth. Little Baozi's face turned red. He thought Grandpa is even greedier than me. How can he openly demand food like that? Yes, I also think my mother's cake is the best. Even my great-grandfather says so. He said these snacks are soft, sticky, and best for old people. He often urges my mother to make more, little Bowsy said happily. Hearing these kind words, the old man was very pleased. He nodded and said, "You're a good child." Little Bowsy added, "My mother wanted to bring more, but she was worried you might not like these rural snacks, so she didn't dare to take too much. If she knew that Grandpa Chen loved her cooking, she would be so surprised she'd bring even more." The old man's face was full of wrinkles from smiling, and he patted little Bowsy's hand repeatedly, saying, "Your mother is thoughtful. Please thank her for me." The two boys stayed here to have lunch with the old man. After resting, the old man went to play in the garden. After Jiang Yumei and Chen Jihong finished discussing and explaining some issues, it was already early afternoon. Chen Jihong arranged for his carriage to take Jiang Yumei and her son home. He mentioned that their trip north would likely only be completed before the spring festival, and if the roads were bad, they might not make it back in time. He had already told Chen Er about the fish-related matter, and he would handle it as before. The bridge construction was also assigned to him, and it should start in a few days. Before leaving, the chubby boy tugged at Jiang Yumei's sleeve and asked, "Andy, can you make me a pretty and special pouch?" He then looked at his father and added, "It's what I want. Not my dad's idea." Jiang Yumei held back her smile and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll make it when I get back." Chen Jihong was so angry he seemed to be smoking. He wondered how this naughty boy could be so silly, and he blamed himself for not teaching him properly before. He could only force a dry smile. When the carriage reached the stone arch bridge in Donghe village, it was already dark. The servant Xiaoxi asked the coachman to wait here and carried 2 large baskets to send Jiang Yumei and her son home. Before they reached the door, they heard 2 children shouting and scratching at the door. When it opened, the 2 little ones rushed in and threw themselves at each family member. Jiang Yumei bent down to pick up the puppy and said, "Slow down, slow down." After entering the yard, Xiaoxi set down his basket and was about to leave. Jiang Yumei stopped him, poured a bowl of hawthorn water for him to drink, and also gave him and the coachman some cake for the road, as there were only a few pieces left at home. After Xiaoxi left, the little boy went inside, greeted Mama Tiger, and then played with the 2 puppies. Jiang Yumei sorted through the gifts from the Chen family. This time, they didn't send grain but brought 4 packs of candy, 10 pounds of walnuts, 5 pounds of apples, some school supplies for the children, and 2 cotton quilts. It seemed they heard the little chubby boy mention that their home's bedding was simple. In the quilts, there was also a brocade box. When she opened it, she saw a bright green jade hairpin inside. Jiang Yumei picked up the jade hairpin, and under the light, it shone even more beautifully. "What is this?" She couldn't understand. In her past life, she had never been in a real romance, only secretly admired a man. So she didn't understand men well, and she didn't know if this man's actions were intentional or accidental. She also didn't know how to handle romantic matters between men and women. If he was sincere, Jiang Yumei was aware of her status. She was a rural widow, and although Chen Jihong was a businessman, his status wasn't very high. Still, in this era, a merchant's status was not lower than that of a farmer. With his wealth, he could have any woman he wanted. Why would he be interested in a widow with children? He probably didn't mean it intentionally. Although the rules for men and women in this dynasty are not as strict as in earlier times, it seems that sending handkerchiefs or hairpins between men and women was only done when there was mutual affection. Chen Jihang had indeed given her many small gifts before, but those were made by Jiang Yumei for little Fatty. At night, Jiang Yumei couldn't sleep. Sometimes she thought she might have misunderstood the situation. Maybe she was just being overly sentimental, and perhaps he was simply thanking her for taking care of little Fatty and helping her. Other times, she felt Chen Jihang really liked her, and he was grateful that she could still send food and cloth like before, but this time he sent a jade hairpin. However, now she was living comfortably and freely with little Bowsy, so she really didn't think about marrying another man. Women in feudal society had a hard life already. Why tie themselves up with more restrictions? She decided not to marry, and to face everything calmly. Huang Xingyang brought more cloth and embroidery money, along with a bridge builder named Master Wan. He came to check the site and see what kind of bridge could be built. Jiang Yumei and Huang Xingyang took Master Wan to Bishui Creek. She initially wanted to build a bridge next to her own yard, but then she thought that many carts would pass through once it was built, and she didn't want her area to become too busy. So she led him to the nearby Sun Daqiang's house, where they planned to build the bridge over a small creek. The creek was only about 5 or 6 meters wide, and Master Wan said it would take half a month to finish. The Sun family was very happy. This made traveling much easier. They came out to invite Master Wan to their home as a guest. Daughter Zhao also came to see the excitement. Her home was only about 50 meters away from Sun's, and she was excited about the bridge being built nearby. She thanked Jiang Yumei and Huang Xingyang, saying, "Thank you for helping us earn money and for building the bridge. Now my son can drive the cart home on a good road." Jiang Yumei told the villagers that Cui Qing had decided to build the bridge to make it easier to send cloth and pick up goods. Chun Jihang had paid for it, but he was just an anonymous hero. The wife of the blacksmith was now more friendly toward Jiang Yumei and invited them to her house for tea. Since Master Wan was a man, it was not proper for him to eat at a widow's house, so Jiang Yumei invited him and Huang Xingyang to Jiang Dafu's home. The old master and Jiang Dafu's brothers joined them for a meal, and they also invited the village's head couple. This was a big event for the village. Master Wan and Lady Huang naturally received a warm welcome. Sun Daqiang and his father brought pork and 2 jin of wine, while Aunt Zhao also brought some eggs and vegetables. Before leaving, Lady Huang gave Jiang Yumei the design fee from last time, totaling 800 coins. This time they used the same sample as before, so no design fee was charged. After Master Wan and Lady Huang left, Jiang Yumei calculated the fabric and work, then gathered people the next day to divide the tasks according to the previous shares. Young Mrs. Wei made another comment. "My daughter Tao's 2 aunts will also come, so they should share 3 ways." Jiang Yumei was a bit speechless with her. "If everyone does that, what about other families?"
she said.
"From now on, everyone will share according to the previous division. I'm your eldest uncle's wife. How can I be the same as others?" Mrs. Wei shouted. The village head's wife was unhappy. Shanzi's wife is still Mei's own mother, and she didn't ask for much. "You're always so busy worrying about your own daughter, and now you're also concerned about your in-law's daughter." Mrs. Wei also felt ashamed of her eldest daughter-in-law. "Shizi's wife, if you keep talking, just stay inside and don't come out." Jiang Yutao blushed and glared at her mother. "My mother is joking. My aunt didn't come." The work was finished in 15 days, still earning 5 coins a day. A few days later, Master Wan gradually brought people to transport stones and other materials. 5 or 6 people worked busily, and Xiaoqiao finished building the bridge in 12 days. On the day the bridge was completed, the area near the Sun family became lively. Many people went to walk on the bridge. Old Zhao even drove a bull cart back and forth across it. Now, there are 2 bridges in Shiha village and Dongha village. They needed names, right? People asked Mr. Wang to name them. Mr. Wang thought for a moment and said, "Let's name them based on where they are." The bridge over Qingshui River in the village can be called Qinghe Bridge, and the one over Bishui Creek can be called Bishui Bridge. Bishui Bridge cost about 10 silver coins, and Jiang Yumei still felt grateful to Qin Jihang. The money wasn't much, but she appreciated the kindness. It made it easier for them to catch fish, and also benefited their own family. However, the plan to buy a cart was temporarily put on hold because little Baozi disagreed. "Mother, who will drive the bull cart if we buy one?" Little Baozi said. Seeing his mother eager, he immediately scolded, "Don't tell me you want to drive the cart yourself. Look around the town and county. How many women drive carts? Few, and mostly older women. Women as young and pretty as you sitting in front to drive would be talked about by others." She forgot that her family had a careful and strong big man. Buying a car doesn't mean the lady has to drive it herself. We can ask your grandfather or Uncle Tan for help. Hiring a private driver is also an option, and it would be more impressive. In her past life, she never enjoyed such high-level treatment. "Mother, it's amazing you even think of that." Our family has so much money. It's like a never-ending stream of water. Little Baozi snapped, his voice rising. His eyes widened. We're not like Zhao's family, where wealth is endless. That's why we need a dedicated person to drive the cart. This little kid was very assertive this time, refusing to consider buying a car now. Her dream of joining the car-owning class couldn't be realized, so Jiang Yumei turned her attention back to designing her house. She and Jiang Dafu agreed that once the farming season was over, they could start building. Now she spent almost every day revising the plans, fussing over small details. Recently, Mother Tiger's leg had healed. She now often took her 2 cubs to Dongling Mountain early in the morning, teaching them skills and returning only at night. During this time, all the animals were busy storing energy for winter, so the 3 mothers would bring back some wild game each day. The progress of the 2 cubs was remarkable. They improved daily. Sometimes, they would come back early from Namling Mountain, and little Baozi would take them to play in the open space behind the yard. As soon as little Baozi gave the command, the 2 agile little figures would dash out like arrows. Little Baozi waved his arm, and a bamboo ball flew out with a crisp sound in a curved arc. As soon as it landed, the cubs would rush over to fetch it and bring it back to their little master. Tiger cub was stronger, but the dog cub was more agile, each with their own traits. One day, Mother Tiger took the cubs out again. While Jiang Yumei was alone at home working on her plans, the yard gate suddenly opened. She looked up and saw a big woman wearing a large red flower and dressed in red and green, classic matchmaker style. "Madam, I think you've come to the wrong door," Jiang Yumei said blankly. The matchmaker flicked her handkerchief, smiled, and her face powder floated like snowflakes. A strong floral scent filled the air. She said, "Are you Mrs. Lin?" Jiang Yumei nodded, and the woman smiled again. "Then I haven't come to the wrong place. Mrs. Lin, please invite me in for a sit." Jiang Yumei coughed twice, then stepped aside to let her in. After they sat down and poured tea, the matchmaker straightened her back, waved her handkerchief, and said, "Congratulations, Mrs. Lin. I am here on behalf of someone else to talk to you about someone." Jiang Yumei was stunned and sneered. "Since you call me the wife of the Jiang family, you should know I am already married. Why are you still saying these things? Of course I know you're married, but your husband has been dead for 5 years. You've endured enough. Since you're still young and handsome, you should find a good family to marry. The person who sent me here also knows these facts."
"Oh? Who sent you?"
Jiang Yumei asked, thinking that the suspicious peach blossom still didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a tender pink peach blossom appeared again. "It seems this body still has some charm. Oh, that family is really nice. The young man has never married before. He's handsome and fair-skinned. The key is he's literate and has studied privately for a couple of years. Plus, his parents are known for their good temper and easygoing nature. It's truly a good family that can't be found in 10 miles around. Can such a good person and family accept a widow with a child?" Jiang Yumei was curious. Why would such a good family not look for a young maiden, but come to me? Who exactly are they? It's the second son of Zhao Shifeng's family from Shihe village. He's 4 years younger than you, but women tend to marry men older than themselves. After marriage, they can have 2 children in 3 years and 3 in 4. Oh, in the future, your descendants will fill the house and live a good life.
Haha.
The matchmaker held a handkerchief over her mouth and spoke to herself. She thought that a widow with a child finding a young man would be a hilarious joke. Lin's wife wouldn't refuse such a good offer, so she didn't notice Jiang Yumei's growing anger. Unexpectedly, as soon as the matchmaker spoke, Jiang Yumei almost dropped her jaw in shock and then trembled with rage. She suddenly stood up and said unceremoniously, "Annie, do you realize that what you're saying today could make me lose my appetite for at least 3 days? Please leave and tell that family to stop dreaming." "Oh, why are you talking like that?" The matchmaker still wanted to try and earn this marriage. She paused and said more gently, "Lin's wife, you're not young anymore, and you have a child. That second son is a perfect match for you. Don't let your eyes wander. In a few years, when you're old and yellow, even that widower won't want to marry you. No matter how bad I am not some stinky dog that they can covet. Leave now, go tell that family that it's not their fault if they are unlucky, but their constant pestering is disgusting. If they come again, I swear I'll cut them down. Jiang Yumei pointed at the door, gritting her teeth and speaking loudly. Wow, I've never seen such a fiery little widow. He's just a young man, and it's lucky he even looked at you, a second-rate woman. You shouldn't be saying such things. The matchmaker was upset. She had been a matchmaker for over 20 years and had never felt so embarrassed. He's a good young man. If you, an old fool, want to marry him, go ahead. Why are you coming to my house to spout nonsense?
Get out.
This matter made her so disgusted that she grabbed a broom, cursed loudly, and shooed the matchmaker out of the yard like chasing flies. The matchmaker had been gone for a long time, but she was still angry and sat there sulking. This matchmaker was from Dawan village. There was also a matchmaker from Shiha village, Zhao, but when Gosher's mother came asking about marrying Jiang Yumei, they didn't dare take the job. Everyone in Shiha and Dongha villages remembered Jiang Yumei wielding a knife at Gosher, and they kindly advised Gosher's mother, Gosher, and may have such a big grudge. Do you think they will agree? This marriage is a good match, not a feud. Gosher's mother was unhappy and said, My Gosher has never been married before. If I asked to marry a widow, she might refuse? Sorry, I was wrong. She probably wouldn't refuse. I can't do anything about it. You find someone else, Zhao said, returning the eggs Gosher's mother brought and not wanting to waste words on her. Gosher's mother then went to another matchmaker in Dongha village, but she also refused. So she went to Dawan village and found Matchmaker Song. When Matchmaker Song heard about the job, she agreed immediately. She also learned that Jiang Yumei was a widow driven out by her family and had a son. The family looking to marry her seemed to have good conditions and didn't mind. It seemed certain that she would get the bride price. Excited, she went to introduce the match, but unexpectedly, she was chased out with a broom. Gosher was at home feeling very wronged, pouting and muttering to his mother, Mother, why do I have to marry that dull widow? She's not only dull, but also fiery. Last time, she almost cut me to death. And that little troublemaker is too annoying. Gosher's mother comforted him. Gosher, even though that widow is dull and fiery, she has money. I heard she leads many women from our village to do work for embroidery shop in the county town, and she designs some intricate crafts to sell there. She makes a lot of money. Look, she even bought land and is planning to build a big tiled house. Once she is married to him, her money will be yours. Later, you can ignore her and find a new wife like Lord Zhao did. Guzi thinks this might not be too unfair to himself, but just thinking about little Baozi gives him a headache. But that little troublemaker, he's not old, but he's too clever and annoying. You're so naive, says Guzi's mother with a twist of her mouth. That troublemaker is from the Lin family. When you get married and live in the new tile house next door, the troublemaker can only stay in the old broken courtyard of the Lin family. As his elder, you can discipline him as you see fit. That's true. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Guzi chuckles to himself. When he becomes the stepfather of that little rascal, he will definitely teach him a good lesson, so he will call the sky and the earth to witness. While they are dreaming of a bright future, they see Aunt Song storming into the yard, furious. That wicked woman is so ungrateful. She took a big broom and hit me out. She tells how Jiang Yumei said and how she was beaten out with a broom. Such bad luck. I've been a matchmaker for decades, and I've never encountered this, she says, then extends her hand. I traveled a long way, and even though it didn't work out, you should still give us 2 coins for the sugar water. What? You didn't get the marriage and now you want money? Dream on, says Guzi's mother firmly. She has never done such a losing deal before. Oh, I've been in this line for decades, and I've never met a thief like you. I traveled over 10 miles back and forth, and you still want me to give you a coin? Aunt Song is truly surprised. Who would go out of their way to offend a matchmaker? Her mouth can make a match or break one. Today, she really met someone like that. No matter how much she argued, Guzi's mother refused to give her a coin. Aunt Song spat angrily and ran off in a huff. The mother and son didn't expect this situation. Erguzi spat on the ground angrily. That wicked woman. She looks down on me, and I don't like her either. Do you have a grudge against Silver? Guzi's mother scolded. Now she looks down on me. What can I do?
Erguzi shouted unhappily.
I'm not going to bother with you. You promised to give me 2 coins to buy wine. Now give them to me. He held out his hand. Where am I supposed to find money for you? Guzi's mother pushed his hand away. Seeing that Erguzi was a bit anxious, she said, Erguzi, you're a grown man. Isn't it easy to deal with that little widow? Listen to your mother. They whispered for a while. Erguzi asked his mother, Can this work? Listening to my mother is correct. Dog's mother said as she took out 2 coins, painfully giving them to Erguzi. When that young widow becomes her daughter-in-law, she plans to take her money and see how she will discipline her. Dog's mother silently sneered. Jiang Yumei doesn't know that someone still hasn't given up on her and is plotting against her. She's still angry. The phrase not eating for 3 days is no exaggeration. Just thinking about Erguzi's strange behavior makes her feel sick. Seeing the sun already leaning west, it's time to cook. Since she can't eat much herself, she will make a few scallion pancakes for Zayabazi, stir-fry some chives with eggs, and prepare carp soup. After returning home, Zayabazi's first task is to change clothes, then lead the 3 sheep to eat grass. The lambs are starting to eat grass now. Although it's evergreen all year round in the south, tender grass is scarce. Zayabazi always observes where there is tender grass near home during school and after school, then leads the sheep to eat. Now, Mother Hu and the 2 little ones haven't returned, so he can take the sheep to the small path or the leading to the village. It doesn't matter if someone passes by occasionally. After feeding the sheep, he takes them into the backyard shed, washes his hands, and prepares to eat. He feels his mother is very strange today, with her mouth always curled up. Mother, did someone make you angry today? Son, you need to be more alert at school and after school these days, especially avoid Erguzi. Jiang Yumei worries that Erguzi might take his anger out on Zayabazi, so she advises him. After thinking for a moment, she adds, Forget it, I'll take you to the bridge head today. I'll find someone to accompany you on the way back. Now, Zayabazi, Liangzi, and Sanzuzi walk through Bishui Bridge to go to school, which is closer than before. Usually, the 3 agree on who arrives first at the bridge head and wait there. Once everyone arrives, they cross the bridge together to school. Mother, is something wrong? Did that scoundrel Erguzi do something bad again? Zayabazi asks eagerly, having not seen that troublemaker for a long time. Jiang Yumei briefly explains what happened today. This is terrible. Zayabazi jumps up high, gritting his teeth and cursing, that scoundrel, full of bad ideas. How dare he covet my mother? I will kill him. He then rushes into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. Jiang Yumei quickly stops him. You're so young now, who can you kill? You be caught before you even get close. The reason I tell you this is because I'm worried he might have bad intentions and come up with more schemes that could hurt us. We need to be careful early on. The little bun calmed down. Mother, our home is far from the village. I really don't feel at ease leaving you alone at home. Starting tomorrow, you should go to Grandma's during the day. Mom's fine. I'll go wash clothes, fetch water, and carry a knife for protection. That softy Erguzi wouldn't dare do anything to me. Seeing that the little bun still looked worried, she added, Remember last time when I was so fierce and brave? You forgot? Thinking of how her mother chased Erguzi from Shiha village to Dongha village with a chopping knife, the little bun smiled happily. That's right. Erguzi is just a coward. I'm not afraid of him during the day, but I worry about his sneaky tricks. Yes, we all need to be careful. Especially you. If you walk near the river or on the bridge, it's best to have someone with you. You're too young to fall into his trap, Jiang Yumei said. At dinner, the little bun ate 2 more pancakes than usual. He wanted to eat more to grow strong like Uncle Zhao so he could protect his mother from being bullied. At that moment, he deeply regretted not eating well before. He realized he had lost a lot by being careless. Just after they finished eating, they heard the gate open. It was probably Mother Hu and her children returning. The little bun was very alert now. Before opening the door, He asked, "Who's there?" Only after hearing the voices of the two little ones did he open the door. This time, Mother who had brought back a dead roe deer. The two little ones had caught a wild chicken and a wild rabbit, and they happily circled around Jiang Yumei and the little bun, refusing to let go of their prey. It was the first time they had caught wild animals on their own. The little bun chuckled and squatted down, petting their fur. "I know you two are capable. You can hunt on your own now." Only then did the two little ones put down their prey, wagging their tails happily, like proud children who had been praised. Jiang Yumei smiled and shook her head. Both of these cubs had become quite clever. She dragged the roe deer under the eaves, thinking about asking Jiang Dafu tomorrow to help sell it. The rabbit she would eat herself, and the chicken she planned to bring back to Jiang Yushan for soup. Jiang Yushan was recovering well after drinking spring water and taking Dr. Zhang's medicine. A while ago, Jiang Yumei also asked Shin Er to deliver fish to the provincial city and buy another month's supply of medicine from Dr. Zhang. Jiang Yumei poured clean spring water from the tank for the animals to drink outside in the yard, then told the little bun to go study in the main room. After drinking their fill, the two little ones happily ran to find the little bun in the main room to play. Hua stood up and leaned on the little bun's thigh, rubbing against him, while the puppy tugged at the little bun's short legs, wagging its tail excitedly. Little Bowsy studies very seriously. He writes carefully, one at a time, ignoring their disturbances. Jiang Yumei quickly goes over to pick up the two little ones. "Don't bother Brother Nian studying. He hasn't finished his big characters, and the teacher will hit his palm tomorrow." She carries the little ones to the yard. Mother Tiger is resting under the willow tree. The little ones go to nuzzle her belly. Since they no longer nurse, nuzzling a couple of times is boring, so they run back to the main room to find the young master. Seeing Jiang Yumei glaring at them, they obediently climb onto a big chair and sit quietly, watching the young master study. Meanwhile, at Erguzi's house, Dogsy's father watches his wife and son staying up late and acting sneaky, as if they are planning something. He scolds his wife. Dago's bed sheets are all rotten within dirt. Can't he wash them? He's always causing trouble at home. Dogsy's mother ignores her useless husband. She thinks that even a widow can build a big courtyard and a tiled house, but her own man lets her and their child go hungry. At midnight, Dogsy's mother quietly gets out of bed and goes outside. Erguzi is already waiting in the yard. She takes him outside and whispers repeatedly, "Mother won't be mistaken." Behind her yard, there are several large stones, almost as tall as a person. If you go in from there, it will be easier. Erguzi's calves feel tense. "Mother, I'm scared. Do you think she will hit me out?" Dogsy's mother taps his head. "Even if she hits you, you'll have to endure it. As long as you appear in her house at midnight, no matter what she says, she can't do much. Soon she'll have to marry you, right? Hurry up. If you're not back by morning, I'll send some quick-tongued women to see what you're doing." For the big courtyard and the silver in the hands of the young widow, Erguzi is determined to risk everything now. Although it's late at night, the sky is full of shining stars. The thin, curved waning moon in the complex starry sky has lost its usual glow. Erguzi rushes quickly toward Jiang Yumei's house. When passing by Sun Daqiang's yard, he sees two people crossing the Bishui Bridge, which startles him and makes him stop. "Erguzi, where are you running to so late?" It's his cousin He and a villager named Dongzi. These two are close friends of Erguzi and often drink and fight together. Seeing them, Erguzi relaxes. "It's you guys. You scared me. Why are you running so fast so late?" Dongzi asks. "Haha, what can I do in this dark night? Just use your brain and think about it." Erguzi proudly finished speaking, then ran toward Nailing Mountain. Dongzi said, "Running into Nailing Mountain in the dark? You're probably not going hunting, right? Who cares what he's doing? If he's not afraid of death, let him go. Let's go back and sleep," He said, pulling Dongzi back to the village. Erguzi ran to the backyard of Jiang Yumei's house. There were really a few big stones there. He took out a torn cloth from his pocket to cover his face, then skillfully climbed over the wall and jumped into the yard. Passing by the shed, he heard some sheep bleating loudly and trying to break open the small wooden door. The chicken coop nearby was also noisy, clucking loudly. His heart tightened and he paused. He thought, this family is annoying, both the sheep and chickens are annoying. Once I get that silly widow, I'll kill them all and stew them for meat. He tiptoed to the front yard door, took out a piece of bamboo from his pocket, and prepared to insert it into the door to pry open the latch. But the door wasn't locked at all. Could this widow have a lover? Otherwise, why are there big stones outside the wall and the door isn't locked? It seems to be set up for secret visits from a man. Thinking about which man might have gotten there before him made him furious. He felt he had been greatly cheated. Once he caught that silly widow, he would teach her a lesson and make her pay for the big green hat she put on him. He gently pushed open the door and entered the main room. The starlight shining through the door made the room bright. Guzzi blinked and saw that the two rooms on either side were locked and one was closed. He walked toward the closed door. He was still feeling quite excited. The widow was a bit old, but still looked okay. Her skin was fair and tender. Most importantly, she didn't look rough like typical country women. She had a strange charm he couldn't quite explain. He gently pushed the door open, ready to find the bed and pounce like a tiger. But what he saw were two shining lights. Blinking again, he realized they were a pair of large, round, blue-green eyes blinking at him. Under the starry light, those eyes looked even more glowing and eerie. Guzzi was so scared he wet himself and shouted, "Mother! A monster!" He turned to run. Just as he was about to leave the main room, he tripped over the threshold and fell face first into a foul-smelling furball. Looking up, he saw a mass of bloody, furry flesh. In the middle, some bloody intestines spilled out. He screamed again, "Mother!" Suddenly, his was bitten. A terrible pain hit him. Afraid and hurt, he fainted. Jiang Yumei and her son ran out, pulled off the torn cloth from the face of the masked person, and saw it was Guzzi. The two women cursed loudly, kicked him a few times, and spat on him. He simply dragged him onto Mother Tiger's back. Jiang Yumei led Mother Tiger to the side of Son's large courtyard, threw Dao down, and kicked him a few times before returning home with Mother Tiger under the cover of night. The next morning, Mother Dog waited until dawn, but didn't see Dao return. She thought everything was settled, and was so happy she almost lost her way, pacing around the yard repeatedly. Dog's father got up and saw that his wife hadn't prepared breakfast yet, which made him very angry. He scolded, "You wife are crazy. Not making breakfast early in the morning and wandering around the yard? Do you think you can turn rice porridge and corn cakes just by walking in circles?" Mother Dog didn't get angry but smiled and said, "Look at me. From now on, I won't eat coarse rice and corn cakes. We are moving to a bigger yard, and soon we will enjoy a better life." Dog's father snorted, "Enjoy a better life? You, wife, must still be dreaming. It's broad daylight, and you're still dreaming." "I'm not dreaming. Just wait and see. In a few days, that young widow will start cooking for us, doing laundry and pouring foot wash water," Mother Dog said with a smile. "That young widow cooking and pouring foot wash water?
Dream on.
Go make breakfast. After eating, I need to go plow the fields," Dog's father urged. "Just wait and see. When our second son, Dao, and that young widow become a couple, she will marry Dao. Her big courtyard and tile house will be ours. Serving parents-in-law is natural. She won't dare rebel," Mother Dog said proudly. Dog's father was shocked. "You wife, what are you saying? Where is Dao? Where did he go?" Seeing her smug expression, he was so angry he stomped and cursed, "You stupid wife. Did you teach Dao to do bad things last night? You didn't get enough from the last mistake, and now you're provoking her again. You, dead wife, will ruin Dao." He pushed her away and ran outside. Before he could get out, they heard a noise at the courtyard gate. Outside, a commotion arose. Dog's father, "Open the door quickly. Your Dao has gone mad." He opened the door to see Sun Daqiang, Zhao Tiekue, and 5 or 6 other men carrying Dao inside. Dao was covered in a terrible smell, crying loudly with tears and snot on his face. "Mother, oh, monster, blue-eyed monster. My intestines are coming out, all blood."
Ah, ah, ah.
He opened his mouth and cried, struggling to get up and run away. Don't eat me! Don't eat me! I won't dare do it again. Mother Dog was stunned. Doubt it, what's wrong? Don't scare Mother. Dog's father also asked nervously what happened. Zhao Tiekue said, It's not even dawn yet. I was on my way to Bishui Bridge when I passed by De Chong's yard and heard crying coming from the ditch. When I looked closer, I saw Guzi lying there crying. I asked him what was wrong, and he only said something about a blue-eyed monster and to not eat him. Sun Daqiang saw everyone looking at him and quickly said, I don't know what's going on either. I was at home having breakfast when Tiekue knocked on the door and told me Guzi was lying in the water ditch near my yard. I went out to see and sure enough, he was there. He then suddenly realized and touched his head. No wonder my dog kept barking last night. Ergo, was it that little widow who scared you like this? Tell me, was it her? Guzi's mother grabbed the running Guzi and asked, It must be her, that thunderstruck woman, who caused my Ergo to end up like this. She's so wicked. She then burst into tears. Zhao Tiekue's face darkened. Fuwu, you shouldn't say such things. Spreading rumors about others' reputation is wrong. How am I ruining her reputation? Ergo went to her house last night. Guzi's mother wiped her tears and looked at Zhao Tiekue. Hearing this, Zhao Tiekue turned around and punched Guzi. His iron-hard fist, combined with Guzi's injuries, made him scream loudly and fall to the ground. Don't bite me, don't bite me, he cried as he crawled away, tears streaming down his face. I won't do it again, I swear I won't. Sun Daqiang pointed at Guzi and scolded, This is karma for doing bad things. He then pulled Zhao Tiekue aside, hitting him, Just dirties our hands. Let's go. If I'd known, I wouldn't have cared about this beast.
Pa.
Before leaving, he spat in the yard. See that? Guzi's mother pointed at their backs and said to the other three men, Isn't the little widow so charming that these two men would beat Guzi so badly? After saying that, she pulled the frantic Guzi and cried, What's wrong with you? How did the little widow turn you into this? Guzi shook off his mother's hand, buried his head in his pants, and kept saying, Monster, blue-eyed monster, don't eat me, don't eat me. I won't do it again. He didn't say anything else. A man said, Auntie, stop scolding for now. Go make Guzi wash up and change his clothes. Then find Dr. He. After the chaos last night, Jiang Yumei and her son woke up a bit late in the morning. Little Baozi was afraid of being scolded by his teacher and didn't want breakfast, so Jiang Yumei hurriedly cooked him a bowl of rice wine with eggs. After eating, she took 2 snacks and ran off. At Bishui Bridge, Liangzi and Sanju were waiting there for him. Brother Nian, I have great news. Guzi has gone crazy. Early this morning, Uncle Xiao found him crying and making a scene beside my yard, covered in dirt and smelling terrible, Liangzi said, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Serves him right, Sanju grinned loudly. That spoiled kid probably got beaten up after trying to steal something in the middle of the night. Mother, who is mighty, and the little bun in her heart gave a thumbs up. Out loud, she said, Liangzi, why didn't you call me to see the lively scene at your place? I want to see how that spoiled kid looks when he's crazy. I only took a quick look before my mom pulled me away. She says kids might catch eye infections, Sanju interrupted. I heard his white backside was exposed, and there were 2 bloody holes on it. Yeah, and he was covered in yellow dirt. I just glanced and was pulled back by my grandma. My sister wanted to see the fun and got slapped twice by my mom, Liangzi said. Little Baozi was so happy he burst out laughing, pulling his 2 friends to run toward the school. Jiang Yumei gave water to the 3 women, while Mother, who took the 2 little ones to Nailing Mountain. Jiang Yumei went to wash clothes, fish, and then locked the courtyard door with a wild chicken inside the Jiang family old house. As she entered the village, she saw some people pointing and whispering about her. When she got closer, they looked at her and then dispersed. Jiang Yumei was surprised. Had she done something to cause gossip? When she reached the Jiang house and was about to enter, Li Shi, who was rushing out like the wind, bumped into her. Mother, what's so urgent? Li Shi saw Jiang Yumei and immediately pulled her into the west wing, angrily saying, Maisie, do you know that Guzi has gone crazy? His mother said, he went to your place last night. Now, everyone in the village is talking about it. Hearing this, Jiang Yumei was pleased. Crazy? Well, I guess heaven is watching over us. Foolish girl, you're happy now, but your reputation will be ruined. Tell me what happened. Your father will decide, Jiang Dafu hurriedly said, walking in. It doesn't matter anymore. Since I fought with him last time, I haven't seen him. I don't know what he did wrong, and now he's like this. Someone's trying to blame me. It's so unfair, Jiang Yumei said angrily. I knew it was that woman spreading rumors. I'll go tear her mouth apart, Li Shi said, about to leave. Wait, you two go to the upper room first. I'll call my older brother and Shuzi, Jiang Dafu said. Jiang Dafu said, and went to the east wing. Jiang Yumei followed Mrs. Li to the main house. Old Master Jiang and Mrs. Wei were also discussing this matter. When Jiang Yumei came in, she said she knew nothing and had never seen that troublemaker. Mrs. Wei was very angry. Old man, we need to think of a good way to punish that family. Old Master Jiang puffed on his pipe and spoke to his eldest and second son's families. Did you all hear the rumors about the village? Jiang Dashua nodded. Now, everyone is talking. When second brother told us, he said Mei was falsely accused. That dog family is really terrible. Old Master Jiang snorted coldly. Our girl can't be so defamed. You women go to Zhao Shifang's house first. My wife and the daughters-in-law will check his place. See what's there, and Mei will protect her own. The eldest and second daughters-in-law will deal with that foul-mouthed woman. If they break something, we'll pay for the medicine. Is our Jiang family so easy to bully? Eldest, second, and Shuzi, follow me. After the women vent their anger, it will be up to us men to support them. With that order, all the women of the Jiang family, except Jiang Yozhao and Xiaoer, rushed out of the house. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Sun Daqiang's mother and wife coming to Jiang's house. After explaining the situation, they all went to Guzi's house. From afar, they saw Guzi's house surrounded tightly. Seeing the women of Jiang family approaching with fierce looks, the onlookers quickly made way. Especially when they saw Jiang Yumei also coming, everyone thought there would be a good show. Before the women entered, they heard Guzi's mother crying loudly and cursing. That wicked widow. She lured my second son to her house last night. I don't know what she used, but she harmed my son. Now he's crazy, asking questions he doesn't understand. It's all that little troublemaker Jiang Yumei's fault. You all saw how miserable my son is. He even has 2 big blood holes on his backside. Some women echoed her words. Harming someone like that, we can't let her go easily. That widow is too arrogant. Mrs. Li was so angry she ran into the yard. Seeing Guzi's mother crying and pulling at some women, she grabbed her hair and pulled her to the ground. Little Wei's wife also stepped forward fiercely, riding on Guzi's mother and starting to hit her. How dare you curse and insult Mei? I'll tear your mouth apart, Mrs. Li shouted, tearing Guzi's mother's mouth. Xiao Wei only said one sentence. I will beat you to death. I will beat you to death. I will beat you to death. Meanwhile, 3 women were fighting fiercely. Several women from Zhao's family shouted to intervene. You're too mean. You ruined your son's mind, and now you want to hit him. Women from the Sun, Hong, and Tan families also joined the fight to prevent Zhang's sisters-in-law from suffering in the chaos. Mrs. Wei saw they had no more business here and led Jiang Yumei and Mrs. Wang into the house to break things. There was a loud noise, but the already poor family had little left to destroy. The big dog was lying on the bed, silent like a dead person. When second dog saw Jiang Yumei, he was so scared he buried his head in the torn blanket, crying and begging, Don't eat me, don't eat me. I won't dare again. Zhao Shifang sat in the corner, looking stunned, hugging his head and silent. Mrs. Wei and her 2 friends came out, but the fight in the yard was not over. Seeing that Li and Xiao Wei had not suffered losses, they just watched the scene. Second dog's family was in chaos. The village head, his mother and wife arrived. Doctor, he was also called, as a hunter from Dongha village had been gored by a wild boar and Dr. He came from the hunter's house. Stop it all! Zhao Lijing shouted angrily. What kind of women are you? Dog's mother, with her hair messy, crawled up and clung to the village head's mother's leg, crying, Big auntie, please help my second dog. Last night, he went to a young widow's house, and this morning he's gone crazy. His backside was also pierced with 2 blood holes. Village head's mother and the village head went inside to see second dog. The room was a mess. Second dog was wrapped tightly in a blanket, trembling and crying, Monster, blue-eyed monster, don't eat me, don't eat me.
I dare not anymore.
Feng was still crouched in the corner, crying with his face covered. From another dark room, the big dog's occasional whimper could be heard. Is this really a family? A useless, cowardly man married a careless, lazy wife, and they had 2 such sons. Thinking of his late younger brother, the village head's mother also felt a flicker of sympathy. What do you want me to do? She asked. My son really went to the young widow's house last night, but I don't know what she did to make second dog go crazy. His backside was also exposed, and she should marry my son and serve him for life, the dog's mother cried. Li was trembling with anger and nearly fainted, but Wang helped her. She pointed at the dog's mother, speechless.
Bah!
How dare your family dream of my Maisie? Go dream somewhere else, I say. Mrs. Wei spat at the dog's mother and cursed. Shut your stinky mouth. Little Mrs. Wei jumped up to hit the dog's mother, but was pulled back by a woman nearby. She stomped her foot and yelled, You draw a nose on a piece of paper and have such a big face. Not to mention your second son is crazy. Even if he's not, only that scruffy black female dog would marry him. She pointed at a dog under the tree. People saw that the dirty, scruffy black dog was wagging its tail at them and couldn't help but laugh. The village chief's wife looked annoyed and glared at little Mrs. Wei, then turned to Jiang Yumei and asked, Yumei, what do you say? What can I say?
I don't know anything.
I only heard this morning when I went to my mother's house that someone is ruining my reputation in the village. I ask you to help me, to give me justice. What should be done about their family tarnishing my name? Jiang Yumei said sadly and angrily. Old Master Jiang and some men from the Jiang family had already arrived and were standing nearby, watching how the village chief would handle it. The old lady, wise and experienced, guessed that this family of the dogs was probably jealous of others' money and wanted to cause trouble. She thought they might even go at night to ruin someone's reputation and force a marriage. Money is tempting, but they should consider whether they can really get it. Though she was angry at how useless the dog's family was, seeing their miserable state, she thought if a capable woman like Jiang Yumei married into this family, she could change it. She had noticed that since Jiang Yumei recovered from her madness, her personality had changed a lot. She was usually quiet but strong and capable, nothing like the honest and straightforward Jiang Dafu and Li family. The second son was so scared he looked like a different person. She didn't believe he had no connection to Jiang Yumei. This young widow still needed some discipline, otherwise, she was too reckless. But first, she decided she had to marry her into the family. Thinking of her late, honest brother-in-law, she decided she would be the villain herself. The old lady looked at the lively crowd and then glared sharply at Jiang Yumei. She then said to the dog's mother, words are not enough. You say that the second son went to Maisie's house last night. Do you have proof? If you do, I will settle this matter. A woman poking a man's backside and scaring him so much, marrying him might be the only way out. As soon as the village chief's wife spoke, the Jiang family was unhappy. It felt like they were being openly bullied. The dog's mother was very happy and immediately said, Ergo told me last night that he wants to go to the young widow's house. I can also testify, Zhao Erhe stepped forward, around midnight, when Xiao Zi and I just crossed Bishi Bridge. We saw Ergo running toward Lin's yard. We asked him what he was doing so late, and he said, What can I do in the dark? Think about it, you'll know. Then he looked around the crowd and pointed at a young man about 17 or 18 years old, saying, Dongzi, is that right? I'm not lying.